drones. Apparently, it's out of control.
It is beautiful if you get a chance to see it in person. Thanks for watching.
We'll see you tomorrow. On the world stage, we're just hours away from President Biden's third address in front of the UN General Assembly in New York. We'll have a full report from Washington on what he's expected to say and the effects a major foreign policy decision might have on global affairs.
Dark waters. NBC News investigates the effects of a major water contamination case at a U.S. military base. What the people impacted by decades of neglect and loss have to say.
Not quite a Hollywood ending. A group of wannabe jewel thieves in Florida thought they pulled off the perfect score. We'll show you the slip-up that might put an end to their crime spree.
Coffee with a shot of compassion. Starbucks employees in West Virginia banded together to help a coworker in need. We break down what they were able to do for their Starbucks mom.
And a life-saving role reversal. A 12-year-old boy in Florida taking charge to save a man from nearly drowning using a technique that he learned on TV. It is Tuesday, September 19th. Early Today starts right now.
Thanks for being with us. I'm Frances Rivera.
And good morning. I'm Jessica Leighton. We begin this morning with the 5 Americans locked up for years in Iran. They are finally making their way home right now. The group first celebrated their freedom in Qatar. Their plane now making its way to the United States overnight. A senior diplomat says they are en route to the Washington, D.C. area. Their return, part of a controversial deal the U.S. made with Iran. Alice Barr has the details.
Joyful reunions as 5 Americans wrongfully detained in Iran for years were released in a high-stakes prisoner exchange, 3 of them linking arms as they landed in Qatar before returning to the U.S.
Husbands and wives, fathers and children, grandparents can hug each other again.
The freed Americans include Siamak Namazi, imprisoned for nearly 8 years, and Ahmad Shargi and Morad Tabaz, both arrested in 2018. All 3 accused of espionage and locked up in an infamous prison in Tehran. The 2 other Americans have not been identified. To secure their release, the Biden administration freed 5 Iranian prisoners held on nonviolent crimes and gave Tehran access to $6 billion in oil revenues that had been frozen under U.S. sanctions. Republican critics say it amounts to a ransom payment.
The latest example of President Biden rewarding and incentivizing Tehran's bad behavior.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken insisting the funds can only be used for humanitarian needs like food and medicine.
We have absolute oversight of how they're used.
But in an exclusive interview with NBC's Lester Holt, Iranian President Ibrahim Raisi said his government will decide where the money goes.
Humanitarian means whatever the Iranian people needs. So this money will be budgeted for those needs.
Iran's leader and President Biden are preparing to meet with world leaders at the UN General Assembly in New York, just as the newly freed American citizens return to U.S. soil. In Washington, Alice Barr, NBC News.
More now on those leaders of the world who are gathered in New York City this week for the UN General Assembly as the dust settles from a major foreign policy deal that has received both praise and condemnation. President Biden is set to deliver remarks in front of this gathering later this morning. For more, we turn to NBC's Bree Jackson in Washington. Bree, good morning. The president will have the ears of the world this morning. What should we expect him to say?
Good morning, Francis. That's right. So President Biden is set to address the UN General Assembly at 10 a.m. this morning. On Friday, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan gave an idea of what the president's remarks will include.
In that speech, he will lay out for the world the steps that he and his administration have taken to advance a vision of American leadership that is built on the premise of working with others to solve the world's most pressing problems.
And over the next 2 days, Mr. Biden will hold meetings with UN officials and world leaders, including Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Lula of Brazil. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is also attending the General Assembly for the first time since the war in Ukraine began in February 2022. But he is not expected to meet with President Biden until the 2 of them are here in Washington on Thursday. Biden's address on the world stage immediately follows the completion of that major foreign policy maneuver that closely watched prisoner swap between the U.S. and Iran. It's a deal that involved Iran gaining access to $6 billion in oil revenues that were frozen under U.S. sanctions, which led some Republicans accusing the White House of paying a ransom to a country that sponsors terrorism. The U.S. is not paying Iran for these prisoners, nor will Iran have access to those funds directly. Mr. Biden will take the stage at the UN just a few short hours after the freed Americans are scheduled to arrive here on U.S. soil. Also, Iranian President Ibrahim Raisi is expected to speak later in the day. Francis.
And the president managed to squeeze in some fundraising at an event as well. Bree, thank you.
Rudy Giuliani is facing legal action from his former counsel over some unpaid legal fees. New York-based lawyer Robert Costello is suing the former New York City mayor in the state's Superior Court. The suit says that he and his firm are seeking more than $1.3 million in legal fees that Giuliani has accrued since 2019, adding that he's only so far paid them about $200,000. The firm says they represented Giuliani from November 2019 until July of this year. In a statement, Giuliani said he was hurt by Costello taking this action and that the dollar amount sought by the firm is excessive.
Now an NBC News investigation into one of the largest water contamination lawsuits in U.S. history. Federal health officials say up to 1 million people may have been exposed to toxic water at North Carolina's Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987. Women on the base at the time suffered repeated miscarriages and stillbirths. 23 of them spoke to NBC News about their losses.
I saw a woman who was even more pregnant than I was. And I said, "When are you due?" And she looked at me, she said, "My baby's dead." And she turned her back. It turned out all the wives in the squadron, they all had either birth defects or they lost their babies.
Last year, Congress passed the Camp Lejeune Justice Act, which allows those exposed to file for damages. More than 90,000 claims have been filed, but attorneys say the pregnancy cases have been especially difficult to litigate. Sometimes it's impossible to find medical records, or some of the women say they feel dismissed or invisible. The Navy says they remain committed to addressing all claims.
U.S. officials said Monday that they have located the debris field of a missing F-35 fighter jet. The aircraft had been off the radar since Sunday after the pilot safely ejected himself due to what the military is calling a mishap. Officials say the debris was discovered about 2 hours northeast of Joint Base Charleston in South Carolina. A spokesman for the base did not elaborate on what that mishap was. Following the incident, Marine Corps leadership ordered all aircraft grounded for 2 days.
Thousands of UAW members have been striking since Friday, and more could be joining the picket lines this week. UAW President Shawn Fain said more workers will join the strike if serious progress isn't made at the negotiating table by noon on Friday. 13,000 workers are currently striking at plants in Missouri, Ohio, and Michigan. Sources familiar with the negotiations told CNBC that Stellantis' most recent contract proposal would lead to 18 U.S. facilities being closed, but would reopen a key assembly plant in Illinois.
To the weather now. The Central Plains are in for a fresh round of strong storms, and it's really no better here in the Northeast, as yesterday's rain might be sticking around for some of you. NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman is tracking flood alerts now in the area. Hi, Angie.
Hi there, ladies. Good morning to you. Yeah, we do have a couple of flood alerts that are still up. Most of these will expire by the late morning hours, but you can see they do include places like Augusta from Manchester up to Mount Washington. So just an FYI on that. The good news is that rain is going to be moving out. The coastal low shifts off to the north and east over parts of eastern Canada and takes that rain with it. So we'll likely see some of this rain gradually ending throughout the morning and early afternoon hours for most folks in New England. Now to the Central Plains. You did mention it. We've got some thunderstorms that we're expecting to potentially become strong to severe. Oklahoma City in the bullseye of that. And the main threat that we're looking at is large hail, baseball size hail at that. It does include Oklahoma City, Wichita Falls down through Breckenridge. So just a heads up for the afternoon and evening plans for folks in that region. And we've got a couple of spots that we're watching across parts of the Atlantic. One area that we're watching to come off of the western coast of Africa. We'll see what happens with that. Hurricane Nigel, not a threat to any land, but it is a Category 1. And then this area we will be watching over the next couple of days, potentially developing into something. Either way, we could be looking at some heavy rain across parts of the East Coast as we get into the weekend. Let's look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. A nice day expected for Washington, D.C., a high of 78 degrees. Charleston will deal with some partly cloudy skies with temperatures into the low 70s. A few showers to contend with in Chicago with a high of 70 degrees and plenty of sunshine in mid-80s for St. Louis. And that's a look at your forecast, ladies. Back over to you.
Angie, thank you. A sign of hope and healing sprouts from the ashes in Hawaii. The historic banyan tree in Lahaina is growing new leaves, proof that the 150-year-old tree survived the flames. These videos from the Department of Land and Natural Resources show the small sign of progress. The tree is a symbol of the town of Lahaina, which burned to the ground over the summer. A group of Maui arborists, landscapers, and volunteers have come together to care for the banyan in the weeks after the wildfire.
When we come back, a New Jersey food chain is back on the menu.
The first jewelry heist caught on camera. See the moment these thieves realized they were being recorded.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so.
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
We have seen plenty of bold smash and grab heists over the past couple of years, from Southern California to New York City. This one in South Florida was a bit different. 3 suspects stole an estimated $500,000 worth of jewelry and valuables in just a matter of minutes, taking extreme measures to avoid sounding alarms. But they missed that one camera that managed to record everything. Our Marissa Parra has the details.
A $500,000 heist, all caught on a Ring security camera. 3 suspects are seen ransacking a jewelry store in Hollywood, Florida, when one of them finally spots the camera and takes a startled step backward. When a flashlight illuminates his face, his wide eyes of surprise become clear.
I think they would have done a lot more damage if they didn't catch that Ring camera right at the last second.
The suspects went great lengths to avoid security measures. These are the ladders the store's owner says the thieves used to break in through the roof.
They took their time. They had a ladder. They took the ladder. They duct taped. They covered the cameras. I mean, they knew what the hell they were doing.
The owner tells NBC South Miami he found this black box after the break-in, which may have been used to disable the alarm systems.
This is the device which I think was able to jam the alarm This was all plugged in. It was all hanging from the ceiling.
But it was game over once they noticed the Ring camera. The three suspects then quickly took off with more than $500,000 worth of jewelry and other collectibles.
They stole like a very unique, rare orange Chanel bag. They stole it's empty now, but there was a big bottle of Louis XIII, which was like a $3,500 bottle of liquor. I mean, all kinds of stuff.
Hollywood police telling NBC News they're investigating the incident. As the search continues, the store owner says he's offering a $10,000 reward for any information leading to an arrest, and he has a stern message for the thieves.
We know who you are, we saw your face, and we're gonna find you.
Rissa Para, NBC News.
Now to a consumer alert, more than 58,000 pounds of raw ground beef are being recalled due to possible E. coli contamination. The impacted products are from American Foods Group, operating under Green Bay dressed beef. This recall includes 3 of its 10-pound plastic tubes that were produced on August 14th. They were distributed in Georgia, Michigan, and Ohio. Customers with questions can call the USDA hotline or send an email.
After labor violations and a stop work order, dozens of Boston Market restaurants in the Garden State will be back up and running. The 27 New Jersey locations will reopen after the owner paid over $630,000 in owed wages to 314 workers. The restaurants were shuttered last month after a Department of Labor investigation found that employees weren't being paid nor receiving minimum wage. While business is allowed to resume at the chains, labor officials are still negotiating other fines and penalties.
A Jurassic piece of history is heading to the auction block next month. Meet Barry the Camptosaurus. This 150 million-year-old skeleton is one of the best preserved dinosaurs in the world. The dino was dug up in Wyoming back in the 1990s, restored in 2000, and now he will be up for grabs. Barry, named after the scientist that found him, is expected to fetch nearly $1.3 million in Paris on October 20th.
And coming up on Early Today, a reporter turned a comic book writer is using his platform to represent his heritage.
And how a group of baristas rallied their community around a beloved employee in a heartwarming act of generosity.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business in a good way, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A comic book superfan is now living his dream. David Betancourt, an Afro-Latino writer and reporter for The Washington Post, wrote the new book, The Avengers Assemble, the origin story of Earth's mightiest heroes. And this was his first book, and it all started with an interview with authors about a story he was writing about a Star Wars publishing initiative. Betancourt tells NBC News that he considers it part of his life's work to help diversify the world of comic books and superheroes. I love that he said his dad was a huge Marvels fan. But his mom, he really had to convince her. She was like, don't read comics, read real books. He says now he's made a believer out of her.
I can relate to his mom. I kind of do the same things. Maybe we'll all turn it around.
Yes.
Starbucks workers in West Virginia raised over $40,000 for a fellow employee after her car was burglarized multiple times. 65-year-old Karen Collinsworth, who calls herself a Starbucks mom to her 19-year-old coworkers, works at a shop near Marshall University. Jaden Horn, a barista who is a sophomore at the school, told Today.com that Collinsworth has been having car troubles, even having her catalytic converter stolen. The young employees decided to create a fundraiser that attracted donations from the school, including $5,000 from the university's president. And she said even with all of that money, what meant more than just the $1,000, $3,000 or the $5 that some kids were going, knowing that they can't really afford anything. The $5 matters so
They give
much.
whatever they had. That was so cool. And lottery fever is heating up once again. Nobody had the winning numbers last night, meaning the jackpot has now climbed to $672 million. This makes it the 10th largest jackpot in the game's history. So the next drawing is Wednesday night. The last Powerball jackpot reached over $1 billion before a lucky winner took home that prize in July. That person was from Los Angeles. So gotta buy our ticket because I get stressed out if I don't have it.
Some FOMO there.
Yes.
Multi-million-dollar FOMO. Coming up today is National Voter Registration Day. Are you prepared to vote in your next election? We've got what you need to know.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr.
Well, very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it.
Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on.
Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for.
It's back to school.
Back to business in a good way.
Back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
We're talking possibly a trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we are on the cusp of something big.
It is the 11th annual National Voter Registration Day. Here's what you need to know early today. The first thing you'll want to do is check if you're already registered to vote. You can visit the National Voters Registration Day's website to check your status.
If you do need to register, the site allows you to fill out a form, and it will randomly pick between 3 different online platforms to sign up.
Now, in order to be eligible to vote, you must be a U.S. citizen. You have to meet your state's residency requirements, be 18 years before or on Election Day, and be registered by your state's registration deadline.
To find local in-person and virtual events, you can type in your zip code or an event name on the National Voter Registration Day's website. If you'd like to sign up to be a poll worker, you can start the process by signing up at the Power the Polls website.
And when Early Today returns, we're going to meet the young hero who says a certain Netflix hit taught him a skill to save a life.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun.
All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Sinclair Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
Andrew Wallace.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
When an innocent competition turned into a near-death situation, a 12-year-old Florida boy jumped to the rescue of a man who was drowning, giving him CPR that he says he learned from seeing on the shows Stranger Things. Tania Rogers from our West Palm Beach affiliate tells us more about the save that was caught on camera.
Jason Paquette, a behavioral technician, thanking a 12-year-old for saving his life.
Every doctor, everyone has said I should be dead. So I'm so grateful to be alive, and I'm just so grateful that Austin stepped up and saved me.
Jason says he's been working with Austin McMillan for a couple of years. They do a lot of swimming, building confidence and strength.
One of the things we do the most is swim. He loves to swim, and something we've been doing for the past couple years is holding our breath challenges.
More than a week ago, they were in the pool timing how long they can hold their breath.
We both held our breath for like a minute and a half. And I said, okay, I'm gonna do it one more time. I'm gonna try to get to like 2.5 minutes. And I said to him, just tap on me when I'm at about 1:40.
A camera at the house captured the startling moment. Jason was holding his breath and slowly drifting to the deep end of the pool. Austin was timing him.
And I went underwater, and I was relaxed. I felt great, and that's the last thing I remember. I am pretty positive that I lost consciousness. My lungs started to fill up with water, and I went from the shallow end on the bottom of the pool because I let all of the air out of my lungs. I went to the bottom of the pool and sank, and then I started to raise up a little bit, and I started to drift to the deep end.
Austin knew something was wrong and pulled Jason to the shallow side of the pool.
You were on your
your belly.
Yeah.
And then you're on your back.
Austin went into rescue mode and started doing CPR.
I was doing the compressions. I just didn't do the breathing. He woke up a few minutes later.
When he did compressions, water came out of my lungs and
Yes.
blood. And Austin was under my care. I was responsible for him. But unfortunately, the roles reversed in that moment. And he stepped up and saved my life.
I feel way better that he's alive and he's healthy now.
Austin's family is proud of him.
I'm so proud of Austin. He's really brave and courageous.
My message is that you should always be prepared if something happened out of the ordinary.
Our thanks to Tanaya Rogers for that story. A brave boy indeed.
The upside of the upside down from Stranger Things. Have a good one. We'll see you tomorrow. This morning, 5 Americans are on their way home after being unjustly held for years in Iran. What they're most excited to do after returning to American soil.
As the White House celebrates that homecoming, President Biden gets ready to speak at the UN General Assembly this morning. We will share the notable leaders on the president's schedule this week in a live report from Washington.
The Federal Reserve's highly anticipated policy meeting gets underway this morning as Americans brace for an inflation-impacted holiday season. Will the Fed raise interest rates?
Yellowstone gets ready to wrap up, but fans are now giving it a new boost away from streaming platforms. Why the show is getting a second chance in the spotlight.
It's no secret people love fantasy football, but just how much more can the platform grow? And what should you do if your team is falling behind? We're bringing in the experts to break it all down. It's Tuesday, September 19th. Early Today starts now. Hi there, I'm Frances Rivera.
And good morning, I'm Jessica Layton. The leaders of the world are gathered in New York City this week for the UN General Assembly. And as the dust settles from a major foreign policy deal that has gotten both praise and condemnation, President Biden is set to deliver remarks in front of the gathering later this morning. For more on this, we go to NBC's Bree Jackson in Washington. Bree, good morning. So the president will have the ears of the world in just a few hours. What are we expecting him to say?
That's right. Good morning, Frances, Jessica. So President Biden is set to address the UN General Assembly at 10 a.m. this morning. And on Friday, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan gave an idea of what the president's remarks will include.
In that speech, he will lay out for the world the steps that he and his administration have taken to advance a vision of American leadership that is built on the premise of working with others to solve the world's most pressing problems.
And over the next 2 days, President Biden will hold meetings with UN officials and world leaders, including Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Lula of Brazil. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is also attending the General Assembly for the first time since the war in Ukraine began in February of 2022. But he is not expected to meet with President Biden until the two of them are back here in Washington on Thursday. Biden's address on the world stage immediately follows the completion of a major foreign policy maneuver that closely watched prisoner swap between the U.S. and Iran. It's a deal that involved Iran gaining access to $6 billion in oil revenues that were frozen under U.S. sanctions, which led to some Republicans accusing the White House of paying a ransom to a country that sponsors terrorism. The U.S. is not paying Iran for these prisoners, nor will Iran have access to these funds directly. President Biden will take the stage at the UN just a few short hours after the freed Americans are scheduled to arrive back on American soil. Also, Iranian President Ibrahim Raisi is expected to speak later in the day. Frances, Jessica.
Okay, Bree, thank you.
And let's get an update now on the return of those freed Americans. They flew overnight from Qatar to the United States. NBC's Chapman Bell is following the journey for us. Chapman, good morning. This will certainly be an incredibly emotional homecoming today.
That's right, Jessica. On their way to the U.S., that plane arriving from Tehran in Qatar in their capital, Doha, for the first leg of their journey home. And U.S. officials were there on the tarmac to greet them in Doha. And according to the families, one of the families of the prisoners released, all 5 families spoke with President Biden and National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan. And according to one senior diplomat in Qatar, All 5 of those passengers are now on a plane heading to the U.S. to the Washington, D.C. area. They took off after meeting with officials there, and they're all believed to be in good health and in good spirits as well. One of those released, American, saying in a statement that he's been dreaming of this day for 8 years, and he cannot wait to get to an Apple store just to see what gadgets exist now since his time in being what they call unlawfully incarcerated in Iran. On the other side of this exchange, 5 Iranians were released from prison in the U.S. for nonviolent crimes and are on their way back to Tehran. 2 of those have arrived. Reportedly, one wishes to go to another country, and 2 potentially are staying in the U.S. where they have residency. But this all involves that $6 billion in oil revenues released by the U.S. that the White House says can only be used for humanitarian purposes. However, Iran disagrees. Their president saying in an interview with Lester Holt they will use it on whatever they please. But these 5 Americans home and happy very soon. Jessica?
And he's going to be shocked at that Apple store. Chapman, thank you.
Not on NBC News exclusive, U.S. government officials say the number of migrants illegally crossing the U.S. border in Mexico are increasing, while the latest data shows an average of just over 4,300 illegal crossings for the month of July. 2 Department of Homeland Security officials tell NBC that 7,500 migrants were apprehended just this last Sunday. The Biden administration has touted the decrease in the number of migrant crossings since implementing new policies in May. A CBC spokesperson said they remain vigilant and expect to see fluctuations in the number of migrants coming across the border.
Police in Los Angeles are investigating the deaths of 2 models. These women were found just 2 days apart in their downtown LA apartments. But officials say they don't believe the cases are related. Melissa Mooney's death is being investigated as a homicide. She's the sister of a Guyanese pop star named Jordan Pauline. Another model named Nicole Coates was found dead 2 days earlier, about a mile away. But police are waiting for a medical examiner's report in that case and say there is no link right now between the 2.
A major development in a story we brought you yesterday. A manhunt in Los Angeles ends in an hours-long standoff and an arrest. Police say they have the man who shot and killed a sheriff's deputy at a stoplight right outside the sheriff's department. But one question remains. Why did he pull the trigger? Dana Griffin brings us the latest.
The manhunt for a suspected cop killer is over. SWAT teams arresting 29-year-old Kevin Cataneo Salazar in an early morning raid following an hours-long standoff.
For right now, we believe we have the murderer of our deputy in custody.
Authorities saying they recovered multiple firearms and detained the suspect at a home he shared with his parents in Palmdale, less than 5 miles from the sheriff's station, where 30-year-old Deputy Ryan Klinkenbroomer was shot and killed Saturday as he pulled up to a red light in his patrol vehicle. Surveillance video from the sheriff's station's own camera capturing the moment the suspect vehicle stops next to the officers, then takes off.
Honestly, it's really upsetting.
The suspect's family says he had been placed on multiple 72-hour psychiatric holds.
He was mentally ill. He heard voices. We try to help him.
The family would not confirm how he obtained the firearm, as investigators now work to determine a motive for the murder.
Is there anything about him or that you've discovered as to why this happened?
That's the million-dollar question. Everybody wants to know, why would somebody do something this horrible? And we intend to find out.
Deputy Klinkenbroomer, engaged to be married just days ago, leaves behind a grieving family and community trying to comprehend this senseless tragedy. Dana Griffin, NBC News.
Thousands of UAW members have been striking since Friday, and more could be joining the picket lines this week. UAW President Shawn Fain says more workers will join the strike if serious progress is not made at the negotiating table by noon on Friday. 13,000 workers are currently striking at plants in Missouri, Ohio, and Michigan. Meanwhile, the north of the border, 5,100 Canadian auto workers could start striking this week. The union Unifor extended negotiations until midnight Wednesday after what they called a substantive offer from Ford just minutes before the deadline.
We are getting right into fall weather from the East Coast to the Central Plains. NBC meteorologist Angie Lastman is tracking the wet weather on the way this week and hopefully on the way out. Angie, good morning.
Hey there, ladies. Yeah, we've got a couple of soggy spots. We've got some really warm temperatures that's kind of summer-like across parts of the northern plains and parts of the Midwest, where we're into the mid to even upper 80s in some spots. We've also got some severe storms in the center of the country. Great conditions out west. Lots of sunshine expected if you're in places like California. The southeast, too, you'll see some nice conditions, and that rain and those gusty conditions are on the way out for folks in New England because that low, it's moving away and taking all that rain with it. But this morning, you could still see some flooding issues as we still have some flood watches in effect for places of northern New England, specifically Maine. We'll likely see that through at least the mid-morning. Meanwhile, there's the storms that I told you about in parts of the Central Plains and Southern Plains, Oklahoma City, Wichita Falls. Those are going to be the spots that we have the best chance to see that greatest threat of some large hail. Baseball size hail is on the table. It does include places like Tulsa, too, down to Denton. We could see this lasting at least through the afternoon and early evening hours for the day today. And meanwhile, it is still busy across parts of the Atlantic. The tropics are quite active. We've got Category 1 Hurricane Nigel, one area we're watching to come off the coast of Africa. We've got another area to watch across that could potentially impact folks with a whole lot of rain by the time the weekend rolls around. That's a look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. Great conditions for Charleston today, 73 degrees, a whole lot warmer as you look to the west towards Louisville, where we'll hit 81 degrees, even warmer in Omaha with a high of 88 degrees. Plenty of sunshine expected in Sioux Falls with a high of 89 and 70 degrees with some showers in Chicago. And that's a look at your forecast, ladies. Back over to you.
All right. Thanks so much, Angie. Still ahead, CNBC's Arabile Gamede joins us ahead of the Fed's policy meeting. The big question, will they be raising the interest rates?
But first, gas prices are starting to spike. We'll tell you why and how soon we could see some relief.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break?
Morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top Story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
All right, so summer travel might be in the rearview mirror, but prices at the pump right now are pushing higher than we've seen all year. This is due to a combination of factors, we're told, and experts say there is relief in sight, but we'll have to ride out the rise a few more weeks. NBC New York's Linda Vaquero takes a look at what's causing prices to spike.
The cost of filling up is going up to the highest point of 2023. Drivers seeing an uptick in recent weeks.
In my personal vehicle, it's usually over $100 a week.
I think gas prices keep going up and inflation is going up, and we're paying for it. Higher prices for crude oil are fueling the increase, now topping $98 a barrel. There's a tighter supply after production cuts by OPEC Plus countries, and AAA warns that prices could continue to rise in the weeks ahead.
Two major refineries that the Northeast depends on, one's in Pennsylvania and one is in New Brunswick. Both of them are going down for extended maintenance until mid-November. And it's pretty uncommon for those two big ones to go down at the same time, especially for as long as they're going down.
Drivers are encouraged to shop around for prices until fuel suppliers switch their blend, which should be by early December.
Winter fuel is actually a little bit cheaper to produce in the summer blend. So once we get through some of this turnaround season, is what we call it, we should start to see prices ease a little bit.
Our thanks to Linda Picaro for that report.
All right, the Federal Reserve is meeting again this week. Has inflation cooled off enough to stop them from raising interest rates yet again? CNBC's Arabella Gumede joins us now with a preview of what we can expect. Arabella, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, guys. So indeed, the Fed is actually anticipated to keep interest rates currently where they are at these levels, 5.25% being that barrier then. And the anticipation really with regards to that is because they're getting to a wait-and-see approach. You have seen a slightly weakened stance or loosening, shall we say, then, of the labor market. Inflation has begun to fall off, but it is still almost double what the Fed would, of course, like it to be. Now, the problem is, of course, energy prices, as you've been noting as well. Petrol and fuel prices have been headed a little bit higher, which that means that the impact on inflation later on will be quite interesting to note. That's why there's still a 70% chance that they could actually raise interest rates in their meeting in November. But today they're anticipated to keep things on hold. The impact of inflation dropping off a little bit is certainly helping the cause, guys.
All right, Arabella, thanks so much. Still to come on Early Today, Kim Petras is proving everything old is new again with her latest drop.
Plus, we have the latest details as daytime TV continues to clash with Hollywood's efforts on the picket lines.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money. Mental health, big picture. Why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top Story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
mess with my family. I will chop your family tree down.
Progress. Can't stop it, John.
Yellowstone is half a season from being put out to pasture, but it is seeing a viewing revival on broadcast TV. The first episode of the Kevin Costner Western made its debut on CBS with 6.6 million people tuning in. That's nearly double the amount who watched in 2018 when it premiered, on the Paramount Network. The shakeup is part of a larger Paramount Global decision to backfill CBS's fall slate with acquired hits during the strikes. I think I'm like 4 or 5 episodes into the first season. Now I guess is the time to come back out. Late to the party, but I could jump back on.
Well, I'm even later to the party because I have never watched a single minute of it. Very unpopular opinion, I know. This might be the time I get to it. After weeks of talking about it, we're starting to see the Hollywood strikes impact on screen. Sherri Shepherd addressed that elephant in the studio, so to speak, yesterday with the return of her talk show, Sherri. Now, she said her show was able to pick up the filming without crossing picket lines because no WGA union members write for her show. But she did say that she stands in solidarity with the union fight. Meanwhile, Drew Barrymore, Jennifer Hudson, and more hosts have walked back their daytime returns over backlash. And backlash might be an understatement. There were protests both online and at the studios. It's really, really controversial.
Still not coming, still out ahead and not any resolution just yet. 2 years ago, Kim Petras' debut album hit the cutting room floor and then leaked onto the internet. But now our fans can hear it for real. The pop star officially released her Problematic record, or Problematique, after it was shelved in 2021. While she's been releasing music since, she said it's freeing to be able to share the project she loves. She made history earlier this year as the first transgender artist to win a major Grammy Award for her song Unholy with Sam Smith. The timing is just about right. She was patient. She kicks off her tour in Austin next week, so perfect timing for this to drop.
Yeah, I think it's going to be huge. When we come back, the headlines you need to know to start your day.
Including why holiday cheer might not be making it into shoppers' budgets this year.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand, and officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
This close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
You've seen all this craziness in front of you. What was that like?
I was just trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth quickly.
All right, this is it, right?
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
I'm crossing the Today Show off my bucket list.
Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing. You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator. Sundays on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There's more good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news for the Iowa caucuses by the mail delivery system.
All right, it just me too.
Riders pick up bargaining chips and consumers get spending shy. Here's what you need to know early today. The Riders Guild returns to the negotiating table with studios tomorrow. Their talks for fair pay and protections against AI resume as the strike hits over 140 days.
According to a CNBC Morning Consult survey, inflation is keeping consumer spending at bay. 76% of adults plan to cut back on non-essential spending for the next 6 months, posing a question of what the holiday shopping season will look like this year.
The Clorox company is blaming a cyber attack for disrupting operations. Clorox says they have contained the breach and is working on getting cleaning product orders back up to speed.
NYX Cosmetics and Universal Studios are joining forces for a Halloween campaign. Their Monstars Bash ads feature makeup looks inspired by the iconic monsters like Frankenstein and Dracula, just in time, of course, for spooky season. And we should note that Universal Studios is part of our parent company, NBC Universal.
All right, when Early Today returns, we're tackling how the multi-billion-dollar fantasy football industry just keeps scoring. You know somebody if it's not you yourself who's sucked in. We'll break it all down for you when Early Today comes back. Sorry.
I'm crossing the Today Show off my bucket list.
Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show. It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing. You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Only a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just me too.
Fantasy football is now an industry worth $20 billion, and the fast-growing sports spinoff is only getting bigger. NBC New York's John Chandler visited NBC Sports headquarters in Stamford, Connecticut, to talk with the expert.
Garrett Wilson, wow! What a catch! Touchdown!
In the NFL, touchdowns are celebrated for your team, and especially your fantasy team.
Fantasy owners? Yeah, they weren't too happy with me.
Dallas Goedert is a tight end for the Eagles, and he knows his quiet start to the season is hurting fantasy football owners because he is one too.
I have myself on fantasy. I didn't win, probably because of myself.
Inside Studio 2 at NBC Sports at Stamford.
10 seconds.
This puts a smile on the face of Matthew Berry,
I think he's a top 12 play this week.
the face of fantasy football.
I talk about fake football on TV. Like, it's a pretty good gig, and I play fantasy football. Like, I legitimately can say to my wife will be like, what are you doing? I was, I'm setting my lineup. It's work, honey.
It's work that feels like fantasy, but a dream job?
And my answer is always no, because when I was dreaming of jobs, who thought this was possible?
Well, surely not this one-time Hollywood screenwriter. Barry left L.A. for Roto World in 1999, a writing job that didn't pay, but his gamble eventually would. Fantasy football is now a $20 billion industry, Experts see that tripling by 2030.
People are always like, why is fantasy football so popular? I'm like, because it's fun. Like, it's a fairly simple answer. Like, it's easy to play. It's hard to master, but it's easy to play.
On Fantasy Football Happy Hour, Barry sorts through stats to find the edge for your team and his team. Wait, how many do you have?
So I'm in like 16 leagues, you know, because it's the job, John, you understand?
Understanding is what we're here for. I have just one fantasy football team, and it's not good. But
if you're 2-0, doesn't mean you're going to continue to crush. And if you're 0-2, it doesn't mean that your team is terrible.
Not terrible. That's my fantasy team. But by week 5, I'll need help. So I should start targeting teams for trades.
If I do need a wide receiver, I know Bill over here has really good wide receiver depth.
Anyone else get the feeling this Bill over here guy might actually be one of Matthew Berry's 16 teams? Just hang in there?
Yeah, hang in there.
Our thanks to John Chandler for that report, and I can see how so popular with I know zero about it, how to do it.
Yeah. I just know that the drafts take hours.
100%.
This morning on Today, people in Vermont are taking a stand against what they're saying are out-of-control leaf peepers who flood their town to snag photos for social media. Coming up, why residents hope shutting down a main road will help curb the visitors. You can see that they flood the streets with tour buses, drones. Apparently, it's out of control.
It is beautiful if you get a chance to see it in person. Thanks for watching.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Right now on Morning News Now, 5 prisoners back on American soil after a high-stakes swap with Iran. New this morning, the freed Americans touched down outside Washington, D.C. less than a day after their release as part of a controversial exchange agreement involving billions of dollars in frozen oil revenue.
Husbands and wives, fathers and children, grandparents can hug each other again. So it's a day that I'm grateful for.
We have team coverage on the deal that secured their homecoming, plus the mixed reaction in Washington and what happens next. Also this morning, a mishap mystery. New developments in the search for a missing fighter jet after debris is found in South Carolina. What we're learning about what may have happened before the pilot safely ejected from the aircraft. Plus, reunited at the United Nations. This morning, President Biden and Ukraine's President Zelensky set to meet in person at this year's United Nations General Assembly. What to expect as both leaders prepare to make their address. And she's breaking barriers all the way to the moon and back. This NASA astronaut is gearing up to become the first woman on a lunar mission. I'll share my conversation with Christina Cook in a special edition of our Women Mean Business series. I feel like I went to the moon and back. I bet. To go to the Johnson Space Center in Houston.
Very cool.
So fantastic. And she was such an incredible woman. I'm so excited to share her story.
I'm so jealous of that assignment. Can't wait to see it.
I know. You'll get there.
Okay.
Yeah. Just pitch a NASA story.
I got to do
They'll
that.
Say yes.
Okay. Done deal. Thanks for joining us, everyone. I'm Stephen Romo in for Joe Fryer today.
And I'm Savannah. We appreciate you being here. We start this morning with the very latest on that prisoner swap and the dramatic homecoming for 5 Americans who have been held in Iran. While they are now safely home, there are a lot of questions and concerns surrounding that deal to free them.
Yeah, among those biggest concerns, the $6 billion that had been frozen in a South Korean bank. But this new deal now makes those funds available to Iran, though the Biden administration insists that money will only go toward humanitarian purposes.
Unfortunately, the deal that secured their release may very well be the latest example of President Biden rewarding and incentivizing Tehran's bad behavior.
There's a fundamental misunderstanding. The regime will never get to touch the money. They're not getting cash. They can't just cut a check and pull out the money for whatever they want, whenever they want.
Now, we're covering this story from all angles. Nagar Mortazavi is a senior fellow at the Center for International Policy and host of the Iran podcast. She's with us, along with NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce with international reaction. But we start with the NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach. He's in Virginia, where they just landed a short time ago, with more on this. Gary, what more can you tell us now that they're on their way back to American soil?
Stephen, after years of imprisonment in one of Iran's most notorious prisons, 5 Americans are now back here at Fort Belvoir. They just landed in the past few hours. Free Americans back on U.S. soil. And Fort Belvoir is actually larger than the Pentagon. It's about double the size in terms of the number of people that work here. It's filled with medical facilities, filled with a number of defense contractors, so a place where they can come get the help they need. And I have a note here from the pool producer that was inside and saw the arrival, saw them step on U.S. soil for the first time. I want to read a portion of it to you. Each of the former detainees were met by groups of friends and family carrying U.S. flags. They say tears and smiles and kisses and embraces were exchanged right on the tarmac minutes after landing. And the individual and discreet moments of tenderness unwound after 8 years of imprisonment for some of these folks. And after 15 minutes, they moved inside the airport tarmac, where they were greeted by more U.S. officials and some embassy staff as well. And this is the result of years of negotiation, as you mentioned, between U.S. and Iranians and even third-party governments. And it came down to the deal that you mentioned, $6 billion in unfrozen assets and 5 free Iranians now that the U.S. is moving back to Iran. So statements from all over the U.S. government expressing joy at this moment. And Secretary Blinken said something interesting yesterday. This now means 30 folks that were detained wrongfully around the world have been brought back to the U.S. during the Biden administration. Steve, Savannah?
Gary, also, I do specifically want to ask you, because I know you have some reporting here. We understand you spent some time with one of the families over the summer. Obviously, this has been such a difficult ordeal for those families. Tell us what you heard from them.
Yeah, I had to be able to have a conversation with Hannah Sharji. She's the daughter of one of the men that was released and is back on U.S. soil this morning. And she spoke to me about, at the time, how her father was still in Iran, and she did not know when she was next going to be able to see her father. And she talked about, she's in her early 20s, she talked about, she was not talking about how many years by the number of years that she hasn't seen him, but by the number of birthdays that she's missed, by the number of college move-in days that he wasn't able to see her and be with her. And you think about, you know, your own lives, what has happened in the past few years, weddings, births of children, big of life events that these family members simply weren't around for. And communication, obviously, very difficult through the Iranian prison. So this is something in a day that they have been waiting for years, guys.
Yeah, just hard to wrap your mind around exactly what it would be like to be away from your family for that amount of time with communication so limited. Dan, I wanted to bring you in here. We heard one of those hugest criticisms so far, the release of that $6 billion, which the Biden administration says is only supposed to be used for humanitarian purposes, medication, food, that type of thing. Well, through a translator, Iran's president said that Tehran has full authority over how that money is sent. A little bit of a discrepancy there. So how can the U.S. be so sure this will only go toward humanitarian purposes?
That's right. I think the U.S. is saying that there's a very firm agreement, whatever the Iranian president might say for perhaps domestic consumption back home. The Treasury Department has full visibility on that money in a central bank, in Qatar's central bank. It is not in an Iranian bank account. And now, what is true, of course, is by getting this access to this money to buy food or medicine, that frees up other resources, other funds Iran has in its own coffers to buy weapons or for other purposes. So that part is true. I think it's also important to point out that just about every U.S. president has had to make some kind of concession to hostage-taking governments or groups, dating back to Ronald Reagan in the 1980s, who famously sold arms to Iran to try to get American hostages freed in Lebanon, something that he first denied and then later admitted. Of course, former President Trump also made prisoner swap agreements, and there were 3 Americans released out of North Korea, and then after that, there was a U.S.-North Korea summit that was sort of a reward to North Korea. That's how that was interpreted. So these are incredibly difficult decisions, and every president has to grapple with these.
All right, Nagar, we wanted to bring you in here and get some reaction to this. What could this signal for U.S. and Iranian relations? I know things, of course, have been tense since the U.S., the Trump administration, backed out of the 2015 Iranian nuclear deal. Could this restart talks?
Well, let me put this in context for a second. I am an Iranian American living in exile. I can't travel to my homeland specifically because of what happened to these people. And I see myself in those 5 people. That could be me or a family member. So that's how emotional this gets for many Iranian Americans watching here in the U.S. or even across the world. As far as your question on President Trump, yes, I think the increasing of tension, this is essentially the byproduct of 4 decades of animosity between Tehran and Washington. Each of them has a long list of grievances against the other without seeing the other side. And I think this all comes down to being an increase in tensions and hostilities between the two sides, and each seeing the other doing them wrong. And so I think the increase in tension, especially after President Trump pulled out of the nuclear deal, increased what he called maximum pressure on Iran, imposed economic sanctions on the country. It emboldened the Iranians, it emboldened Tehran to go out and take even more detainees and use them as political pawns to be able to do these kind of deals, free up assets or reduce the pressure of sanctions on the country. So I see this definitely as an increase and also a byproduct of the increased hostility. So I think the administration has taken a step toward de-escalation. This could be an opening possibly for even more understanding.
Important perspective. Dan, Gary, Nagar, thank you all so much.
Well, Hunter Biden is going after the IRS in a lawsuit the president's son alleges agents repeatedly and intentionally publicly shared his private tax return information while they criminally investigated him. NBC News White House correspondent Ryan Nobles has the details.
Hunter Biden suing the IRS, arguing the agency and 2 whistleblower employees have sought to publicly damage his reputation. Those 2 agents testified under oath the Justice Department gave the president's son special treatment in its tax investigation. Biden's lawsuit says the whistleblowers, quote, sought to embarrass Mr. Biden via public statements to the media in which they and their representatives disclose confidential information about a private citizen's tax matters. Career IRS agent and whistleblower Joe Ziegler recently telling NBC's Tom Winter investigators were prevented from interviewing witnesses.
We were hamstrung by prosecutors assigned to the case constantly.
Attorneys for whistleblower Gary Shapley calling the lawsuit a, quote, frivolous smear by Biden family attorneys to intimidate any current and future whistleblowers. Biden was just indicted on 3 gun charges and faces the possibility of additional tax charges after the plea deal struck with prosecutors that would have allowed him to avoid prison time imploded under a judge's scrutiny.
And a spokesperson for the IRS tells NBC News they do not comment on pending litigation.
All right, Ryan Nobles, thank you so much.
A suspect is in custody this morning in connection with the deadly shooting of a Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputy. The 29-year-old man was arrested Monday after a grueling hours-long standoff with police. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffith has the latest.
36 hours after their deputy was murdered just outside the Palmdale Sheriff's Station on the road just behind us, investigators have the suspect in custody, and they're now focused on determining the motive. The manhunt for a suspected cop killer is over. SWAT teams arresting 29-year-old Kevin Cataneo Salazar in an early morning raid following an hours-long standoff.
For right now, we believe we have the murderer of our deputy in custody.
Authorities saying they recovered multiple firearms and detained the suspect at a home he shared with his parents in Palmdale, less than 5 miles from the sheriff's station, where 30-year-old deputy Ryan Klinkenbroomer was shot and killed Saturday as he pulled up to a red light in his patrol vehicle. Surveillance video from the sheriff's station's own camera capturing the moment the suspect vehicle stops next to the officers, then takes off.
Honestly, it's really upsetting.
The suspect's family says he had been placed on multiple 72-hour psychiatric holds.
He was mentally ill. He heard voices. We try to help him.
The family would not confirm how he obtained the firearm, as investigators now work to determine a motive for the murder. Is there anything about him or that you've discovered as to why this happened?
That's the million-dollar question. Everybody wants to know, why would somebody do something this horrible? And we intend to find out.
Deputy Klinkenbroomer, engaged to be married just days ago, leaves behind a grieving family and community trying to comprehend this senseless tragedy. The deputy's family released a statement through the sheriff's office expressing their gratitude to the community that has come and laid flowers and candles here at the sheriff's station. They're also expressing how this grief is impacting their family. They've asked for privacy. Back to you.
Dana Griffin, thanks so much.
Well, the United Auto Workers Union is sending a warning to the big three Detroit automakers this morning. It says more strikes are coming if the sides aren't able to make some serious progress in the coming days. Meanwhile, there's more trouble for Ford, with auto workers in Canada also joining the picket line. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa has the latest.
Savannah, Stephen, good morning. The stalemate continues here in the Detroit area. You can hear the support for the picketers who are back out on the picket line this morning. And overnight, the UAW basically ramping up pressure on the big three. Union President Shawn Fain releasing a video saying that if there isn't, quote, serious progress on these negotiations by noon Friday, that more local chapters will be called on to walk out, adding, quote, they are not messing around. And then new this morning, Ford responding to that video saying right now they are working on contingency plans to keep Ford cars on the road in the event basically of more work stoppages. And then one more headline this morning you might have seen last night. Workers at Ford's Canadian plants were also on the brink of going on strike. That actually was averted at the last minute when those workers say they got what they called a substantive offer just minutes before last night's midnight deadline. At the same time, a lot of experts say back here in the States especially, it could be several weeks before the American public starts to feel the impact of these strikes. Experts saying if this drags on, they'll likely see car prices going up. They'll see parts becoming harder essentially to find. Of course, the union says, let that supporter go by. The union says if they expand these strikes, those impacts could hit much sooner. At the same time, we are also getting sort of an estimate on the literal cost of these strikes to the company. Goldman Sachs estimating that GM and Ford are each losing, or will each lose, between $100 million and $125 million per week if and when this drags on. Guys, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Maggie, thank you so much.
All right, now to the bizarre and extraordinary search for a missing F-35 fighter jet, which appears to have finally come to an end yesterday. Authorities are now saying they found a debris field in South Carolina, and this comes a day after a pilot was able to safely eject from that jet during a, quote, mishap before the aircraft went missing. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Cubie has more on how this mystery unfolded.
After an all-out search that began on Sunday afternoon for this missing F-35, late Monday, defense officials told us they had located a debris field in a rural part of South Carolina about 2 hours north of Joint Base Charleston. A mystery unfolding in South Carolina after an F-35 fighter jet disappeared. And now all Marine aircraft are grounded. The jet was flying near Charleston, South Carolina Sunday when the military says it experienced a mishap, but is not providing any details on exactly what happened. The pilot ejected safely and was taken to a nearby hospital. The jet, on the other hand, continued to fly and disappeared, leading Joint Base Charleston to ask the public for help finding it, tweeting, "If you have any information that may help our recovery teams locate the F-35, please call the Base Defense Operations Center." Officials are focusing around 2 lakes north of the base near its last known location.
My understanding is the transponder malfunctioned, and that was an issue. We don't know why the pilot ejected. Obviously, we'll get answers to that at a later time.
Marine Corps leadership ordered all their aircraft grounded for 2 days in the wake of the missing F-35 and 2 deadly crashes last month. An F-18 crashed near San Diego, killing the pilot, and an MV-22 Osprey went down in Australia, killing 3 Marines on board. The F-35 stealth fighter jet is the Pentagon's most expensive weapon system, with a whopping $100 million price tag. Its ability to hide put to the test as search and recovery continues. One of the big questions remains, why wasn't the U.S. military able to communicate with the F-35 after it disappeared? According to one U.S. official, it appears that the transponder may have malfunctioned. Of course, this entire incident is now under investigation.
Such a head scratcher. Courtney, thank you.
That's a great way to put it. Well, we are keeping an eye on some flood watches in the New England area.
Meteorologist Angie Lastman joins us now with more. Hey, Angie.
Hey there. Good morning, guys. We've got still some rain around the same kind of similar area that we did yesterday, although parts of the Northeast much drier. We've just got the rain draped across parts of northern New England, Maine, New Hampshire, a little bit in Vermont and parts of New York as well. But the good news is those flood watches that you mentioned, a lot of them have come down so far this morning. We've got really saturated grounds in parts of Maine and New Hampshire, of course, so that's where some of the spots will remain for flooding concerns. So just a heads up, if you live in any of these areas, you might see some flooding concerns throughout the morning hours. Most of those will start to expire at the latest by early afternoon, so we'll see some improvements there. The coastal low that has been responsible for all this rain working through is on its way out. It's going to move over parts of eastern Canada, and so we'll gradually start that drying from south to north throughout the day today. Moving to the Central Plains, that's where we'll have a good chance of some strong to even severe storms today. Places like Oklahoma, Texas, you could see those threats, including hail, winds. Tornado threat is low, but it's mainly going to be the hail and winds, and some of that hail could be upwards of maybe baseball size, so just a heads up there. We'll also see some additional rainfall, anywhere from 2 to 3 inches possible, but upwards of 4, maybe 6 inches for localized areas. And of course, 'tis the season. We can't not talk about the tropics. We have Hurricane Nigel. That is a Category 1 hurricane right now. That's a fish storm, though. We're not worried about it. It's not going to impact any land. It'll continue moving to the north and then eventually to the east over the coming days. We're watching one area to develop over parts of the eastern Atlantic, just off the west coast of Africa. We'll see what happens with that system, maybe a depression by the later parts of this week. And then notice off the coast of the southeast, that's where we'll see potentially a subtropical system develop. What does that mean for us? It just means that we're watching a potential low develop that could bring some heavy rain to parts of the Carolinas and up into the mid-Atlantic and northeast, just in time for, guess what, the weekend. So we'll be watching that area, guys, potentially interrupting some weekend plans. But the good news is Nigel not impacting us. We're not looking at any major systems working towards the United States in at least the short term.
Great.
Yeah.
Yes. Good news.
Could be
Here with
worse.
the good news.
It's like a little rainy weekend for that news.
Exactly.
Angie, thanks so much. Well, there is much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, a shared struggle. A new study shows Gen Z is the least happy among adults. The reason why and what can be done to help.
First, though, after the break, a growing crisis at the southern border. Thousands of migrants arrested in just a single day. The latest on that coming up after the break.
people really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the mail delivered.
All right, it just me too.
Welcome back. All eyes are on New York City this week as the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly continues.
That's right. Leaders from at least 145 countries have come together for meetings and debate. Later this morning, President Biden is set to address the assembly, and leaders will also hear from Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky, making his first in-person appearance at the UN since the start of the war in Ukraine. NBC's Mike Menolly joins us now here on set with a preview of what we can expect this morning. Hi, Mike. Great to see you. It's always good when you're here in New York to have you with us.
Even if I bring the traffic.
I was going to say, even if it means that you're here and nobody then can get around New York. But President Biden's speech set to get underway this morning about 10 a.m. What can we expect there?
So you've heard me talk a lot about how the president views foreign policy, that this is a fight between democracies like the United States against autocracies like China and Russia. And that sounds a lot like an academic discussion, right, for experts at a think tank. But one of the goals an administration official told me just last night is for the president to come in his third speech to the UN General Assembly and bring receipts to say, this is how I've pursued foreign policy, and this is what's delivered for the entire world, working through institutions like the United Nations, like the World Bank, improving those institutions, reforming them, have helped bring real results. And he wants to build on what we were talking about a week ago at the G20 in India, big improvements like on infrastructure, aid to the developing world. So that's going to be a big focus early on. But then, of course, the number one issue you're going to hear about is the war in Ukraine. The president, once again, is going to make a strong statement in support of countering Russia's aggression. And that's why we're also going to see the president, after his speech, meeting with a group called the C5+1, another one of these acronyms. It's actually a group of Central Asian countries, former Soviet republics. We've talked a lot about Russia's western neighbors, like bordering Ukraine. They're concerned about what would happen if Russia goes beyond Ukraine. This is another group of countries that the president's trying to send a message to Russia. Democracies can deliver, and we're going to try to bring these countries into our sphere of influence as well.
And more on that focus for Ukraine. Hours after President Biden speaks, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky set to speak as well. What are we expecting from him? And also, he's expected to go to the White House. What are we expecting there?
Yeah, that's right. One of the things that the White House says is important what President Biden says about the war in Ukraine. There is no more effective messenger for his people than the president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky. And so his speech is going to be a really important one, not just his speech to the General Assembly as a whole, but he's also going to be attending a Security Council meeting, that smaller body, which is going to be focused on Ukraine. A body, by the way, that includes Russia. And so one of the big potential flashpoints today is going to be, what does Zelensky say when we hear from the Russian foreign minister? Is he going to call again, as the president has supported him, for reforming the Security Council? It shouldn't include countries like Russia that stand in the way of the actual charter of the UN itself. The big focus, of course, in Washington is going to be the spending fight. We're only 11 days from a potential government shutdown, right? And we know one of the big conflicts there is whether to continue the support that we've seen for Ukraine. So it's important to have the meeting with the president, but even more important, the meeting Zelensky's going to have with lawmakers on the Hill.
Quickly, before we let you go, also tell us what Zelensky did yesterday. I know he visited with some soldiers who are being treated here in the U.S.
That's right. These are soldiers who have lost limbs. They're being treated on Staten Island as part of a charity. And this is, I think, exactly what the White House is talking about when they talk about what an effective messenger. It's one thing to talk to world leaders. It's another thing to have these kind of pictures showing the empathy, showing the support that he's continuing to show for those who are on the front lines in Ukraine.
Absolutely.
All right. Mike Memley, thank you so much.
Yeah, great to have you stop by. Well, Canada is investigating potential links between India and the murder of a Canadian citizen earlier this year. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau told Parliament that intelligence agencies are looking into allegations India was involved in the death of an advocate for Sikh independence. The man was gunned down back in June outside of a cultural center in British Columbia. Trudeau says he discussed the murder with India's Prime Minister Modi during last week's G20 summit. Ottawa and New Delhi have both expelled senior diplomats. India has called the allegations absurd. Well, NBC News has learned the number of illegal crossings at the U.S.-Mexico border has been rising since the start of September. That's according to two Department of Homeland Security officials. They say more than 7,500 migrants were arrested at the border this Sunday alone. That is compared to the daily arrest average of 4,300 back in July.
In a statement to NBC News, a Customs and Border Protection spokesperson said, quote, CBP is working according to plan and as part of our standard processes to quickly decompress the areas along the southwest border and safely and efficiently screen and process migrants to place them in immigration enforcement proceedings consistent with our laws.
NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley joins us for more on this. Hey, Julia, great to see you. What do these new numbers tell us about the effectiveness of the Biden administration's approach to migrants at the border? Why are these policies having less impact now compared to when they were enacted in May? And how bad is it? I mean, put those numbers in context for us.
Yeah, to put it in context, let's go back to mid-May. That was right at the end of those COVID-19 restrictions known as Title 42. We saw a record high of 10,000 apprehensions per day. Now, we're not there. We know from that snapshot on Sunday, it was 7,500. And those numbers are pretty consistent with what we've been seeing over the past week. But the thing is that after those record highs in May, they dropped suddenly. We were looking at 3,000, 4,000 apprehensions a day. It was a really low number. And the Biden administration really credited that to the new policies that make it harder to claim asylum at the border if you're crossing illegally, but easier to apply for an appointment or to apply from your home country and take one of the new legal pathways they set up. But it looks like those numbers are starting to rise. They usually do rise around this time of year, and it is having an impact. We've seen in Tucson and San Diego, they've been so overcrowded in those areas, they've had to release some migrants on the streets before they have shelters or a place to go. And in places like in Del Rio and Eagle Pass, Texas, we've seen migrants really swarming across those really caravan big groups pictures that we've seen in the past. Those are starting to come back.
And Julia, I wanted to ask you about that point. Some areas, of course, seeing more migrants than others. I'm most familiar, having lived in Texas for a long time, from Texas, seeing that they've already been struggling with resources to deal with this influx of migrants. How are they able to respond now?
Well, yeah, I mean, if you're a Texan, you know that when you've seen one part of Texas, you've only seen one part of Texas. Every part is so different. So there's some areas like Rio Grande Valley that's actually the busiest right now. They had 1,800 apprehensions on Sunday, but they're able to deal with that. They're a big sector. They have the most resources. They have a great charity network there through Catholic Charities where they can take in 1,000 migrants a day and have them stay there overnight, and then they're able to go on to their next destination with the resources they need. That's not so in remote areas like Eagle Pass, Texas, and that's why we're seeing the numbers rise in those areas. Also can be the case in parts of Arizona that are really remote, where all of a sudden they're seeing maybe a group of 200 with children, and they need to get those resources. Part of that CBP statement talked about decompression. What that means is sometimes they'll take migrants from one part of the border, put them on a plane, and fly them to another part of the border simply because they don't have the resources in the areas where the migrants arrive.
Julia, you just mentioned children. I mean, it's no surprise as the number generally goes up, the number of migrant children also goes up. Tell us about that.
That's right. That's something that probably has these officials I'm speaking with the most concerned. They're seeing a rise in children coming with families. We've seen that in some of these areas in Arizona and along the Rio Grande River in areas like Del Rio and Eagle Pass. They also said in just the Rio Grande Valley that they're now averaging about 150 unaccompanied children crossing per day. Sometimes those numbers have even gotten north of 200, and that's up from what we saw in June around the 90s. So that number's ticking up, and when that goes up, that means more children in the custody of Health and Human Services. They have to find a sponsor for them to go to. That's what really got this administration in trouble in 2021, and they're hoping that they can avoid that again.
All right, Julia Ainsley, as always, thank you so much for your reporting.
Well, coming up this morning, actor and comedian Russell Brand facing a lot of fallout. Numerous allegations have surfaced of sexual assault. When we come back, what he's saying about those claims as he postpones the rest of his stand-up tour.
And the fine line between showing support and enabling loved ones' behavior. We'll explain the difference and why it's so important in your weekly check-in. This is Morning News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
We are back now with the fallout from those disturbing allegations against comedian and actor Russell Brand. 4 women told Britain's Sunday Times and Channel 4 Dispatches Brand sexually assaulted or raped them between 2006 and 2013. NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro has the latest on his response and what police are now learning.
British comedian and actor Russell Brand fighting back against numerous allegations of sexual assault.
What I seriously refute are these very, very serious criminal allegations.
4 women coming forward in the British media and telling their stories in a documentary entitled Russell Brand in Plain Sight, a joint investigation by the Sunday Times, The Times, and Channel 4 Dispatches.
I was like, oh my God. He raped me.
Their allegations spanning the years from 2006 to 2013 include rape, sexual assault, and abuse. One woman says she was 16 years old at the time of her alleged assault.
I was pushing him away, and he wasn't backing off at all. And so I ended up having to punch him really hard in the stomach to get him off.
Another woman sharing text messages with The Times she says are between her and Brand following her alleged assault in 2012 in Los Angeles, writing, "When a girl says no, it means no." Brand allegedly replying with an apology, quote, "I'm very sorry." The 48-year-old rising to fame for his often lewd and crass comedy and stand-up routines.
Immaculate Conception, you're having a laugh on your sweetheart. Tell me his name.
In this appearance on the Jimmy Fallon Show in 2013, he made jokes of a sexual nature towards actress Katharine McPhee.
I find Katharine very attractive. Then when she said exchange numbers, I thought things that I'd like to exchange with her.
Numbers. Just random numbers. He likes numbers. He's not a numbers thing.
And genes.
He's number. All right, no, you can't.
Genetic info.
In his video statement, Brand not shying away from his past.
These allegations pertain to the time when I was working in the mainstream, when I was in the newspapers all the time, when I was in the movies. And as I've written about extensively in my books, I was very, very promiscuous. Now, during that time of promiscuity, the relationships I had were absolutely always consensual. I was always transparent about that then, almost too transparent. And I'm being transparent about it now.
The fallout already leading to consequences. The remaining dates of Brand's UK stand-up tour Bipolarization now postponed with ticket refunds announced by the promoter. Brand was employed as a BBC presenter during the time frame of the allegations, the broadcaster issuing a statement saying they are urgently looking into the issues raised. His talent agency and book publisher both cutting ties with the actor who played prominent roles in Hollywood hits.
I respect you for doing that, but the content of what you said has made me hate you.
And had a short-lived marriage to pop star Katy Perry. In a Vogue interview 10 years ago, Perry making this cryptic remark about their marriage, saying, quote, "I found out the real truth, which I can't necessarily disclose because I keep it locked in my safe for a rainy day." Brand opening up about his struggles with alcohol, heroin, and sex addiction in an interview with 60 Minutes Australia.
How is it destructive for you?
Well, if you're sleeping with so many people that you can't get to work, or you're not being properly discerning about who the people are that you're sleeping with, people sort of, then eventually you're going to get into trouble.
In the wake of the allegations and publicity, London police confirming they've now received an allegation relating to a 2003 incident and calling on any other alleged victims to come forward.
Our thanks to Valerie Castro for that reporting. Well, according to the Sunday Times, these women did not report these incidents to police, though one allegedly did make a complaint to Brand's talent reps in 2020. In a statement, the agency said Brand categorically and vehemently denied the allegation made in 2020. The agency now says it was misled and has terminated all professional ties. One of the victims said she was assaulted in California. She tells the paper she went to a rape crisis center after the incident and police were notified, but she declined to file an official report, worried that her words wouldn't mean anything against Brand's. NBC News hasn't spoken to any of the accusers or independently confirmed their allegations.
Time now for our weekly mental health check-in, and we have some bad news for Generation Z. We'll break down why that age group is less likely to report their mental health as excellent.
Plus, are you an enabler? We're going to break down the difference between helping someone with their mental health and enabling them. It's an important one. Let's bring in licensed marriage and family therapist Dr. George James for more on these mental health headlines. Hello, Dr. James. Always great to have you with us. So let's start with that study on generational happiness. A report from Gallup and the Walton Family Foundation found just 20% of Gen Z describes their mental health as excellent. That's the lowest among all generations. Why are we seeing such low numbers, and what can we do here?
You know, when you look at the numbers, Gen Z is actually ages 12 to 26, and you just think about what they've been through in the past few years. They've been through a lot, and it is overwhelming. So it makes sense that they would say that they're struggling more with their mental health from the pandemic, from injustice, from so many other things, employment, and thinking about the future. But even despite that, they are willing to say and own their anxiety or their depression, but they're also more optimistic than we might actually realize. They believe more about their future. So they're owning their mental health, but also believe in the positive about the future.
And Dr. James, I wanted to ask you about this enabling thing. It might be our first instinct most of the time to try to shield our loved ones when they're suffering, they're going through pain. But mental health experts now saying that there's a really fine line between helping someone and enabling their behavior. So walk us through that difference. How do we know when we're enabling?
So, yeah, there's a difference between support and enabling. Support usually is when we're trying to encourage someone, we're trying to help them be their independent self. We're also trying to show love and care, and it usually leads to positive change. Enabling sometimes is where we're trying to get in the middle of them moving forward. As we see, it's putting our own needs above theirs. It's solving problems for our loved ones. It's even justifying their behavior. You know, when we enable, we are also trying to take responsibility for what's going on and not allowing them to figure it out. And oftentimes it keeps them in this negative cycle. So it's like doing their homework instead of helping them with their homework.
Dr. James, I want to ask you now about morning routines. Okay, they can be kind of hard to get into, especially on our schedule, but there are some ways to improve the start of your day that then is going to make those good feelings last throughout the day. Tell us about this.
Yeah, there's lots of things that we can do that can help us and energize us and get us to a good place. But there's something that says that you can have an amazing day. And there's a few things that they talk about. One is to take a pause, relax, take a moment for yourself, maybe get into the routine for thinking about your routine for the day. Positive pants, meaning put on the clothes that make you feel good, that make you feel a good way about yourself. Find ways to also move around and have some energy, get some sunlight. There are all these things that when you put it together can help. And there's also something about stacking good habits. When you put one habit on top of another, that can also feel good. So if you try to put these things all together, it can allow you to have a great day and a great focus for the day and hopefully good energy on that day. So try it out and see how it works for you.
All right, there you go. Dr. George James, thank you so much. We'll see about trying that out.
Yeah, sounds great.
In the 4 a.m. hour,
yeah. Coming up this morning, change is coming to Capitol Hill. After the break, the new dress code that allows lawmakers to go casual.
And she is shattering the glass ceiling, going all the way to the moon. My conversation with Christina Koch ahead of her history-making lunar mission. This is Morning News Now.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism, is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the dishes you leave.
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so.
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Some news from D.C. now, where things are getting a little less formal on the Capitol. Majority Leader Chuck Schumer announced that he will no longer enforce the unofficial dress code requiring most senators to wear business attire. The decision would potentially allow Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman, who has been seen dressing down while going about his duties, to wear casual attire like hoodies, which he favors, along with gym shorts on the Senate floor. But despite these changes, not everyone can loosen up. The Senate staff will still have to follow that old dress code.
All right, well, now for what's making financial headlines, Instacart is set to hit the stock market. Looks like it's delivering promise to investors.
Yeah, for more on that, CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with other headlines as well. Good morning, Silvana.
Hey, Stephen. Good morning. Good morning, Savannah. Yeah, so Instacart is hoping its IPO will deliver for investors. The grocery delivery service pricing shares at the top end of the expected range, valuing the company at roughly $10 billion. Instacart will start trading today on the NASDAQ under the symbol CART. The offering follows the successful debut of chipmaker ARM Holdings last week, and a positive performance could open the window for others to dive into the market, including Birkenstock, which is expected to make its debut in October. Olive oil prices are spiking to record levels. They hit $8,900 a ton this month. That's more than double compared to last year. A severe drought in major producing countries, including Spain, Italy, and Greece, is impacting supply and attracting thieves. About 50,000 liters of extra virgin olive oil were stolen from a Spanish oil mill last month, worth about $450,000. Now, analysts warn if supplies continue to be depleted by the drought, they could be exhausted before October. Target plans to hire nearly 100,000 workers for the holiday season. Now, that matches the number of people the retailer brought on the past 2 years. Target is also offering deep discounts starting the first week of October as part of its annual Circle Week event. You'll be able to find several items under $25 across apparel, home, food, and essentials. Holiday sales are forecast to grow at their slowest pace in 5 years, guys.
Wow, 100,000 people.
Yeah, that means the holidays are really coming.
There you go.
Yep, they are.
Silvana, thank you.
Well, now to a very special edition in our series, Women Mean Business. And this one took me to NASA and back. Well, next November, history will be made when the Artemis II mission sends the first black astronaut and the first woman astronaut on a lunar mission. That woman is Christina Koch, and she's playing a pivotal role in NASA's push to get back to the moon.
I grew up in a small town in North Carolina. I didn't even see another engineer, much less an astronaut.
And at that time, also probably not really seeing women as astronauts.
Definitely not.
Christina Koch is used to being the only woman in the room. And come next year, she'll be the only woman who's headed to the moon when she embarks on the Artemis II mission planned for November 2024. But that first is just the latest on a long list, going back to when she was named an astronaut a decade ago. A phone call she remembers well.
And I actually started out by telling them, hey, it's okay, I had a great time interviewing. Thanks for considering me. And they actually had to interrupt me and say, actually, we're calling to tell you we want you to join our team to come to Houston.
Since that day, she's set records, like the longest single spaceflight by a woman with a total of 328 days in space, and participating in the first all-female spacewalk.
What was that moment like, going out with all women?
Yeah, it was incredible. Hopefully that got people thinking about where we're at. We weren't just out there for a participation ribbon. We wanted to actually be excellent spacewalkers. This isn't very well known, but the coolest thing about that spacewalk was it was unplanned. It was the only spacewalk I did that was not planned prior. I never trained for it. She never trained for it. We actually went out to fix something that had broken So we designed the entire spacewalk in 1 week with the teams on the ground. And normally a spacewalk is developed for years.
Along the way, she's faced obstacles unique to women in the male-dominated field.
The fleet of suits is actually built for a bigger-bodied astronaut. So I go out and do spacewalks in a suit that's 2 sizes too big for me. There actually are time factors that they add in for how much longer tasks will take in someone who's doing a spacewalk in a suit that's too big for them.
Are there things about your job that you think are changing and will change and will continue to get better as more women do this?
Definitely. In fact, the suit is a perfect example because the next suits that they're making for the moon surface operations are actually going to, by design, fit a very wide range of people.
Among your many accomplishments, adding another one, the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
It was great news. Funny story, we were actually all late. No one was on time to this meeting. We had a meeting put on our calendars under a different pretense, so none of us had any idea how important this meeting was going to be. And we were asked, how would you like to fly on Artemis II? When, after walking in and seeing the people in the room, I knew that it wasn't a meeting I should have been late to. But after kind of regaining my composure, it took me a second to take it in. I said it would be an honor, and we'll try not to disappoint you in the future by being late.
They'll be on time, and they'll be uber prepared. Cook will be a mission specialist on the 10-day Artemis II mission that will send 4 astronauts around the moon on the Orion spacecraft. The team is currently training on a simulator Cook is seeing for the first time with us.
This is our sim, and it's just getting ramped up. And this is the first time the seats have been installed, and we have the software up, and the displays are on. When we're on that far side of the moon is when we will probably be executing something like this. There we go. Oh, there, finally. Yeah, the moon is there. This is the dream come true of any astronaut.
It's still exciting every single day that we get to come and do training in this mock-up.
The crew is taking courses in this exact replica of Orion.
This is my seat, so you're going to be sitting in my seat. Okay, that's great. I claimed this spot up here. That's going to be my sleep spot. We'll be laying on our backs, facing up, and when we start to actually accelerate, we'll have that feeling of acceleration like this way, like kind of being pushed back in your chair.
When you think about that moment, nerves? Are you scared? Are you excited? What's that particular moment feel like?
The moment that you actually lift off. Honestly, if I could assign one word to it, it would be the word fulfillment, because you finally realize you are fulfilling the mission that you came here to do.
Okay, how cool is she? Christina says that she sees one of her responsibilities on this mission as taking the dreams, hopes, and goals of everyone, all of us with her, because she sees this as everyone's journey. I also, of course, asked her what her advice for others who want to follow in her footsteps would be, as we always do on Women Mean Business. She says that she wants you to do what scares you. She said if you go towards that and not away from those things that might feel sort of out of your reach, that is where the magic happens. And look at that. It's taken her all the way to the moon.
She knows what she's talking about.
And she was so fantastic, so much fun, and just the sharpest, most incredible woman who was so willing to share so much with me. It was the best day.
She seems so down to earth, ironically, because she's up in space. Love that.
That was good.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Coming up, it's a firework of a deal.
Yeah, when we come back, we'll break down pop star Katy Perry's mega $1 million sale of her masters. More on that agreement and what exactly it means when we come back.
now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
Welcome back. Some good news if you love Blink-182. They're announcing a brand new album coming next month. The trio announced the news in a video trailer yesterday morning. The 17-track album was entirely produced by drummer Travis Barker and will be the first release since Tom DeLonge rejoined last year. The title track, One More Time, drops on September 21st, and the album will be out on October 20th. Some flashbacks to the early 2000s.
For
there.
real. That's so cool.
Love that.
Awesome. All right. Well, speaking of music, we're going to end this hour with a firework. Pop sensation Katy Perry selling her music rights for a whopping $225 million.
Yeah, according to Variety, the deal includes stakes in her master recordings and publishing rights for the 5 studio albums she released between 2008 and 2020. Let's bring in Elizabeth Diltz-Marshall for more on this. She is the senior finance correspondent at Billboard. Liz, good morning. Thanks for being here. Of course, Katy Perry joining a growing list of people who've sold these. Justin Timberlake is on that list. Also, Bruce Springsteen and the late Tina Turner also included on this. So what exactly does this mean and what is the benefit? I'm guessing money has a lot to do with it.
Absolutely. So people often, fans in particular, maybe get a little sad when they hear that their favorite star has sold some of their rights to their songs. But a lot of people do this for estate planning. You know, there's really actually only 2, apart from making new music and touring, there's only 2 ways to really get money as a successful musician. You can take a loan with your songs, or you can sell your songs, your rights to them. And Katy Perry has done this to wild success. This is the biggest deal that we have covered so far this year. Justin Bieber sold his catalog, a portion of his publishing rights, and the master royalty income. So not the masters. The masters are still owned by Capitol Records and UMG. But they've both sold them for well over $200 million.
So then we see, though, artists like Taylor Swift. I'm a huge Swiftie, full disclosure, but who's essentially doing the opposite, kind of trying to reclaim her music, recording her own versions, which is a whole conversation for another time. But walk us through that, why somebody would decide to not want to have somebody else owning their music.
Yeah, so Taylor famously was very upset when the master recording rights to her original albums were sold. And she has gone about it in a really creative way, in a really successful way. She's re-released, effectively tweaked the songs a little bit, performed them slightly differently, 3 whole albums. And they have become the go-to albums by her fans and by streaming numbers. So she's doing great there in her pushback.
Yeah, isn't it kind of amazing, actually, what those Taylor's versions are doing versus, I mean, they're albums that have already been out in the world, already had a fan base, but they're doing so well.
Yes, and so she re-released Red this summer. Fearless and one other album were much older than that, re-released in 2021. But these have just done gangbusters. Billboard recently analyzed the numbers on how frequently the original album versus the re-released Taylor's version has been streamed. Fearless and Red, I believe, are both doing 3 times the numbers.
Wow. I have a friend who works at a radio station, and she says there is such demand for Taylor's version to be played only. They do not want to hear the original.
No, we fans.
Swifties know what they're doing.
The other one's dead to us.
But for a lot of people trying to wrap their brains around this, what does this mean for Katy Perry fans? Does this change anything, their access to her songs or where they'll hear them?
If anything, it might mean that you'll hear her songs more. So when these rights change hands, the new owners, whether they're a catalog fund, a music label like UMG, or some other kind of entity, they have an incentive to then get that music out there making money again, or more money than it already was making to begin with. And you hear Taylor's song, you hear Katy's songs in Yankee Stadium. She played the Super Bowl. You already hear her songs in arenas all over the world. But you might see a Katy movie coming up. You might see Katy museum exhibitions of her costumes, her wonderful, candy-colored costumes, all of that.
Awesome.
Very nice. Even
a lot to look forward to then, maybe,
Yeah.
as a Katy Perry fan. All right, Elizabeth, thank you so much.
Thanks.
All right, that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, and thank you for being with us. I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Stephen Romo in for Joe Fryer this morning. Right now on Morning News Now, back home. After years in Iranian custody, 5 wrongfully imprisoned Americans are back on U.S. soil. The move is part of a prisoner swap and transfer of $6 billion, and the deal is not without its controversy. We're digging into the pushback and new sanctions, along with what comes next for those newly freed. Plus, off the radar, after a day-long search, the debris of a missing F-35 stealth jet have been found. But the questions about its disappearance, they are only just beginning. The possible malfunction that caused the military's most advanced fighter jet to temporarily disappear, and how officials are now responding. Gridlock. This morning, the clock is ticking for the United Auto Workers and Big Three automakers to reach a deal. And the UAW says it's tired of waiting for the new action. They say that they're ready to take it to the sides if they don't make, quote, serious progress by Friday. And fall foliage feud. This morning, people in one scenic Vermont town say they're being overrun by leaf peepers trying to snap their perfect shot for social media. Now they are fed up, and they're not alone. The action they're now taking and the growing pushback from scenic communities around the world.
Peepers.
Who would have thought? Yeah, leaf peepers.
There you go.
Didn't know that even was a thing. Well, we do begin this morning with the dramatic homecoming from 5 American prisoners landing at a U.S. military base overnight after being released from Iran.
Senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has the latest for us.
Those 5 Americans touched down here at Fort Belvoir in Virginia just a short time ago, and we're just getting these new images in. That plane touching down on the tarmac, the family members rushing to meet them carrying small American flags. It's a bit chilly here in Virginia this morning, but that was quickly forgotten. Look at those warm embraces in that new video. This was the moment that these families have been waiting for.
Overnight, 5 Americans locked up for years in Iran, finally free. A long journey home for the U.S. citizens after years of delicate negotiations for their release.
As far as we know, they're all in relatively good health.
The prisoners first boarded a charter plane in Tehran, then hours later landed in Doha. Some of them seen smiling. 3 of them, all dual Iranian-American citizens, sharing an embrace as they walked into the terminal. The other 2 Americans have asked for privacy and have not been identified.
I spoke to them after they landed in Doha. I can tell you that it was, for them, for me, an emotional conversation.
Siamak Namazi, who the U.S. says was arrested on false espionage charges, writing, "For almost 8 years, I have been dreaming of this day," adding he can't wait to get to an Apple store. "I am dying to find out what gadgets now exist."
He's missed 8 years of the most productive years of his life. He wants to be married. He wants to have kids.
Still, the swap is controversial. In addition to the U.S. and Iran exchanging 5 prisoners, the Biden administration also unlocking $6 billion in Iranian money frozen by U.S. sanctions. The White House says Iran can only use it for things like food and medicine, with U.S. officials approving each transaction. But Iran's president told NBC's Lester Holt last week,
"We will decide, the Islamic Republic of Iran will decide to spend it wherever we need it."
Republicans arguing the money was essentially a ransom.
Unfortunately, the deal that secured their release may very well be the latest example of President Biden rewarding and incentivizing Tehran's bad behavior.
Meanwhile, the Biden administration is stressing that those $6 billion are not U.S. taxpayer money, that it originally belonged to the Iranians. The White House is also slapping new sanctions on Iran over the presumed death of a former FBI agent in Iranian custody. But this morning, the focus is on those 5 American citizens now back in the arms of their family members. Back to you.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you so much.
For some perspective on this, let's bring in Hagar Shamali. She's the host of Oh My World on YouTube and a former spokesperson for the U.S. mission to the UN. Good morning, and thanks so much for joining us. So we heard from Senator McConnell call this a ransom payment. Others have implied it could put Americans at risk who are abroad to be taken prison there themselves. What is your sense of this swap?
Well, all of that can be true. It doesn't mean that it's not good news. On the question of the money and whether it's a ransom payment, you know, ransom, it's semantics. It's sort of a ransom. The definition of a ransom is an exchange of money to release prisoners. It was not U.S. money. It was providing Iran with indirect access to its own frozen funds that had been frozen in South Korea. They've been moved to a bank in Qatar, the Central Bank of Qatar, and can only be used for humanitarian purposes. And for anybody who believes, well, how on earth can the U.S. monitor that? The answer is that is literally what the United States does. We did that. I was at the U.S. Treasury Department when we did that, when we sanctioned Iranian oil, and that money was frozen all over the world, including in places like South Korea and elsewhere. And if we ever saw that money being used for other purposes, we were very quick to hop on a plane and tell the offending bank or country that they needed to knock it off. So I have no concerns about that money being diverted in any way. So it is indirect access to their own frozen funds. In terms of the criticism, you know, as a rule, if you are engaging in any kind of negotiations or deals to release prisoners, yes, it does encourage the behavior. We already know that. But the fact is that the Iranian regime and other, by the way, dictatorships, Russia and so on, are going to continue pursuing that behavior. Hostage diplomacy is a hallmark of the Iranian regime. And the reason for that is that they have no cards to play. It is the only way they can find a means of getting political concessions. And I'm not justifying it. It is also because the Iranian regime does not abide or play by the same rules that we do. And so our leverage when we are negotiating and we have a hostage at the other end is very difficult.
This is, though, all going on with the backdrop of these broader tensions in the region, and even a UN nuclear watchdog group said in recent days inspectors have been kicked out of Iranian nuclear program sites. Put these concerns in context.
Sure. So I heard some statements saying that perhaps this now means that this lays the foundation for a renewal of talks between the United States and Iran. And I would not expect that. Far from it. If anything, I expect the U.S. administration to only distrust the regime even further, regardless of whether the nuclear program is a different issue. Iran right now, its enrichment of uranium is as close as it's ever been to weapons grade. So to begin with, Iran's nuclear program is farthest along it's ever been, and so that's not in a good place. And then on the other hand, when you have this hostage situation, it just further exacerbates the situation. And when you know that the Iranian regime is pursuing, by the way, assassination and kidnapping plots on U.S. soil, it further deteriorates that. So I don't expect any kind of movement on that front.
All right, good perspective. Hagar Shamali, thank you so much.
Well, turning now to South Carolina, where the search for that missing F-35 stealth jet is over. Officials believe they found the debris field for the military's most advanced aircraft nearly 24 hours after the jet vanished. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us now from Indiantown, South Carolina, with the details. Hey, Sam, good morning.
Savannah, good morning. This is still confounding. As you mentioned, I'm in Indiantown this morning. This is a small unincorporated community here in Williamsburg County, where behind me I'm told there are a few homes, mostly fields, and now the shattered pieces of a $100 million fighter jet. Now, Savannah, what we don't know this morning beyond this military barricade behind me is how far back the debris field goes. What we do know is that the aircraft did not land in one of several area lakes. That was the original speculation, as the investigation right now really ramping up into how the military could lose track of a fighter jet for 24 hours.
A high-level mystery this morning in South Carolina's Low Country. A $100 million F-35 fighter jet missing for a day. Eventually found last night, where it apparently crashed in this rural area, according to the military, 2 hours northeast from Joint Base Charleston. One resident thinks he heard it go down.
When I heard the plane coming across, I said, this plane is mighty low. And I heard boom.
Others, like Vanessa Presley, trying to get a read on how this search went off the radar.
Are people here talking about how strange it is that a fighter jet disappeared for 24 hours?
Yes, especially to cost that much amount of money. Yeah, that's just not something that happens every day.
The stealth aircraft went missing after the pilot and only person on board was forced to eject on Sunday. The military base making a plea to the public. If you have any information that may help our recovery teams locate the F-35, please call the Base Defense Operations Center. But how details of this mishap were communicated, not sitting well with area Congresswoman Nancy Mace.
Frustrated would be an understatement right now because our community deserves basic minimum answers.
So far, neither Joint Base Charleston nor the 2nd Marine Aircraft Wing, where the jet is part of the training squadron, are commenting on what might have caused the unexplained series of events. The FAA is also not responding to our request for comment, but is working with the military, local and state law enforcement, and the Civil Air Patrol. In the wake of this incident and 2 deadly crashes involving Marine Corps aircraft in the last month, the acting commandant ordering a safety stand-down of all Marine Corps aircraft for 2 days this week. NBC News aviation analyst Jeff Gazzetti says there's at least one crucial resource for getting some answers.
We have a living pilot, a living witness to tell us what happened, and I'm sure he's already told their story to the investigative team. It's our most advanced jet in this country, and we need to find out what went wrong.
One of the most common questions that comes up right now is, are you telling me that there was nothing on this aircraft to track where it was? And there typically is a transponder. There was one, according to a spokesperson for Joint Base Charleston, but that person also says it was not working, and they have not determined yet, Savannah, as to why. So it's not clear. Did it malfunction after the pilot ejected? Was it not functioning the entire time? So that is going to be part of this investigation. Savannah?
Yeah, last hour, Stephen called this one a head scratcher, which it certainly is. Sam Brock, thank you very much.
Well, here in New York City, the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly is underway.
Yeah, leaders from dozens of countries have come together to confront global challenges like climate change and Russia's war in Ukraine. Today, we're expected to hear from both President Biden and the president of Ukraine, President Zelensky, at the summit. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander joins us here on set with a preview. Peter, it's great to have you here in New York with us.
Nice to see you.
Good to see you. So first, why don't we talk about President Biden? What can we expect from his address today?
Well, I think, as you note in your introduction, that he is going to be outlining his vision to tackle these global challenges. No bigger global challenge still exists than what's happening in Ukraine right now, this war now in its 19th month. So certainly the president will focus on that a bit. But that's not the only one. Think about the other issues, some of them a function of the war right now. Food insecurity, with food prices spiking around the world in large part due to this war, climate change, record temperatures, infrastructure, and the like. So the U.S., the president will really try to promote U.S. leadership in this moment. And aides that I've spoken to and advisors really view this as an opportunity this go around for President Biden, because notably of sort of the 5 big superpowers in the world, Britain, France, Russia, China, and the U.S., only President Biden is going to be there. Notably, President Xi of China and President Putin of Russia will both be absent. So that's significant, gives him an opportunity to really try to speak the American message to the global community and to those developing nations as well.
And speaking of Ukraine, as you mentioned earlier, President Zelensky set to make his first in-person appearance since the start of the war in Ukraine. What is his message expected to be to world leaders?
The message, I think, Stephen, is going to be a familiar one. Obviously, he needs more support. He needs more money. This war shows no sign of letting up. This counteroffensive that many people had been sort of eyeing as an opportunity to push back against the Russians has, if not stalled, certainly not progressed the way that anybody was hoping it would right now. So we will hear from Zelensky. And then notably, he's going to make his case directly to President Biden. He's going to be coming to Washington, D.C. on Thursday, a couple days from now. He'll come to the White House, meet with the president, make the argument to members of Congress as well for additional funding going forward for arms and other needs that Ukraine has right now. But Stephen and Savannah, one of the real challenges for Ukraine and for Zelensky is that Republicans certainly are skeptical about sending more money to Ukraine. And Americans broadly, a majority of Americans now don't support the idea of sending additional funds to Ukraine. So he does face some real challenges.
Before we let you go, I do want to switch into campaign mode just for a moment.
Yeah.
President Biden kind of sharpening some language when it comes to his predecessor, former President Trump. Tell us about that.
Yeah, that's right. So he's in town. Obviously, politicians, when they come through New York, a lot of wealthy folks around here hold some of these fundraisers. He did the same. And when he was at one of these fundraisers, first, one of his biggest political liabilities is his age. He'll be 81 in 2 months. He said, among other things, he's more optimistic about the future of the country than he has been in his words, 800 years that he has served. That got some laughs, so a little self-deprecation. But he did, as you say, have some of his sharpest, toughest words as as they relate to the former president, President Trump, criticizing him. The first comments he's made since that interview with the new moderator of Meet the Press, Kristen Welker, where he said, among other things, that Trump and his allies will likely side with dictators like Vladimir Putin. And he said, quote, and I think you'll hear this quote again, Donald Trump and his MAGA Republicans are determined to destroy democracy. Some real tough language, setting the stakes for the 2024 effort.
Absolutely.
Certainly more to come there. All right, Peter Alexander, thank you.
Well, the United Autos workers strike against the nation's big three automakers now in its 5th day, with the union ramping up pressure. In a new video posted overnight, UAW President Shawn Fain warned if members don't see serious progress by noon Friday, more local chapters could be called to join the strike.
Auto workers have waited long enough to make things right at the big three. We're not waiting around, and we're not messing around. So noon on Friday, September 22nd is a new deadline.
NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa joins us now with the latest on the list. Hi, Maggie. So where do negotiations stand this morning? What do we know?
Yeah, so Savannah, that video that you just showed part of, again, that was released late last night, that really sums it up. Workers here not giving on any of their demands, including that key 40% pay bump that they say essentially they want after they say the union gave up major concessions during the 2008 recession. That's the reason for that high number, and they say they're not going to give on that at all. As we know, the car companies at last check gave around a 20% proposed pay raise, so still a lot of ground between these two sides to make up. And that noon deadline, that noon Friday deadline, warning that it basically, again, if they don't see what they called serious progress, this strike could expand. That is new pressure from the union to make the car companies sort of responsible for bridging the gap between the two. We started to see responses from the big three, Ford in particular, saying that they're still focused on reaching a deal, saying they're working for a win-win, but also saying they are working on and they have contingency plans in the case of basically expanded walkouts. You also see GM releasing their statement saying they are continuing to bargain in good faith. But essentially, we're not seeing any ground given up by the big three either. So it seems very possible that this could stretch on until Friday and we could see those walkouts expand, guys.
Yeah, and we could potentially even see it expand right into Canada. Ford workers threatening to strike there. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so it is really important to point out that's not UAW. That is a different union, but they have released a statement in solidarity. I'll let that supporter go by. In solidarity with UAW workers here in Michigan. Unifor is the name of the Canadian union. They work at 2 Ford Canadian plants. And basically, you might have seen headlines last night as we approached midnight last night. Union workers at those Ford plants in Canada, basically in Ontario, were minutes away from striking. They hadn't been very transparent about what their demands were. They're not talking as much as the UAW counterparts down here in the States, but basically saying they were really close to striking as well, but that they got what they called a substantive offer just minutes before the deadline there. So talks at least have been extended in Canada, but that union also warning its members to basically remain ready to strike until this thing gets wrapped up. Savannah.
And former President Trump is planning a visit, right? When's that expected to happen?
Yeah, lots of headlines here in the last 24 hours. So former President Trump basically announced late yesterday, confirming first to the New York Times, then CNBC. It kind of slowly leaked out his campaign, saying that next week, specifically next Wednesday, he's expected to skip the next GOP, the second GOP debate, and come here to the Detroit area to talk to UAW workers. It is important to note Ford and UAW both telling us, because Ford is obviously the one with the footprint here, they have not been contacted by the Trump campaign, basically to let them know about these plans, to kind of coordinate any massive reception or anything like that. President Trump, of course, has been very vocal on social media, on Twitter, on Truth Social, talking about basically putting the blame for this strike on the Biden administration and particularly honing in on these workers' fears about the future of electric vehicles and how that could reduce the workforce long term. Experts have said it takes less labor to build an electric car than a traditional car. So he's really honed in on that, saying basically the Biden administration, he sees the words is selling you down the tubes to these workers. So expect to see him here, at least according to these latest plans, in town next week, trying to sell that message to these potentially still picketing union members. Guys.
All right, Maggie, thank you.
Well, fall might be just days away, but for some parts of the country, it's feeling like the heat of summertime.
Angie Lastman's back with us. Hey, Angie.
Hey there, guys. I hope people didn't close their pools because we've got temperatures into the 80s, some spots close to 90. We'll talk about those summer highs that are stretched across parts of the plains and into the Midwest. We've also got some severe storms that we'll focus on for parts of the plains. And of course, that rain and wind that you might have dealt with across the Northeast and New England. Well, it is luckily on its way out. Let's start with those temperatures, though. A big section of the country running way warm for this time of year. We've got Omaha headed close to 90 degrees, 10 to 15 degrees above normal across that region. Minneapolis heads to the low 80s. Look at Pierre, 90 degrees. We'll see Wichita head to the mid 80s, and of course down through parts of Texas, 5 to 10 degrees above normal, still into the 90s through the afternoon hours today. Looking ahead to tomorrow, more of that warmth spreads into places like Minneapolis, which are even warmer as we head to 86 for a high tomorrow. Chicago will hit the low 80s. We felt like fall earlier into the last week, not so much anymore. And that warmth will stretch well into our work week and even into parts of our weekend. Places like Cincinnati will hang out into the low 80s through Saturday. Nashville heads to the mid 80s through Saturday. And you'll notice parts of the mid-Atlantic will eventually start to cool down back into the low 70s for Washington, D.C. and Raleigh by the time we get into Saturday. There's the rain that's on its way out for parts of New England, just northern New England, really dealing with a couple of these lingering showers. But the low pressure, I should say, is moving to the east, and we're still going to see the potential for maybe a couple of flood concerns. Most of these flood watches will start to taper off here as we get into the later morning hours as that rain finally comes to an end, but it will come to an end today. So that's the good news there. Heads up, though, if you live in parts of Texas extending into Oklahoma, we've got the potential for some strong storms later today. They'll stretch into this evening, too. The good news is tornado risk is low, but we could see hail up to baseball size and, of course, those damaging winds, 60 miles per hour or higher. So Oklahoma City, Wichita Falls, Breckenridge, just something to keep an eye out for later today. And on top of that, some additional rainfall in the same area centered across Tulsa. We could see some of those higher amounts, and localized spots could receive up to 4, maybe even 6 inches by the time we get into tomorrow.
Wow. That and baseball-size hail?
You don't
Not
want
to
to
joke around
deal with that.
Angie, thank you.
Thank you.
Coming up, Prince William takes New York.
Up next, we'll go inside the Royals' whirlwind trip through the city and the green project that caught his eye.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
We're back now with international headlines. Tension is rising between Canada and India after the killing of a Sikh activist in British Columbia.
NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobaya joins us with more. Hey, Kelly, good morning.
Good morning to you, Savannah and Stephen. Yes, both sides now expelling diplomats after the Canadian Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, made this fiery speech in Parliament, claiming that the country's intelligence agencies are looking into what they say are credible allegations of a possible link between Indian government agents and the murder of a Canadian citizen in Canada. Sikh leader Hardeep Singh Nijjar was gunned down June 18th outside a Sikh cultural center in British Columbia. He's a strong supporter of an independent Sikh homeland, but the Indians have designated him a terrorist. India's government called the allegations absurd. In Italy, the prime minister there is calling for a naval blockade off North Africa to stop people smugglers from sending migrants across the Mediterranean to Europe. It comes after the small Italian island of Lampedusa was overwhelmed last week with 7,000 migrants arriving in a single day, more than the island's entire population. And Japan is turning gray, now officially with the world's oldest population. For the first time ever, more than 1 in every 10 people are over the age of 80 in Japan, and almost a third, 29.1%, are over 65. And guys, workers over the age of 65 now make up more than 13% of the workforce. So living longer and working longer. Stephen?
Yay,
Savannah.
not so yay.
Yeah, really.
All right. Kelly, thank you so much.
Well, Prince William is here in New York for a 2-day tour around the city. The royals' itinerary includes taking part in an environmental summit and taking a closer look at a very unique project off Governor's Island.
NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons has those details.
So I'm no New Yorker, you can tell from the accent, but I'm pretty confident that many New Yorkers would not wade into the Hudson River the way that Prince William did, as you're about to see. Prince William bringing a little star power to the UN General Assembly focus on climate change this week, and going to see a project we at NBC News focused on early on. The Prince of Wales taking the Big Apple by storm on a 2-day solo excursion with his focus on climate change. He made a stop at the United Nations, meeting with Secretary General Antonio Guterres. Hours earlier, Prince William touched down on Governor's Island, experiencing the work of the Billion Oysters Project from the lens of a volunteer.
It's the first time Prince William has been to New York in almost a decade. He touched down a few hours ago and got straight down to work.
Prince William touring the group's facility on Governor's Island and harvesting oysters with children from Brooklyn's Harbor Middle School. What did he ask you?
He asked us about how oysters were formed and about what happens in the New York Harbor. Yeah, and like the creatures that live there. He was really interested in everything.
We were there with him as he took to a boat for a closer look with Billion Oyster Project co-founder Peter Malinowski.
I think his presence is a sign of his enthusiasm for it.
The program, which has engaged more than 100,000 volunteers, has restored over 130 million oysters in New York Harbor, helping to improve water filtration and benefiting the surrounding ecosystem. Malinowski telling me the Prince's visit Monday has been meaningful.
It's hugely important to shine a light on the people who are doing good work and the projects that are doing good work. And so we really appreciate the Prince coming to do that.
But catching the attention of royalty is just the beginning for this organization that hopes to restore 1 billion oysters by 2035.
This is the first time Prince William has learnt about the Billion Oyster Project. Today, viewers, of course, know all about it.
All right, y'all ready? Last year, the Today Show team volunteered on oyster reefs with the program, with more stops planned this morning. The Prince of Wales already demonstrating he's all hands on deck when it comes to fighting climate change. And later today, Prince William will focus on his Earthshot Prize, which looks at extraordinary projects that try and help the environment.
All right, Keir, thank you so much.
Well, coming up, a bear caused a partial shutdown of the happiest place on Earth, and we are not talking about Baloo from the Jungle Book.
The hairy situation that played out at the happiest place on Earth and how it all came to a very happy ending. Up next.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We're back now with a warning for parents about the effects of low-carb diets on their kids. While these types of diets may be used as a popular weight loss strategy for some people to prevent the risk of diabetes in adults, doctors are urging parents not to use them for children.
Yeah, a new report from the American Academy of Pediatrics found that there is limited evidence that cutting back on carbs can be helpful for children. And it also says, quote, there are safety concerns to consider for youth with diabetes.
Let's bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel for more on this. Good morning, Dr. Patel. So if you could tell us, what are some of the risks associated with these low-carb diets in children?
Yeah, Stephen, Savannah, just to level set, for children, about 2/3 of their diet, 65% of their diet should come from healthy carbohydrates. Cutting back on these carbs, which might seem low carb, keto, kind of even just lower carb, anything less than about 26% of your diet coming from carbs could lead to just poor long-term growth, nutritional deficiencies. Could also start a really potentially bad eating disorder habit too, because of those preferences earlier in childhood and adolescence.
So important to be careful of something like that. Dr. Patel, so instead of cutting back on carbs to maintain a healthy weight, what do doctors recommend for families who might be kind of watching out for something with their kids? What can you do instead?
Yeah, Savannah, this is really hard because, look, I'm a mom, I've got kids. It's so much easier to try to put some of the processed food because it's just easier to get, and sometimes it can even be cheaper. What we really have to try to concentrate on doing is making sure that kids get about 1/4 of their diet from healthy protein, 1/4 of their diet from healthy fats, things like nuts and good sources of oils and fats, and then the rest of it should be from healthy carbohydrates, and we're talking fruits and grains and vegetables. That can get hard, not just on the wallet, but it can also get hard because you got to plan for these things. But it is what we recommend. It can also help with weight loss, along with about an hour of activity a day. Don't forget that in children. It can really make a difference.
And you mentioned cost. It's such a barrier for so many people. Prices, it's easier to go to the store, grab something cheap that's processed, it's a carbohydrate, but not a healthy kind. What can people who are operating on a budget, what can they do to help here?
Yeah, these are the things I recommend for my family and my patients. Number one, try to think about planning in advance. It's true. If you can sit down anytime and just plan even like a stretch of meals, a week of meals at a time, you can find ways to cut costs and swap and let those meals last longer. You can freeze them, use them in a couple of days in the refrigerator. The second thing is don't deny the ability to get cheaper foods through frozen vegetables, frozen fruits, and canned fruits and vegetables. You just got to make sure they're not packed in syrup and sugar, not packed with a lot of creamy sauces or butter. And then I think third, think about doing this kind of as a group. If you're in an apartment building, a townhome, there's probably a lot of other families around you. Think about shared meals because a lot more food can go a longer way, not just for the budget, but for the nutritional plan.
Some good tips there. When I was a kid, I think most of my carbohydrates came from Little Debbie snack cakes. So some good advice for families there. Share some meals. All right, Dr. Kavita Patel, thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, listen to this. It turns out even black bears want to visit the happiest place on earth. You heard that right. Thousands of guests at Disney World were caught by surprise and they were forced to evacuate Magic Kingdom due to a black bear sighting. That bear was safely captured, as you're seeing, and removed from the park. But not before causing a little bit of chaos. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas is in Orlando with this story for us. Hey, Guad, good morning.
Savannah, good morning. It was a wild day here where they do have animals and they also have magical creatures like the bears, the animatronic bears from Country Bear Jamboree. In fact, when the news broke out on social media yesterday, some people thought the news was referring to those bears, only to be surprised that there was, in fact, a real-life bear inside the park, which was the cause for a partial shutdown.
This was no lovable Disney character taking a stroll in the park. Instead, a real-life bear was spotted Monday inside the Magic Kingdom, the wild animal forcing a temporary shutdown of parts of the theme park.
They're blocking everyone from heading into Liberty and into Frontierland,
including some of Disney's most popular areas, Frontierland, Liberty Square, and Adventureland, which all reopened in the early afternoon, according to a Disney World statement. From above, this exclusive video from our NBC affiliate WESH appears to show state wildlife officials capturing the female bear. With fall just days away, experts say the animal could have been in search of the bare necessities. The Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission telling NBC News in a statement the Magic Kingdom bear was likely moving through the area searching for food.
Well, bears are very opportunistic feeders. They follow their nose. The Magic Kingdom is a potpourri of aromas of food.
Florida is not only home to bears, but other potentially dangerous wildlife, especially alligators. In 2016, a 2-year-old boy from Nebraska drowned after he was dragged into a body of water by an alligator while playing in the Seven Seas Lagoon at Disney's Grand Floridian Resort. The park ultimately closing all beaches and adding warning signs and barriers around waterfront areas across its resort. In the 5 years since the deadly incident, wildlife officials have removed 250 alligators from Walt Disney World property, and while attacks by bears are rare, wildlife experts say it's best not to panic if you encounter one.
If you come across a bear, the worst thing you can do is turn and run. Never turn and run and scream. Put your arms up, make yourself look as big as possible, speak firmly, hey bear, slowly back up. Don't run at the bear or anything like that.
That's, of course, great advice. Now, the Fish and Wildlife Commission does say that normally when they have a situation like this, they allow the bear to make its way through and then leave on its own. Of course, they couldn't do that in this occasion because it was Disney World. The expert telling me he wasn't surprised because of the large number of bears that there are in the wild in Florida, and also the location Disney World is in. There is a forest just west of Disney World where this bear could have come from, Savannah.
Guad, what do you think? You see a bear? Is that what you're doing? Hey bear, hey bear. I'm freaking out. That's what I'm doing.
I think that was really good advice. You know,
Yes.
you stand up tall. I will
Gotta
say, Savannah,
remember
I
it.
spent hours watching videos yesterday of encounters with black bears, and as the expert told me, those bears are somewhat less aggressive than other
Good.
bears, at least in the encounters that I was able to see online.
All right, Guad, there you go. What a way to spend your day. Guad Venegas, thank you very much.
Well, coming up this morning, a fall brawl, a battle over social media and neighborhood privacy.
Yeah, why one New England town is taking action against leaf peepers. That's up next.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
We are back with an update on the detained Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich. The Moscow courts did not issue a verdict for his appeal over the extension of his pretrial detention.
The court held a hearing this morning to review the appeal from the American journalist. You can see Gershkovich in the courtroom here. He was arrested back in March and charged with espionage shortly after. He is the first journalist to face those charges since the Soviet era. Gershkovich was initially scheduled to be released from jail in August, but the court extended his hold until November. Both the U.S. government and the Wall Street Journal denounced that move. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter joins us now for more on this. Molly, good morning to you. So this is the second time Gershkovich is submitting an appeal regarding his pretrial detention. Walk us through what happened in the courtroom this morning and why did the court not issue a verdict?
Hey guys, good morning. So there was a lot of confusion, and actually we are still learning. Our team was actually there, got inside the court. As you guys described, this was meant to be kind of a pretrial appeal hearing. His lawyers appealing to get him out of that pretrial detention, which was meant to last until November 30th. So what our understanding is, according to state media, according to the press secretary, they're speaking to our NBC News team on the ground, is that not only did the court not uphold this appeal, they kept him in detention, but then they also kicked the appeal down to a lower court over procedural violations. What it means, though, for Evan is that he stays behind bars.
So, Molly, the U.S. ambassador to Russia made her third visit to see Gershkovich in prison on Friday. We also heard from her this morning following this court hearing. What did we learn about his condition and how the U.S. government is responding to this news?
Yeah, Savannah, that's right. And U.S. officials have been very critical over their access limitations to Evan while he's been in prison. They have not been getting the kind of consular access that they are guaranteed under international law. We did just hear from the ambassador. I do just want to play you that sound, and then I'll talk to you on the back end.
The U.S. position remains unwavering. The charges against Evan are baseless. The Russian government locked Evan up for simply doing his job. Journalism is not a crime. Although we could not speak with Evan in the courtroom today, I was able to visit him at the Lefortovo prison last week. Evan is fully aware of the gravity of his situation, yet he remains remarkably strong.
Now, about her visit to Evan on Friday, she said he remains strong and is keeping up with the news, including his parents' appearance at the UN this week, which I think we'll talk about in the next question. But he apparently is strong and he is healthy, according to her.
Yeah, we definitely do want to hear about that, Molly. Also, lawyers for Dow Jones, that's the company that publishes the Wall Street Journal, are calling on the United Nations to declare Gershkovich arbitrarily detained. Walk us through what that means and also what his family had to say at the UN.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So they're trying to get UN experts on side with that arbitrarily detained declaration. Just to be very clear, the UN doesn't have any enforcement mechanism. What it does do, of course, this week is UNGA, lots of world leaders in New York, is it ramps up the pressure on Russia. Now, his family did speak. Let's listen to his sister, Danielle, and I'll speak to you on the back end.
We should be planning for his birthday next month and deciding how we can possibly match his talent for finding the most thoughtful gifts for his family and friends. We should be laughing together and arguing over what he and my dad are going to make for dinner. Evan should be doing the important work of helping people understand matters in the world that affect us all. Instead, we are here to remind the world that Evan is innocent and journalism is not a crime. We ask that world leaders help find a solution to secure Evan's release.
Now, his father also had a very strong statement about how his son upheld the basic right to free press. You've got to bet this will be on the agenda for lots of high-level discussions this week as world leaders descend on New York.
Absolutely. All right, Molly Hunter, thank you so much for your reporting here on this news breaking this morning.
All right, now to financial headlines. Some huge, costly changes could be coming for X users. That's, of course, the platform formerly known as Twitter.
That's right. CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us on this. Hey, Silvana.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Stephen. Yeah, so Elon Musk says X could start charging all users for access. In a live stream discussion with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, Musk says the single most important reason to move to a small monthly fee is that it's the only way to fight bots. Musk says that would discourage the creation of fake accounts, which are known for posting spam and misinformation. He didn't definitively say X will start charging people, and it's unclear how much or when it could happen. X currently offers a premium subscription for $8 a month, giving users a blue verified badge, fewer ads, and the ability to edit posts. The Defense Department has teamed up with Google to build an AI-powered microscope to help doctors identify cancer. The augmented reality microscope, or ARM, could be a useful tool for pathologists who don't have easy access to a second opinion. The AI is able to outline where the cancer is located and how bad it might be. The microscope isn't intended to replace digital pathology systems, but experts say it could help health groups bypass the need for them. And a federal judge is ordering Starbucks to face a lawsuit claiming several of its refresher fruit drinks don't have a key ingredient, fruit. Consumers complain the drinks don't contain the advertised mango, passion fruit, or acai, and they say the main ingredients were water, grape juice concentrate, and sugar, and the misleading names caused them to be overcharged. Starbucks claims the product names describe the drink's flavors as opposed to their ingredients, guys.
What? That is some shocking
That's exactly
news
what
to
I
me.
said.
No, it's not. You're
It
kidding.
actually is, yes.
You thought there was
I
really
thought I was
fruit in
getting a
those?
great dose of mango in my
Oh, come on.
morning refresher.
Okay, thank you, Silvana.
I'm going to tune this out. All right. Silvana, thank you.
Okay, it's one of the most beautiful sights to be seen at this time of year, the spectacular changing colors of fall foliage. But now, one Vermont town known for its autumn displays is fighting back against what they call out-of-control leaf peepers. It's just a challenge to see how many times I can say that this morning. It has shut down a well-known road for several weeks, and it's not the only place that is taking a stand. NBC News correspondent Kristen Dahlgren. Look at his background, Kristen. She's in Vermont. And I hope that you're about to start saying peepers as many times as I've had to this morning. Hey, Kristen, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah and Stephen. Yeah, does this look familiar at all? I'm told it's one of the most photographed spots in Vermont. It is absolutely beautiful. It is where those leaf peepers come every year, but neighbors say now it has gotten out of hand.
You've probably seen Sleepy Hollow Farm on Instagram or TikTok.
From here, we'll stop by the famous Sleepy Hollow Farm, which we've all seen all over social media.
When the leaves change, this quaint little spot rivals Grand Central Station.
This is insane.
Hundreds of cars line the narrow road, trying to get that perfect pic.
It's worth dealing with the crowds because this is the most picturesque place in Vermont.
The problem is, it's not an actual tourist destination, but somebody's private residence with real-life neighbors.
People showing up and walking all over private property and peeing on the side of the road and on private property.
Neighbors like Mike Doughton and Amy Robb say it's out of control.
We see people in dressing rooms, like they bring dressing rooms to change in different outfits and take pictures.
And it's not just privacy, it's safety too. Emergency vehicles often forced to wait in the traffic. So this year, neighbors petitioned to close the road to outside traffic from September 23rd to October 15th, raising the money themselves to cover most of the costs.
Yes, it's beautiful up here, but please, could you make it so that our everyday stuff can get done? Like, I'm just trying to get home with groceries so I can make it. Okay?
It's not only New England towns pushing back against tourists looking for likes. Across the pond in Europe, Hallstatt, Austria, which resembles Arendelle in the Disney movie Frozen, sees more than 1 million tourists each year. Now, its 750 residents have blocked the only road in. Venice just approved a new €5 tax on day trippers. And also in Italy, Portofino is issuing $300 tickets for lingering in popular selfie spots. Back in Vermont, townspeople say the latest move doesn't mean you won't get a spectacular selfie.
So this is not the only place where you can see beautiful foliage in Vermont.
Absolutely not. You could actually just drive up 89, which is our north-south thruway, and have a beautiful drive.
Vermont's kind of pretty.
It is. We're pretty lucky.
All right, so we reached out to the owners and didn't hear back. The neighbor said it was okay for us to park here today. It's really just during that peak foliage season that they have the problem. And the problem really is just with the safety and with people being disrespectful. You heard him say that they're urinating, on their property. He picks up trash all the time. And so that's really the issue. Last year, they tried to make it one way to allow people to still come through. But the parking on the road was such a problem that they couldn't get through. Emergency vehicles couldn't get through. So plenty of other places in Vermont, guys, to go and get that picture.
Oh, my gosh. The outfit changes, the selfies.
Right, the changing rooms.
And for the record, I don't think I heard peepers in your script once. Kristen, thank you very much. It is beautiful, though. I got to say it. I mean, I do understand why people want to see it. Kristen, thank you so much.
Well, coming up, settling down south.
Up next, we're digging into a new list, breaking down the best places to retire in the South. Stay with us.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the big conditions
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so...
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Santa Claus is getting back into gear ahead of the holiday season. From today, starting today, the U.S. Postal Service's Operation Santa is back. The annual program, it dates all the way back to 1912, encourages children of all ages to write letters to Santa about what they want for Christmas. They then mail them up to, get this, 123 Elf Road, North Pole, 88888. According to USPS, the letters travel to Santa's U.S. Satellite Workshop, and then they're uploaded to the Operation Santa website, and then generous adults can choose to adopt a letter.
Aww.
For any kids listening, not that Santa's not all over it, but
he's just got a lot to do.
It just means somebody can help him out. Yeah, isn't that sweet?
That's so sweet, helping Santa out. He needs all the help he
Love
can
that. And it's the holiday season, I think.
It's still summer.
Well, that's not true.
Got a couple days. Well, finally, this hour, kick up your feet because we're talking all things retirement down south.
That's right. Southern Living and Investopedia are teaming up to release a list of the South's best places to retire. Joining us now for a chat about those golden years and where to spend them is Editor-in-Chief of Southern Living, Sid Evans. He's on Zoom with us. And Editor-in-Chief at Investopedia, Caleb Silver, friend of the show here on set. Good morning to both of you. Caleb, I will get started with you. So this list, I mean, it's got everywhere from beaches, mountain towns, all different types of stuff. Just tell us some of the criteria that went to creating this list.
Yeah, we know retirement is a financial decision. How much do you have? How much do you need to save and spend down? But it's also about where you live and where your money's going to go the farthest. So we took that collection of those handpicked towns in the South from our partners at Southern Living. We had our data journalism team run an index that looked at cost of living, that looked at how far from healthcare, airports, how far your money's going to go, rent, average income, median income. So we wanted to look at all those things.
And some of these states, no income tax,
and
right?
some of them have no income tax. So we wanted to look at the most advantageous places to live where your money's going to go the furthest and you can enjoy your retirement.
Love that.
Yeah, and Sid, Chattanooga, Tennessee, considered the best all-around place to retire. Why is that? And take us through some of the other top cities.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Chattanooga is a great town, one of my favorites. It's right up the road from us here in Birmingham. It kind of feels a little bit like Boulder, Colorado, but in the South. I mean, everybody's outside all the time. They're kayaking, they're biking. It's the kind of place where you can go kayak before work. There's a beautiful aquarium there. And if you love the outdoors, that town is just really hard to beat. Another great town is Greenville, South Carolina. So if you love to eat, this one was our best food town. And Greenville's not that big, only about 500,000 people in the metropolitan area, but it really punches above its weight when it comes to restaurants. They just have some of the best restaurants, not only in the South, but in the country. They just had a huge food festival this past weekend called Euphoria. And it's just a beautiful town. Another town that sits on a river, kind of like Chattanooga, the Reedy River. It's a great place to walk, great place to bike, and a great place to eat. And then St. Augustine, Florida, that was our best beach town. So this is the oldest continuously occupied city in the U.S. And it's just, it's a beach town, but it's got so much character, so much history, great place to walk, great place to eat. And there's just a lot to do. Unlike some beach towns, this one just really feels like it has a lot of soul and a lot of character. And we actually had it on our cover back in the April issue. It's just, it's hard to beat St. Augustine.
Oh, it's so true. I've been. What a special place that is. So is Chattanooga, by the way. Caleb, you kind of touched on some of the financial reasons that somebody might pick one of these towns, but just help us remember, as our resident numbers guy, some good ways to set yourself up for that period of life.
Yeah, again, it's about how much you need to live the life you want to live. So we know everything's gotten a little more expensive, especially housing costs. So you got to look at things like rent, like the median household price for a home. You got to look at things like that at where your money is going to go the furthest. A lot of people say they're not prepared for retirement. About 47% say it's going to take a miracle for them to retire. Well, if you pick the right place and then plan advantageously, you can actually do this even if you don't think you have enough saved. So that's a really big deal. And we know that people are looking for places to stretch their money. That's why we came up with this list. This thing hits newsstands this Friday. You guys get it today.
There we go.
Because I'm here on set with you. But this has a really cool list and some great recipes for that pumpkin pie.
Steven, look, it's calling it fall.
Oh,
it's fall.
I'm so
You're
sorry.
wearing a fall tie. It's fall, my friend.
It's my husband's tie. Don't blame me. We got like 3 days till fall. He's the one that made sure to tell me that. That's what happens when you're married to a meteorologist. And Sid, where can people grab this online? Is there also an online place?
Yeah,
for
just
that?
quickly tell us.
Yeah, the list just launched this morning on southernliving.com. So go check it out. There's a lot of great towns on there.
There we go. Sid Evans and Caleb Silver, both our respective editor-in-chiefs. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. Very cool list.
Thank you.
All right, that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Don't go anywhere. Right now on Morning News Now, 5 prisoners back on American soil after a high-stakes swap with Iran. New this morning, the freed Americans touched down outside Washington, D.C. less than a day after their release as part of a controversial exchange agreement involving billions of dollars in frozen oil revenue.
Husbands and wives, fathers and children, grandparents can hug each other again. So it's a day that I'm grateful for.
We have team coverage on the deal that secured their homecoming, plus the mixed reaction in Washington and what happens next. Also this morning, a mishap mystery. New developments in the search for a missing fighter jet after debris is found in South Carolina. What we're learning about what may have happened before the pilot safely ejected from the aircraft. Plus, reunited at the United Nations. This morning, President Biden and Ukraine's President Zelensky set to meet in person at this year's United Nations General Assembly. What to expect as both leaders prepare to make their address. And she's breaking barriers all the way to the moon and back. This NASA astronaut is gearing up to become the first woman on a lunar mission. I'll share my conversation with Christina Cook in a special edition of our Women Mean Business series. I feel like I went to the moon and back. I bet. To go to the Johnson Space Center in Houston.
Very
cool. So fantastic. And she was such an incredible woman. I'm so excited to share her story.
I'm so jealous of that assignment. Can't wait to see it.
I know. You'll get there.
Okay.
Yeah. Just pitch a NASA story.
I got to do that.
Say yes.
Okay. Done deal. Thanks for joining us, everyone. I'm Stephen Romo in for Joe Fryer today.
And I'm Savannah. We appreciate you being here. We start this morning with the very latest on that prisoner swap and the dramatic homecoming for 5 Americans who have been held in Iran. While they are now safely home, there are a lot of questions and concerns surrounding that deal to free them.
Yeah, among those biggest concerns, the $6 billion that had been frozen in a South Korean bank. But this new deal now makes those funds available to Iran, though the Biden administration insists that money will only go toward humanitarian purposes.
Unfortunately, the deal that secured their release may very well be the latest example of President Biden rewarding and incentivizing Tehran's bad behavior.
There's a fundamental misunderstanding. The regime will never get to touch the money. They're not getting cash. They can't just cut a check and pull out the money for whatever they want, whenever they want.
Now, we're covering this story from all angles. Nagar Mortazavi is a senior fellow at the Center for International Policy and host of the Iran podcast. She's with us, along with NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce with international reaction. But we start with the NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach. He's in Virginia, where they just landed a short time ago, with more on this. Gary, what more can you tell us now that they're on their way back to American soil?
Stephen, after years of imprisonment in one of Iran's most notorious prisons, 5 Americans are now back here at Fort Belvoir. They just landed in the past few hours. Free Americans back on U.S. soil. And Fort Belvoir is actually larger than the Pentagon. It's about double the size in terms of the number of people that work here. It's filled with medical facilities, filled with a number of defense contractors, so a place where they can come get the help they need. And I have a note here from the pool producer that was inside and saw saw the arrival, saw them step on U.S. soil for the first time. I want to read a portion of it to you. Each of the former detainees were met by groups of friends and family carrying U.S. flags. They say tears and smiles and kisses and embraces were exchanged right on the tarmac minutes after landing. And the individual and discreet moments of tenderness unwound after 8 years of imprisonment for some of these folks. And after 15 minutes, they moved inside the airport tarmac, where they were greeted by more U.S. officials and some embassy staff as well. And this is the result of years of negotiation, as you mentioned, between U.S. and Iranians and even third-party governments. And it came down to the deal that you mentioned, $6 billion in unfrozen assets and 5 free Iranians now that the U.S. is moving back to Iran. So statements from all over the U.S. government expressing joy at this moment. And Secretary Blinken said something interesting yesterday. This now means 30 folks that were detained wrongfully around the world have been brought back to the U.S. during the Biden administration. Steve, Savannah?
Gary, also, I do specifically want to ask you, because I know you have some reporting here. We understand you spent some time with one of the families over the summer. Obviously, this has been such a difficult ordeal for those families. Tell us what you heard from them.
Yeah, I had to be able to have a conversation with Hannah Sharji. She's the daughter of one of the men that was released and is back on U.S. soil this morning. And she spoke to me about, at the time, how her father was still in Iran, and she did not know when she was next going to be able to see her father. And she talked about, she's in her early 20s, she talked about, she was not talking about how many years by the number of years that she hasn't seen him, but by the number of birthdays that she's missed, by the number of college move-in days that he wasn't able to see her and be with her. And you think about, you know, your own lives, what has happened in the past few years, weddings, births of children, big of life events that these family members simply weren't around for. And communication, obviously, very difficult through the Iranian prison. So this is something in a day that they have been waiting for years, guys.
Yeah, just hard to wrap your mind around exactly what it would be like to be away from your family for that amount of time with communication so limited. Dan, I wanted to bring you in here. We heard one of those hugest criticisms so far, the release of that $6 billion, which the Biden administration says is only supposed to be used for humanitarian purposes, medication, food, that type of thing. Well, through a translator, Iran's president said that Tehran has full authority over how that money is sent. A little bit of a discrepancy there. So how can the U.S. be so sure this will only go toward humanitarian purposes?
That's right. I think the U.S. is saying that there's a very firm agreement, whatever the Iranian president might say for perhaps domestic consumption back home. The Treasury Department has full visibility on that money in a central bank, in Qatar's central bank. It is not in an Iranian bank account. And now, what is true, of course, is by getting this access to this money to buy food or medicine, that frees up other resources, other funds Iran has in its own coffers to buy weapons or for other purposes. So that part is true. I think it's also important to point out that just about every U.S. president has had to make some kind of concession to hostage-taking governments or groups, dating back to Ronald Reagan in the 1980s, who famously sold arms to Iran to try to get American hostages freed in Lebanon, something that he first denied and then later admitted. Of course, former President Trump also made prisoner swap agreements, and there were 3 Americans released out of North Korea. And then after that, there was a U.S.-North Korea summit that was sort of a reward to North Korea. That's how that was interpreted. So these are incredibly difficult decisions, and every president has to grapple with these.
All right, Nagar, we wanted to bring you in here and get some reaction to this. What could this signal for U.S. and Iranian relations? I know things, of course, have been tense since the U.S., the Trump administration, backed out of the 2015 Iranian nuclear deal. Could this restart talks?
Well, let me put this in context for a second. I am an Iranian American living in exile. I can't travel to my homeland specifically because of what happened to these people. And I see myself in those 5 people. That could be me or a family member. So that's how emotional this gets for many Iranian Americans watching here in the U.S. or even across the world. As far as your question on President Trump, yes, I think the increasing of tension, this is essentially the byproduct of 4 decades of animosity between Tehran and Washington. Each of them has a long list of grievances against the other without seeing the other side. And I think this all comes down to being an increase in tensions and hostilities between the two sides, and each seeing the other doing them wrong. And so I think the increase in tension, especially after President Trump pulled out of the nuclear deal, increased what he called maximum pressure on Iran, imposed economic sanctions on the country. It emboldened the Iranians, it emboldened Tehran to go out and take even more detainees and use them as political pawns to be able to do these kind of deals, free up assets or reduce the pressure of sanctions on the country. So I see this definitely as an increase and also a byproduct of the increased hostility. So I think the administration has taken a step toward de-escalation. This could be an opening possibly for even more understanding.
Important perspective. Dan, Gary, Nagar, thank you all so much.
Well, Hunter Biden is going after the IRS in a lawsuit the president's son alleges agents repeatedly and intentionally publicly shared his private tax information while they criminally investigated him. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles has the details.
Hunter Biden suing the IRS, arguing the agency and 2 whistleblower employees have sought to publicly damage his reputation. Those 2 agents testified under oath the Justice Department gave the president's son special treatment in its tax investigation. Biden's lawsuit says the whistleblowers, quote, sought to embarrass Mr. Biden via public statements to the media in which they and their representatives disclose confidential information about a private citizen's tax matters. Career IRS agent and whistleblower Joe Ziegler recently telling NBC's Tom Winter investigators were prevented from interviewing witnesses.
We were hamstrung by prosecutors assigned to the case constantly.
Attorneys for whistleblower Gary Shapley calling the lawsuit a, quote, frivolous smear by Biden family attorneys to intimidate any current and future whistleblowers. Biden was just indicted on 3 gun charges and faces the possibility of additional tax charges after the plea deal struck with prosecutors that would have allowed him to avoid prison time imploded under a judge's scrutiny.
And a spokesperson for the IRS tells NBC News they do not comment on pending litigation.
All right, Ryan Nobles, thank you so much.
A suspect is in custody this morning in connection with the deadly shooting of a Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputy. The 29-year-old man was arrested Monday after a grueling hours-long standoff with police. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffith has the latest.
36 hours after their deputy was murdered just outside the Palmdale Sheriff's Station on the road just behind us, investigators have a suspect in custody, and they're now focused on determining the motive.
The manhunt for a suspected cop killer is over. SWAT teams arresting 29-year-old Kevin Cataneo Salazar in an early morning raid following an hours-long standoff.
For right now, we believe we have the murderer of our deputy in custody.
Authorities saying they recovered multiple firearms and detained the suspect at a home he shared with his parents in Palmdale, less than 5 miles from the sheriff's station, where 30-year-old Deputy Ryan Klinkenbroomer was shot and killed Saturday as he pulled up to a red light in his patrol vehicle. Surveillance video from the sheriff's station's own camera capturing the moment the suspect vehicle stops next to the officers, then takes off.
Honestly, it's really upsetting.
The suspect's family says he had been placed on multiple 72-hour psychiatric holds.
He was mentally ill. He heard voices. We tried to help him.
The family would not confirm how he obtained the firearm, as investigators now work to determine a motive for the murder.
Is there anything about him or that you've discovered as to why this happened?
That's the million-dollar question. Everybody wants to know, why would somebody do something this horrible? And we intend to find out.
Deputy Klinkenbroomer, engaged to be married just days ago, leaves behind a grieving family and community trying to comprehend this senseless tragedy.
The deputy's family released a statement through the sheriff's office expressing their gratitude to the community that has come and laid flowers and candles here at the sheriff's station. They're also expressing how this grief is impacting their family. They've asked for privacy. Back to you.
Dana Griffin, thanks so much.
The United Auto Workers Union is sending a warning to the big three Detroit automakers this morning. It says more strikes are coming if the sides aren't able to make some serious progress in the coming days. Meanwhile, there's more trouble for Ford, with auto workers in Canada also threatening to join the picket line. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa has the latest.
Savannah, Stephen, good morning. The stalemate continues here in the Detroit area. You can hear the support for the picketers who are back out on the picket line this morning. And overnight, the UAW basically ramping up pressure on the big three. Union President Shawn Fain releasing a video saying that if there isn't, quote, serious progress on these negotiations by noon Friday, that more local chapters will be called on to walk out, adding, quote, they are not messing around. And then new this morning, Ford responding to that video saying right now they are working on contingency plans to keep Ford cars on the road in the event basically of more work stoppages. And then one more headline this morning you might have seen last night. Workers at Ford's Canadian plants were also on the brink of going on strike. That actually was averted at the last minute when those workers say they got what they called a substantive offer just minutes before last night's midnight deadline. At the same time, a lot of experts say back here in the States especially, it could be several weeks before the American public starts to feel the impact of these strikes. Experts saying if this drags on, they'll likely see car prices going up. They'll see parts becoming harder essentially to find. Of course, the union says, well, that supporter goodbye. The union says if they expand these strikes, those impacts could hit much sooner. At the same time, we are also getting sort of an estimate on the literal cost of these strikes to the company. Goldman Sachs estimating that GM and Ford are each losing, or will each lose, between $100 million and $125 million per week if and when this drags on. Guys, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Maggie, thank you so much.
All right, now to the bizarre and extraordinary search for a missing F-35 fighter jet, which appears to have finally come to an end yesterday. Authorities are now saying they found a debris field in South Carolina, and this comes a day after a pilot was able to safely eject from that jet during a, quote, mishap before the aircraft went missing. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Cubie has more on how this mystery unfolded.
After an all-out search that began on Sunday afternoon for this missing F-35, late Monday, defense officials told us they had located a debris field in a rural part of South Carolina about 2 hours north of Joint Base Charleston. A mystery unfolding in South Carolina after an F-35 fighter jet disappeared. And now all Marine aircraft are grounded. The jet was flying near Charleston, South Carolina Sunday when the military says it experienced a mishap, but is not providing any details on exactly what happened. The pilot ejected safely and was taken to a nearby hospital. The jet, on the other hand, continued to fly and disappeared, leading Joint Base Charleston to ask the public for help finding it, tweeting, "If you have any information that may help our recovery teams locate the F-35, please call the Base Defense Operations Center." Officials are focusing around 2 lakes north of the base near its last known location.
My understanding is the transponder malfunctioned, and that was an issue. We don't know why the pilot ejected. Obviously, we'll get answers to that at a later time.
Marine Corps leadership ordered all their aircraft grounded for 2 days in the wake of the missing F-35 and 2 deadly crashes last month. An F-18 crashed near San Diego, killing the pilot, and an MV-22 Osprey went down in Australia, killing 3 Marines on board. The F-35 stealth fighter jet is the Pentagon's most expensive weapon system, with a whopping $100 million price tag. Its ability to hide put to the test as search and recovery continues. One of the big questions remains, why wasn't the U.S. military able to communicate with the F-35 after it disappeared? According to one U.S. official, it appears that the transponder may have malfunctioned. Of course, this entire incident is now under investigation.
Such a head scratcher. Courtney, thank you.
That's a great way to put it. Well, we are keeping an eye on some flood watches in the New England area.
Meteorologist Angie Lastman joins us now with more. Hey, Angie.
Hey there. Good morning, guys. We've got still some rain around the same kind of similar area that we did yesterday, although parts of the Northeast much drier. We've just got the rain draped across parts of northern New England, Maine, New Hampshire, a little bit in Vermont and parts of New York as well. But the good news is those flood watches that you mentioned, a lot of them have come down so far this morning. We've got really saturated grounds in parts of Maine and Maine, New Hampshire, of course. So that's where some of the spots will remain for flooding concerns. So just a heads up, if you live in any of these areas, you might see some flooding concerns throughout the morning hours. Most of those will start to expire at the latest by early afternoon. So we'll see some improvements there. The coastal low that has been responsible for all this rain working through is on its way out. It's going to move over parts of eastern Canada. And so we'll gradually start that drying from south to north throughout the day today. Moving to the Central Plains, that's where we'll have a good chance of some strong to even severe storms today. Places like Oklahoma, Texas, you could see those threats, including hail, winds. Tornado threat is low, but it's mainly going to be the hail and winds. And some of that hail could be upwards of maybe baseball size. So just a heads up there. We'll also see some additional rainfall, anywhere from 2 to 3 inches possible, but upwards of 4, maybe 6 inches for localized areas. And of course, 'tis the season. We can't not talk about the tropics. We have Hurricane Nigel. That is a Category 1 hurricane right now. That's a fish storm, though. We're not worried about it. It's not going to impact any land. It'll continue moving to the north and then eventually to the east over the coming days. We're watching one area to develop over parts of the eastern Atlantic, just off the west coast of Africa. We'll see what happens with that system, maybe a depression by the later parts of this week. And then notice off the coast of the southeast. That's where we'll see potentially a subtropical system develop. What does that mean for us? It just means that we're watching a potential low develop that could bring some heavy rain to parts of the Carolinas and up into the mid-Atlantic and northeast, just in time for, guess what, the weekend. So we'll be watching that area, guys, potentially interrupting some weekend plans. But the good news is Nigel not impacting us. We're not looking at any major systems working towards the United States in at least the short term.
Great.
Yeah.
Yes. Good news.
Could be
Here with
worse.
the good news.
It's like a little rainy weekend for that news.
Exactly.
Angie, thanks so much. Well, there is much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, a shared struggle. A new study shows Gen Z is the least happy among adults. The reason why and what can be done to help.
First, though, after the break, a growing crisis at the southern border. Thousands of migrants arrested in just a single day. The latest on that coming up after the break.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun.
All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break.
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the expedition shouldn't
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so...
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. All eyes are on New York City this week as the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly continues.
That's right. Leaders from at least 145 countries have come together for meetings and debate. Later this morning, President Biden is set to address the assembly, and leaders will also hear from Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky, making his first in-person appearance at the UN since the start of the war in Ukraine. NBC's Mike Memoli joins us now here on set with a preview of what we can expect this morning. Hi, Mike. Great to see you. It's always good when you're here in New York to have you with us.
Even if I bring the traffic.
I was going to say, even if it means that you're here and nobody then can get around New York. But President Biden's speech set to get underway this morning about 10 a.m. What can we expect there?
So you've heard me talk a lot about how the president views foreign policy, that this is a fight between democracies like the United States against autocracies like China and Russia. And that sounds a lot like an academic discussion, right, for experts at a think tank. But one of the goals an administration official told me just last night is for the president to come in, his third speech to the UN General Assembly, and bring receipts to say, this is how I've pursued foreign policy, and this is what's delivered for the entire world, working through institutions like the United Nations, like the World Bank, improving those institutions, reforming them, have helped bring real results. And he wants to build on what we were talking about a week ago at the G20 in India, big improvements like on infrastructure, aid to the developing world. So that's going to be a big focus early on. But then, of course, the number one issue you're going to hear about is the war in Ukraine. The president, once again, is going to make a strong statement in support of countering Russia's aggression. And that's why we're also going to see the president, after his speech, meeting with a group called the C5+1, another one of these acronyms. It's actually a group of Central Asian countries, former Soviet republics. We've talked a lot about Russia's western neighbors, like bordering Ukraine. Their concern about what would happen if Russia goes beyond Ukraine. This is another group of countries that the president's trying to send a message to Russia. Democracies can deliver, and we're going to try to bring these countries into our sphere of influence as well.
And more on that focus for Ukraine. Hours after President Biden speaks, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky set to speak as well. What are we expecting from him? And also, he's expected to go to the White House. What are we expecting there?
Yeah, that's right. One of the things that the White House says is important what President Biden says about the war in Ukraine. There is no more effective messenger for his people than the president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky. And so his speech is going to be a really important one, not just his speech to the General Assembly as a whole, but he's also going to be attending a Security Council meeting, that smaller body, which is going to be focused on Ukraine. A body, by the way, that includes Russia. And so one of the big potential flashpoints today is going to be, what does Zelensky say when we hear from the Russian foreign minister? Is he going to call again, as the president has supported him, for reforming the Security Council? It shouldn't include countries like Russia that stand in the way of the actual charter of the UN itself. The big focus, of course, in Washington is going to be the spending fight. We're only 11 days from a potential government shutdown, right? And we know one of the big conflicts there is whether to continue the support that we've seen for Ukraine. So it's important to have the meeting with the president, but even more important, the meeting Zelensky is going to have with lawmakers on the Hill.
Quickly, before we let you go, also tell us what Zelensky did yesterday. I know he visited with some soldiers who are being treated here in the U.S.
That's right. These are soldiers who have lost limbs. They're being treated on Staten Island as part of a charity. And this is, I think, exactly what the White House is talking about when they talk about what an effective messenger. It's one thing to talk to world leaders. It's another thing to have these kind of pictures showing the empathy, showing the support that he's continuing to show for those who are on the front lines in Ukraine.
Absolutely.
All right. Mike Memoli, thank you so much.
Yeah, great to have you stop by. Well, Canada is investigating potential links between India and the murder of a Canadian citizen earlier this year. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau told Parliament that intelligence agencies are looking into allegations India was involved in the death of an advocate for Sikh independence. The man was gunned down back in June outside of a cultural center in British Columbia. Trudeau says he discussed the murder with India's Prime Minister Modi during last week's G20 summit. Ottawa and New Delhi have both expelled senior diplomats. India has called the allegations absurd. Well, NBC News has learned the number of illegal crossings at the U.S.-Mexico border has been rising since the start of September. That's according to two Department of Homeland Security officials. They say more than 7,500 migrants were arrested at the border this Sunday alone. That is compared to the daily arrest average of 4,300 back in July.
In a statement to NBC News, a Customs and Border Protection spokesperson said, quote, CBP is working according to plan and as part of our standard processes to quickly decompress the areas along the southwest border and safely and efficiently screen and process migrants to place them in immigration enforcement proceedings consistent with our laws.
NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley joins us for more on this. Hey, Julia, great to see you. What do these new numbers tell us about the effectiveness of the Biden administration's approach to migrants at the border? Why are these policies having less impact now compared to when they were enacted in May? And how bad is it? I mean, put those numbers in context for us.
Yeah, to put it in context, let's go back to mid-May. That was right at the end of those COVID-19 restrictions known as Title 42. We saw a record high of 10,000 apprehensions per day. Now, we're not there. We know from that snapshot on Sunday, it was 7,500. And those numbers are pretty consistent with what we've been seeing over the past week. But the thing is that after those record highs in May, they dropped suddenly. We were looking at 3,000, 4,000 apprehensions a day. It was a really low number. And the Biden administration really credited that to the new policies that make it harder to claim asylum at the border if you're crossing illegally, but easier to apply for an appointment or to apply from your home country and take one of the new legal pathways they set up. But it looks like those numbers are starting to rise. They usually do rise around this time of year, and it is having an impact. We've seen in Tucson and San Diego, they've been so overcrowded in those areas, they've had to release some migrants on the streets before they have shelters or a place to go. And in places like in Del Rio and Eagle Pass, Texas, we've seen migrants really swarming across those really caravan big groups pictures that we've seen in the past. Those are starting to come back.
And Julia, I wanted to ask you about that point. Some areas, of course, seeing more migrants than others. I'm most familiar, having lived in Texas for a long time, from Texas, seeing that they've already been struggling with resources to deal with this influx of migrants. How are they able to respond now?
Well, yeah, I mean, if you're a Texan, you know that when you've seen one part of Texas, you've only seen one part of Texas. Every part is so different. So there's some areas like Rio Grande Valley that's actually the busiest right now. They had 1,800 apprehensions on Sunday, but they're able to deal with that. They're a big sector. They have the most resources. They have a great charity network there through Catholic Charities where they can take in 1,000 migrants a day and have them stay there overnight, and then they're able to go on to their next destination with the resources they need. That's not so in remote areas like Eagle Pass, Texas, and that's why we're seeing the numbers rise in those areas. Also can be the case in parts of Arizona that are really remote, where all of a sudden they're seeing maybe a group of 200 with children, and they need to get those resources. Part of that CBP statement talked about decompression. What that means is sometimes they'll take migrants from one part of the border, put them on a plane, and fly them to another part of the border simply because they don't have the resources in the areas where the migrants arrive.
Julia, you just mentioned children. I mean, it's no surprise as the number generally goes up, the number of migrant children also goes up. Tell us about that.
That's right. That's something that probably has these officials I'm speaking with the most concerned. They're seeing a rise in children coming with families. We've seen that in some of these areas in Arizona and along the Rio Grande River in areas like Del Rio and Eagle Pass. They also said in just the Rio Grande Valley that they're now averaging about 150 unaccompanied children crossing per day. Sometimes those numbers have even gotten north of 200, and that's up from what we saw in June around the 90s. So that number's ticking up, and when that goes up, that means more children in the custody of Health and Human Services. They have to find a sponsor for them to go to. That's what really got this administration in trouble in 2021, and they're hoping that they can avoid that again.
All right, Julia Ainsley, as always, thank you so much for your reporting.
Well, coming up this morning, actor and comedian Russell Brand facing a lot of fallout. Numerous allegations have surfaced of sexual assault. When we come back, what he's saying about those claims as he postpones the rest of his stand-up tour.
And the fine line between showing support and enabling loved ones' behavior. We'll explain the difference and why it's so important in your weekly check-in. This is Morning News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it.
Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for.
It's back to school.
Back to business.
Back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day. Make it all right.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world. We have a full team. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this. The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So,
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back now with the fallout from those disturbing allegations against comedian and actor Russell Brand. 4 women told Britain's Sunday Times and Channel 4 Dispatches Brand sexually assaulted or raped them between 2006 and 2013. NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro has the latest on his response and what police are now learning.
British comedian and actor Russell Brand fighting back against numerous allegations of sexual assault.
What I seriously refute are these very, very serious criminal allegations.
4 women coming forward in the British media and telling their stories in a documentary entitled Russell Brand in Plain Sight, a joint investigation by the Sunday Times, The Times, and Channel 4 Dispatches.
I was like, oh my God. He raped me.
Their allegations spanning the years from 2006 to 2013 include rape, sexual assault, and abuse. One woman says she was 16 years old at the time of her alleged assault.
I was pushing him away, and he wasn't backing off at all. And so I ended up having to punch him really hard in the stomach to get him off.
Another woman sharing text messages with The Times she says are between her and Brand following her alleged assault in 2012 in Los Angeles, writing, "When a girl says no, it means no." Brand allegedly replying with an apology, quote, "I'm very sorry." The 48-year-old rising to fame for his often lewd and crass comedy and stand-up routines.
Immaculate Conception? You're having a laugh on your sweetheart? Tell me his name!
In this appearance on The Jimmy Fallon Show in 2013, he made jokes of a sexual nature towards actress Katharine McPhee.
I find Katharine very attractive. Then when she said exchange numbers, I thought things that I'd like to exchange with her.
Numbers! The fan of numbers. He likes numbers. He's not a numbers fan.
And genes!
He's number. All right, no, you can't.
Genetic info.
In his video statement, Brand not shying away from his past.
These allegations pertain to the time when I was working in the mainstream, when I was in the newspapers all the time, when I was in the movies. And as I've written about extensively in my books, I was very, very promiscuous. Now, during that time of promiscuity, the relationships I had were absolutely always consensual. I was always transparent about that then, almost too transparent. And I'm being transparent about it now.
The fallout already leading to consequences. The remaining dates of Brand's UK stand-up tour Bipolarization now postponed with ticket refunds announced by the promoter. Brand was employed as a BBC presenter during the time frame of the allegations, the broadcaster issuing a statement saying they are urgently looking into the issues raised. His talent agency and book publisher both cutting ties with the actor who played prominent roles in Hollywood hits.
I respect you for doing that, but the content of what you said has made me hate you.
And had a short-lived marriage to pop star Katy Perry. In a Vogue interview 10 years ago, Perry making this cryptic remark about their marriage, saying, quote, "I found out the real truth, which I can't necessarily disclose because I keep it locked in my safe for a rainy day." Brand opening up about his struggles with alcohol, heroin, and sex addiction in an interview with 60 Minutes Australia.
How is it destructive for you?
Well, if you're sleeping with so many people that you can't get to work, or you're not being properly discerning about who the people are that you're sleeping with, people sort of, then eventually you're going to get into trouble.
In the wake of the allegations and publicity, London police confirming they've now received an allegation relating to a 2003 incident and calling on any other alleged victims to come forward.
Our thanks to Valerie Castro for that reporting. Well, according to the Sunday Times, these women did not report these incidents to police, though one allegedly did make a complaint to Brand's talent reps in 2020. In a statement, the agency said Brand categorically and vehemently denied the allegation made in 2020. The agency now says it was misled and has terminated all professional ties. One of the victims said she was assaulted in California. She tells the paper she went to a rape crisis center after the incident and police were notified, but she declined to file an official report, worried that her words wouldn't mean anything against Brands. NBC News hasn't spoken to any of the accusers or independently confirmed their allegations.
Time now for our weekly mental health check-in, and we have some bad news for Generation Z. We'll break down why that age group is less likely to report their mental health as excellent.
Plus, are you an enabler? We're going to break down the difference between helping someone with their mental health and enabling them. It's an important one. Let's bring in licensed marriage and family therapist Dr. George James for more on these mental health headlines. Hello, Dr. James. Always great to have you with us. So let's start with that study on generational happiness. A report from Gallup and the Walton Family Foundation found just 20% of Gen Z describes their mental health as excellent. That's the lowest among all generations. Why are we seeing such low numbers, and what can we do here?
You know, when you look at the numbers, Gen Z is actually ages 12 to 26, and you just think about what they've been through in the past few years. They've been through a lot, and it is overwhelming. So it makes sense that they would say that they're struggling more with their mental health from the pandemic, from injustice, from so many other things, employment, and thinking about the future. But even despite that, they are willing to say and own their anxiety or their depression, but they're also more optimistic than we might actually realize. They believe more about their future. So they're owning their mental health, but also believe in the positive about the future.
And Dr. James, I wanted to ask you about this enabling thing. It might be our first instinct most of the time to try to shield our loved ones when they're suffering, they're going through pain. But mental health experts now saying that there's a really fine line between helping someone and enabling their behavior. So walk us through that difference. How do we know when we're enabling?
So, yeah, there's a difference between support and enabling. Support usually is when we're trying to encourage someone, we're trying to help them be their independent self. We're also trying to show love and care, and it usually leads to positive change. Enabling sometimes is where we're trying to get in the middle of them moving forward. As we see, it's putting our own needs above theirs. It's solving problems for our loved ones. It's even justifying their behavior. You know, when we enable, we are also trying to take responsibility for what's going on and not allowing them to figure it out. And oftentimes it keeps them in this negative cycle. So it's like doing their homework instead of helping them with their homework.
Dr. James, I want to ask you now about morning routines. Okay, they can be kind of hard to get into, especially on our schedule, but there are some ways to improve the start of your day that then is going to make those good feelings last throughout the day. Tell us about this.
Yeah, there's lots of things that we can do that can help us and energize us and get us to a good place. But there's something that says that you can have an amazing day. And there's a few things that they talk about. One is to take a pause, relax, take a moment for yourself, maybe get into the routine for thinking about your routine for the day. Positive pants, meaning put on the clothes that make you feel good, that make you feel a good way about yourself. Find ways to also move around and have some energy, get some sunlight. There are all these things that when you put it together can help. And there's also something about stacking good habits. When you put one habit on top of another, that can also feel good. So if you try to put these things all together, it can allow you to have a great day and a great focus for the day and hopefully good energy on that day. So try it out and see how it works for you.
All right, there you go. Dr. George James, thank you so much. We'll see about trying that out.
Yeah, sounds great.
In the 4 a.m. hour,
yeah. Coming up this morning, change is coming to Capitol Hill. After the break, the new dress code that allows lawmakers to go casual.
And she is shattering the glass ceiling, going all the way to the moon. My conversation with Christina Cook ahead of her history-making lunar mission. This is Morning News Now.
Top Story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, and this
coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it.
Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on.
Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for.
It's back to school.
Back to business in a good way.
Back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break.
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the conditions you
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so...
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Some news from D.C. now, where things are getting a little less formal on the Capitol. Majority Leader Chuck Schumer announced that he will no longer enforce the unofficial dress code requiring most senators to wear business attire. The decision would potentially allow Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman, who has been seen dressing down while going about his duties, to wear casual attire like hoodies, which he favors, along with gym shorts on the Senate floor. But despite these changes, not everyone can loosen up. The Senate staff will still have to follow that old dress code.
All right, well, now for what's making financial headlines. Instacart is set to hit the stock market. Looks like it's delivering promise to investors.
Yeah, for more on that, CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with other headlines as well. Good morning, Silvana.
Hey, Stephen. Good morning. Good morning, Savannah. Yeah, so Instacart is hoping its IPO will deliver for investors. The grocery delivery service pricing shares at the top end of the expected range, valuing the company at roughly $10 billion. Instacart will start trading today on the NASDAQ under the symbol CART. The offering follows the successful debut of chipmaker ARM Holdings last week, and a positive performance could open the window for others to dive into the market, including Birkenstock, which is expected to make its debut in October. Olive oil prices are spiking to record levels. They hit $8,900 a ton this month. That's more than double compared to last year. A severe drought in major producing countries, including Spain, Italy, and Greece, is impacting supply and attracting thieves. About 50,000 liters of extra virgin olive oil were stolen from a Spanish oil mill last month, worth about $450,000. Now, analysts warn if supplies continue to be depleted by the drought, they could be exhausted before October. Target plans to hire nearly 100,000 workers for the holiday season. Now, that matches the number of people the retailer brought on the past 2 years. Target is also offering deep discounts starting the first week of October as part of its annual Circle Week event. You'll be able to find several items under $25 across apparel, home, food, and essentials. Holiday sales are forecast to grow at their slowest pace in 5 years, guys.
Wow, 100,000 people.
Yeah, that means the holidays are really coming.
There you go.
Yep, they are.
Silvana, thank you.
Well, now to a very special edition in our series, Women Mean Business. And this one took me to NASA and back. Well, next November, history will be made when the Artemis II mission sends the first black astronaut and the first woman astronaut on a lunar mission. That woman is Christina Koch, and she's playing a pivotal role in NASA's push to get back to the moon.
I grew up in a small town in North Carolina. I didn't even see another engineer, much less an astronaut.
And at that time, also probably not really seeing women as astronauts.
Definitely not.
Christina Koch is used to being the only woman in the room. And come next year, she'll be the only woman who's headed to the moon when she embarks on the Artemis II mission planned for November 2024. But that first is just the latest on a long list, going back to when she was named an astronaut a decade ago. A phone call she remembers well.
And I actually started out by telling them, hey, it's okay, I had a great time interviewing. Thanks for considering me. And they actually had to interrupt me and say, actually, we're calling to tell you we want you to join our team to come to Houston.
Since that day, she set records, like the longest single spaceflight by a woman with a total of 328 days in space, and participating in the first all-female spacewalk.
What was that moment like, going out with all women?
Yeah, it was incredible. Hopefully that got people thinking about where we're at. We weren't just out there for a participation ribbon. We wanted to actually be excellent spacewalkers. This isn't very well known, but the coolest thing about that spacewalk was it was unplanned. It was the only spacewalk I did that was not planned prior. I never trained for it. She never trained for it. We actually went out to fix something that had broken. So we designed the entire spacewalk in 1 week with the teams on the ground, and normally a spacewalk is developed for years.
Along the way, she's faced obstacles unique to women in the male-dominated field.
The fleet of suits is actually built for a bigger-bodied astronaut. So I go out and do spacewalks in a suit that's 2 sizes too big for me. There actually are time factors that they add in for how much longer tasks will take in someone who's doing a spacewalk in this suit that's too big for them.
Are there things about your job that you think are changing and will change and will continue to get better as more women do this?
Definitely. In fact, the suit is a perfect example because the next suits that they're making for the moon surface operations are actually going to, by design, fit a very wide range of people.
Among your many accomplishments, adding another one, the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
It was great news. Funny story, we were actually all late. No one was on time to this meeting. We had a meeting put on our calendars under a different pretense, so none of us had any idea how important this meeting was going to be. When we were asked, how would you like to fly on Artemis II? After walking in and seeing the people in the room, I knew that it wasn't a meeting I should have been late to. But after kind of regaining my composure, it took me a second to take it in. I said it would be an honor, and we'll try not to disappoint you in the future by being late.
They'll be on time, and they'll be uber prepared. Koch will be a mission specialist on the 10-day Artemis II mission that will send 4 astronauts around the moon on the Orion spacecraft. The team is currently training on a simulator Koch is seeing for the first time with us.
This is our sim, and it's just getting ramped up. And this is the first time the seats have been installed, and we have software up, and the displays are on. When we're on that far side of the moon is when we will probably be executing something like this. There we go. Oh, there, finally. Yep, the moon is there. This is the dream come true of any astronaut.
It's still exciting every single day that we get to come and do training in this mock-up.
The crew is taking courses in this exact replica of Orion.
This is my seat, so you're going to be sitting in my seat. Okay, that's great. I claimed this spot up here. That's going to be my sleep spot. We'll be laying on our backs, facing up, and when we start to actually accelerate, we'll have that feeling of acceleration like this way, like kind of being pushed back in your chair.
When you think about that moment, nerves? Are you scared? Are you excited? What's that particular moment feel like?
The moment that you actually lift off. Honestly, if I could assign one word to it, it would be the word fulfillment, because you finally realize you are fulfilling the mission that you came here to do.
Okay, how cool is she? Christina says that she sees one of her responsibilities on this mission as taking the dreams, hopes, and goals of everyone, all of us with her, because she sees this as everyone's journey. I also, of course, asked her what her advice for others who want to follow in her footsteps would be, as we always do on Women Mean Business. She says that she wants you to do what scares you. She said if you go towards that and not away from those things that might feel sort of out of your reach, that is where the magic happens. And look at that. It's taken her all the way to the moon.
She knows what she's talking about.
And she was so fantastic, so much fun, and just the sharpest, most incredible woman who was so willing to share so much with me. It was the best day.
She seems so down to earth, ironically, because she's up in space. Love that.
That was good.
Yeah, thank you.
Right. Coming up, it's a firework of a deal.
Yeah, when we come back, we'll break down pop star Katy Perry's mega $1 million sale of her masters. More on that agreement and what exactly it means when we come back.
It always feels so good to get back to it.
Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on.
Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for.
It's back to school.
Back to business in a good way.
Back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now in this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage,
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
when critical votes were counted,
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account,
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now in this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand. And officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Some good news if you love Blink-182. They're announcing a brand new album coming next month. The trio announced the news in a video trailer yesterday morning. The 17-track album was entirely produced by drummer Travis Barker and will be the first release since Tom DeLonge rejoined last year. The title track, One More Time, drops on September 21st, and the album will be out on October 20th. Some flashbacks to the early 2000s.
For
there.
real. That's so cool.
Love that.
Awesome. All right. Well, speaking of music, we're going to end this hour with a firework. Pop sensation Katy Perry selling her music rights for a whopping $225 million.
Yeah, according to Variety, the deal includes stakes in her master recordings and publishing rights for the 5 studio albums she released between 2008 and 2020. Let's bring in Elizabeth Diltz-Marshall for more on this. She is the senior finance correspondent at Billboard. Liz, good morning. Thanks for being here. Of course, Katy Perry joining a growing list of people who've sold these. Justin Timberlake is on that list. Also, Bruce Springsteen and the late Tina Turner also included on this. So what exactly does this mean and what is the benefit? I'm guessing money has a lot to do with it.
Absolutely. So people often, fans in particular, maybe get a little sad when they hear that their favorite star has sold some of their rights to their songs. But a lot of people do this for estate planning. You know, there's really actually only 2, apart from making new music and touring, there's only 2 ways to really get money as a successful musician. You can take a loan with your songs, or you can sell your songs, your rights to them. And Katy Perry has done this to wild success. This is the biggest deal that we have covered so far this year. Justin Bieber sold his catalog, a portion of his publishing rights, and the master royalty income. So not the masters. The masters are still owned by Capitol Records and UMG. But they've both sold them for well over $200 million.
So then we see, though, artists like Taylor Swift. I'm a huge Swiftie, full disclosure, but who's essentially doing the opposite, kind of trying to reclaim her music, recording her own versions, which is a whole conversation for another time. But walk us through that, why somebody would decide to not want to have somebody else owning their music.
Yeah, so Taylor famously was very upset when the master recording rights to her original albums were sold. And she has gone about it in a really creative way, in a really successful way. She's re-released, effectively tweaked the songs a little bit, performed them slightly differently, 3 whole albums. And they have become the go-to albums by her fans and by streaming numbers. So she's doing great there in her pushback.
Yeah, isn't it kind of amazing, actually, what those Taylor's versions are doing versus, I mean, they're albums that have already been out in the world, already had a fan base, but they're doing so well.
Yes, and so she re-released Red this summer. Fearless and one other album were much older than that, re-released in 2021. But these have just done gangbusters. Billboard recently analyzed the numbers on how frequently the original album versus the re-released Taylor's version has been streamed. Fearless and Red, I believe, are both doing 3 times the numbers.
Wow. I have a friend who works at a radio station, and she says there is such demand for Taylor's version to be played only. They do not want to hear the original.
No, we fans.
Swifties know what they're doing.
The other one's dead to us.
But for a lot of people trying to wrap their brains around this, what does this mean for Katy Perry fans? Does this change anything, their access to her songs or where they'll hear them?
If anything, it might mean that you'll hear her songs more. So when these rights change hands, the new owners, whether they're a catalog fund, a music label like UMG, or some other kind of entity, they have an incentive to then get that music out there making money again, or more money than it already was making to begin with. And you hear Taylor's song, you hear Katy's songs in Yankee Stadium. She played the Super Bowl. You already hear her songs in arenas all over the world. But you might see a Katy movie coming up. You might see Katy museum exhibitions of her costumes, her wonderful, candy-colored costumes, all of that.
Awesome.
Very nice. Even
a lot
more
to look
for
forward
fans.
to then, maybe, as a Katy Perry fan. All right, Elizabeth, thank you so much.
Thanks.
All right, that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, and thank you for being with us. I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Stephen Romo in for Joe Fryer this morning. Right now on Morning News Now, back home. After years in Iranian custody, 5 wrongfully imprisoned Americans are back on U.S. soil. The move is part of a prisoner swap and transfer of $6 billion, and the deal is not without its controversy. We're digging into the pushback and new sanctions, along with what comes next for those newly freed. Plus, off the radar, after a day-long search, the debris of a missing F-35 stealth jet have been found. But the questions about its disappearance, they are only just beginning. The possible malfunction that caused the military's most advanced fighter jet to temporarily disappear, and how officials are now responding. Gridlock. This morning, the clock is ticking for the United Auto Workers and Big 3 automakers to reach a deal. And the UAW says it's tired of waiting for the new action. They say that they're ready to take it to the sides if they don't make, quote, serious progress by Friday. And fall foliage feud. This morning, people in one scenic Vermont town say they're being overrun by leaf peepers trying to snap their perfect shot for social media. Now they are fed up, and they're not alone. The action they're now taking and the growing pushback from scenic communities around the world.
Peepers.
Who would have thought? Yeah, leaf peepers.
There you go.
Didn't know that even was a thing. Well, we do begin this morning with the dramatic homecoming from 5 American prisoners landing at a U.S. military base overnight after being released from Iran.
Senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has the latest for us.
Those 5 Americans touched down here at Fort Belvoir in Virginia just a short time ago, and we're just getting these new images in. That plane touching down on the tarmac, the family members rushing to meet them carrying small American flags. It's a bit chilly here in Virginia this morning, but that was quickly forgotten. Look at those warm embraces in that new video. This was the moment that these families had been waiting for.
Overnight, 5 Americans locked up for years in Iran, finally free. A long journey home for the U.S. citizens after years of delicate negotiations for their release.
As far as we know, they're all in relatively good health.
The prisoners first boarded a charter plane in Tehran, then hours later landed in Doha. Some of them seen smiling. 3 of them, all dual Iranian-American citizens, sharing an embrace as they walked into the terminal. The other 2 Americans have asked for privacy and have not been identified.
I spoke to them,
after they landed in Doha. I can tell you that it was, for them, for me, an emotional conversation.
Siamak Namazi, who the U.S. says was arrested on false espionage charges, writing, "For almost 8 years, I have been dreaming of this day," adding he can't wait to get to an Apple store. "I am dying to find out what gadgets now exist."
He's missed 8 years of the most productive years of his life. He wants to be married. He wants to have kids.
Still, the swap is controversial. In addition to the U.S. and Iran exchanging 5 prisoners, the Biden administration also unlocking $6 billion in Iranian money frozen by U.S. sanctions. The White House says Iran can only use it for things like food and medicine, with U.S. officials approving each transaction. But Iran's president told NBC's Lester Holt last week,
"We will decide, the Islamic Republic of Iran will decide to spend it wherever we need it."
Republicans arguing the money was essentially a ransom.
Unfortunately, the deal that secured their release may very well be the latest example of President Biden rewarding and incentivizing Tehran's bad behavior.
Meanwhile, the Biden administration is stressing that those $6 billion are not U.S. taxpayer money, that it originally belonged to the Iranians. The White House is also slapping new sanctions on Iran over the presumed death of a former FBI agent in Iranian custody. But this morning, the focus is on those 5 American citizens now back in the arms of their family members. Back to you.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you so much.
For some perspective on this, let's bring in Hagar Shamali. She's the host of Oh My World on YouTube and a former spokesperson for the U.S. mission to the UN. Good morning, and thanks so much for joining us. So we heard from Senator McConnell call this a ransom payment. Others have implied it could put Americans at risk who are abroad to be taken prison there themselves. What is your sense of this swap?
Well, all of that can be true. It doesn't mean that it's not good news. On the question of the money and whether it's a ransom payment, you know, ransom, it's semantics. It's sort of a ransom. The definition of a ransom is an exchange of money to release prisoners. It was not U.S. money. It was providing Iran with indirect access to its own frozen funds that had been frozen in South Korea. They've been moved to a bank in Qatar, the Central Bank of Qatar, and can only be used for humanitarian purposes. And for anybody who believes, well, how on earth can the U.S. monitor that? The answer is that is literally what the United States does. We did that. I was at the U.S. Treasury Department when we did that, when we sanctioned Iranian oil, and that money was frozen all over the world, including in places like South Korea and elsewhere. And if we ever saw that money being used for other purposes, we were very quick to hop on a plane and tell the offending bank or country that they needed to knock it off. So I have no concerns about that money being diverted in any way. So it is indirect access to their own frozen funds. In terms of the criticism, you know, as a rule, if you are engaging in any kind of negotiations or deals to release prisoners, yes, it does encourage the behavior. We already know that. But the fact is that the Iranian regime and other, by the way, dictatorships, Russia and so on, are going to continue pursuing that behavior. Hostage diplomacy is a hallmark of the Iranian regime. And the reason for that is that they have no cards to play. It is the only way they can find a means of getting political concessions. And I'm not justifying it. It is also because the Iranian regime does not abide or play by the same rules that we do. And so our leverage when we are negotiating and we have a hostage at the other end is very difficult.
This is, though, all going on with the backdrop of these broader tensions in the region, and even a UN nuclear watchdog group said in recent days inspectors have been kicked out of Iranian nuclear program sites. Put these concerns in context.
Sure. So I heard some statements saying that perhaps this now means that this lays the foundation for a renewal of talks between the United States and Iran. And I would not expect that. Far from it. If anything, I expect the U.S. administration to only distrust the regime even further, regardless of whether the nuclear program is a different issue. Iran right now, its enrichment of uranium is as close as it's ever been to weapons grade. So to begin with, Iran's nuclear program is farthest along it's ever been, and so that's not in a good place. And then on the other hand, when you have this hostage situation, it just further exacerbates the situation. And when you know that the Iranian regime is pursuing, by the way, assassination and kidnapping plots on U.S. soil, it further deteriorates that. So I don't expect any kind of movement on that front.
All right, good perspective. Havar Shmali, thank you so much.
Well, turning now to South Carolina, where the search for that missing F-35 stealth jet is over. Officials believe they found the debris field for the military's most advanced aircraft nearly 24 hours after the jet vanished. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us now from Indiantown, South Carolina with the details. Hey, Sam, good morning.
Savannah, good morning. This is still confounding. As you mentioned, I'm in Indiantown this morning. This is a small unincorporated community here in Williamsburg County, where behind me, I'm told there are a few homes, mostly fields, and now the shattered pieces of a $100 million fighter jet. Now, Savannah, what we don't know this morning beyond this military barricade behind me is how far back the debris field goes. What we do know is that the aircraft did not land in one of several area lakes. That was the original speculation. As the investigation right now really ramping up into how the military could lose track of a fighter jet for 24 hours.
A high-level mystery this morning in South Carolina's Low Country. A $100 million F-35 fighter jet missing for a day. Eventually found last night, where it apparently crashed in this rural area, according to the military, 2 hours northeast from Joint Base Charleston. One resident thinks he heard it go down.
When I heard the plane coming across, I said, the plane is mighty low. And I heard boom.
Others, like Vanessa Presley, trying to get a read on how this search went off the radar.
Are people here talking about how strange it is that a fighter jet disappeared for 24 hours?
Yes, especially when it costs that much amount of money. Yeah, that's just not something that happens every day.
The stealth aircraft went missing after the pilot and only person on board was forced to eject on Sunday. The military base making a plea to the public. If you have any information that may help our recovery teams locate the F-35, please call the Base Defense Operations Center. But how details of this mishap were communicated, not sitting well with area Congresswoman Nancy Mace.
Frustrated would be an understatement right now, because our community deserves basic minimum answers.
So far, neither Joint Base Charleston nor the 2nd Marine Aircraft Wing, where the jet is part of the training squadron, are commenting on what might have caused the unexplained series of events. The FAA is also not responding to our request for comment, but is working with the military, local and state law enforcement, and the Civil Air Patrol. In the wake of this incident and 2 deadly crashes involving Marine Corps aircraft in the last month, the acting commandant ordering a safety stand-down of all Marine Corps aircraft for 2 days this week. NBC News aviation analyst Jeff Gazzetti says there's at least one crucial resource for getting some answers.
We have a living pilot, a living witness to tell us what happened, and I'm sure he's already told their story to the investigative team. It's our most advanced jet in this country, and we need to find out what went wrong.
One of the most common questions that comes up right now is, are you telling me that there was nothing on this aircraft to track where it was? And there typically is a transponder. There was one, according to a spokesperson for Joint Base Charleston, but that person also says it was not working, and they have not determined yet, Savannah, as to why. So it's not clear. Did it malfunction after the pilot ejected? Was it not functioning the entire time? So that is going to be part of this investigation. Savannah?
Yeah, last hour, Stephen called this one a head scratcher, which it certainly is. Sam Brock, thank you very much.
Well, here in New York City, the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly is underway.
Yeah, leaders from dozens of countries have come together to confront global challenges like climate change and Russia's war in Ukraine. Today, we're expected to hear from both President Biden and the president of Ukraine, President Zelensky, at the summit. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander joins us here on set with a preview. Peter, it's great to have you here in New York with us.
Nice to see you.
Good to see you. So first, why don't we talk about President Biden? What can we expect from his address today?
Well, I think, as you note in your introduction, that he is going to be outlining his vision to tackle these global challenges. No bigger global challenge still exists than what's happening in Ukraine right now, this war now in its 19th month. So certainly the president will focus on that a bit. But that's not the only one. Think about the other issues, some of them a function of the war right now. Food insecurity, with food prices spiking around the world in large part due to this war, climate change, record temperatures, infrastructure, and the like. So the U.S., the president will really try to promote U.S. leadership in this moment. And aides that I've spoken to and advisors really view this as an opportunity this go around for President Biden, because notably of sort of the 5 big superpowers in the world, Britain, France, Russia, China, and the U.S., only President Biden is going to be there. Notably, President Xi of China and President Putin of Russia will both be absent. So that's significant, gives him an opportunity to really try to speak the American message to the global community and to those developing nations as well.
And speaking of Ukraine, as you mentioned earlier, President Zelensky set to make his first in-person appearance since the start of the war in Ukraine. What is his message expected to be to world leaders?
The message, I think, Stephen, is going to be a familiar one. Obviously, he needs more support. He needs more money. This war shows no sign of letting up. This counteroffensive that many people had been sort of eyeing as an opportunity to push back against the Russians has, if not stalled, certainly not progressed the way that anybody was hoping it would right now. So we will hear from Zelensky. And then notably, he's going to make his case directly to President Biden. He's going to be coming to Washington, D.C. on Thursday, a couple days from now. He'll come to the White House, meet with the president, make the argument to members of Congress as well for additional funding going forward for arms and other needs that Ukraine has right now. But Stephen and Savannah, one of the real challenges for Ukraine and for Zelensky is that Republicans certainly are skeptical about sending more money to Ukraine. And Americans broadly, a majority of Americans now don't support the idea of sending additional funds to Ukraine. So he does face some real challenges.
Before we let you go, I do want to switch into campaign mode just for a moment.
Yeah.
President Biden kind of sharpening some language when it comes to his predecessor, former President Trump. Tell us about that.
Yeah, that's right. So he's in town. Obviously, politicians, when they come through New York, a lot of wealthy folks around here hold some of these fundraisers. He did the same. And when he was at one of these fundraisers, first, one of his biggest political liabilities is his age. He'll be 81 in 2 months. He said, among other things, he's more optimistic about the future of the country than he has been in his words, 800 years that he has served. That got some laughs, so a little self-deprecation. But he did, as you say, have some of his sharpest, toughest words as they relate to the former president, President Trump, criticizing him. The first comments he's made since that interview with the new moderator of Meet the Press, Kristen Welker, where he said, among other things, that Trump and his allies will likely side with dictators like Vladimir Putin. And he said, quote, and I think you'll hear this quote again, Donald Trump and his MAGA Republicans are determined to destroy democracy. Some real tough language, setting the stakes for the 2024 effort.
Absolutely.
Certainly more to come there. All right. Peter Alexander, thank you.
Well, the United Autos workers strike against the nation's big three automakers now in its 5th day, with the union ramping up pressure. In a new video posted overnight, UAW President Shawn Fain warned if members don't see serious progress by noon Friday, more local chapters could be called to join the strike.
Auto workers have waited long enough to make things right at the big three. We're not waiting around, and we're not messing around. So noon on Friday, September 22nd is a new deadline.
NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa joins us now with the latest on the list. Hi, Maggie. So where do negotiations stand this morning? What do we know?
Yeah, so Savannah, that video that you just showed part of, again, that was released late last night, that really sums it up. Workers here not giving on any of their demands, including that key 40% pay bump that they say essentially they want after they say the union gave up major concessions during the 2008 recession. That's the reason for that high number. And they say they're not going to give on that at all. As we know, the car companies at last check gave around a 20% proposed pay raise. So still a lot of ground between these two sides to make up. And that noon deadline, that noon Friday deadline, warning that it basically, again, if they don't see what they call serious progress, this strike could expand. That is new pressure from the union to make the car companies sort of responsible for bridging the gap between the two. We started to see responses from the big three, Ford in particular, saying that they're still focused on reaching a deal, saying they're working for a win-win, but also saying they are working on and they have contingency plans in the case of basically expanded walkouts. You also see GM releasing their statement saying they are continuing to bargain in good faith. But essentially, we're not seeing any ground given up by the big three either. So it seems very possible that this could stretch on until Friday and we could see those walkouts expand, guys.
Yeah, and we could potentially even see it expand right into Canada. Ford workers threatening to strike there. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so it is really important to point out that's not UAW. That is a different union, but they have released a statement in solidarity. I'll let that support.
Good morning to you. I'm Peter Alexander. We are coming on the air with breaking news at this hour. There you see President Biden now set to address the United Nations General Assembly before an audience of world leaders at this pivotal moment for U.S. relations abroad. Let's listen to the President of the United States.
I invite him to address the Assembly. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, my fellow leaders, about a week ago, I stood on the other side of the world, in Vietnam, on soil once bloody with war. And I met a small group of veterans, Americans and Vietnamese, who witnessed, and I watched the exchange of personal artifacts from that war, identification cards and a diary. It was deeply moving to see the reaction of the Vietnamese and American soldiers. Culmination of 50 years of hard work on both sides to address the painful legacies of war and to choose to work together toward peace and a better future. Nothing about that journey was inevitable. For decades, it would have been unthinkable for an American president to stand in Hanoi alongside a Vietnamese leader and announce a mutual commitment to the highest level of country's partnership. But it's a powerful reminder that our history need not dictate our future. With the concerted leadership and careful effort, adversaries can become partners. Overwhelming challenges can be resolved, and deep wounds can heal. So let us never forget that. When we choose to stand together and recognize the common hopes that bind all humanity, we hold our hands the power in that power to bend that arc of history. My fellow leaders, we gather once more at an inflection point in world history, with the eyes of the world upon all of you, all of us. As President of the United States, I understand the duty my country has to lead in this critical moment, to work with countries in every region, linking them in common cause, to join together with partners who share a common vision of the future of the world, where our children do not go hungry and everyone has access to quality health care, where workers are empowered and our environment is protected, where entrepreneurs and innovators everywhere can access opportunity everywhere, where conflicts are resolved peacefully and countries can chart their own course. The United States seeks a more secure, more prosperous, more equitable world for all people, because we know our future is bound to yours. Let me repeat that again. We know our future is bound to yours. And no nation can meet the challenges of today alone. The generations that preceded us organized this body, the United Nations, and built international financial institutions and multilateral and regional bodies to help take on the challenges of their time. It isn't always perfect. It wasn't always perfect. But working together, the world made some remarkable and undeniable progress that improved the lives of all people. We avoided the renewal of global conflict while lifting more than 1 billion people out of extreme poverty. We together expanded access to education for millions of children. We saved tens of millions of lives that would have otherwise been lost to preventable and treatable diseases like measles, malaria, tuberculosis. HIV/AIDS infections and deaths plummeted, in no small part because of PEPFAR's work in more than 55 countries, saving more than 25 million lives. It's a profound testament to what we can achieve when we act together, when we take on tough challenges, and an admonition for all of us to urgently accelerate our progress so that no one's left behind, because too many people are being left behind. The institutions we built together at the end of the Second World War are an enduring bedrock of our progress, and the United States is committed to sustaining them. And this year, we're proud to rejoin UNESCO. We also recognize that to meet the new challenges of our decades-old institutions and approaches, they must be updated to keep peace with the world. We have to bring in more leadership and capability that exists everywhere, especially from regions that have not always been fully included. We have to grapple with the challenges that are more connected and more complex. And we have to make sure we're delivering for people everywhere, not just somewhere, everywhere. Simply put, the 21st century results are badly needed. They're needed to move us along. That starts with the United Nations, starts right here in this room. In my address to this body last year, I announced the United States will support expanding the Security Council, increasing the number of permanent and non-permanent members. The United States has undertaken serious consultation with many member states and will continue to do our part to push more reform efforts forward, look for points of common ground, and make progress in the year ahead. We need to be able to break the gridlock that too often stymies progress and blocks consensus on the Council. We need more voices, more perspectives at the table. The United Nations must continue to preserve peace, prevent conflict, and alleviate human suffering. And we embrace nations stepping up to lead in new ways and to seek new breakthroughs on hard issues. For example, on Haiti, the Caribbean community is facilitating a dialogue among Haitian society. I think President Ruto of Kenya, I thank him for his willingness to serve as the lead nation of a UN-backed security support mission. I call on the Security Council to authorize this mission now. The people of Haiti cannot wait much longer. The United States is working across the board to make global institutions more responsive, more effective, and more inclusive. For example, we've taken significant steps to reform and scale up the World Bank, expanding its financing to low and middle-income countries so it can help boost progress toward meeting the Sustainable Development Goals and better address interconnected challenges like climate change and fragility. Under the new president of the World Bank, change is already taking root. Last month, I asked the United States Congress for additional funds to expand World Bank financing by $25 billion. And at the G20, we rallied the major economies of the world to mobilize even more funding. Collectively, we can deliver a transformational boost to World Bank lending. And because the multilateral development banks are among the best tools we have for mobilizing transparent, high-quality investment in developing countries, reforming these institutions can be a game changer. Similarly, we proposed making sure developing countries have a strong voice and representation at the International Monetary Fund. We're going to continue our efforts to reform the World Trade Organization, preserve competition, openness, transparency, and the rule of law, while at the same time equipping it to better tackle modern-day imperatives like driving the clean energy transition, protecting workers, promoting an inclusive and sustainable growth. And this month, we strengthened the G20 as a vital forum, welcoming the African Union as a permanent member. By upgrading and strengthening our institutions, that's only half of the picture. We must also forge new partnerships, confront new challenges. Emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence hold both enormous potential and enormous peril. We need to be sure they are used as tools of opportunity, not as weapons of oppression. Together with leaders around the world, the United States is working to strengthen rules and policies so AI technologies are safe before they're released to the public. To make sure we govern this technology, not the other way around, having it govern us. And I'm committed to working through this institution and other international bodies and directly with leaders around the world, including our competitors, to ensure we harness the power of artificial intelligence for good while protecting our citizens from its most profound risk. It's going to take all of us. I've been working on this for a while, as many of you have. It's going to take all of us to get this right. In every region of the world, The United States is mobilizing strong alliances, versatile partnerships, common purpose, collective action to bring new approaches to our shared challenges. Here in the Western Hemisphere, we united 21 nations in support of the Los Angeles Declaration on Migration and Protection, launching a region-wide approach to a region-wide challenge to better uphold laws and protect the rights of migrants. In the Indo-Pacific, we've elevated our Quad partnership with India, Japan, and Australia to deliver concrete progress for the people of the region on everything from vaccines to maritime security. Just yesterday, after 2 consultations in diplomacy, the United States brought together dozens of nations across 4 continents to establish a new partnership for Atlantic cooperation so that the coastal Atlantic countries can better cooperate on science, technology, environmental protection, and sustainable economic development. We brought together nearly 100 countries in a global coalition to counter fentanyl and synthetic drugs to reduce the human cost of this affliction, and it is real. And as the nature of the terrorist threats evolve and the geography expands to new places, we're working with our partners to bring capabilities to bear to disrupt plotting, degrade networks, and protect all of our people. Additionally, we convened the Summit for Democracy to strengthen democratic institutions, root out corruption, and reject political violence. And in this moment where democratically elected governments have been toppled in quick succession in West and Central Africa, we're reminded that this work is as urgent and important as ever. We stand with the African Union and ECOWAS and other regional bodies to support constitutional rule. We will not retreat from the values that make us strong. We will defend democracy, our best tool to meet the challenges we face around the world. And we're working to show how democracy can deliver in ways that matter to people's lives. The Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment addresses the enormous need and opportunity for infrastructure investment in low and middle income countries, particularly in Africa, Latin America, and Southeast Asia. Through strategic, targeted public investments, we can unlock enormous amounts of private sector financing. The G7 has pledged to work with parties to collectively mobilize $600 billion in infrastructure financing by 2027. The United States has already mobilized more than $30 billion to date. We're creating a race to the top with projects that have high standards for workers, the environment, and intellectual property while avoiding the trap of unsustainable debt. We're focusing on economic corridors that will maximize the impact of our collective investment and deliver consequential results across multiple countries and multiple sectors. For example, the Libido Corridor will extend across Africa from the western port of Angola to the DRC to Zambia, boosting regional connectivity and strengthening commerce and food security in Africa. Similarly, the groundbreaking effort we announced at the G20 to connect India to Europe through the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and Israel will spur opportunities and investment across 2 continents. This is part of our effort to build a more sustainable, integrated Middle East. It demonstrates how Israel's greater normalization and economic connection with its neighbors is delivering positive and practical impacts, even as we continue to work tirelessly to support a just and lasting peace between the Israelis and Palestinians, 2 states for 2 people. Now, let me be clear. None of these partnerships are about containing any country. They're about a positive vision for our shared future. When it comes to China, I want to be clear and consistent. We seek to responsibly manage the competition between our countries so it does not tip into conflict. I've said we are for de-risking, not decoupling with China. We will push back on aggression and intimidation and defend the rules of the road, from freedom of navigation to overflight to level economic playing field. that have helped safeguard security and prosperity for decades, but we also stand ready to work together with China on issues where progress hinges on our common efforts. Nowhere is that more critical than accelerating the climate crisis, than the accelerating climate crisis. We see it everywhere. Record-breaking heat waves in the United States and China, wildfires ravaging North America and Southern Europe, a 5th year of drought in the Horn of Africa, tragic flooding in Libya. My heart goes out to the people of Libya that's killed thousands of people. Together, these snapshots tell an urgent story of what awaits us if we fail to reduce our dependence on fossil fuels and begin to climate-proof the world. For one day, my administration, the United States, has treated this crisis as an existential threat from the moment we took office, not only for us, but for all of humanity. Last year, I signed into law in the United States the largest investment ever anywhere in the history of the world to combat the climate crisis and help move the global economy toward a clean energy future. We're also working with the Congress to quadruple our climate financing, to help developing countries reach their climate goals and adapt to climate impacts. And this year, the world's on track to meet the climate finance pledge that made under the Paris Agreement, $100 billion to raise collectively. But we need more investment from public and private sector alike, especially in places that have contributed so little to global emissions, but face some of the worst effects of climate change, like the Pacific Islands. The United States is working directly with the Pacific Island Forum to help these nations adapt, build resilience to the climate impact, even as we lead the effort to build innovative new partnerships that attack the global challenges from all sides. From the First Movers Coalition, which is mobilizing billions of private sector community and the private sector commitments, to creating a market demand for green products in carbon-intense sectors like concrete, shipping, aviation, and trucking, to the Agricultural Innovation Mission for Climate, which is bringing farmers into the climate solution and making our food supply more resilient to climate shocks, and the Global Methane Pledge, now endorsed by more than 150 countries, which expands our focus beyond our carbon emission targets to reduce the potential greenhouse gases in our atmosphere by 30% in this decade. It's all within our capacity. We need to bring the same commitment and urgency and ambition as we work together to meet the Sustainable Development Goals of 2030. These goals were adopted at the United Nations in 2015 as a roadmap for improving lives around the world. But the hard truth is, for decades of progress, the world has lost ground these past years in the wake of COVID-19, conflicts, and other crises. The United States is committing to doing its part to get us back on track. All told, in the first 2 years of my administration, the United States has invested more than $100 billion to drive development progress in bolstering food security, expanding access to education worldwide, strengthening healthcare systems, and fighting disease. And we've helped mobilize billions more in the private sector investments. But to accelerate our forward progress on the Sustainable Development Goals, we all have to do more. We need to build new partnerships that change the way we tackle this challenge, to unlock trillions of additional financing for development, drawing on all sources. We need to fill the gaps and address the failures of our existing system exposed by the pandemic. We need to ensure that women and girls benefit fully from our progress. We must also do more to grapple with the debt that holds back so many low and middle-income countries. When nations are forced to service unsustainable debt payments over the needs of their own people, it makes it harder for them to invest in their own futures. And as we work together to recover from global shocks, the United States will also continue to be the largest single country donor of humanitarian assistance at this moment of unparalleled need in the world. Folks, cooperation, partnership. These are the keys to progress on the challenges that affect us all, and the baseline for responsible global leadership. We don't need to agree on everything to keep moving forward on issues like arms control, a cornerstone of international security. After more than 50 years of progress under the Non-Proliferation Treaty, Russia is shredding long-standing arms control agreements, including announcing the suspension of the New START and withdrawing from the Conventional Forces in Europe Treaty. I view it as irresponsible and makes the entire world less safe. The United States is going to continue to pursue good faith efforts to reduce the threat of weapons of mass destruction and lead by example, no matter what else is happening in the world. This year, we safely destroyed at least the last chemical munitions in the U.S. stockpile, fulfilling our commitment toward a world free of chemical weapons. And we condemn the DPRK's continued violation of UN Security Council resolutions, but we are committed to diplomacy that will bring about the denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. We're working with our partners to address Iran's destabilizing activities that threaten regional and global security, and remain steadfast in our commitment that Iran must never acquire a nuclear weapon. Now, even as we evolve our institutions and drive creative new partnerships, let me be clear. Certain principles of our international system are sacrosanct. Sovereignty, territorial integrity, human rights. These are the core tenets of the UN Charter, the pillars for peaceful relations among nations, without which we cannot achieve any of our goals. That has not changed, and that must not change. Yet, for the second year in a row, this gathering, dedicated to peaceful resolution of conflicts, is darkened by the shadow of war. An illegal war of conquest brought without provocation by Russia against its neighbor Ukraine. Like every nation in the world, the United States wants this war to end. No nation wants this war to end more than Ukraine. And we strongly support Ukraine in its efforts to bring about a diplomatic resolution that delivers just and lasting peace. But Russia alone bears responsibility for this war. Russia alone has the power to end this war immediately. And it's Russia alone that stands in the way of peace, because Russia's price for peace is Ukraine's capitulation, Ukraine's territory, and Ukraine's children. Russia believes that the world will grow weary and allow it to brutalize Ukraine without consequence. But I ask you this: if we abandon the core principles of the United States to appease an aggressor, can any member state in this body feel confident that they are protected? If you allow Ukraine to be carved up, is the independence of any nation secure? I'd respectfully suggest the answer is no. We have to stand up to this naked aggression today and deter other would-be aggressors tomorrow. That's why the United States, together with our allies and partners around the world, will continue to stand with the brave people of Ukraine as they defend their sovereignty and territorial integrity and their freedom. It's not only an investment in Ukraine's future, but in the future of every country that seeks a world governed by basic rules that apply equally to all nations and uphold the rights of every nation, no matter how big or small. Sovereignty, territorial integrity, they are the fixed foundations of this noble body. And universal human rights is its North Star. We cannot sacrifice either. 75 years ago, Universal Declaration of Human Rights captured a remarkable act of collective hope. I say that again, collective hope. Drafted by a committee representing different regions, faiths, philosophies. and adopted by the entire General Assembly. The rights contained in the Declaration are elemental and enduring. And while we still struggle to uphold equal and inalienable rights of all, they remain ever steady and ever true. We cannot turn away from abuses, whether in Xinjiang, Tehran, Darfur, or anywhere else. We have to continue working to ensure that women and girls enjoy equal rights and equal participation in their societies. That indigenous groups, racial, ethnic, religious minorities, people with disabilities do not have their potential stifled by systemic discrimination. That the LGBTQI plus people are not prosecuted or targeted with violence because of who they are. These rights are part of our shared humanity. They're absent. When they're absent anywhere, their loss is felt everywhere. They are essential to the advancement of human progress that brings us together. My fellow leaders, let me close with this. At this inflection point in history, we're going to be judged by whether or not we live up to the promises we made to ourselves, to each other, to the most vulnerable, and to all those who will inherit the world we create, because that's what we're doing. Will we find within ourselves the courage to do what must be done, to preserve the planet, to protect human dignity, to provide opportunity for people everywhere, and to defend the tenets of the United Nations? There can only be one answer to that question. We must, and we will. The road ahead is long and difficult, but if we persevere and prevail, if we keep the faith in ourselves and show what's possible, let's do this work together. Let's deliver progress for everyone. Let's bend the arc of history for the good of the world, because it's in our power to do it. Thank you for listening. You're kind.
You've been listening to President Joe Biden speaking there before the iconic green tile backdrop at the United Nations and before the world community as well. The room largely full with the exception of the Chinese delegation. Their seats largely empty right now. The president today focusing on several themes of U.S. leadership, but notably really emphasizing the effort to maintain the support of Ukraine now 19 months into the war with Russia, that invasion having begun in February of 2022. The president only getting one applause line throughout speeches that in the past traditionally are laden with applause lines. That, though, for the moment when he talked about the U.S. effort to support Ukraine, saying that if we allow Ukraine to be carved up, how can we protect any country in the globe right now? I want to get to NBC's Monica Alba. She is our White House correspondent who's been watching with me as well. Monica, it's notable the president did focus on Ukraine and a series of other global challenges like food insecurity, with food prices spiking around the world, largely due to the war in Ukraine. But it's also notable that the president will be hosting the president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, at the White House in just a couple days on Thursday.
Exactly, Peter. That stood out to me in the fact that the Ukrainian president could be there physically to watch this speech and to watch his reaction. Notable, of course, to see that image and the fact that he will be coming here to Washington to lobby lawmakers for additional funding to support Ukraine in this war, and, of course, to meet with President Biden again at the White House. And this has been a major question for this administration about how long they can sustain this support, but the president was clear that that is the intention of the United States, and that was that applause line 24 minutes into his speech when talking about rallying global support for Ukraine. That was a moment for the president in this speech, and he really made a point of saying something he does when talking about domestic issues often, which is that we're at an inflection point, and he wanted to bring that more globally to the world stage to say that when you look at things like climate change, for instance, when you look at these horrific floods in Libya, when you look at drought, wildfires, extreme heat all around in many, many different countries, that this is an issue that really needs to be addressed now. He said we really need to climate proof if we want to have hope for future generations. So, of course, touching on things that many members in that chamber can relate to, food insecurity, as you mentioned, but the war in Ukraine just continues to be the more complicated point in terms of asking for more when other countries, other developing nations have really said, if all of that is headed to Ukraine, how are we supposed to expect to try to fix some of our issues? And you saw the president there referencing countries in Africa, which he will be meeting with, and countries in Central Asia that he will have a focus on also while he's there in New York. So trying to expand that. But the overarching theme of this, Peter, is something that we have heard this president talk about repeatedly, which is defending democracy. That was a major line here that we also heard him talk about last night in New York at some campaign fundraiser, something that's been central to who he was as a candidate when he ran for the White House and to his re-election pitch now for 2024.
Monica Alba is watching this with us here from Washington, D.C. I want to get to NBC's chief foreign correspondent. That's Richard Engel, who is on the ground for us in Ukraine right now. And Richard, one thing that was striking to me is that we did not hear President Biden in any way speak about one of the major headlines of this day. That was the release of 5 Americans who had been detained wrongfully, the U.S. says, in Iran for years, returning to U.S. soil, landing back in Washington, D.C., really just a matter of hours ago. The president with no comments on that, but he did appear to have some remarks that were directed toward the Chinese, saying, among other things, that it is not about containment, an effort to try to soften the relationship between those two, allowing for those two countries to work hand in hand, at least as it relates to climate change that he described as an existential threat. But of course, you're in Ukraine right now, and the urgency couldn't be any greater for that country with its counteroffensive largely stalled, and Republicans here at home balking at the idea of more funding being sent to the country, even as the majority of Americans agree. They oppose additional funding being sent there.
So this is a pivotal moment, and every year you get to see during the UN General Assembly what a country or what a country's leaders' national priorities are. And I think that's one of the most interesting facts and facets of the UN General Assembly. And earlier, before President Biden, we heard the president of Brazil, and he gave a long, impassioned speech about inequality in the world. What we heard from President Biden was a defense of the world order, a defense of the World Bank and of the International Monetary Institute, a defense of the structures that are in place and that have been in place since World War II to keep fascism at bay, to prevent aggressors from taking over other neighboring countries. And he specifically used the word appeasement. And I thought that was interesting. He talked about how he made a sort of rhetorical question to the members of the General Assembly, the nations of the world. Would any of them feel safe and secure in their own country if the United States and the world community allowed Russian aggression to go unnoticed and just appeased Russian aggression and allowed Russia to carve off a piece of this country? So that is a note that Ukrainians make themselves, but they are nervous, and Ukrainian officials are starting to talk about it. They are watching the debate that is happening in the United States. And President Zelensky himself, who is in the U.S., will be meeting on Thursday with President Biden. He has said that he's nervous that he could be forced into a compromise deal, forced to give up territory to an aggressor, forced to make some sort of appeasement-like agreement because the offensive is not showing the same kind of gains that the Ukrainians were showing early in the war. I've been here for the last several weeks, and I can tell you the offensive, it is working. They are working incredibly hard. They are dedicating themselves to it. It is just a much slower kind of battle than we saw a year ago. A year ago, I'm in the city of Kharkiv right now, Peter. A year ago, Russian troops were at the gates of this city, and I was here as the Russians were being driven back and Ukrainians were gobbling up pieces of territory, huge chunks of territory, one day following the next. The battles aren't like that anymore. This country is covered in landmines.
Yeah.
There are millions of landmines here, and it is just a much harder fight. The president will tell you the principle remains not to appease an aggressor.
Well, certainly going to be part of the conversation that President Biden and President Zelensky share when they meet at the White House on Thursday. Richard Engel in Ukraine. Richard, thank you. We wish you continue to be safe. That's going to conclude our live coverage. Much more ahead on NBC News Daily and tonight on NBC Nightly News. I'm Peter Alexander. More news is ahead after a break.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal?
What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm crossing the Today Show off my bucket list.
Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show. It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing.
You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
Top stories coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Top stories coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break?
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the police conditions should be
Allegations of Russian weapons. A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So,
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
all right, it is it.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
we have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Santa Claus is getting back into gear ahead of the holiday season. From today, starting today, the U.S. Postal Service's Operation Santa is back. The annual program, it dates all the way back to 1912, encourages children of all ages to write letters to Santa about what they want for Christmas. They then mail them up to, get this, 123 Elf Road, North Pole, 88888. According to USPS, the letters travel to Santa's U.S. Satellite Workshop, and then they're uploaded to the Operation Santa website, and then generous adults can choose to adopt a letter.
Aww.
For any kids listening, not that Santa's not all over it, but
he's just got a lot to do.
It just means somebody can help him out. Yeah, isn't that sweet?
That's so sweet, helping Santa out. He needs all the help he
Love
can
that. And it's the holiday season, I think.
It's still summer.
Well, that's not true.
Got a couple days. Well, finally, this hour, kick up your feet because we're talking all things retirement down south.
That's right. Southern Living and Investopedia are teaming up to release a list of the South's best places to retire. Joining us now for a chat, about those golden years and where to spend them is editor-in-chief of Southern Living, Sid Evans. He's on Zoom with us, and editor-in-chief at Investopedia, Caleb Silver, friend of the show here on set. Good morning to both of you. Caleb, I will get started with you. So this list, I mean, it's got everywhere from beaches, mountain towns, all different types of stuff. Just tell us some of the criteria that went to creating this list.
Yeah, we know retirement is a financial decision. How much do you have? How much do you need to save and spend down? But it's also about where you live and where your money's going to go the farthest. So we took that collection of those handpicked towns in the South from our partners at Southern Living. We had our data journalism team run an index that looked at cost of living, that looked at how far from healthcare, airports, how far your money's going to go, rent, average income, median income. So we wanted to look at all those things.
And some of these states, no income tax,
and
right?
some of them have no income tax. So we want to look at the most advantageous places to live where your money's going to go the furthest and you can enjoy your retirement.
Love that.
Yeah, and Sid, Chattanooga, Tennessee, considered the best all-around place to retire. Why is that? And take us through some of the other top cities.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Chattanooga is a great town, one of my favorites. It's right up the road from us here in Birmingham. It kind of feels a little bit like Boulder, Colorado, but in the South. I mean, everybody's outside all the time. They're kayaking, they're biking. It's the kind of place where you can go kayak before work. There's a beautiful aquarium there. And if you love the outdoors, that town is just really hard to beat. Another great town is Greenville, South Carolina. So if you love to eat, this one was our best food town. And Greenville's not that big, only about 500,000 people in the metropolitan area, but it really punches above its weight when it comes to restaurants. They just have some of the best restaurants, not only in the South, but in the country. They just had a huge food festival this past weekend called Euphoria. And it's just a beautiful town. Another town that sits on a river, kind of like Chattanooga, the Reedy River. It's a great place to walk, great place to bike, and a great place to eat. And then St. Augustine, Florida, that was our best beach town. So this is the oldest continuously occupied city in the U.S. And it's just, it's a beach town, but it's got so much character, so much history, great place to walk, great place to eat. And there's just a lot to do. Unlike some beach towns, this one just really feels like it has a lot of soul and a lot of character. And we actually had it on our cover back in the April issue. It's just, it's hard to beat St. Augustine.
Oh, it's so true. I've been. What a special place that is. So is Chattanooga, by the way. Caleb, you kind of touched on some of the financial reasons that somebody might pick one of these towns, but just help us remember, as our resident numbers guy, some good ways to set yourself up for that period of life.
Yeah, again, it's about how much you need to live the life you want to live. So we know everything's gotten a little more expensive, especially housing costs. So you got to look at things like rent, like the median household price for a home. You got to look at things like that where your money is going to go the furthest. A lot of people say they're not prepared for retirement. About 47% say it's going to take a miracle for them to retire. Well, if you pick the right place and then plan advantageously, you can actually do this even if you don't think you have enough saved. So that's a really big deal. And we know that people are looking for places to stretch their money. That's why we came up with this list. This thing hits newsstands this Friday. You guys get it today.
There we go.
Because I'm here on set with you. But this has a really cool list and some great recipes for that
By
pumpkin
the way,
pie.
Stephen, look, it's calling it fall.
Fall. It's fall.
I'm so
You're
sorry.
wearing a fall tie. It's fall, my friend.
It's my husband's tie. Don't blame me. We got like 3 days till fall. He's the one that made sure to tell me that. That's what happens when you're married to a meteorologist. And Sid, where can people grab this online? Is there also an online place?
Yeah,
for
just
that?
quickly
tell us.
Yeah, the list just launched this morning on southernliving.com. So go check it out. There's a lot of great towns on there.
There we go. Sid Evans and Caleb Silver, both our respective editor-in-chiefs. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. Very cool list.
Thank you.
All right, that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Don't go anywhere. Good morning, and thank you for being with us. I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Stephen Romo in for Joe Fryer this morning. Right now on Morning News Now, back home, After years in Iranian custody, 5 wrongfully imprisoned Americans are back on U.S. soil. The move is part of a prisoner swap and transfer of $6 billion, and the deal is not without its controversy. We're digging into the pushback and new sanctions, along with what comes next for those newly freed. Plus, off the radar, after a day-long search, the debris of a missing F-35 stealth jet have been found. But the questions about its disappearance, they are only just beginning. The possible malfunction that caused the military's most advanced fighter jet to temporarily disappear, and how officials are now responding. Gridlock. This morning, the clock is ticking for the United Auto Workers and Big Three automakers to reach a deal. And the UAW says it's tired of waiting for the new action. They say that they're ready to take it to the sides if they don't make, quote, serious progress by Friday. And fall foliage feud. This morning, people in one scenic Vermont town say they're being overrun by leaf peepers trying to snap their perfect shot for social media. Now they are fed up, and they're not alone. The action they're now taking and the growing pushback from scenic communities around the world.
Peepers.
Who would have thought? Yeah, leaf peepers.
There you go.
Didn't know that even was a thing. Well, we do begin this morning with the dramatic homecoming from 5 American prisoners landing at a U.S. military base overnight after being released from Iran.
Senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has the latest for us.
Those 5 Americans touched down here at Fort Belvoir in Virginia just a short time ago, and we're just getting these new images in. That plane touching down on the tarmac, the family members rushing to meet them carrying small American flags. It's a bit chilly here in Virginia this morning, but that was quickly forgotten. Look at those warm embraces in that new video. This was the moment that these families have been waiting for.
Overnight, 5 Americans locked up for years in Iran, finally free. A long journey home for the U.S. citizens after years of delicate negotiations for their release.
As far as we know, they're all in relatively good health.
The prisoners first boarded a charter plane in Tehran, then hours later landed in Doha. Some of them seen smiling. 3 of them, all dual Iranian-American citizens, sharing an embrace as they walked into the terminal. The other 2 Americans have asked for privacy and have not been identified.
I spoke to them after they landed in Doha. I can tell you that it was, for them, for me, an emotional conversation.
Siamak Namazi, who the U.S. says was arrested on false espionage charges, writing, "For almost 8 years, I have been dreaming of this day," adding he can't wait to get to an Apple store. "I am dying to find out what gadgets now exist."
He's missed 8 years of the most productive years of his life. He wants to be married. He wants to have kids.
Still, the swap is controversial. In addition to the U.S. and Iran exchanging 5 prisoners, the Biden administration also unlocking $6 billion in Iranian money frozen by U.S. sanctions. The White House says Iran can only use it for things like food and medicine, with U.S. officials approving each transaction. But Iran's president told NBC's Lester Holt last week,
"We will decide, the Islamic Republic of Iran will decide to spend it wherever we need it."
Republicans arguing the money was essentially a ransom.
Unfortunately, the deal that secured their release may very well be the latest example of President Biden rewarding and incentivizing Tehran's bad behavior.
Meanwhile, the Biden administration is stressing that those $6 billion are not U.S. taxpayer money, that it originally belonged to the Iranians. The White House is also slapping new sanctions on Iran over the presumed death of a former FBI agent in Iranian custody. But this morning, the focus is on those 5 American citizens now back in the arms of their family members. Back to you.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you so much.
For some perspective on this, let's bring in Hagar Shamali. She's the host of Oh My World on YouTube and a former spokesperson for the U.S. mission to the UN. Good morning, and thanks so much for joining us. So we heard from Senator McConnell call this a ransom payment. Others have implied it could put Americans at risk who are abroad to be taken prison there themselves. What is your sense of this swap?
Well, all of that can be true. It doesn't mean that it's not good news.
On the question of the money and whether it's a ransom payment, you know, ransom, it's semantics. It's sort of a ransom. The definition of a ransom is an exchange of money to release prisoners. It was not U.S. money. It was providing Iran with indirect access to its own frozen funds that had been frozen in South Korea. They've been moved to a bank in Qatar, the Central Bank of Qatar, and can only be used for humanitarian purposes. And for anybody who believes, well, how on earth can the U.S. monitor that? The answer is that is literally what the United States does. We did that. I was at the U.S. Treasury Department when we did that, when we sanctioned Iranian oil, and that money was frozen all over the world, including in places like South Korea and elsewhere. And if we ever saw that money being used for other purposes, we were very quick to hop on a plane and tell the offending bank or country that they needed to knock it off. So I have no concerns about that money being diverted in any way. So it is indirect access to their own frozen funds. In terms of the criticism, you know, as a rule, if you are engaging in any kind of negotiations or deals to release prisoners, yes, it does encourage the behavior. We already know that. But the fact is that the Iranian regime and other, by the way, dictatorships, Russia and so on, are going to continue pursuing that behavior. Hostage diplomacy is a hallmark of the Iranian regime. And the reason for that is that they have no cards to play. It is the only way they can find a means of getting political concessions. And I'm not justifying it. It is also because the Iranian regime does not abide or play by the same rules that we do. And so our leverage when we are negotiating and we have a hostage at the other end is very difficult.
This is, though, all going on with the backdrop of these broader tensions in the region, and even a UN nuclear watchdog group said in recent days inspectors have been kicked out of Iranian nuclear program sites. Put these concerns in context.
Sure. So I heard some statements saying that perhaps this now means that this lays the foundation for a renewal of talks between the United States and Iran. And I would not expect that. Far from it. If anything, I expect the U.S. administration to only distrust the regime even further, regardless of whether the nuclear program is a different issue. Iran right now, its enrichment of uranium is as close as it's ever been to weapons grade. So to begin with, Iran's nuclear program is farthest along it's ever been, and so that's not in a good place. And then on the other hand, when you have this hostage situation, it just further exacerbates the situation. And when you know that the Iranian regime is pursuing, by the way, assassination and kidnapping plots on U.S. soil, it further deteriorates that. So I don't expect any kind of movement on that front.
All right, good perspective. Havar Ashmali, thank you so much.
Well, turning now to South Carolina, where the search for that missing F-35 stealth jet is over. Officials believe they found the debris field for the military's most advanced aircraft nearly 24 hours after the jet vanished. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us now from Indiantown, South Carolina, with the details. Hey, Sam, good morning.
Savannah, good morning. This is still confounding. As you mentioned, I'm in Indiantown this morning. This is a small unincorporated community here in Williamsburg County, where behind me I'm told there are a few homes, mostly fields, and now the shattered pieces of a $100 million fighter jet. Now, Savannah, what we don't know this morning beyond this military barricade behind me is how far back the debris field goes. What we do know is that the aircraft did not land in one of several area lakes. That was the original speculation, as the investigation right now really ramping up into how the military could lose track of a fighter jet for 24 hours.
A high-level mystery this morning in South Carolina's Low Country. A $100 million F-35 fighter jet missing for a day. Eventually found last night, where it apparently crashed in this rural area, according to the military, 2 hours northeast from Joint Base Charleston. One resident thinks he heard it go down.
When I heard the plane coming across, I said, this plane is mighty low. And I heard boom.
Others, like Vanessa Presley, trying to get a read on how this search went off the radar.
Are people here talking about how strange it is that a fighter jet disappeared for 24 hours?
Yes, especially to cost that much amount of money. Yeah, that's just still something that happened every day.
The stealth aircraft went missing after the pilot and only person on board was forced to eject on Sunday. The military base making a plea to the public. If you have any information that may help our recovery teams locate the F-35, please call the Base Defense Operations Center. But how details of this mishap were communicated, not sitting well with area Congresswoman Nancy Mace.
Frustrated would be an understatement right now, because our community deserves basic minimum answers.
So far, neither Joint Base Charleston nor the 2nd Marine Aircraft Wing, where the jet is part of the training squadron, are commenting on what might have caused the unexplained series of events. The FAA is also not responding to our request for comment, but is working with the military, local and state law enforcement, and the Civil Air Patrol. In the wake of this incident and 2 deadly crashes involving Marine Corps aircraft in the last month, the acting commandant ordering a safety stand-down of all Marine Corps aircraft for 2 days this week. NBC News aviation analyst Jeff Gazzetti says there's at least one crucial resource for getting some answers.
We have a living pilot, a living witness to tell us what happened, and I'm sure he's already told their story to the investigative team. It's our most advanced jet in this country, and we need to find out what went wrong.
One of the most common questions that comes up right now is, are you telling me that there was nothing on this aircraft to track where it was? And there typically is a transponder. There was one, according to a spokesperson for Joint Base Charleston, but that person also says it was not working, and they have not determined yet, Savannah, as to why. So it's not clear, did it malfunction after the pilot ejected? Was it not functioning the entire time? So that is going to be part of this investigation. Savannah?
Yeah, last hour, Stephen called this one a head scratcher, which it certainly is. Sam Brock, thank you very much. The United Autos workers strike against the nation's big 3 automakers now in its 5th day, with the union ramping up pressure. In a new video posted overnight, UAW President Shawn Fain warned if members don't see serious progress by noon Friday, more local chapters could be called to join the strike.
Auto workers have waited long enough to make things right at the big 3. We're not waiting around, and we're not messing around. So noon on Friday, September 22nd, is a new deadline.
NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa joins us now with the latest on the list. Hi, Maggie. So where do negotiations stand this morning? What do we know?
Yeah, so Savannah, that video that you just showed part of, again, that was released late last night, that really sums it up. Workers here not giving on any of their demands, including that key 40% pay bump that they say essentially they want after they say the union gave up major concessions during the 2008 recession. That's the reason for that high number, and they say they're not going to give on that at all. As we know, the car companies at last check gave around a 20% proposed pay raise, so still a lot of ground between these two sides to make up. And that noon deadline, that noon Friday deadline, warning that it basically, again, if they don't see what they called serious progress, this strike could expand. That is new pressure from the union to make the car companies sort of responsible for bridging the gap between the two. We started to see responses from the big 3. Ford in particular saying that they're still focused on reaching a deal, saying they're working for a win-win, but also saying they are working on and they have contingency plans in the case of basically expanded walkouts. You also see GM releasing their statement saying they are continuing to bargain in good faith. But essentially, we're not seeing any ground given up by the big 3 either. So it seems very possible that this could stretch on until Friday, and we could see those walkouts expand, guys.
Yeah, and we could potentially even see it expand right into Canada. Ford workers threatening to strike there. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so it is really important to point out that's not UAW. That is a different union, but they have released a statement in solidarity. I'll let that supporter go by. In solidarity with UAW workers here in Michigan. Unifor is the name of the Canadian union. They work at 2 Ford Canadian plants. And basically, you might have seen headlines last night as we approached midnight last night. Union workers at those Ford plants in Canada, basically in Ontario, were minutes away from striking. They hadn't been very transparent about what their demands were. They're not talking as much as the UAW counterparts down here in the States, but basically saying they were really close to striking as well, but that they got what they called a substantive offer just minutes before the deadline there. So talks at least have been extended in Canada, but that union also warning its members to basically remain ready to strike until this thing gets wrapped up. Savannah.
And former President Trump is planning a visit, right? When's that expected to happen?
Yeah, lots of headlines here in the last 24 hours. So former President Trump basically announced late yesterday, confirming first to the New York Times, then CNBC. It kind of slowly leaked out his campaign, saying that next week, specifically next Wednesday, he's expected to skip the next GOP, the second GOP debate, and come here to the Detroit area to talk to UAW workers. It is important to note Ford and UAW both telling us, because Ford is obviously the one with the footprint here, they have not been contacted by the Trump campaign, basically to let them know about these plans, to kind of coordinate any massive reception or anything like that. President Trump, of course, has been very vocal on social media, on Twitter, on Truth Social, talking about basically putting the blame for this strike on the Biden administration and particularly honing in on these workers' fears about the future of electric vehicles and how that could reduce the workforce long term. Experts have said it takes less labor to build an electric car than a traditional car. So he's really honed in on that, saying basically the Biden administration, he sees the words is selling you down the tubes to these workers. So expect to see him here, at least according to these latest plans, in town next week, trying to sell that message to these potentially still picketing union members. Guys.
All right, Maggie, thank you.
Well, fall might be just days away, but for some parts of the country, it's feeling like the heat of summertime.
Angie Lastman's back with us. Hey, Angie.
Hey there, guys. I hope people didn't close their pools because we've got temperatures into the 80s, some spots close to 90. We'll talk about those summer highs that are stretched across parts of the plains and into the Midwest. We've also got some severe storms that we'll focus on for parts of the plains. And, of course, that rain and wind that you might have dealt with across the Northeast and New England. Well, it is luckily on its way out. Let's start with those temperatures, though. A big section of the country running way warm for this time of year. We've got Omaha headed close to 90 degrees, 10 to 15 degrees above normal across that region. Minneapolis heads to the low 80s. Look at Pierre, 90 degrees. We'll see Wichita head to the mid 80s, and of course down through parts of Texas, 5 to 10 degrees above normal, still into the 90s through the afternoon hours today. Looking ahead to tomorrow, more of that warmth spreads into places like Minneapolis, which are even warmer as we head to 86 for a high tomorrow. Chicago will hit the low 80s. We felt like fall earlier into the last week, not so much anymore, and that warmth will stretch well into our work week and even into parts of our weekend. Places like Cincinnati will hang out into the low 80s through Saturday. Nashville heads to the mid 80s through Saturday, and you'll notice parts of the Mid-Atlantic will eventually start to cool down back into the low 70s for Washington, D.C. and Raleigh by the time we get into Saturday. There's the rain that's on its way out for parts of New England, just northern New England, really dealing with a couple of these lingering showers, but the low pressure, I should say, is moving to the east, and we're still going to see the potential for maybe a couple of flood concerns. Most of these flood watches will start to taper off here as we get into the later morning hours as that rain finally comes to an end, but it will come to an end today. So that's the good news there. Heads up, though, if you live in parts of Texas extending into Oklahoma, we've got the potential for some strong storms later today. They'll stretch into this evening, too. The good news is tornado risk is low, but we could see hail up to baseball size and, of course, those damaging winds, 60 miles per hour or higher. So Oklahoma City, Wichita Falls, Breckenridge, just something to keep an eye out for later today. And on top of that, some additional rainfall in the same area centered across Tulsa. We could see some of those higher amounts, and localized spots could receive up to 4, maybe even 6 inches by the time we get into tomorrow.
Wow. That and baseball-size hail?
You don't want to deal with that.
Angie, thank you.
Thank you.
Coming up, Prince William takes New York.
Up next, we'll go inside the Royals' whirlwind trip through the city and the green project that caught his eye. What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
We're talking possibly a trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
We're back now with international headlines. Tension is rising between Canada and India after the killing of a Sikh activist in British Columbia.
NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobaya joins us with more. Hey, Kelly, good morning.
Good morning to you, Savannah and Stephen. Yes, both sides now expelling diplomats after the Canadian Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, made this fiery speech in Parliament, claiming that the country's intelligence agencies are looking into what they say are credible allegations of a possible link between Indian government agents and the murder of a Canadian citizen in Canada. Sikh leader Hardeep Singh Nijjar was gunned down June 18th outside a Sikh cultural center in British Columbia. He's a strong supporter of an independent Sikh homeland, but the Indians have designated him a terrorist. India's government called the allegations absurd. In Italy, the prime minister there is calling for a naval blockade off North Africa to stop people smugglers from sending migrants across the Mediterranean to Europe. It comes after the small Italian island of Lampedusa was overwhelmed last week with 7,000 migrants arriving in a single day, more than the island's entire population. And Japan is turning gray, now officially with the world's oldest population. For the first time ever, more than 1 in every 10 people are over the age of 80 in Japan, and almost a third, 29.1%, are over 65. And guys, workers over the age of 65 now make up more than 13% of the workforce. So living longer and working longer. Stephen?
Yay,
Savannah.
not so yay.
Yeah, really.
All right. Kelly, thank you so much.
Well, Prince William is here in New York for a 2-day tour around the city. The royals' itinerary includes taking part in an environmental summit and taking a closer look at a very unique project off Governor's Island.
NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons has those details.
So I'm no New Yorker, you can tell from the accent, but I'm pretty confident that many New Yorkers would not wade into the Hudson River the way that Prince William did, as you're about to see. Prince William bringing a little star power to the UN General Assembly focus on climate change this week, and going to see a project we at NBC News focused on early on. The Prince of Wales taking the Big Apple by storm on a 2-day solo excursion with his focus on climate change. He made a stop at the United Nations, meeting with Secretary-General Antonio Guterres. Hours earlier, Prince William touched down on Governor's Island, experiencing the work of the Billion Oysters Project from the lens of a volunteer. It's the first time Prince William has been to New York in almost a decade. He touched down a few hours ago and got straight down to work. Prince William touring the group's facility on Governor's Island and harvesting oysters with children from Brooklyn's Harbor Middle School. What did he ask you?
He asked us about how oysters were formed and about what happens in the New York Harbor. Yeah, and like the creatures that live there. He was really interested in everything.
We were there with him as he took to a boat for a closer look with Billion Oyster Project co-founder Peter Malinowski.
I think his presence is a sign of his enthusiasm for it.
The program, which has engaged more than 100,000 volunteers, has restored over 130 million oysters in New York Harbor, helping to improve water filtration and benefiting the surrounding ecosystem. Malinowski telling me the Prince's visit Monday has been meaningful.
It's hugely important to shine a light on the people who are doing good work and the projects that are doing good work. And so we really appreciate the Prince coming to do that.
But catching the attention of royalty is just the beginning for this organisation that hopes to restore 1 billion oysters by 2035.
This is the first time Prince William has learnt about the Billion Oyster Project. Today, viewers, of course, know all about it.
All right, y'all ready?
Last year, the Today Show team volunteered on oyster reefs with the programme. With more stops planned this morning, the Prince of Wales already demonstrating he's all hands on deck when it comes to fighting climate change. And later today, Prince William will focus on his Earthshot Prize, which looks at extraordinary projects that try and help the environment.
All right, Keir, thank you so much.
Well, coming up, a bear caused a partial shutdown of the happiest place on Earth, and we are not talking about Baloo from the Jungle Book.
The hairy situation that played out at the happiest place on Earth and how it all came to a very happy ending. Up next.
Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is it.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand, and officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
This close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
You've seen all this craziness in front of you. What was that like?
I was just trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage,
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
when critical votes were counted,
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account,
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Top Story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is it.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now with a warning for parents about the effects of low-carb diets on their kids. While these types of diets may be used as a popular weight loss strategy for some people to prevent the risk of diabetes in adults, doctors are urging parents not to use them for children.
Yeah, a new report from the American Academy of Pediatrics found that there is limited evidence that cutting back on carbs can be helpful for children. And it also says, quote, there are safety concerns to consider for youth with diabetes.
Let's bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel for more on this. Good morning, Dr. Patel. So if you could tell us, what are some of the risks associated with these low-carb diets in children?
Yeah, Stephen, Savannah, just to level set, for children, about 2/3 of their diet, 65% of their diet, should come from healthy carbohydrates. Cutting back on these carbs, which might seem low carb, keto, kind of even just lower carb, anything less than about 26% of your diet coming from carbs could lead to just poor long-term growth, nutritional deficiencies. Could also start a really potentially bad eating disorder habit too, because of those preferences earlier in childhood and adolescence.
Oh, so important to be careful of something like that. Dr. Patel, so instead of cutting back on carbs to maintain a healthy weight, what do doctors recommend for families who might be kind of watching out for something with their kids? What can you do instead?
Yeah, Savannah, this is really hard because, look, I'm a mom, I've got kids. It's so much easier to try to put some of the processed food because it's just easier to get, and sometimes it can even be cheaper. What we really have to try to concentrate on doing is making sure that kids get about a quarter of their diet from healthy protein, a quarter of their diet from healthy fats, things like nuts and good sources of oils and fats, and then the rest of it should be from healthy carbohydrates, and we're talking fruits and grains and vegetables. That can get hard, not just on the wallet, but it can also get hard because you got to plan for these things. But it is what we recommend. It can also help with weight loss, along with about an hour of activity a day. Don't forget that in children. It can really make a difference.
And you mentioned cost. It's such a barrier for so many people. Prices, it's easier to go to the store, grab something cheap that's processed, that's a carbohydrate, but not a healthy kind. What can people who are operating on a budget, what can they do to help here?
Yeah, these are the things I recommend for my family and my patients. Number one, try to think about planning in advance. It's true. If you can sit down anytime and just plan even like a stretch of meals, a week of meals at a time, you can find ways to cut costs and swap and let those meals last longer. You can freeze them, use them in a couple of days in the refrigerator. The second thing is don't deny the ability to get cheaper foods through frozen vegetables, frozen fruits, and canned fruits and vegetables. You just got to make sure they're not packed in syrup and sugar, not packed with a lot of creamy sauces or butter. And then I think third, think about doing this kind of as a group. If you're in an apartment building, a townhome, there's probably a lot of other families around you. Think about shared meals because a lot more food can go a longer way, not just for the budget, but for the nutritional plan.
Some good tips there. When I was a kid, I think most of my carbohydrates came from a Little Debbie snack cake. So some good advice for families there. Share some meals. All right, Dr. Kavita Patel, thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, listen to this. It turns out even black bears want to visit the happiest place on Earth. You heard that right. Thousands of guests at Disney World were caught by surprise and they were forced to evacuate Magic Kingdom due to a black bear sighting. That bear was safely captured, as you're seeing, and removed from the park, but not before causing a little bit of chaos. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas is in Orlando with this story for us. Hey, Guad, good morning.
Savannah, good morning. It was a wild day here where they do have animals and they also have magical creatures like the bears, the animatronic bears from Country Bear Jamboree. In fact, when the news broke out on social media yesterday, some people thought the news was referring to those bears, only to be surprised that there was, in fact, a real-life bear inside the park, which was the cause for a partial shutdown.
This was no lovable Disney character taking a stroll in the park. Instead, a real-life bear was spotted Monday inside the Magic Kingdom, the wild animal forcing a temporary shutdown of parts of the theme park.
They're blocking everyone from heading into Liberty and into Frontierland,
including some of Disney's most popular areas, Frontierland, Liberty Square, and Adventureland, which all reopened in the early afternoon, according to a Disney World statement. From above, this exclusive video from our NBC affiliate WESH appears to show state wildlife officials capturing the female bear. With fall just days away, experts say the animal could have been in search of the bare necessities. The Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission telling NBC News in a statement the Magic Kingdom bear was likely moving through the area searching for food.
Well, bears are very opportunistic feeders. They follow their nose. The Magic Kingdom is a potpourri of aromas of food.
Florida is not only home to bears, but other potentially dangerous wildlife, especially alligators. In 2016, a 2-year-old boy from Nebraska drowned after he was dragged into a body of water by an alligator while playing in the Seven Seas Lagoon at Disney's Grand Floridian Resort. The park ultimately closing all beaches and adding warning signs and barriers around waterfront areas across its resort. In the 5 years since the deadly incident, wildlife officials have removed 250 alligators from Walt Disney World property, and while attacks by bears are rare, wildlife experts say it's best not to panic if you encounter one.
If you come across a bear, the worst thing you can do is turn and run. Never turn and run and scream. Put your arms up, make yourself look as big as possible, speak firmly, hey bear, Hey, bear, slowly back up. Don't run at the bear or anything like that.
That's, of course, great advice. Now, the Fish and Wildlife Commission does say that normally when they have a situation like this, they allow the bear to make its way through and then leave on its own. Of course, they couldn't do that in this occasion because it was Disney World. The expert telling me he wasn't surprised because of the large number of bears that there are in the wild in Florida and also the location Disney World is in. There is a forest just west of Disney World where this bear could have come from, Savannah.
Quad, what do you think? You see a bear? Is that what you're doing? Hey, bear. Hey, bear. I'm freaking out. That's what I'm doing.
I think that was really good advice. You know,
Yes.
you stand up tall. I will say, Savannah, I spent hours watching videos yesterday of encounters with black bears, and as the expert told me, those bears are somewhat less aggressive than other bears, at least in the encounters that I was able to see online.
All right, Quad, there you go. What a way to spend your day. Quad Venegas, thank you very much.
Well, coming up this morning, a fall brawl, a battle over social media and neighborhood privacy.
Yeah, why one New England town is taking action against leaf peepers. That's up next.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning,
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow. And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
We have breaking news out of the White House.
and around the world,
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
and ways you can take care of your health
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
and your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage,
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
when critical votes were counted
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account,
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back with an update on the detained Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich. The Moscow courts did not issue a verdict for his appeal over the extension of his pretrial detention.
The court held a hearing this morning to review the appeal from the American journalist. You can see Gershkovich in the courtroom here. He was arrested back in March and charged with espionage shortly after. He is the first journalist to face those charges since the Soviet era. Gershkovich was initially scheduled to be released from jail in August, but the court extended his hold until November. Both the U.S. government and the Wall Street Journal denounced that move. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter joins us now for more on this. Molly, good morning to you. So this is the second time Gershkovich is submitting an appeal regarding his pretrial detention. Walk us through what happened in the courtroom this morning and why did the court not issue a verdict?
Hey guys, good morning. So there was a lot of confusion, and actually we are still learning. Our team was actually there, got inside the court. As you guys described, this was meant to be kind of a pretrial appeal hearing. His lawyers appealing to get him out of that pretrial detention, which was meant to last until November 30th. So what our understanding is, according to state media, according to the press secretary, they're speaking to our NBC News team on the ground, is that not only did the court not uphold this appeal, they kept him in detention, but then they also kicked the appeal down to a lower court over procedural violations. What it means, though, for Evan is that he stays behind bars.
So, Molly, the U.S. ambassador to Russia made her third visit to see Gershkovich in prison on Friday. We also heard from her this morning following this court hearing. What did we learn about his condition and how the U.S. government is responding to this news?
Yeah, Savannah, that's right. And U.S. officials have been very critical over their access limitations to Evan while he's been in prison. They have not been getting the kind of consular access that they are guaranteed under international law. We did just hear from the ambassador. I do just want to play you that sound, and then I'll talk to you on the back end.
The U.S. position remains unwavering. The charges against Evan are baseless. The Russian government locked Evan up for simply doing his job. Journalism is not a crime. Although we could not speak with Evan in the courtroom today, I was able to visit him at the Lefortovo prison last week. Evan is fully aware of the gravity of his situation, yet he remains remarkably strong.
Now, about her visit to Evan on Friday, she said he remains strong and is keeping up with the news, including his parents' appearance at the UN this week, which I think we'll talk about in the next question. But he apparently is strong and he is healthy, according to her.
Yeah, we definitely do want to hear about that, Molly. Also, lawyers for Dow Jones, that's the company that publishes the Wall Street Journal, are calling on the United Nations to declare Gershkovich arbitrarily detained. Walk us through what that means and also what his family had to say at the UN.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So they're trying to get UN experts on side with that arbitrarily detained declaration. Just to be very clear, the UN doesn't have any enforcement mechanism. What it does do, of course, this week is UNGA, lots of world leaders in New York, is it ramps up the pressure on Russia. Now, his family did speak. Let's listen to his sister, Danielle, and I'll speak to you on the back end.
We should be planning for his birthday next month and deciding how we can possibly match his talent for finding the most thoughtful gifts for his family and friends. We should be laughing together and arguing over what he and my dad are going to make for dinner. Evan should be doing the important work of helping people understand matters in the world that affect us all. Instead, we are here to remind the world that Evan is innocent and journalism is not a crime. We ask that world leaders help find a solution to secure Evan's release.
Now, his father also had a very strong statement about how his son upheld the basic right to free press. You've got to bet this will be on the agenda for lots of high-level discussions this week as world leaders descend on New York.
Absolutely. All right, Molly Hunter, thank you so much for your reporting here on this news breaking this morning.
All right, now to financial headlines. Some huge, costly changes could be coming for X users. That's, of course, the platform formerly known as Twitter.
That's right. CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us on this. Hey, Silvana.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Stephen. Yeah, so Elon Musk says X could start charging all users for access. In a live stream discussion with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, Musk says the single most important reason to move to a small monthly fee is that it's the only way to fight bots. Musk says that would discourage the creation of fake accounts, which are known for posting spam and misinformation. He didn't definitively say X will start charging people, and it's unclear how much or when it could happen. X currently offers a premium subscription for $8 a month, giving users a blue verified badge, fewer ads, and the ability to edit posts. The Defense Department has teamed up with Google to build an AI-powered microscope to help doctors identify cancer. The Augmented Reality Microscope, or ARM, could be a useful tool for pathologists who don't have easy access to a second opinion. The AI is able to outline where the cancer is located and how bad it might be. The microscope isn't intended to replace digital pathology systems, but experts say it could help health groups bypass the need for them. And a federal judge is ordering Starbucks to face a lawsuit claiming several of its refresher fruit drinks don't have a key ingredient, fruit. Consumers complain the drinks don't contain the advertised mango, passion fruit, or acai, and they say the main ingredients were water, grape juice concentrate, and sugar, and the misleading names caused them to be overcharged. Starbucks claims the product names describe the drink's flavors as opposed to their ingredients, guys.
What? That is some shocking
That's exactly
news
what
to
I
me.
said. I was shocked.
It's not. You're
It actually is, yes.
You thought there was really
I thought I was
fruit in
getting a
those?
great dose of mango in my
Oh, come on.
morning refresher.
Okay, thank you, Silvana.
I'm going to tune this out. All right. Silvana, thank you.
Okay, it's one of the most beautiful sights to be seen at this time of year, the spectacular changing colors of fall foliage. But now, one Vermont town known for its autumn displays is fighting back against what they call out-of-control leaf peepers. It's just a challenge to see how many times I can say that this morning. It has shut down a well-known road for several weeks, and it's not the only place that is taking a stand. NBC News correspondent Kristen Dahlgren. Look at this background, Kristen. She's in Vermont, and I hope that you're about to start saying peepers as many times as I've had to this morning. Hey, Kristen, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah and Stephen. Yeah, does this look familiar at all? I'm told it's one of the most photographed spots in Vermont. It is absolutely beautiful. It is where those leaf peepers come every year, but neighbors say now it has gotten out of hand.
You've probably seen Sleepy Hollow Farm on Instagram or TikTok.
From here, we'll stop by the famous Sleepy Hollow Farm, which we've all seen all over social media.
When the leaves change, this quaint little spot rivals Grand Central Station.
This is insane.
Hundreds of cars line the narrow road, trying to get that perfect pic.
It's worth dealing with the crowds because this is the most picturesque place in Vermont.
The problem is, it's not an actual tourist destination, but somebody's private residence with real-life neighbors.
People showing up and walking all over private property and peeing on the side of the road and on private property.
Neighbors like Mike Doughton and Amy Robb say it's out of control.
We see people in dressing rooms, like they bring dressing rooms to change in different outfits and take pictures.
And it's not just privacy, it's safety too. Emergency vehicles often forced to wait in the traffic. So this year, neighbors petitioned to close the road to outside traffic from September 23rd to October 15th, raising the money themselves to cover most of the costs.
Yes, it's beautiful up here, but please, could you make it so that our everyday stuff can get done? Like, I'm just trying to get home with groceries so I can make it. Okay?
It's not only New England towns pushing back against tourists looking for likes. Across the pond in Europe, Hallstatt, Austria, which resembles Arendelle in the Disney movie Frozen, sees more than 1 million tourists each year. Now, its 750 residents have blocked the only road in. Venice just approved a new €5 tax on day trippers. And also in Italy, Portofino is issuing $300 tickets for lingering in popular selfie spots. Back in Vermont, townspeople say the latest move doesn't mean you won't get a spectacular selfie.
So this is not the only place where you can see beautiful foliage in Vermont.
Absolutely not. You could actually just drive up 89, which is our north-south throughway, and have a beautiful drive.
Vermont's kind of pretty.
It is. We're pretty lucky.
All right, so we reached out to the owners and didn't hear back. The neighbor said it was okay for us to park here today. It's really just during that peak foliage season that they have the problem. And the problem really is just with the safety and with people being disrespectful. You heard him say that they're urinating, on their property. He picks up trash all the time. And so that's really the issue. Last year, they tried to make it one way to allow people to still come through. But the parking on the road was such a problem that they couldn't get through. Emergency vehicles couldn't get through. through. So plenty of other places in Vermont, guys, to go and get that picture.
Oh my gosh, the outfit changes, the selfies.
Right, the changing rooms.
And for the record, I don't think I heard peepers in your script once. Kristen, thank you very much. It is beautiful, though. I got to say it. I mean, I do understand why people want to see it. Kristen, thank you so much.
Well, coming up, settling down south.
Up next, we're digging into a new list, breaking down the best places to retire in the South. Stay with us.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
I'm crossing the Today Show off my bucket list.
Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show. It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing. You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator. Sundays on NBC.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right, it is
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right, it is
Santa Claus is getting back into gear ahead of the holiday season. From today, starting today, the U.S. Postal Service's Operation Santa is back. The annual program, it dates all the way back to 1912, encourages children of all ages to write letters to Santa about what they want for Christmas. They then mail them up to, get this, 123 Elf Road, North Pole, 88888. According to USPS, the letters travel to Santa's U.S. satellite workshop, and then they're uploaded to the Operation Santa website, and then generous adults can choose to adopt a letter.
Aww.
For any kids listening. Not that Santa's not all over it, but
he's just got a lot to do.
It just means somebody can help him out. Yeah, isn't that sweet?
That's so sweet, helping Santa out. He needs all the help he
Love
can
that. And it's the holiday season, I think.
It's still summer.
Well, that's not true.
Got a couple days. Well, finally, this hour, kick up your feet because we're talking all things retirement down south.
That's right. Southern Living and Investopedia are teaming up to release a list of the South's best places to retire. Joining us now for a chat about those golden years and where to spend them is editor-in-chief of Southern Living, Sid Evans. He's on Zoom with us, and editor-in-chief at Investopedia, Caleb Silver, friend of the show here on set. Good morning to both of you. Caleb, I will get started with you. So this list, I mean, it's got everywhere from beaches, mountain towns, all different types of stuff. Just tell us some of the criteria that went to creating this list.
Yeah, we know retirement is a financial decision. How much do you have? How much do you need to save and spend down? But it's also about where you live and where your money's going to go the farthest. So we took that collection of those handpicked towns in the South from our partners at Southern Living. We had our data journalism team run an index that looked at cost of living, that looked at how far from healthcare, airports, how far your money's going to go, rent, average income, median income. So we wanted to look at all those things.
And some of these states, no income tax,
and
right?
some of them have no income tax. So we want to look at the most advantageous places to live where your money's going to go the furthest and you can enjoy your retirement.
Love that.
Yeah, and Sid, Chattanooga, Tennessee, considered the best all-around place to retire. Why is that? And take us through some of the other top cities.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Chattanooga is a great town, one of my favorites. It's right up the road from us here in Birmingham. It kind of feels a little bit like Boulder, Colorado, but in the South. I mean, everybody's outside all the time. They're kayaking, they're biking. It's the kind of place where you can go kayak before work. There's a beautiful aquarium there. And if you love the outdoors, that town is just really hard to beat. Another great town is Greenville, South Carolina. So if you love to eat, this one was our best food town. And Greenville's not that big, only about 500,000 people in the metropolitan area, but it really punches above its weight when it comes to restaurants. They just have some of the best restaurants, not only in the South, but in the country. They just had a huge food festival this past weekend called Euphoria. And it's just a beautiful town. Another town that sits on a river, kind of like Chattanooga, the Reedy River. It's a great place to walk, great place to bike, and a great place to eat. And then St. Augustine, Florida, that was our best beach town. So this is the oldest continuously occupied city in the U.S. And it's just, it's a beach town, but it's got so much character, so much history, great place to walk, great place to eat. And there's just a lot to do. Unlike some beach towns, this one just really feels like it has a lot of soul and a lot of character. And we actually had it on our cover back in the April issue. It's just, it's hard to beat St. Augustine.
Oh, it's so true. I've been. What a special place that is. So is Chattanooga, by the way. Caleb, you kind of touched on some of the financial reasons that somebody might pick one of these towns, but just help us remember, as our resident numbers guy, some good ways to set yourself up for that period of life.
Yeah, again, it's about how much you need to live the life you want to live. So we know everything's gotten a little more expensive, especially housing costs. So you got to look at things like rent, like the median household price for a home. You got to look at things like that where your money is going to go the furthest. A lot of people say they're not prepared for retirement. About 47% say it's going to take a miracle for them to retire. Well, if you pick the right place and then plan advantageously, you can actually do this even if you don't think you have enough saved. So that's a really big deal. And we know that people are looking for places to stretch their money. That's why we came up with this list. This thing hits newsstands this Friday. You guys get it today.
There we go.
Because I'm here on set with you. But this has a really cool list and some great recipes for that pumpkin pie.
Stephen, look, it's calling it fall.
Oh,
it's fall.
I'm so
You're
sorry.
wearing a fall tie. It's fall, my friend.
It's my husband's tie. Don't blame me. We got like 3 days till fall. He's the one that made sure to tell me that. That's what happens when you're married to a meteorologist. And Sid, where can people grab this online? Is there also an online place?
Yeah,
for
just
that?
quickly tell us.
Yeah, the list just launched this morning on southernliving.com. So go check it out. There's a lot of great towns on there.
There we go. Sid Evans and Caleb Silver, both our respective editor-in-chiefs. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. Very cool list.
Thank you.
All right, that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Don't go anywhere.
Hi, everyone. Good Tuesday. We are so happy you're with us. I'm Vicki Nguyen.
And I'm Zinclair Samoa. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Tuesday, September 19th. Medical breakthrough. The FDA is close to deciding whether or not to approve emergency treatment for allergic reactions that is needle-free. Everything we know about the new alternative to the EpiPen.
ongoing stalemate. The United Auto Workers Union is threatening to walk out of more plants if they don't get significant progress with car makers by the end of the week. More on the ripple effects from the auto industry strike.
Dramatic homecoming. 5 freed Americans are back on U.S. soil after a high-stakes prisoner swap with Iran. We'll show you the emotional moment on the tarmac as friends and family reunite after years of separation.
The cost of care. 1 in 5 Americans is reportedly drowning in medical debt. Our personal finance expert is here with tips on how to save some cash by spotting errors and upcharges on your bills. That'll be an important one to get to.
Yes, definitely. So many people have medical bills. All right, welcome to NBC News Daily. We start with a potential stamp of approval from the FDA for a new drug that could impact millions of people who have severe or even life-threatening allergic reactions.
Yeah, instead of the EpiPen, there could be a needle-free alternative, Neffy, a nasal spray that appears to be just as effective as the widely used shot. NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Syal is here now to break it all down. So, Dr. Syal, this feels pretty big. Talk to us about how exactly Neffy works and how does it compare to the EpiPen itself?
Hey guys, so Neffy is the easiest way to think about it. You have an EpiPen, which is something you've seen in the movies. You stab yourself with and they start breathing again. So that's the EpiPen. But what Neffy is you sort of take that idea and you mix it with nasal sprays, like Flonase, for example, like an allergy spray. You sort of combine the two. And as you can see, as you can guess, a lot of people might be afraid of needles. So this is kind of where that comes in. You have a nasal spray, a lot easier to give, and something that more people would really want to use. And so guys, just to go over this, the reason everybody's so excited about this, anaphylaxis. So when you're allergic to something, your reactions can range, right? You could get a rash and that could be it. Or you could go into some more severe breathing problems called anaphylaxis. You might have a weak heart rate. You might, your throat might close a little bit. So when we see those severe cases, those are life and death. And to have another alternative to the EpiPen is why everybody's so excited.
Yeah, a needle-free alternative. I have a 7-year-old who has some allergic reactions, and we have to have an EpiPen at school with us at all times. And I was excited to hear this news that the FDA may approve it, but then it's not for everybody, right? There are certain weight requirements in order to qualify to be able to use this if it's approved.
Yeah, so the weight requirement that we're expecting what the FDA is sort of looking at right now is those over 65 pounds or those about 30 kilograms. And just to review here some signs of what you want to look for if you do have an allergy, maybe to peanuts or to shellfish, trouble breathing, a weakened rapid pulse, nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, and the last one, dizziness or even fainting altogether.
So I think then the only outstanding question is how much is this going to cost? Is it covered by insurance? And when could we actually see it available?
So the company's telling us we could see this in the next couple months, depending on what the FDA sort of decides. But the cost, they're hoping that everyone who has a major health insurance plan should only have to pay about $25. And for the 30 million, underinsured or uninsured Americans, they're hoping to come out with some sort of discount program to get them the access to this and to get this into millions more people.
All right. Well, we will be following the FDA's decision today. Dr. Akshay Syal, thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, the clock is ticking as the United Auto Workers Union plans to expand its strike against Detroit's big 3 car makers unless both sides make serious progress by noon on Friday. The union's president announced the new deadline just last night.
Yeah, well, so far, nearly 13,000 workers have walked off the job. That's only about 9%, though, of the union's total workforce at these companies. Right now, the strikes are targeting 3 plants in Ohio, Missouri, and Michigan. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster is live outside the Stellantis plant in Toledo, Ohio. So, Shaq, what are union officials saying today about the negotiations, and how are the 3 companies responding to this new union-imposed deadline?
Good afternoon to you. And we actually just got a statement from GM. They're saying that they're still at the table negotiating in good faith and are looking to come up to some sort of an agreement as quickly as possible. You've heard UAW describe the conversation since the strike began last Thursday. We're now on day 5 as ongoing, as reasonably constructive, as productive. But the key word you continue to hear is slow. I want you to listen to a conversation I had with actually the president of the American Federation of Teachers, who can give you a sense of what this is. I asked her, what does the bargaining table usually look like at this point? Listen to how she described it from her perspective.
What tends to happen in bargaining is that management constantly wants to just lengthen the time, make it harder, create a marathon. And what happens with this union leadership, with the UAW leadership, they're marathon runners.
if you want a sense of why there's this new strategy of potentially expanding to other plants, that kind of gives it to you where there is no deal. So you heard this from the UAW president that they're ready to ratchet up the pressure.
And Shaq, let's talk about some of the consequences. I know sources tell CNBC Stellantis' latest offer could actually cause 18 U.S. factories to entirely shut down. So break down the details of that and potential impact.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a mixed bag here because that latest offer, according to what sources told CNBC, is it would include 18 facilities closing, but they would open up essentially a mega facility in Belvidere. That plant idled back in February. I'll tell you, a lot of the workers that you see behind me, or at least a good portion of them, some that I've talked to, said they came from that facility, and that's why they're now in Toledo, but their family is still back there. So they're watching those negotiations closely. Important note here, as we look at these numbers and look at the offers that are out there, there's no guarantee that if Stellantis' deal went through, it's been rejected, so there's still some negotiation there. But if that deal went through, that those plants would ultimately close. It's just that in the contract, Stellantis must detail any potential closures and any potential sales. So that's why we know that they say up to 18 would close. They would open up what they call a Amazon-like distribution center in a plant that has already idled. But bottom line, it would affect a lot of workers, and that's why you have a lot of people watching every detail that comes from these negotiations.
Yeah, and yet another strike with a lot of implications. Yeah. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster, thank you.
President Biden is in New York trying to shore up international support for the war in Ukraine. He appealed to the United Nations General Assembly this morning.
If you allow Ukraine to be carved up, is the independence of any nation secure? I'd respectfully suggest the answer is no. We have to stand up to this naked aggression today and deter other would-be aggressors tomorrow.
We're also expecting Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to address the assembly in person within the hour. Last year, he spoke by video. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli joins us now from outside the UN headquarters right here in New York City. Mike, it's clear that the president is extremely focused on Ukraine and has been, and still he's feeling the pressure from Americans who are growing wary of using taxpayer dollars to fight in this war. So would you say Ukraine is still President Biden's #1 foreign policy issue right now?
Yeah, absolutely, Zane Clay. The overarching theme for President Biden in his speech to the General Assembly this morning was about the importance of continuing to sustain and even strengthen democracy at a time of real challenge. One of the ways President Biden said that you do that is by showing that democracies can work together to tackle big challenges like climate change at the moment, like migration challenges we're seeing. But the clearest example, of course, as you just heard the president lay out, is the war in Ukraine. We're now 2.5 years into that war, and I think you trace the level of concern in the White House by comparing what President Biden said today versus a year ago. Last year, he said that the U.S. would support Ukraine for as long as it takes. But as he transitioned to the Ukraine portion of his remarks, he acknowledged that there is a weariness, that Russia is counting on the world growing weary and tiring of this fight. And that's why you saw the president close his remarks today with that section on Ukraine. But White House officials say it's important for Volodymyr Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, to help deliver that message as well. He's attending this General Assembly in person for the first time. He's also going to be speaking to the meeting of the Security Council before he makes his way to Washington, where he'll meet with President Biden in the Oval Office and, just as importantly, meet with lawmakers on Capitol Hill.
There is a lot of symbolism to seeing those two men together. Mike, as you mentioned, the president also spoke about the importance of working together to tackle pressing issues that face the world, frankly, climate change, one of them. How does that compare to former President Donald Trump's America First approach?
Yeah, these two leaders, of course, couldn't be more different in their approach to foreign policy. The president today laying out all the ways in which he's worked to strengthen America's alliances throughout the world. But President Trump, of course, during his time in office, preferred that America First approach. He had threatened, for instance, to pull the United States out of NATO. He did pull the United States out of the Paris Climate Accord. Now, the president today did not refer to Donald Trump in his remarks, but we did hear him raise the specter of Trump returning to office when he spoke to campaign donors here in New York last night. He said that democracy is on the ballot.
All right, NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli there outside the UN General Assembly. Thanks, Mike.
It's time now for our CNBC Money Minute. Gas prices are reaching new highs for the year. The average cost of a gallon of regular hit $3.88. That's according to AAA. Yeah, wow, worthy. That's 20 cents higher than this time just last year.
CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa joins us now. So, Deirdre, this all comes as crude oil prices hit a 10-month high on Friday. How are soaring energy prices affecting people's willingness to spend elsewhere? We already saw some people saying they're going to pull back on holiday spending.
Well, energy prices, they were higher than expected in August consumer price index, which could mean higher overall inflation, and that could even prompt the Federal Reserve to keep interest rates elevated for longer. Gas prices will be top of mind for the Fed, which will announce an interest rate decision tomorrow. Meanwhile, social media platform X, formerly known as Twitter, is implementing a monthly subscription fee for users. CEO Elon Musk discussed the move during a conversation with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on Monday. Musk did not detail how much the new plan would cost or what other features would be included at each payment tier. The billionaire also shared new metrics about the platform, saying that it now has 550 million monthly users. And finally, Shake Shack French fries are going green. The company announced they will be swapping out their traditional soybean oil for sugarcane plant-based oil at 2 New York City locations. Shake Shack said the new oil is more environmentally sustainable and better for consumers. Question, though, will they taste as good?
Well, it sounds sweet to me. Sugarcane?
Yeah.
Good for the sweet tooth, if you know what I'm saying.
Hopefully they figure that out. Very curious. It's here in New York City, so we may have to take a field trip.
We'll give it a try. TNBC Tech Check anchor.
Let me know.
Yeah, we will let you know, Deirdre Boza. Thank you.
Coming up, what we know about this stealth U.S. fighter jet that went missing after the pilot ejected due to a, quote, mishap. You're watching NBC News Daily.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back with an update now on the military mystery we reported on just yesterday. It involved a missing F-35 fighter jet. U.S. officials say they found debris at a crash site in a rural South Carolina.
Yeah, the stealth jet disappeared Sunday afternoon after its pilot ejected from the cockpit because of a mishap. We have team coverage of the incident in a moment. NBC's Noah Pransky will break down what we know about this F-35 jet and how the military uses it. But first, to NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kube. So, Courtney, we know this is under investigation still, but explain exactly where this jet went down in South Carolina, how long it took to find it, and also, have we heard anything about the pilot's state of mind when he ejected?
Those are all fair questions. And the reality is we still know very little about what actually occurred here. So taking our viewers back, Sunday afternoon, all of a sudden this big mystery started to unfold over South Carolina. There was some sort of a mishap. That's how the U.S. military, particularly the Marine Corps, is characterizing what happened in the skies that led to this F-35 pilot to eject from the aircraft. But the aircraft kept flying and then ultimately disappeared. It was about 24 hours before the aircraft was positively identified about 2 hours north of Joint Base Charleston in South Carolina. It was in a very rural area, which may explain part of the reason that it took so long for the military or local responders, first responders, to find any witnesses to what actually happened. But the bigger question is still, why was there no communication link between the military and this aircraft? Well, we got one of the answers, possible answers to that last night. It appears that the transponder may have malfunctioned while the aircraft was in the air. But the reality is, beyond that, we still don't know what may have caused the pilot to eject and why the aircraft ultimately went down. It did fly on autopilot for some time before the crash.
Wow. Courtney, I mean, this did have far-reaching implications. The U.S. Marine Corps grounded all flights yesterday because of this incident. So is that order, first of all, still in place? And then big picture, what are they doing to address this pretty costly issue, too?
Yeah, that's right. The order is still in place. It's for about 48 hours, and that may actually extend until later this week, because if there's an aircraft that's deployed and has some real-world missions, they can delay their 2-day safety stand-down until they've finished up those missions. But it's not just this F-35 incident that caused that stand-down. There were also 2 deadly crashes, Marine Corps aircraft, an F-18 near San Diego in August, and an Osprey crashed off the coast of Australia also in August that killed 3 Marines. So all 3 of those incidents together led the acting commandant of the Marine Corps, General Eric Smith, to call this safety stand down. It will be in place for several days. And essentially, it's for the pilots, the maintainers, everyone involved in all the Marine Corps aircraft to take a look at their practices and make sure that they're not doing something that could be leading to these incidents.
Yeah, an important review. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kube. Courtney, thank you.
Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Noah Pransky now. Noah, first, just tell us more about the F-35. It's considered one of the most advanced fighter jets in the world, right?
Yeah, so one of the big reasons that this plane above South Carolina was so hard to find, every F-35 in the entire F-35 family has radar-evading stealth capabilities, both in the shape of the jet and in its radar-absorbing exterior. The planes are supersonic. They fly up to 1,200 miles per hour, 1.6 times the speed of sound. They can hold 10 tons of fuel, keeping them in the air seemingly forever. And they have incredible data collection ability, helping them both the pilots in their missions and military assets on the ground. So the Marines in particular have been flying these planes since 2015, and the U.S. has nearly 1,000 of them, but 16 other countries as well have put in orders too with the maker, Lockheed Martin. As for the cost, $40,000. No, that's not the cost of a plane. That's one helmet's cost for a pilot of an F-35. These things are so high-tech. The cost of the actual plane, a cool $80 million each. It's America's most expensive weapon system ever, which may explain why the internet had so much fun when the military asked for help in locating it. Ads like this one appear on eBay, offering an F-35 stealth fighter for $80 million plus $550 in shipping.
Hey, that's a shipping deal,
right?
Okay. Noah, has anything like this ever happened before, where a stealthy F-35 has gone off the radar, disappeared, so to speak?
As far as we know, the U.S. military has never just lost a fighter jet like this. Of course, on occasion there are mishaps, including a 2018 crash in South Carolina, not too far from where this week's incident happened. But given the tens of thousands of flight hours the military has logged in these planes, crashes are very rare, and hopefully they stay that way.
Yeah, for sure. Keeping people safe as well as the instruments themselves. NBC News correspondent Noah Pransky, thank you.
Thank you, Noah. Well, the Americans wrongfully detained in Iran, they are finally back in the U.S. Their tearful reunions with family and friends later this hour. You are watching NBC News Daily.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It is one of the biggest water contamination cases in U.S. history. Federal health officials say nearly 1 million people may have been exposed to toxic water at North Carolina's Camp Lejeune.
And decades later, Marines and military wives who lost their children following exposure to that tainted water are still seeking justice. NBC News senior investigative legal correspondent Cynthia McFadden has more.
It's known as Baby Heaven, across the street from North Carolina's massive Marine base, Camp Lejeune. Records indicate hundreds of babies are buried here, many in unmarked graves, and an untold number of them with one thing in common.
Oh, baby girl.
The daughter of Jerry Kozabarich was one of them, buried here 54 years ago.
We think of you every day, and I wish you were here. I love you, sweetie.
In 1969, she was a young bride, 8 months pregnant, with a husband about to deploy to Vietnam.
The doctor said your baby is dead, and it's not my fault.
Looking back now, she says there were warning signs. The first came at a reception for officers' wives.
I saw a woman who was even more pregnant than I was. And I said, "When are you due?" And she looked at me, she said, "My baby's dead." And she turned her back. It turned out all the wives in the squadron, they all had either birth defects or they lost their babies.
What was going on? The federal government now acknowledges that between 1953 and 1987, some of the water wells at Camp Lejeune were contaminated with known carcinogens detected at toxic levels, up to 280 times the safe level for humans.
The barracks water was brown, and it had an awful odor.
In 1980, after 3 miscarriages, Crystal Dickens lost another baby at 6 months pregnant. Were the doctors at the time on the base, were they understanding and compassionate?
No, they were not. Your baby's dead. We're going to take it.
Crystal?
Yes, they don't care.
She now has renal failure, one of the 15 serious conditions the U.S. government recognizes as linked to the contaminants. The CDC now says babies exposed in the womb are up to 4 times more likely to develop serious birth defects, which can lead to death.
When we poison the water, we poison ourselves.
Environmental activist Erin Brockovich told us that as women came forward telling of multiple miscarriages and babies who died in the womb, a pattern began to emerge.
Those voices weren't being heard.
So NBC News interviewed 24 women who lived at Camp Lejeune and brought some of them together. Most now sick themselves. Each of them lost babies.
Why you keep lying? Why you keep stalling?
Documents show that officials at Camp Lejeune were warned about the toxic water at least 4 years before doing anything about it, including at the base hospital, where all the women were treated and the highest levels of contamination were found. Last year, Congress passed the Camp Lejeune Justice Act, which allows those exposed to file for damages. For years, even after the wells were shut, the possible health effects were hidden or minimized, including in this pamphlet produced by the Marines 3 decades after the initial discovery, which sparked a congressional inquiry. Was there a continuing cover-up? General Gray Payne, then at the Pentagon, was called to testify.
I don't think we were factually wrong in the brochure.
He says he no longer stands by its contents.
In the booklet, it says, each and every well that was affected was immediately shut down. That's page 3. Well, we know that wasn't true.
That's correct.
But, General, with true respect, this book shines it all up pretty to try to make what went wrong look better than it was.
I think that it understated, in many cases, the situation. I did not know that that was not the case in 2010. And I can tell you that the commandant did not know, because we had been briefed over and over that those were the facts, or we never would have published that. Absolutely.
What you're saying really is even worse. They were lying to the general at the Pentagon about what the facts on the ground were? That's pretty damning.
It is.
Brockovich argues the lack of transparency by the Marine Corps is sadly common.
Every single time, for 30 years I've seen this over and over again. It's the secret. It's the cover-up. It's the lie that becomes the silent killer.
The Navy says they remain committed to addressing all claims. Cynthia McFadden, NBC News, Camp Lejeune, North Carolina.
Our thanks to Cynthia for that story, bringing that to the light. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize you're doing the dishes you
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now on this Tuesday. Thanks for being with us. I'm Vicki Nguyen.
And I'm Zinklaia Samoa. Making news right now, Canada and India have expelled each other's senior diplomats as tensions continue to rise between the two countries. This comes after Canada accused India of orchestrating the assassination of a Sikh activist on Canadian soil. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau says his government is investigating, quote, credible allegations that show India's involvement. Indian officials, meanwhile, have dismissed the allegations and are calling them absurd.
Star running back for the Cleveland Browns, Nick Chubb, is likely out for the season after he suffered a knee injury during last night's game. Chubb was carted off the field after being hit by Pittsburgh Steelers safety Minkah Fitzpatrick during that second quarter. The star football player injured the same knee during his college career at the University of Georgia.
And over 58,000 pounds of ground beef are being recalled for a possible E. coli contamination. U.S. officials say the products from American Foods Group were sent to wholesalers in Georgia, Michigan, and Ohio. So far, there have been no confirmed reports of illnesses. American Foods Group did not respond to a request for comment.
We start this half hour with shocking new video, and we have to warn you, it shows content that some of you might find disturbing.
That's right. The video appears to show Alabama police tasing a high school band director after they say he refused to stop playing music, the last song specifically, at a football game on Thursday in Birmingham. He was charged with disorderly conduct, harassment, and resisting arrest. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander joins us now with the latest here. So, Blaine, first off, just walk us through exactly what happened here and why officers allegedly tased this band director.
Well, Zinkley, all of this actually started, according to police, after the football game ended. This was a football game that happened last week, and officials say that they were just trying to clear the stadium. They were trying to get everybody out, and they asked the directors for both of the bands to stop playing. Well, they say that one of the bands did stop playing, but the other band did not. In fact, they say, this is according to police, that the band director directed his band to keep on playing. Now, they say that, of course, the situation escalated, as you can kind of see here in this video, but it ultimately came down to police saying that the band director was resisting. They ended up having to tase him when they say he would not put his hands behind his back. And then the rest of what you see here played out on this video with the tasing. He was taken into custody. He was taken to the hospital first, as is customary for incidents like this when a taser is deployed. And then he was taken to the Birmingham jail, where he later bonded out, guys.
It's kind of crazy. You think how this all escalated over a last song at a football game. Blaine, do we know how that band director is doing right now? What are we hearing from him? Has he spoken about the incident?
And I think that's important to point out. That was the police narrative. That's what they say happened. But when you kind of listen to the video, you hear a lot of people, parents, students, band members, people who were watching this, who were screaming, kind of exclaiming. At one point, one person said, "You have to do this in front of the kids." So this certainly was a very tense moment with a lot of people pushing back on this. We've heard from the attorney for that band director. Here's what she had to say. Take a look.
He's devastated, and rightfully so. This was very traumatic for him. Not only for him, you had 145 students.
So there you hear her just impartial saying how devastating this was, how traumatic it was for not only the director, but the students as well.
All right, NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander hoping to get some more details on that. Thank you, Blaine.
Now to the return of those wrongfully detained Americans from Iran. Early this morning, they landed on U.S. soil at the Fort Belvoir airfield in Virginia. Each of the 5 former prisoners were met by family and friends carrying small American flags.
That group was freed as part of a high-stakes prisoner swap with Iran. Prisoners were released from both countries, and the U.S. agreed to unfreeze $6 billion in Iranian oil funds. NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach joins us from Fort Belvoir in Virginia, where the Americans landed just this morning. So, Gary, we've been seeing the emotional video of that reunion. Who are these Americans, and why were they held in Iran for so long?
The video truly is remarkable. And at 5:45 this morning, before the sun even came up, the 5 happiest people in this world were at Fort Belvoir right behind me, because they were stepping on U.S. soil, for some of them, for the first time in 8 years. Who are they? We have 3 of their names. 2 of them do not want to be identified, but 3 of them are Siamak Namazi, Murad Tabaz, and Imad Sharji. Again, the 2 others want to stay anonymous, but they were imprisoned in Iran under largely false pretenses, right? Some of them were convicted of espionage in a sham trial. Some of them were convicted of having relations with a hostile state, in other words, the United States. But that part of their life is now over, and they're going to a new chapter in their life. Here's what a family member of one of the detained Americans had to say.
The real hero of this story, surviving 8 years of brutal treatment, but never losing hope. And showing what happens when you're hopeful, when you fight. Why am I saying this here? It's over. I'm done. I'm done.
They flew on a U.S. government plane from Qatar here to the Army base behind me. We're told they had lamb and wine on their way over. And one of the now free Americans said the first things they want to do is check out some of the fall foliage that's starting to appear in the D.C. area and get to an Apple store to see some new gadgets.
Wow. Yeah.
I'm sure there's so much that they need to catch up on. And, Gary, it strikes me that this prisoner swap was still a rare deal, especially because of the high tensions between the U.S. and Iran on things like the nuclear program and Iran's crackdown on internal dissent and protests. So does this deal signify a shift or breakthrough?
So Secretary Blinken talked to this yesterday, and he said essentially this was happening on 2 tracks. 1, they were trying to get these 5 Americans out of Iran, and 2, they're also trying to come up with some sort of nuclear deal with Iran. 2 very different things. 1, he said, was moving forward. 1, he said, was not at all. So there are 2 very different things. In terms of relations, I think this will certainly help to an extent. But as we heard with Lester Holt's interview with the Iranian leader last week, he said that he would use the money, those $6 billion, for whatever needs Iran had. Guys?
All right, NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach with the latest there. Thank you very much.
Well, we turn to an update today on the American Wall Street Journal reporter detained in Russia. A Moscow judge is suspending Evan Gershkovich's appeal against his pretrial detention. Gershkovich has been held in a Russian jail since March on spying charges.
He was set to be released back in August, but his detention was extended to late November. Gershkovich denies all the charges against him. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us now. So, Claudio, tell us about today's hearing. It's Gershkovich's third appeal against his detention. So, what happened?
Well, that's right, Zinkley. Vicky, now Gershkovich was appealing against the decision by a Russian judge back in August to postpone, to delay his pre-trial detainment by another 3 months, once again for the third time, as you mentioned, up to at least November the 30th. And today, at a Russian court, a judge decided to suspend that appeal and send it back to a lower court. Essentially, they rejected that appeal once again. Now, in the court today, among other people, was the U.S. ambassador to Russia, Lynn Tracy, who said this after that decision outside of the court. Let's listen.
The plight of U.S. citizens wrongfully detained in Russia remains a top priority for me, my team at the embassy, and for the entire U.S. government. It is unacceptable that Evan Gershkovich and Paul Whelan still languish in Russian prisons on charges that are baseless. The United States will not rest until Evan and Paul are safely at home with their family and friends.
Family and his employer, the Wall Street Journal, putting pressure now on world leaders to advocate for him. It looks like
Well, that's right. Just a week ago, the parents of Gershkovich decided to put a petition to the United Nations saying that they expect the United Nations to say that he is being detained wrongfully or his detention is arbitrary, and that they hope the United Nations will call for Russia to release Gershkovich. Of course, the timing is not a coincidence at all, as the General Assembly starts meeting from today, and their expectation is that world leaders will take upon that themselves on this call, and they will put pressure on Russia. Now, of course, the decision by Russia and the Russian judge today to reject the appeal may also not be coincidental, as it coincides exactly with the start of the General Assembly in New York. Back to you.
Well, as we saw with Brittany Griner, so important to keep attention and a spotlight on this. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga. Claudio, thank you so much.
Now let's turn and talk about medical debt. Credit reports show the U.S. has about $88 billion in outstanding medical bills. That's according to a June 2021 data from the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau.
Experts say 1 in 5 Americans is burdened with medical debt. But that number could be even higher because not all debt is actually reported to credit agencies. We have CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson here now with us with some ways that you can potentially lower your bills and avoid overpaying. This is so critical. 20% of Americans struggling with this, Sharon. So first, what do you do if you get a medical bill that you're not expecting?
Well, make sure that you look at it and get an itemized bill if you can. Don't pay anything until you've investigated it. You want to get an itemized bill of every procedure, service that you were given to make sure that's actually what you got. And you want to make sure that you compare that to the explanation of benefits. You get this from your insurance company. It says on it, this is not a bill, so you throw it away. You never want to do that. You want to make sure that you keep that so you can compare that to what the provider has charged you and make sure they match up. And if they don't, that's an error, and you want to investigate how to correct that. The other thing that's important to do is to make sure that if you are in a hospital, you're in an emergency situation, you get a bill for some provider that was out of network. That happened to me when I had brain surgery. I was like, wait, how did I get this? I didn't have a choice in this matter if it was in the operating room. There's now something called the No Surprises Act, went into law in 2022, and there is a place on the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid website, cms.gov, where you can file a complaint saying, hey, this was an emergency service, this is supposed to be covered.
That's really good to know.
Really good, really important. What about inaccuracies? You're talking about seeing those itemizations. What if you see one, you think it's inaccurate? How do you go about addressing that?
One of the things you want to do is review what's called CPT codes. words. It stands for current procedure terminology. You need to remember that. Just use the letter CPT to the provider. That will let the provider know you mean business. I want to know what you're charging me for exactly, and see what the insurer covers for that as well. Make sure that if you've changed jobs or you've changed insurers, that the claim went to the right insurance company, that the provider filed a claim to the right place. And then everybody that you talk to as you're trying to figure out what's going on with this bill, keep the names, keep what they told you, keep good records of that, so that when you file an appeal, which you can do by calling the insurance company and saying this is not right, you have that evidence there. And then if they don't respond in the way that you want, you can file an appeal with the state insurance company.
Sharon, before you go, what about negotiating? Is there any wiggle room here?
Absolutely. If you have a lump sum amount that you can definitely pay, offer that to the provider. That'll wipe it out. Maybe they'll say, okay. If not, maybe there's a payment plan you can coordinate, a monthly payment plan that you can actually afford. What I want people to be very wary about is using credit cards. You do not want to go into more debt with the medical debt. So unless it's a 0% interest credit card that you're definitely going to pay the bill in full when you get it, or before that introductory period ends, do not use a credit card. Try to work and negotiate a payment arrangement with the provider.
Sounds like the threat is that know you have agency and go in armed with information.
Know that you have agency, and if you don't have the opportunity to really be able to pay for it, then if it's a nonprofit hospital, they should have a need-based assistance program for you. So reach out to the hospital itself.
All right, CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson, always good to see you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Up next, how to make your home a safe place for your kids and avoid any secret dangers you might miss. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Injuries are one of the leading causes of death for children and young adults. The Centers for Disease Control reports that nearly 12,000 people ages 1 to 19 die from accidental injuries every year.
And some of the major causes of these injuries happen right at home. They include things like burns, suffocation, falls, choking, and poisoning. Experts say taking steps to prevent these accidents is important to stay safe. Editor-in-chief of Parents.com, Grace Bastidas, is here with some expert tips on how to keep your home as safe as possible. This is so important, Grace. So Let's just start with the basics. What are some of the biggest home hazards?
Yeah, so it's really important to examine your home and assess the risks, right? So let's start with electric sockets. They're everywhere around your house. Kids are naturally curious, may want to stick their finger in it, a metal object, you know, not good, definitely. So make sure that those are hidden behind furniture. And for any that are exposed, cover them with child-proof covers that you can buy anywhere, basically.
And go ahead and go through the rest of the list here.
Yes, then we have window guards. So in some cities, if you live in an apartment building with a child under 10, you are required to have window guards, so have your landlord install them. And if you live in a house, install them yourself. Pay attention to blinds, making sure that they're cordless to prevent entanglement. Then big furniture is also a danger.
Tipping hazard.
It can tip over on a child, so dressers, armoires, even a television. You want to anchor those to a wall, and you can buy an anchoring kit at a hardware store or online. And for any rooms that are off limits, buy safety gates and install those to prevent kids from getting in. So a home office,
and or a workshop, like a garage with tools or something like that.
And for little babies that are learning to crawl and learning to explore, you definitely want to keep them out.
Let's start with the two big common rooms, the kitchen and the living room. Yeah. What are some specific steps we should take in those parts of the house?
So there are dangers hidden in plain sight in both of these rooms. So for the living room, aside from anchoring furniture, you want to use corner guards on any sharp surfaces like a coffee table. And if you have a fireplace, use heat-resistant gates to keep those and keep them shut if you have a flame. Cover radiators that may get really hot and kids may get burned, and look out for choking hazards. So small toys, button batteries, anything a kid may put in their mouth. In terms of the kitchen, a lot of us store our cleaning supplies, dishwasher detergent, other chemicals under the sink. So make sure those are closed with fasteners, any low cabinets. Cutlery, knives, keep those not within reach of children, definitely far away from them. And if you can, cover your stove knobs so that kids aren't reaching up and potentially getting burned.
That's a great point. What about more private rooms like bathrooms and bedrooms? What should parents be thinking about?
So in the nursery, don't hang anything over the crib that could potentially fall on your child. And definitely buy the finger guards for door hinges so that your child isn't getting their fingers trapped in there, and that can be very painful. And once your kid learns to crawl out of their crib, make sure that the area around them is safe, and do not buy toy boxes with heavy lids that can potentially entrap a child who's looking for their little stuffy or whatever. In terms of the bathroom, definitely keep the medication out of reach of a child, even if a bottle says it's childproof. There is nothing like a persistent toddler, right?
Yes.
And make sure and unplug appliances when not in use, like a hair dryer. Put a latch on your toilet seat to prevent babies or toddlers from falling inside. And I have to say this, but always, always, always keep an eye on your kid when you're doing bath time. Never leave them unattended.
Yeah, water is very dangerous. All right, editor-in-chief of Parents.com, Grace Bazidas. Thank you so much, Grace.
Thank you.
And you are watching NBC News Daily.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It's no secret Disney is known for its fun animal characters, but on Monday, some guests at Disney World in Florida were confronted with a very real black bear. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas breaks down the frightening visit at the happiest place on Earth.
This was no lovable Disney character taking a stroll in the park. Instead, a real-life bear was spotted Monday inside the Magic Kingdom. The wild animal forcing a temporary shutdown of parts of the theme park.
They're blocking everyone from heading into Liberty and into Frontierland,
including some of Disney's most popular areas, Frontierland, Liberty Square, and Adventureland, which all reopened in the early afternoon, according to a Disney World statement. From above, this exclusive video from our NBC affiliate WESH appears to show the state wildlife officials capturing the female bear. With fall just days away, experts say the animal could have been in search of the bare necessities. The Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission telling NBC News in a statement the Magic Kingdom bear was likely moving through the area searching for food.
Well, bears are very opportunistic feeders. They follow their nose. The Magic Kingdom is a potpourri of aromas of food.
Florida is not only home to bears, but other potentially dangerous wildlife, especially alligators. In 2016, a 2-year-old boy from Nebraska drowned after he was dragged into a body of water by an alligator while playing in the Seven Seas Lagoon at Disney's Grand Floridian Resort. The park ultimately closing all beaches and adding warning signs and barriers around waterfront areas across its resort. In the 5 years since the deadly incident, wildlife officials have removed 250 alligators from Walt Disney World property, and while attacks by bears are rare, wildlife experts say it's best not to panic if you encounter one.
If you come across a bear, the worst thing you can do is turn and run. Never turn and run and scream. Put your arms up, make yourself look as big as possible, speak firmly, hey bear, slowly back up. Don't run at the bear or anything like that.
Guad Venegas, NBC News.
Hey Bear, Zinkley. All right. A quiet Vermont neighborhood is taking a stand against what residents call out-of-control leaf peepers. NBC News correspondent Kristen Dahlgren has our report.
You've probably seen Sleepy Hollow Farm on Instagram or TikTok.
From here, we'll stop by the famous Sleepy Hollow Farm, which we've all seen all over social media.
When the leaves change, this quaint little spot rivals Grand Central Station.
This is insane.
Hundreds of cars line the narrow road trying to get that perfect pic.
It's worth dealing with the crowds because this is the most picturesque place in Vermont.
The problem is it's not an actual tourist destination, but somebody's private residence with real-life neighbors.
People showing up and walking all over private property and peeing on the side of the road and on private property.
Neighbors like Mike Doughton and Amy Robb say it's out of control.
We see people in dressing rooms, like they bring dressing rooms to change in different outfits and take pictures.
And it's not just privacy, it's safety too. Emergency vehicles often forced to wait in the traffic. So this year, neighbors petitioned to close the road to outside traffic from September 23rd to October 15th, raising the money themselves to cover most of the costs.
Yes, it's beautiful up here, but please, could you make it so that our everyday stuff can get done? Like, I'm just trying to get home with groceries so I can make it. Okay?
It's not only New England towns pushing back against tourists looking for likes. Across the pond in Europe, Hallstatt, Austria, which resembles Arendelle in the Disney movie Frozen, sees more than 1 million tourists each year. Now, its 750 residents have blocked the only road in. Venice just approved a new €5 tax on day trippers. And also in Italy, Portofino is issuing $300 tickets for lingering in popular selfie spots. Back in Vermont, townspeople say the latest move doesn't mean you won't get a spectacular selfie.
So this is not the only place where you can see beautiful foliage in Vermont.
Absolutely not. You could actually just drive up 89, which is our north-south thruway, and have a beautiful drive.
Vermont's kind of pretty.
It is. We're pretty lucky.
Kristen Dahlgren, NBC News.
Did you know that was a thing, leaf peeping?
I didn't. Leaf peeping, but it is the season.
It does sound a little dirty.
Mindfully.
Yeah,
peep mindfully.
There you go. Always good advice.
I'm Zing Clay.
I'm Vicki Nguyen. You're watching NBC News Daily.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Top Story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey everyone, welcome this Tuesday. I'm Vicki Nguyen.
And I'm Zing Clay Asamoah. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Tuesday, September 19th. Military mystery. U.S. officials say they found debris in rural South Carolina from a missing F-35 fighter jet. What investigators are now learning from the crash site about why that supersonic plane went down.
Violent video. Alabama police appear to tase a high school band director after they say he refused to stop playing at a football game. What law enforcement and the school are saying about the disturbing interaction.
Customer care. It is not too often that you can reach an actual human being when calling a company's helpline. We're going to take a deep dive into the rise in automated messaging.
Hispanic health data show Latinos in the U.S. are almost 20% more likely than white people to develop type 2 diabetes. We have a doctor here to break down the risks and provide tips on prevention.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. We're glad you're with us. We start with growing questions about the mysterious disappearance of an F-35 fighter jet. U.S. military officials say they discovered the crash site last night in rural South Carolina. It was about 60 miles northeast of Joint Base Charleston. They found the debris field just hours after confirming that stealth jet had gone missing.
That's right. Officials say the pilot ejected from the plane Sunday afternoon because of a, quote, mishap. Right now, it's unclear exactly what happened, but we're told the pilot is in stable condition and that the incident is under investigation. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Cube is tracking it all for us in Washington, D.C. So, Courtney, why did it take so long to actually find this jet? And what else do we know about the pilot's condition right now?
Well, the pilot ejected safely and was taken to a local hospital, so that's the good news. It's still not 100% clear why this jet took so long to find. Now that they know where it is, there are some residents in the area, it's a very rural part of South Carolina, that are coming forward and saying, oh yeah, they heard or saw an aircraft flying kind of low. They heard some sort of a boom, maybe some sort of an explosion. So it seems as if now there may have been some witnesses to this crash. But the idea of that there was no communication between the aircraft and the military has really been perplexing. We got a little bit of an answer to that late last night when a U.S. official explained that the transponder had malfunctioned. Now, that may be one little piece of this puzzle, but it's still not clear why it took nearly 24 hours for the U.S. military to positively identify where this aircraft was and how it had gotten there. There's still more questions than there are answers in this entire incident, Sinclair.
Lots of questions. Courtney, the U.S. Marine Corps temporarily grounded all the flights yesterday. Is that order still in place? And what is the military doing right now to try and prevent something like this from happening again?
It is, Vicki, and I have to say, it's right now it's a 48-hour safety stand down for all Marine Corps aircraft. So not just the F-35s, but everything, Ospreys, every kind of aircraft. And it may last until later this week. And that's because if you have an aircraft that's deployed, that maybe has some real-world missions that are imminent, the military will allow those to go forward, and then that aircraft and the pilots and the maintainers and everyone involved with it will begin this safety stand down. And the idea is they're going to look at all of their practices and try to see if there's some sort of problem that they can identify that may have led to not just this F-35 incident, but two other deadly crashes that occurred just last month, one off the coast of San Diego where a pilot was killed when his F-18 crashed, and then a deadly crash off the coast of Australia also last month where 3 U.S. Marines were killed and several others were seriously injured. So the Marine Corps is going to try to look at whether they can identify any pattern in these incidents. I will say a safety stand down like this is pretty common when you have a string of incidents like this. The Army did one that was very similar earlier this year when they had several helicopter crashes.
Yeah, it's really serious, and hopefully they get to the bottom of it. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kube. Courtney, thank you.
Well, Vicki, we're going to turn now to some disturbing new video out of Alabama, and we have to warn our viewers some may find this footage disturbing. This video appears to show Birmingham police tasing a high school band director after police say he refused to stop playing the last song at a football game. He was charged with disorderly conduct, harassment, and resisting arrest. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander joins us now with the latest. So, Blaine, first off, what exactly happened here, and why did the officers allegedly tase this band director?
Well, Clay, all of this started after a football game last week between two rival football teams. So after the game was over, police say that they were trying to clear the stadium. They wanted everybody to get out quickly. And so they were asking both band directors to stop their band from playing. Of course, the people in the stands were enjoying the music, so they asked them to stop playing. Well, this is according to police. They say that one band did, but the other band did not. In fact, police say that the director instructed his students to continue playing. That's when this entire thing escalated to what you see right there on your screen, that officials got involved, police got involved, and essentially they say that the band director wouldn't comply, wouldn't put his hands behind his back, and they ultimately ended up tasing him. Now, we do know that he was taken to the hospital and then taken into custody, arrested at the Birmingham jail, and later bonded out. But certainly, during that video, if you listen to the sound, you hear a number of parents, a number of students, a number of people who were watching just really upset about the entire thing. At one point, you hear a person say, hey, you've got to do this in front of the kids. According to our affiliate, a taser was deployed about 3 times during this incident, Clay.
Some really tough details there, Blaine. What have we heard from all of the involved parties? The Birmingham Police Department, the school district, the band director. How are they responding?
Well, there's an investigation. There's an internal investigation going on with the police department. We know that the school district, of course, is looking into it. And we understand that the Alabama Association of Education is going to speak on this incident during a news conference tomorrow. So we'll certainly hear more from them at that time as well. But we're also hearing from the attorney for the band director himself. Now, here's what she had to say. She, as you could understand, was very, critical of this, saying this incident is an alarming abuse of power and a clear violation of our client's civil rights. It's unacceptable for law enforcement to engage in home rule in the field of play or with regard to band activities unless there is a significant threat to the safety of the general public. We will not rest until justice is served and those responsible are held accountable. So certainly a lot of tensions going on between a lot of sides on this, and certainly some investigations to come, Sinclair.
Yeah, we know you'll stay on this one. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander, thank you.
Zinkley, the United Auto Workers Union is threatening to expand its historic strike against Detroit's big three car makers. The union's president warns more workers will walk off the job if both sides don't make serious progress by noon on Friday. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster is live outside the Stellantis plant in Toledo, Ohio for us today. So, Shaq, give us a sense of what it's like there today. We hear a lot of honking, a lot of activity behind you. Are people more optimistic about the prospects of getting a deal done by this new Friday deadline?
Hi there. Yes, I'm sure you will hear honking during this report that I give you. That's the guarantee here. Whether or not there's a deal, now that's what remains uncertain at this point. Look, when you talk to workers, striking workers out here, they say that they are watching these negotiations closely. Many of them didn't expect to be called to strike during this first wave, so many of them are still surprised that they're out here. But they say that they're willing to stay out here as long as possible in order to get what they call a fair and strong deal. And when we talk about the sacrifice that these workers are facing, I mean, they're dealing with not getting their regular wages despite having their families. They are only getting $500 each week they are on strike. I want you to listen to one conversation I had with someone, a picketer here, about the impact this is having on her and what she's watching out for.
We all want to work. What can we do with strike pay? Nothing. But we're here. We got to do what we got to do for our kids, for our families. We're going to make history out here for our kids to get better paid when they grow up.
Now, we know there's still a significant stalemate. When you hear different comments about the conversations that are happening, we know they're talking. Some people saying they're productive, others saying that it's slow. That's what you heard from the UAW president. GM just released a statement earlier today saying that they are staying at the table. They're operating in good faith, but there are very clear gaps between what the UAW is calling for and what the companies have been willing to offer up to this point.
Shaq, she mentioned strike pay, which is about, what, $500 a week. It's obviously not a lot for these workers to try to get by on. But we know that they're asking for upwards of a 40% pay raise over a span of years. The automakers somewhere in the 20% range. I mean, walk us through, how much does an auto worker make per hour? What are we talking about here?
Yeah, you know, one of the demands that you continue to hear is this idea of tiers. And the reason why I'm bringing that up is because these auto workers are making different amounts of money. Some of them making as few as $17 or $16 an hour when they begin, and they get stuck in a lower tier and are literally working next to doing the same job as someone who's making about $32 an hour. And that's why you hear a demand to close that gap to end tiers in the workforce. You also see the increase that they're asking for. They say that they've made an increase in the last contract of about 6%. That lags what the regular workforce has been making. When you factor in inflation, they're making less at a starting salary than they were making back in the early 2000s. So that's what they're trying to fix, and that's why they're out here. Companies saying they can't match the specific UAW demands, but they're working at it right now.
Shaq Brewster, thank you so much for that explanation. Appreciate you.
Let's turn now to our CNBC Money Minute. Cooking oil is getting more expensive. Global prices for olive oil surged to $8,900 per ton in September. That's according to the U.S. Department of Agriculture.
CNBC Global Markets correspondent Seema Modi joins us now. So, Seema, several news outlets in Spain are now reporting olive oil theft is up because of these soaring prices. Tell us about this and what is causing prices to surge in the first place.
Well, Vicki, U.S. officials say the prices have been driven up by extremely dry weather in the Mediterranean. Spain, which is the world's largest producer of olive oil, has been dealing with an intense drought for months now, and the country's olive oil production dropping about 50% this season as a result. The price hikes are making olive oil feel like liquid gold in Spain. In just one of the thefts in the country, the culprits got away with nearly $500,000 worth of olive oil. In other news, Target is bringing on 100,000 new workers for the holidays. That matches the number of new workers Target hired for the busy shopping season the past 2 years. The hiring push comes as Deloitte forecasts that holiday sales will grow at their slowest pace in 5 years. And Disney is about to make a big bet on its theme parks. According to a security filing today, the company plans to double investments in the parks to roughly $60 billion over the course of 10 years. While theme parks have been a bright spot for the company as it struggles to turn a profit on streaming, its parks have still seen a slowdown in attendance and hotel occupancy. Back to you.
Really interesting because people are flocking back to the theme parks. But to see that kind of investment, Seema, are they talking about improving rides, updating the parks?
That's exactly right. I think just expansion and also improving the quality, that seems to be the key goal here.
Love that. Never a dull moment at Disney. Hopefully, though, no more live bears.
Yeah,
we'll
no,
get to
we don't want that.
A little later. CNBC Global Markets correspondent Seema Modi, thank you.
And coming up next, an EpiPen alternative without the sting of a shot. That could hit the market. We are breaking down how this new option works for people with allergies. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back with a medical breakthrough and potential sigh of relief for those who are forced to use an EpiPen for extreme allergic reactions.
Yeah, the FDA will decide today whether to approve a new needle-free nasal spray to treat allergies. It's called Neffy. NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Syal joins us now. Hey, Dr. Syal, good to see you. So first, what exactly is Neffy? And if it is approved, how soon could we see it on the market?
Hey, Vicki. So the easiest way to think about Neffy, you know, a lot of people think about EpiPens. They think about something that we use to sort of stab ourselves to get out of an allergic reaction. Well, with this drug, what they're looking to do is take that concept, the EpiPen concept, and sort of merge it with what we see with Flonase or nasal allergy sprays. And in a sense, you're injecting this thing or you're inhaling this thing into your nose, and it can stop that severe allergic reaction. And you can see some benefits here. It is needle-free. It is easy to carry, easy to use, and the dose that they use is comparable to an EpiPen in reversing those severe symptoms of anaphylaxis or severe allergic reaction, Vicki.
So, Dr. Syal, for years, criticism really mounted over the high cost of EpiPens, especially when there was a shortage back in 2018. Of course, this is a life-saving tool. So how does the cost of Neffy compare, and will insurance cover it?
So, Zinclay, in order to really see how the cost is going to pan out for this, we have to wait for the FDA to kind of decide whether or not this is going to be approved. But, Zinclay, what the company is telling NBC News is that they were hoping that those out there with private insurance should pay no more than $25 for a dose. And for the 30 million underinsured or uninsured Americans out there, Zinclay, there should be a plan to get them the drug at a lower cost as well.
NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Syal, thank you so much for that.
Thank you. All right, physical activity in the morning, that may be the key to losing weight. This is according to a new study published today in the Journal of Obesity.
Yeah, researchers looked at data that included exercise patterns from more than 5,000 people. The group that worked out between the hours of 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. had less body fat compared to those who worked out later in the day. Fitness expert and founder of Strength Club NYC, Kenny Sanucci, joins us now. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
So let's jump in. What are the benefits to working out in the morning?
I think the benefits are the same whether you're working out in the morning or afternoon. None of the research or any of the studies show that working out in the morning is better than working out at night. I think for most people, we should all just try to get into the gym anytime we can. But I think it's more about the personality types, right? The type of person who gets up early in the morning and works out tends to be a little bit more meticulous, kind of a type A type personality, and they'll watch what they're doing. And I think a lot of the research points to that. It's the type of person that works out in the morning tends to have better habits throughout the day.
Yeah, it takes some discipline.
It does, and habits. Kenny, I think you hit on what I wanted to talk about. There is a catch in this study because the researchers looked at these folks, but a lot of people who had less body fat were also staying away from drugs and alcohol and eating fewer calories, right? So you just said it doesn't matter what time of day you work out, which is news that we can use on this team, because a lot of people here get up in the morning, they have to go straight to work. What is your other advice? What should we take away from a study like this?
I think the most important thing is just everybody just needs to find some sort of motivation to get to the gym. It doesn't matter what it is. And I think a lot of it is more psychological than it is, people put too much into, I need to do this workout or this thing or that thing. Just get to the gym and start moving. It's as simple as that. I think eating better, and that's what the research is showing, that it doesn't matter what time you're working out, it's how many calories are we consuming on a daily basis. It's calories in, calories out. If people are eating too much, well, that becomes the problem.
And you touched on it, right? It sounds like any exercise is good exercise, but I gotta ask, because of the study, is there a bad time to work out? Is there a downside to maybe working out right before bed or something like that?
I know a lot of people who work out late at night, 9, 10 o'clock at night, because that's what time they get off of work. If they have long shifts, a lot of people who work here in Manhattan get there at 6 a.m., don't leave till 9 p.m. It's well, you got to fit it in somewhere. So if it's at 9 p.m., then yes, it does spike your heart rate a little bit. It takes a little bit longer for you to kind of get back to neutral and get back to life, but it's better than nothing. I think the consistency is the most important thing.
One last question. Let me put you on the spot. What's better, squats or push-ups?
Ooh.
Now to choose just one.
Squats.
Squats.
Full body workout.
All right.
Weighted squats, probably.
Weighted squats.
Yeah.
Weight those squats.
Kenny Santucci, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Appreciate it. Still ahead, we're going to talk customer service representatives. Where'd all the humans go? Don't go anywhere. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism, is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business in a good way, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
The summer travel season may be in your rearview mirror, but right now gas prices, they're the most expensive they've been all year. Linda Baccaro from NBC News New York takes a look at what is causing the spike.
The cost of filling up is going up to the highest point of 2023. Drivers seeing an uptick in recent weeks.
In my personal vehicle, it's usually over $100 a week.
I think gas prices keep going up and inflation is going up, and we're paying for it.
Higher prices for crude oil are fueling the increase, now topping $98 a barrel. There's a tighter supply after production cuts by OPEC Plus countries, and AAA warns that prices could continue to rise in the weeks ahead.
Two major refineries that the Northeast depends on, one's in Pennsylvania and one is in New Brunswick. Both of them are going down for extended maintenance until mid-November. And it's pretty uncommon for those two big ones to go down at the same time, especially for as long as they're going down.
Drivers are encouraged to shop around for prices until fuel suppliers switch their blend, which should be by early December.
Winter fuel is actually a little bit cheaper to produce in the summer blend. So once we get through some of this turnaround season, is what we call it, we should start to see prices ease a little bit.
Are you driving less?
A little bit, but you know, you have to get places and you have no choice.
The cost of diesel is also expected to approach the record levels that we saw last year. And the price of diesel is very closely connected to the cost of home heating oil, so you may want to keep your eye on that as well.
Our thanks to NBC New York's Linda Baccaro. Hey, Zinkley, over to you.
Hey, well, Vicky, in Florida, a 12-year-old boy is being hailed a hero after performing CPR to save a drowning man's life, which he says he learned from watching Stranger Things on Netflix. From our NBC affiliate WPTV, Tanya Rogers has more on the amazing rescue.
Jason Paquette, a behavioral technician, thanking a 12-year-old for saving his life.
Every doctor, everyone has said I should be dead. So I'm so grateful to be alive, and I'm just so grateful that Austin stepped up and saved me.
Jason says he's been working with Austin McMillan for a couple of years. They do a lot of swimming, building confidence and strength.
One of the things we do the most is swim. He loves to swim, and something we've been doing for the past couple years is holding our breath challenges.
More than a week ago, they were in the pool timing how long they can hold their breath.
We both held our breath for like a minute and a half. And I said, okay, I'm gonna do it one more time. I'm gonna try to get to like 2.5 minutes. And I said to him, just tap on me when I'm at about 1:40.
A camera at the house captured the startling moment. Jason was holding his breath and slowly drifting to the deep end of the pool. Austin was timing him.
And I went underwater and I was relaxed. I felt great. And that's the last thing I remember. I'm pretty positive that I lost consciousness. My lungs started to fill up with water. And I went from the shallow end on the bottom of the pool because I let all the air out of my lungs. I went to the bottom of the pool and sank. And then I started to raise up a little bit, and I started to drift to the deep end.
Austin knew something was wrong and pulled Jason to the shallow side of the pool.
You were on your belly.
Yeah.
And then you're on your back.
Austin went into rescue mode and started doing CPR.
I was doing the compressions. I just didn't do the breathing. He woke up a few minutes later.
When he did compressions, water came out of my lungs.
Yes.
And blood. And Austin was under my care. I was responsible for him. But unfortunately, the roles reversed in that moment, and he stepped up and saved my life.
I feel way better that he's alive and he's healthy now.
Austin's family is proud of him.
I'm so proud of Austin. He's really brave and courageous.
My message is that you should always be prepared if something happened out of the ordinary.
Wow, always be prepared. What an incredible rescue.
Austin, what a hero.
Yeah.
And you know what? We love Stranger Things even more now.
Always good to learn CPR too. Well, from our NBC affiliate WPTV, that was Tanya Rogers. Thank you so much for that.
Up next, they say one man's trash is another man's treasure. We'll show you how a company is converting banana waste into a wearable fabric. You are watching NBC News Daily, and check it out. You can watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, and all the places, YouTube, Hulu, Roku. Your news continues after this.
Feels so good to get back to it. Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business in a good way, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
We're back on this Tuesday. Thanks so much for being with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Zinc Lassamwa, making news right now. Today is National Voter Registration Day. The White House posted a letter to its website from President Biden in honor of the holiday. Biden says his administration is dedicated to ensuring, quote, every American has equal opportunity to participate in our democracy. The White House is encouraging all eligible Americans to register and vote.
YouTube has blocked British comedian Russell Brand from making money off of his channel. This comes just days after multiple sexual assault allegations surfaced against Brand. In a statement, the social media platform says the channel violated its creator responsibility policy. Brand has denied the assault accusations and says all of his relationships were consensual.
And Britain's Prince William visited an oyster reef restoration project in New York City on Monday. The British Royal is in the United States for an environmental summit dedicated to finding solutions for challenges created by climate change. He's scheduled to speak at the summit today, which takes place during New York's Climate Week.
The Billion Oyster Project. Very cool.
Very cool.
Yeah. All right, now to the UN headquarters in Midtown Manhattan, where President Biden addressed some of the world's most powerful leaders today.
That's right. He spoke about the war in Ukraine, the climate crisis, and the rise of China. But one of his most prominent points involved protecting democracy around the globe. Take a listen.
We will not retreat from the values that make us strong. We will defend democracy, our best tool to meet the challenges we face around the world.
NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli joins us now from outside the UN headquarters right here in New York City. So, Mike, climate activists gathered right here in Manhattan in the days leading up to President Biden's speech. How did he approach the criticisms that he's not doing enough to tackle global warming and climate change?
Well, Zinkley, President Biden is aware of that criticism, but he, during the course of his address here to the UN General Assembly, laid out the ways in which he thinks his administration has met the moment through the infrastructure law, through the Inflation Reduction Act, has been able to match its commitments that it made at the Paris Climate Summit years ago. But the president really also joined the activists in raising the stakes here, talking about the urgency of acting by drawing attention to some of the images we've seen both at home and abroad just this year. Take a listen.
We see it everywhere. Record-breaking heat waves in the United States and China. Wildfires ravaging North America and Southern Europe. A fifth year of drought in the Horn of Africa. Tragic, tragic flooding in Libya. Together, these snapshots tell an urgent story of what awaits us if we fail to reduce our dependence on fossil fuels.
Now, it is notable, of course, that President Biden himself will not be attending an important session of the UN here devoted to the climate crisis. But White House officials say that the president does expect to attend a larger climate summit that is planned this fall in Dubai.
Mike, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky was in attendance for Mr. Biden's remarks. He's expected to give a speech of his own any minute now. What is their joint message right now on Ukraine?
Well, you heard the president lay out that he thinks that members of the UN can't stand by and see Russia invade Ukraine, and warning of what could happen to other countries if they don't continue to support Ukraine. And when Volodymyr Zelensky speaks, as White House officials put it, he is the most effective a messenger for his country, for his people. And we just saw yesterday President Zelensky, ahead of his attendance here at the UN General Assembly, visited a hospital in Staten Island where he saw some of those soldiers from Ukraine who have literally lost their limbs fighting in that effort. He's going to be bringing those dramatic stories to his speech and making the case that despite the long effort here and that Russia continues to count on the world growing weary of this, they need to continue to support Ukraine. And that's one reason why he's also taking that message to Washington later this week.
All right, NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli. Mike, thank you.
Well, Vicki, now let's talk about that high-stakes prisoner swap with Iran. 5 Americans are heading home today after being imprisoned overseas for years. They landed on U.S. soil before the sun rose this morning and were greeted by friends and family members waving American flags. NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach joins us now from Fort Belvoir in Virginia, where the Americans landed just this morning. So, Gary, clearly this was an emotional moment, to say the least, for everybody involved. Tell us about it and about the former prisoners who now get to go home to their families after years of detention.
Yeah, Zinkley, hard not to have a smile on your face when you're watching some of that video, and just the smiles on their faces. They are on U.S. soil for the first time in 8 years, some of them, and their families were hugging. There were some tears of joy in that excitement, and there was just a lot going on right there on the tarmac. They were thrilled to be there. One of the now free Americans said the first things they want to do is see fall foliage in the D.C. area and get to an Apple store to pick up some new gadgets.
So, Gary, I know the Americans were freed in part because the U.S. agreed to unfreeze $6 billion in Iranian oil funds. I'm sure they're also excited, as you mentioned. What are lawmakers on the Hill saying about this deal that President Biden agreed to? I know it's been a bit controversial, right?
Yeah, it's controversial because of what the Iranian president said to Lester Holt last week, which was that the $6 billion will be used in whatever way Iran wants to use it. So Republicans on the Hill are not thrilled by that. Here's what some of them had to say.
They're not the most trustworthy people in the world. And so to give them money, too, to enhance what they're doing, their nuclear arsenal, it's not very satisfying.
I think because of them, that Iran's going to have nuclear missile capabilities very soon.
The deal that secured their release may very well be the latest example of President Biden rewarding and incentivizing Tehran's bad behavior.
So there's good news with Americans coming home here from Iran, but the relationship as a whole is still very much up in the air. Guys?
All right, NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach with the latest. Thank you so much.
Zinkley, we've all been here calling customer service and getting a real person on the other end of the phone. It's becoming pretty rare these days. That's because more companies are turning to automated messaging, and that is frustrating consumers who just want a human being. NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward has more on how some companies are trying to make some changes.
Whether something goes wrong with your Taylor Swift purchase on Ticketmaster,
there's no chat, there's not a phone number,
or trying to tell Lyft that their ETA is off by an hour.
I'm like, well, I don't want to give the driver a 1-star review because it's not his fault, but that's really the only way to get their attention.
Customer service is becoming less human.
The less money organizations spend on service, the more profitable they are.
And that's making the rest of us crazy. Amas Tanuma wrote a book about it. His research says
just pre-2020, customer dissatisfaction was about 56%. And then from 2021, late 2021 on, it's now gone up to 66%.
2 out of 3 people are reporting dissatisfaction with customer service?
That's correct.
Now, Ticketmaster says they're ramping up fan support, and Lyft says they are constantly looking for ways to improve how their algorithms estimate wait times. But the problem remains. It's becoming harder to get help from a human.
When companies remove the 800 number, what they do is they tell the customers, we want to deflect you. We don't want you to call.
Gadi Shamia's company, Replicant, offers AI-powered robot voices to answer calls and to even solve simple problems where they can. This Canadian driver needed his car towed, and a Replicant agent dispatched the truck.
We expect a service vehicle to reach you within 39 minutes. We'll contact you when your driver is 5 minutes away.
When I spoke with a Replicant agent about scheduling an eye appointment, well, it mostly worked.
Should I book that appointment for you?
Yes, but I'm 6'7", and often I find I have a really big head. Will your equipment fit me?
I successfully booked your appointment with Dr. Winters on Thursday, September 7th at 8 a.m.
Not so much with the big head, huh?
Shamia says AI should only handle the easy stuff so that a real agent can handle the tough stuff.
We try not to fake being humans. I just want to get out of the way so the agents are free to deal with the more complex issues.
After all, aren't we paying for this customer service one way or another?
We pay a huge amount of administrative fees to them, but yet there are no people to talk to.
Some customer service systems truly are an unbreakable jail, Tanuma says. Still, he recommends these tips that might just get you a human on the phone. If there's a sales option, that's usually a quick path to a real person. Select or say you want to cancel your service. If the call is voice activated, just keep chanting human or agent. If all else fails, press 9 repeatedly. But most importantly, Tanuma says, when customer service fails you, vote with your wallet. Don't buy from them again. Jake Ward, NBC News, San Francisco.
Great story. I got to say, I miss my customer service agents.
What's your trick for getting to an agent?
I either press 0 or I say, speak with agent. So
over and over and over, right?
We'll see how that goes for me.
No, it does work. It does work. It's worth it.
Well, let's talk about a new startup. They're based primarily out of India, and they're trying to solve 2 of the country's biggest pollution problems by creating vegan leather out of banana waste.
Yeah, the company's founder says her mission is to protect the planet and to create cruelty-free fashion. NBC News reporter Maya Eglin has more.
It looks like leather, feels like leather, but no, it's not traditional leather. It's Banofi, a plant-based leather alternative made almost entirely of banana waste.
The company that I founded is a climate tech startup that takes banana crop waste from farms and upcycles it and converts it into a sustainable leather alternative.
CEO Janali Modi founded her company Banofi only a year and a half ago while still a full-time grad student at Yale University. Her goal, solve multiple problems with one solution. First, by tackling the excessive amount of banana crop waste found in her native country of India.
The banana plant only fruits once. So every time it fruits, the entire tree has to be cut and replanted. And this is just a lot of waste. India is the largest producer of bananas, and that's about 120 million tons of waste every year.
And second, by creating a product that challenges the leather industry.
It isn't as durable as animal leather. So we've been very conscious about design designing something that will biodegrade more than a material that will last forever.
Banofi leather isn't 100% biodegradable. 20% still composed of synthetic materials.
You're trying to reduce the number of added materials and synthetics in the product. How do you hope to do that?
It is a process of finding alternatives that naturally occur, that like plant-based dyes from flowers, for example. The focus going forward is to make it 100% bio-based and biodegradable.
The global market for vegan leather is the biggest it's ever been, valued at almost $40 billion in 2022. But some experts, like circular economy professor Alicia Garmalevich, says most vegan leather alternatives are made of plastics. Some believe they're just as harmful to the environment as leather.
So it's plastic that won't biodegrade, that accumulates and creates microplastics. We need other solutions that are good for the planet, that can biodegrade after end of life. And Banofi is one of those solutions.
Jan Lowe, CEO of the luxury bag brand Lowe & Sons, is currently in the process of developing a bag with Banofi, connecting with the startup's commitment to innovation.
So why do you think your mission aligns with Janali's?
She's not taking the shortcut to use PVC, for example, to like make it feel better. She's really exploring these really innovative ways and different combinations of like natural materials to make that feel really nice and premium.
Janali says that while Banofi might not solve climate change by itself, picking a space and driving change is still important progress.
Sometimes it's just a step in the right direction. It's not a perfect solution and it'll take time to get there. So invest in some of those semi-perfect solutions so they can make it perfect.
Maya Eaglin, NBC News.
I wish we could feel it, but it looks amazing. It really looks like the
beautiful
real thing.
And incredible to see the way people reuse old materials in a sustainable way.
Exactly. That is the future. More NBC News Daily right after this.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing?
This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
We are marking Hispanic Heritage Month with a focus on some of the health issues affecting the community, specifically type 2 diabetes.
That's right. According to the CDC, Hispanics in the United States are 17% more likely to develop type 2 diabetes. That's compared to just 8% of non-Hispanic white people. Joining us now to talk about this is Dr. Rosia Salas Whalen. She's an endocrinologist and obesity specialist. Doctor, thank you for being with us. So first off, what happens in the body when someone has type 2 diabetes, and how is it different from type 1?
So type 1 diabetes is an autoimmune disease. Basically, your body produces antibodies to targets the pancreas. In type 2 diabetes, there's no problem in the pancreas necessarily. In type 1 diabetes, patients require insulin for survival, not necessarily in type 2 diabetes.
Doctor, could you talk to us a little bit about the numbers here? They're really striking. Over a lifetime, adult Americans have a 40% chance of developing type 2 diabetes, but for Hispanic or Latino adults, it's more than 50%, and they are more likely to develop at a younger age. What is it about the Hispanic community? What puts people more at risk?
There's definitely a genetic background. Type 2 diabetes is very common in the Latino community. Even it's the #1 cause of death, as an example, in Mexico.
Wow.
So genetically, we already predispose about 50% to develop type 2 diabetes. Then lifestyle can contribute also to it. Being overweight, it's another risk factor. And also the lack of medical health care for the Latin community. Many times, patients in the Latin community, they don't speak English, they may not have the same access to care, and they may develop more severe complications at earlier age too.
Yeah, I'm glad you touched on access because it's so critical for each community. I wonder, doctor, what are some of the common symptoms associated with type 2 diabetes that people should keep in mind, or complications that can come from it?
So one of the earliest symptoms is unwanted weight loss, significant and rapid weight loss, and that is usually muscle loss. It's not really fat loss. Increased urination, increase in thirst, and urination at nighttime. That patients are getting up frequently to urinate at nighttime, and this is something that was not happening in the past.
If you are experiencing these symptoms and maybe you're not getting them treated, you can have some pretty serious complications from type 2 diabetes. What happens?
So the most common cause of death in type 2 diabetes is cardiovascular disease, and this is because the damage is being done if the disease is not being treated. If the glucose is not being improved, the glucose is damaging vessels, blood vessels, the nervous system, the kidneys, and then we start seeing all those complications with type 2 diabetes.
And doctor, those living with type 2 diabetes typically know it's important to monitor blood sugar, right? So how can one manage their blood sugar well?
The most important thing for patients with diabetes or pre-diabetes to prevent the development of diabetes is maintaining a healthy body weight. That is going to be key of glucose control, because if you're maintaining a healthy body weight, it means that you're eating nutritious food, you're doing some physical activity. Those are the two key things to really control and prevent for the development of type 2 diabetes.
Can you go through a list of things that people should really add to their diet and make sure they're getting every day, and other tips for preventing type 2 diabetes?
The most important nutrient that people should be focusing is protein. Protein intake should be higher than carbohydrates and fats. Also, physical activity. When you muscle exercise, when your muscle contracts, it sucks the glucose out of your blood to use as fuel. So that's why exercise is really helpful in regulating and preventing elevated blood sugars. Also, the nutrition, the food that you eat, hopefully not so high in sugars and carbohydrates and starches. Mostly, again, most protein or also healthy fats will help to prevent the development of diabetes.
And for folks who are vegetarians, what are some key kind of protein sources for them?
That is hard because many of the protein sources in vegetarian diet comes from starches, including beans, lentils, and chickpeas, and starches can definitely raise the blood glucose. So should aim more for dairy, also like cheese.
Doctor, sorry to cut you off, but thanks so much for your insights. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Here Lies Love is an interactive musical that is shaking things up on Broadway to tell a very important story in Filipino history.
NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer speaks with some cast members about what it means for them as Filipino artists to share the story of former Filipina First Lady.
A disco-fueled musical might seem like an odd way to tell this story. Yet, a dance party atmosphere permeates much of Here Lies Love, an immersive theatrical experience by David Byrne and Fatboy Slim. The show chronicles the life of Imelda Marcos from age 16 to 57. She's played by Ariel Jacobs.
As a Filipino artist, I've never had the opportunity to play a Filipino in my entire career. I think it's a healing opportunity for a lot of people in my company, as well as people who come see the show who lived through this experience.
The experience of what happened after Imelda married Ferdinand Marcos.
King and the Queen of Hearts.
Riding a wave of popularity, he was elected president of the Philippines, but in 1972 he declared martial law, triggering a 14-year dictatorship marked by corruption and human rights abuses. In the show, Ferdinand is played by Jose Lani.
We're warning people that if you don't protect democracy, it can be taken away.
There is a fine line that you have to toe here.
My job as playing Marcos is what he did to the country, which he seduced the country into believing that they were going to do all these amazing things.
For Lana, the story is personal. He was born in the Philippines during martial law. His family moved to America in 1979.
What does your family think about the fact that you're playing Ferdinand Marcos?
You know, it's a mixed emotion, right? Like they see their son playing the man who made them leave their country. But they know that it's more important for us to tell the story.
Especially what happened in 1986, the People Power Revolution, which toppled the Marcos regime. That movement actually started on the 15th birthday of one of the show's stars, Lea Salonga, who grew up in the Philippines.
Those who were at my party had to be told to go home early because, guys, the tanks are rolling out. It's time to go home.
That is a moment in your life that...
I'm never going to forget that.
In the opening weeks of the show, Salonga played Aurora Aquino, the mother of assassinated opposition leader Ninoy Aquino. She sings at his funeral.
There's a hand symbol.
There's a hand symbol. It's this. It's basically, it means laban, which means to fight, which means to rally against something. Me having seen it as a young person in the Philippines and then having to raise it up on a Broadway stage, it's incredible.
Have you had an experience like this before in theater?
No. On every level.
For starters, the theater's ground level has no seats.
Come on, let's give our people a break, you say!
The audience stands and sometimes moves as the performers and stage constantly shift.
So this is different from when you were in this theater in 1991, right?
That's the understatement of the year.
There were seats.
There used to be seats.
Salonga first performed in this very theater 32 years ago. The show was Miss Saigon, which won her a Tony Award. Now she's back with an all-Filipino cast.
It's like, never thought that this would ever happen.
Every time I leave the stage door, there's always 100 Filipinos waiting to just say thank you for telling our story. I know that it means a lot when you see someone who looks like you do what you want to do. And I think that to me has been the most special thing.
In some ways, did Lea do that for you?
Absolutely. You can't overstate how much Lea Salonga winning that Tony in 1991. I was a freshman in high school when that happened. And I literally said to my mom, I said, look, she can do it. Maybe I can go to New York and do it too.
I know that
For Ariel Jacobs, whose grandfather moved their family from Manila to America in 1965, this is a way to honor her family's legacy.
I feel like I'm fulfilling the dreams of my grandfather. It feels really important and powerful for me. I feel like I'm standing firmly rooted in my Filipino history here on American soil.
Joe Fryer, NBC News.
That looks like an amazing show.
Truly.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Zinklea Samoa. Thanks for being with us. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Hi, everybody. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samoa. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Tuesday, September 19th, 2023, home free. 5 Americans imprisoned in Iran, now back on U.S. soil. The emotional reunions with their families and why there's still backlash over the deal that secured their freedom.
Family mystery. A former NFL player vanishes after his mother was found dead near her home. Why a social media post is now raising some serious questions.
Grounded, the U.S. military takes its Marine aircraft out of the sky after finally finding the wreckage of that missing fighter jet. The growing concern over how it disappeared in the first place.
And no more needles? The device offering new hope for the millions who use EpiPens to protect themselves from severe allergies. How soon it could be available.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. Happy Tuesday to you.
Yes.
Good to be with you.
So glad to be here.
And we're going to begin this hour with those 5 Americans now back home after being released in a prisoner swap with Iran.
That's right. They walked off their plane this morning in Fort Belvoir, Virginia, after a long flight from Qatar. Their families hugging them on the tarmac in an emotional reunion, then posing for a group photo years in the making.
1, 2, 3, freedom!
NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach joins us now from Fort Belvoir. Gary, NBC News has some new reporting, right, about the trip home for these former prisoners. What have we learned so far?
Yeah, they flew from Doha here to Fort Belvoir, and when they did, they were enjoying lamb and wine on the plane, we are told, according to a source familiar. And we're told when they got on the ground here on U.S. soil, you can see right there those images. There were smiles from everyone. There's perhaps nobody happier than those 5 people that got onto U.S. soil for the first time in more than 8 years, some of them. Here's what one of the family members had to say.
The nightmare is finally over. I've dreamt about this moment. We haven't had this moment in over 8 years. It really is I'm not going to use explicits. It's just unbelievable.
And I spoke to Hannah Sharji, one of the daughters of one of the now free Americans last summer. And she said she was counting the amount of time her dad was in Iran, not by the number of years, but by the number of missed birthdays, number of missed college move-in days. So you really can sort of feel for yourself how difficult this must have been for these families. Guys?
Yeah, Gary, and how are they reintegrating into life in the U.S.? They all spent years imprisoned in Iran.
Yeah, this is going to be a process, and there were 5 of them. We do know 3 of their names. They are Siamak Namazi, Morad Tabaz, and Imad Sharji. 2 of them do not want to be identified, but it is going to be a slow process here. We know they're going through some physical and psychological, treatment right now, just to check in and make sure they're doing all right. From that point, they will be reintegrated into society, get to go home. One of the freed Americans said yesterday that the first thing they want to do is check out the fall foliage in the D.C. area and then head to an Apple store to get some new gadgets. Guys.
Yeah, he said he'd missed 8 years worth of Apple products.
A lot of developments.
Gary, thank you so much.
Well, today, right here in New York, world leaders are gathering for the UN General Assembly to tackle pressing issues like climate change, artificial intelligence, and the war in Ukraine. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is set to address the forum any minute, his first time doing so in person since Russia's invasion of his country just last year.
This morning, in his speech, President Biden attacked Russia, calling on nations to respect Ukraine's sovereignty and protect democracy worldwide.
If you allow Ukraine to be carved up, is the independence of any nation secure? I'd respectfully suggest the answer is no. We have to stand up to this naked aggression today and deter other would-be aggressors tomorrow.
Lucky to have NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander here with us in the studio today. Peter, good to see you in person.
Nice to see you both.
So he hit on a lot of topics in this, about a half-hour speech at the UN. Tell us about some of what he covered.
Well, obviously, there are a lot of global challenges that the president was trying to outline his vision to deal with right now, perhaps none more significant than what's still happening in Ukraine, that war now in its 19th month. And the president said, among other things, basically that the world community needs to combat what he described as this naked aggression by Russia in Ukraine. He said, for among other reasons, to deter other would-be aggressors in other parts of the world. That can be viewed as a swipe toward China right now, with the fear that China could try to enter Taiwan in the not-too-distant future. But the president really recognizes this is a unique moment to try to bring the global community together on a series of different issues, some more modern issues like artificial intelligence, climate change, of course, with record temperatures around the world right now. And certainly beyond that, there is the spike in food prices these days, in large part due to what's been taking place overseas in Ukraine as well. This was a unique moment for this president. Beyond that, because President Xi of China, President Putin of Russia not there, also the leaders of the UK and France not there as well, in the words of advisors, allowed him a chance to try to be the president of the world as he addressed that body today.
Yeah, so many world powers there, and I understand President Zelensky may be speaking now. We may have some live picture of that as we're talking, so we'll show you that. But Peter, I also understand President Biden is meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu just tomorrow. What do we expect from that conversation? Obviously, so many players in this, including Zelensky.
Yeah, that's right. Well, we'll get to Zelensky more in just a moment. But in terms of the Biden-Netanyahu meeting that'll take place on the sidelines here at the United Nations, that's notable because this has been viewed by many in Israel as a bit of a snub that President Biden hasn't hosted Netanyahu at the White House yet. It's been 11 months since he took power back in Israel. Obviously, there are strained relationships between the two. Netanyahu had allied himself very closely with former President Donald Trump in the past, so that'll take place tomorrow. But as for Zelensky, the U.S. is really leaning into this visit from Zelensky. His first in-person visit at the United Nations General Assembly. He will head to Washington, D.C. in the next couple of days. On Thursday, he'll visit at the White House with President Biden, also meet with lawmakers, really to make the case to an American public that's increasingly skeptical about more money going to Ukraine, about the need to support their efforts.
Particularly some congressional Republicans who've been
Exactly
a little
right.
skeptical about that. Peter, thank you. So good to have you here with us. Appreciate it.
Thank you both.
Thank you so much.
Well, the Marines have issued a 2-day pause in operations, giving all aviation units time to discuss safety. It comes after that lost fighter jet was finally found. It was missing, you remember, for more than 24 hours.
That's right. On Sunday, while over South Carolina, the pilot of the F-35 ejected from the cockpit after what the military has called a, quote, mishap. The pilot landed safely, but as we told you yesterday, the military could not find the $100 million stealth jet.
Last night, the military says it found a debris field in rural South Carolina where the jet apparently crashed 2 hours northeast of Joint Base Charleston.
NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kube joins us now with the latest. So, Courtney, let's start with the fact that they found the debris. Are we any closer, though, to finding out why this actually happened?
So presumably, yes, because now they can look at whatever wreckage there is. We don't really have a good sense of exactly what kind of condition the aircraft or any of the parts are in, but presumably they are closer. Now, that being said, the U.S. military tends to take a very long time with these sorts of investigations to come to any real conclusions about what could have happened here. What we do know, since this first happened on Sunday, is that we know that there was some sort of electrical issue, at least on board, that caused the transponder to malfunction. We don't know if it was beyond just that one instrument or if there were other parts of the electrical equipment or other communications equipment within the aircraft that may have malfunctioned as well. But that gives us a little bit of a window into some sort of problem with the aircraft that might be why the pilot, or may have led to why the pilot ejected. But we still, frankly, at this point, don't even know why the pilot ejected. Now, it was about 24 hours after that the U.S. military finally said that local authorities had found this crash site, this debris field. Now begins the real part of the investigation where hopefully we'll get some answers. Now, we spoke with with the congresswoman who represents that area yesterday, and she's really been expressing her frustration pretty vocally at how the U.S. military has handled this and the possibility that the public may have been in danger and the military wasn't being transparent about it. Here's what she had to say.
You would think that because of the trajectory, they at least knew until the pilot ejected based on the fuel that the pilot likely had, roughly how much time on autopilot the jet would have, but they didn't even have basic minimum information. Frustrated would be an understatement right now because our community deserves basic minimum answers.
And we've heard a similar sentiment from other aviation experts saying that the military should have had a pretty good sense of where this aircraft ended up early on. Sinclair.
Courtney, it's Kate. The F-35 costs like $100 million, right? It's one of the most expensive programs in the military. And they haven't just had this accident. There have been a couple other recent accidents. I guess, what are they trying to do now with this shutdown to keep everybody safe?
So it's actually relatively common when you have a string of incidents involving aircraft for the military services to declare a safety stand down. It's generally 2, maybe 3 days. In this case, there was this F-35 incident that has really gained the country's attention. But then just last month, there were 2 deadly crashes. An F-18 off the coast of near San Diego killed the pilot, and there was an Osprey crash off of Australia killing 3 Marines. So all of those together have led to the safety stand down, Kate.
All right, Courtney Kube for us. Courtney, thank you.
Well, it's time now for today's CNBC Money Minute. Target is gearing up for, believe it or not, the holiday season.
Not yet. And Crayon company Crayola is blossoming into a new industry. Christina Partsinevelos joins us now. Hey, Christina.
Hi, Kate and Sinclair. Well, let's talk about Target. It's bringing in on 100,000 new workers for the holidays. That matches the number of new workers Target hired for the busy shopping season just over the last 2 years, so it's keeping on trend. And this hiring push, though, comes even as Deloitte forecasts that holiday sales will grow at their slowest pace in 5 years. The now bankrupt crypto exchange, FTX, which was founded by Sam Bankman-Fried, is now suing his parents. FTX filed a lawsuit seeking to recover funds it claims the 2 Stanford law professors, which are his parents, fraudulently transferred and misappropriated money. The couple claims that this is all completely false and said the lawsuit was an attempt to undermine the jury process just days before Bankman-Fried's fraud trial begins. And Crayola's bright colors are moving from coloring books to a vase near you. The crayon maker is now selling flowers online as a part of a new fundraising effort. 10 to 15% of each sale will go to a participating charity chosen by the customer.
Oh,
okay.
I love that. Who
Get into
better
flower
to
sales.
supply bouquets than the supplier of the best colors?
Yeah, makes sense.
I like to think.
Christina, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Coming up, why even more union workers could soon join the picket lines against America's big three automakers. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Police are searching for a former NFL player after his mother was found dead. The body of Sergio Brown's mother was found near a creek behind her home in the Chicago suburbs on Saturday. Police believe she was assaulted. Brown was initially reported missing, but he has apparently resurfaced on social media. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz is following this story for us. Liz, a lot of developments happening as we're talking. I know a video was posted on Instagram, and it actually appears to show him, Sergio Brown. What exactly did he say in it? What are we learning?
Yeah. Hey, Zenclay. So there is a video that's being shared on social media. Police say they're aware of it. They have not been able to verify it. It is related to Sergio Brown. NBC has not been able to verify it either. In this video, the man appears to be speaking incoherently, calling for fake news and accusing police and the FBI of trying to kidnap him. Sergio Brown, though, remains missing. It is unclear where he is, and his brother has posted on social media now pleading for him to come home. His brother shared photos of their mother, Myrtle, saying she was a wonderful, loving woman, and then writing, "If anyone knows where Sergio is, I want him to know that I love you, and please come home." He is asking anyone with info about his brother's whereabouts to contact the local police there in Chicago. Zenclay.
And Liz, it is important that we say police have not named Brown as a suspect in this case. So what are they saying about the state of this investigation right now?
Yeah, they have not named him as a suspect. They've only said that he is a missing person at this time. Family members alerted police that they were not able to get in contact or find Sergio or his mother, Myrtle, on Saturday. Police then started a search for them, and they found the mother, Myrtle, unresponsive near a creek by her home. Her death has been ruled a homicide. They have not named any suspects in this case right now as they continue to investigate, and Sergio remains missing. It's unclear where he is, and the search for him continues right now. So still a lot of questions in Clay.
All right, a homicide, a missing former player, a lot to dig into. We know you'll stay on this one, Liz Kreutz. Thank you so much.
The United Auto Workers Union is threatening to expand its strike as the big three automakers in America start talking about additional layoffs at facilities and facility closures across the car industry. This is day 5 we're on of this historic strike. Nearly 13,000 workers are on the picket line right now outside plants of the big three automakers. But this is only a sliver of the whole union. It's just about 9% of workers, and we could see more members join in on Friday. Meanwhile, a White House official tells NBC News the Biden administration members who were expected to be in Detroit this week to help coordinate a deal are now not traveling to Detroit. Instead, they will sit in on meetings remotely. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster is outside the Stellantis plant on strike in Toledo, Ohio. So, Shaq, my first question, this update from the White House, they're not actually going to send the team that was supposed to go to Detroit. What does that tell us about the state of negotiations?
Yeah, it's really hard to connect that announcement from the White House to the negotiations. And I say that because when the White House initially announced that they were sending 2 officials to participate or at least be available in the negotiations, you heard the UAW President Shawn Fain essentially say, thanks, but this is our fight. So this is now the White House kind of pushing back, and they're saying that instead it'll be virtual and that they'll continue to work the phones. And you also heard that tone, by the way, targeted at former President Trump with his speech to union workers next week. But the one thing that you're continuing to hear from union workers who are here out on the picket line now, as you mentioned, for the 5th straight day, is that they believe this is a righteous fight. They are following the details of the negotiations very closely. They want a good deal. They want a good contract. I want you to listen to how one person put it to me earlier today.
I didn't think it would be this long, but we're going to hold out as long as we have to. I worry about a lot of the people that are young families, young children. Children today need parents to be at home, not at work 10 hours, 12 hours shifts.
Those worries, those concerns that you hear from her are not just about people who are on the picket line right now getting $500 a week, but those are the conditions that she's trying to fight against in the new contract. She feels that people have to work these high, intense hours to make ends meet when things are going normal, and they want to fix that by that raise that they're asking for.
Yeah, Shaq, help us understand quickly. Not everybody's out on the picket lines. We said like 90% of the union is not out on the picket lines. What is the strategy, starting small and then saying that maybe now they grow it on Friday? What's the strategy?
Yeah, this is, you're seeing about 13,000 people on the picket line. This is a union of about 140,000. So a small percentage of people out, and Shawn Fain now saying that you could see strikes at more plants. As he's described it, this is about ratcheting up the pressure. So he says that if there's not progress with these big three automakers, remember, there's contracts that they have to come to agreement on with each of the automakers. If there's not progress, then they could ratchet up the pressure and cause more disruption, Kate.
All right. Shaq Brewster following that for us. Thank you, Shaq. Appreciate it. Coming up, the new device that could be a game changer for people with severe allergies. We'll give you an up-close look. You're watching NBC News Daily.
And you can keep watching us streaming free 24/7 right here on NBC News Now. Don't go anywhere.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
You know, when you open your mailbox and you see what looks like a doctor's bill and you get anxiety, you are not alone.
That's right. At least 20% of Americans have outstanding medical bills on their credit record. So how should we be navigating those bills and avoid overpaying? CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson is here now to help us all out. So Sharon, a big one here. What do you do if you open up your mail and you get an unsuspecting bill, a number you weren't looking for?
Well, you opened it, so that's a great thing. Don't throw it away. Investigate. Find out what's on that bill, and if you don't understand it, ask the provider for an itemized bill. Exactly what were the services, the procedures that you're paying for. Make sure you scrutinize those details and compare them to the explanation of benefits that you got from your insurance company, saying what would be covered and what you'd have to pay out of pocket.
So
and
don't
make
throw
sure those
that out.
numbers match exactly. And then also keep in mind that laws have changed. Several years ago, when I had surgery and I got an unexpected bill, I had to appeal it, and now there's something called the No Surprises Act. It went into effect in 2022, and if your provider's out of network, which can happen in hospital settings often, then you can get that bill paid for. You can file a complaint on the cms.gov website /no surprises.
Oh, that's good to know. All right, well, what if you notice what you think are inaccuracies on a bill? What do you do? How do you challenge?
Well, the first thing you need to do is throw out this term to the provider to let them know you mean business, and that's a CPT code. Stands for current procedural terminology. That's not important. What's important is that it tells the provider what they're charging you for, so that you realize what you're getting.
The code
make
they
sure
use.
the code that they use, and you want to make sure that that's the right code. The other thing you want to make sure is that you keep record of everyone that you talk to, so that when you file an appeal with the insurance company, if you have some discrepancy, that you have evidence there for it. And if that doesn't work, you can file appeal with the state insurance commissioner.
Super briefly, if you get a bill, it's a lot higher than you expected. Is it possible to lower the price?
Negotiate, offer a lower price that you can definitely pay right now, lump sum. Pay that, or set up a payment plan, monthly payment plan. If you have some other means that you can use to use it in savings, do that. But please don't go to a credit card unless you know you're going to pay that bill in full as soon as the bill comes.
The thread here, you got agency in all of this.
Yes,
Sharon
absolutely.
Epperson.
Much more on CNBC.com.
Love it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Week 2 of the NFL season is in the books, and I have one question. How's your fantasy team doing? Anybody? Regardless of the answer, there is one person that can help you turn it around or keep the momentum going. John Chandler from our New York station has more.
In the NFL, touchdowns are celebrated for your team, and especially your fantasy team.
Fantasy owners? Yeah, they weren't too happy with me.
Dallas Goedert is a tight end for the Eagles, and he knows his quiet start to the season is hurting fantasy football owners because he is one too.
I have myself on fantasy. I didn't win, probably because of myself.
Inside Studio 2 at NBC Sports at Stanford.
10 seconds.
This puts a smile on the face of Matthew Berry,
I think he's a top 12 play this week.
the face of fantasy football.
I talk about fake football on TV. Like, it's a pretty good gig, and I play fantasy football. Like, I legitimately can say to my wife will be like, what are you doing? I said, I'm setting my lineup. It's work, honey.
It's work that feels like fantasy. But a dream job?
And my answer is always no, because when I was dreaming of jobs, who thought this was possible?
Well, surely not this one-time Hollywood screenwriter. Barry left L.A. for Roto World in 1999, a writing job that didn't pay, but his gamble eventually would. Fantasy football is now a $20 billion industry. Experts see that tripling by 2030.
People are always like, why is fantasy football so popular? I'm like, because it's fun. Like, it's a fairly simple answer. Like, it's easy to play. It's hard to master, but it's easy to play.
On Fantasy Football Happy Hour, Barry sorts through stats to find the edge for your team and his team. Wait, how many do you have?
So I'm in like 16 leagues, you know, because it's the job, John. You understand?
Understanding is what we're here for. I have just one fantasy football team, and it's not good. But
if you're 2-0, doesn't mean you're going to continue to crush. And if you're 0-2, it doesn't mean that your team is terrible.
Not terrible. That's my fantasy team. But by week 5, I'll need help. so I should start targeting teams for trades.
If I do need a wide receiver, I know Bill over here has really good wide receiver depth.
Anyone else get the feeling this Bill over here guy might actually be one of Matthew Berry's 16 teams?
Just hang in there? Yeah, hang in there. It'll be just fine. We're shooting this on a Thursday, so if...
Coming up, the designer using banana peels to create sustainable fashion. Don't go anywhere. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Protesters in the Libyan city of Derna took to the streets to demand accountability from authorities a week after a flood killed thousands of people there. Derna, you remember, was hit hard by the flooding after 2 dams failed during the storm. The World Health Organization has confirmed almost 4,000 deaths, with many more people missing. The protesters are taking aim at local officials. According to Reuters, they set fire to the house of the man who was the mayor of Derna at the time of the flood.
A Moscow court is declining to hear the latest appeal by Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich. Gershkovich has been detained in Russia since March on spying charges. According to Russian state media, the case is expected to be returned to a lower court because of unspecified procedural violations. No date has been set for his trial, and just last month, his detention was extended until the end of November.
And the Writers Guild is expected to continue negotiations with Hollywood studios tomorrow, 4 months after the strike first began. The news comes after several talk show hosts received criticism when they announced they would tape episodes during the strike. Negotiations are expected to last several days. The Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers is not expected to revise their previous offer.
Now to today's Daily Health. We've got good news for the millions of Americans who live with life-threatening allergies. The FDA is set to approve a needle-free alternative to the EpiPen. It's called Neffy, and it's a nasal spray that would deliver that same life-saving medicine. Right now, these injections, like EpiPens, are the only form of emergency treatment for someone experiencing a severe allergic reaction. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar joins us now. So, Dr. Natalie, this medication is really just so important for people who are living with all kinds of allergies, specifically food allergies. What are the main differences between Neffy and the EpiPens that we are all so used to? I see you freezing there, but I hope you can hear me. What do you say?
I do.
Yeah, so really the main difference, you guys, is just the mode of, the way the medicine is introduced, the mode of delivery of the medication. So we know with an EpiPen, it's a shot into the skin or into the muscle. With this is a nasal spray. It's very similar to the mechanism of the Narcan nasal spray. It's one spray into one of your nostrils. The prescription is going to come with 2 different applications, just like EpiPens usually come in pairs of 2 in case there's not a response to the first time you do it, that you can repeat it again. It's the exact same medication. Again, it's just the way the medicine is being introduced to the body, St. Clay.
Dr. Azar, do we know how much this is going to cost compared to traditional EpiPens? I'm sure that's a question on a lot of people's minds.
Sure, yeah. So the manufacturer right now is saying that with commercial insurance, the copay is going to be about $25. And again, that's for a pack of 2 applicators. We don't know exactly what the list price is going to be, the ticket price, if you don't have insurance. And I don't know yet about Medicaid coverage. But, again, this is one of those things especially with EpiPens, they have been so cost prohibitive for so many families. This needs to be accessible. This is great news for allergy sufferers, but it certainly needs to be accessible and affordable for folks in order to take advantage of it.
Most certainly, and I'm sure for the needle averse among us, they are kind of happy about this. Are there, though, any drawbacks to this type of device versus the traditional EpiPen? And can everyone who uses an EpiPen use it, or are there some limitations there?
Right. So right now, the approval we think is when we do get the approval, which we do anticipate, it's going to be for individuals who are 66 pounds or heavier. So for a child, that's roughly around average age 9. So it's not for younger kids yet, although they are studying it in younger kids. Again, this is one of those things, St. Clay, again, there are 200,000 anaphylactic reactions every single year in this country, and timing is essential. The earlier somebody gets epinephrine, the greater their chances of survival. I think most of us feel that it would be much easier to administer to somebody else a nasal spray, to administer to ourselves, rather than being concerned. Needle phobia is one thing, but how does this work? Am I going to do it right? And people, actually hesitate sometimes, and that can be deadly. So this is just great news all around.
Yeah, hopefully this will save some lives. Dr. Natalie Azar, thank you.
New Yorkers are used to some unusual sights, but this one was still something of a surprise for a lot of people. None other than Britain's Prince William wading into the East River of New York. He was getting a first-hand look at a unique oyster reef restoration project as he wraps up his whirlwind visit to the United States. Here's NBC's Keir Simmons.
The Prince of Wales taking the Big Apple by storm on a 2-day solo excursion with his focus on climate change. He made a stop at the United Nations, meeting with Secretary-General Antonio Guterres. Hours earlier, Prince William touched down on Governor's Island, experiencing the work of the Billion Oysters Project from the lens of a volunteer.
It's the first time Prince William has been to New York in almost a decade. He touched down a few hours ago and got straight down to work.
Prince William touring the group's facility on Governor's Island and harvesting oysters with children from Brooklyn's Harbor Middle School. What did he ask you?
He asked us about how oyster reefs were formed and about what happens in the New York Harbor. Yeah, and like the creatures that live there. He was really interested in everything.
We were there with him as he took to a boat for a closer look with Billion Oyster Project co-founder Peter Malinowski.
I think his presence is a sign of his enthusiasm for it.
The program, which has engaged more than 100,000 volunteers, has restored over 130 million oysters in New York Harbor, helping to improve water filtration and benefiting the surrounding ecosystem. Malinowski telling me the Prince's visit Monday has been meaningful.
It's hugely important to shine a light on the people who are doing good work and the projects that are doing good work. And so we really appreciate the Prince coming to do that.
But catching the attention of royalty is just the beginning for this organization that hopes to restore 1 billion oysters by 2035.
This is the first time Prince William has learnt about the Billion Oyster Project. Today, viewers, of course, know all about it.
All right, y'all ready? Last year, the Today Show team volunteered on oyster reefs with the program. With more stops planned this morning, the Prince of Wales already demonstrating he's all hands on deck when it comes to fighting climate change. Keir Simmons, NBC News.
Well, in case you didn't know, it's Climate Challenge Week right here at NBC News, and all week long we're talking about the incredible challenges facing our planet's environment and future. If you have been dealing with some hot weather where you live this year, you're not alone. Pretty much the entire planet has been dealing with unseasonably high temperatures. In fact, NASA says this past summer was the hottest ever on record. So let's bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns to help explain this to us. I mean, 2023, warmest year, but this was not the case a few months ago. What exactly happened? What changed?
Yeah, so much has happened in the climate world just over the last 3 months. So let's take you back. So let's go through 5 months of this year. So we're starting June. So at the start of June, Berkeley Earth, which is out in California, nonprofit, open source, they were giving us a 33% chance of this being the warmest year ever. Only a 33% chance. They were thinking somewhere maybe we'd end up 4th to 5th.
Yeah.
But then this happened. So I'm going to ask you a question. Okay. Are you ready?
Okay.
What percentage of the Earth is covered by water? It's somewhere between 70 and 72%.
Oh, there's a reason I'm in journalism and not math.
No, I know. I get your heart rate going, right? So 70% roughly of the Earth's surface is covered by water. And we've had ocean heat waves and El Nino. So going into every single year, we have climate change baked in. We know we've added that warmth to our planet because of the fossil fuels and the emissions. So when we have a record North Atlantic heat wave, when we have the El Nino going, which is the strongest since 2016, that adds even more warmth to the planet. So we have both all together. So we know that July 2023 was the hottest month on record. We know that we just finished the hottest summer on record, too. And August was so warm that it was warmer than any August previously and any July previously, except for this July. So that's why we are where we are.
Now, you make an important point. The warmth is expected, but the levels we've been seeing are unprecedented. So to that end, where do you see us going to the end of the year? Of course, we still got a few more months. Do you expect this to be the hottest year ever?
It's going to be hard for it not to be because we were so exceptionally warm. Like, we blew away this summer the previous summers. So these are all the previous years that we've been the warmest. So 2020 and 2016, statistically, it's considered a tie for the warmest years we've ever had. So those are the quote-unquote years to beat, and we were trailing those. But because our summer was so warm, we're now above that, and that same organization that gives us the probabilities, they're now saying it's a 95% chance that this year will end up being the warmest ever, and we may do it by a significant margin, too. And this is only the beginning of El Nino. El Nino will likely be stronger next year, so it's almost guaranteed we'll be hotter next year than this year.
Oh, and it doesn't just mean we're sweating. It means some serious risks for our environment and our world, and I know we'll dig more into it in the week to come. Bill Cairns, thanks so much for this.
Well, let's move to another environment-related story and a really interesting alternative if you love leather, a material made out of banana waste. Yes, bananas. It's part of a growing vegan leather industry, and the founder of this startup says her product is ripe for solving two critical problems at the same time. NBC's Maya Eaglin explains.
It looks like leather, feels like leather, but no, it's not traditional leather. It's Banofi, a plant-based leather alternative made almost entirely of banana waste.
The company that I founded is a climate tech startup that takes banana crop waste from farms and upcycles it and converts it into a sustainable leather alternative.
CEO Janali Modi founded her company Banofi only a year and a half ago while still a full-time grad student at Yale University. Her goal, solve multiple problems with one solution. First, by tackling the excessive amount of banana crop waste found in her native country of India.
The banana plant only fruits once. So every time it fruits, the entire tree has to be cut and replanted. And this is just a lot of waste. India is the largest producer of bananas, and that's about 120 million tons of waste every year.
And second, by creating a product that challenges the leather industry.
It isn't as durable as animal leather. So we've been very conscious about designing something that will biodegrade more than a material that will last forever.
Banofi leather isn't 100% biodegradable, 20% still composed of synthetic materials.
You're trying to reduce the number of added materials and synthetics in the product. How do you hope to do that?
It is a process of finding alternatives that naturally occur, that like plant-based dyes from flowers, for example. The focus going forward is to make it 100% bio-based and biodegradable.
The global market for vegan leather is the biggest it's ever been, valued at almost $40 billion in 2022. But some experts, like circular economy professor Alicia Garmalevich, says most vegan leather alternatives are made of plastics. Some believe they're just as harmful to the environment as leather.
So it's plastic that won't biodegrade, that accumulates and creates microplastics. We need other solutions that are good for the planet, that can biodegrade after end of life. And Banofi is one of those solutions.
Jan Lowe, CEO of the luxury bag brand Lowe & Sons, is currently in the process of developing a bag with Banofi, connecting with the startup's commitment to innovation.
So why do you think your mission aligns with Janali's?
She's not taking the shortcut to use PVC, for example, to like make it feel better. She's really exploring these really innovative ways and different combinations of like natural materials to make that feel really nice and premium.
Janali says that while Banofi might not solve climate change by itself, picking a space and driving change is still important progress.
Sometimes it's just a step in the right direction. It's not a perfect solution, and it'll take time to get there. So invest in some of those semi-perfect solutions so they can make it perfect.
Maya Eaglin, NBC News.
Wow, that is like something I never would have heard about,
Right?
but for that story.
So incredible. Creative reuse is powerful, not just for the fashion of it, but also the sustainability.
Right? Helping the earth.
Maya, thanks for that one. Well, coming up, from the stove to cleaning products, our own homes pose a lot of dangers to kids. We have the best ways we can keep them out of harm's way. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break.
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
In today's Modern Parenting, injuries are the leading cause of death for children and young adults. In fact, the CDC reports that nearly 12,000 young people ages 1 to 19 years old die from accidental injuries every single year.
Yeah, and some of the major causes of those injuries happen right in your home. They include things like burns, suffocation, falls, choking, ingesting poison. But here's the good news. Experts say that we can prevent these accidents. We can keep our kids safe at home. And joining us to tell us a little more how to do this, Grace Bastidas. She's the editor-in-chief of Parents, a site focused on advice and tips for families. It's great to see you. Let's talk about how to stop something bad from happening. First off, what parents need to be aware of, like in our homes, that can be dangerous, that maybe we're not thinking of.
Yes, thank you for having me. So let's start with electrical sockets. They're all over your home, and kids are naturally curious. So make sure power strips are hidden behind furniture, and any exposed outlets need to be covered with child-proof covers. Next, window guards. In some cities, if you live in an apartment building with a child under 10, you must have window guards. So ask your landlord to install them. Or if you live in a house, install them yourself, making sure that any blinds are also cordless to prevent entanglement. Right. Another danger is furniture tipping over. So dressers, armoires, bookcases, even a big TV can fall over and fall on a child. So you want to anchor those to the wall, and you can buy a kit at the hardware store or online. And for any rooms that are off limits, like an office or a shed, just put a safety gate around to prevent kids from getting in, especially baby who's crawling and exploring.
Yeah, I mean, scary scenarios, but it sounds like just think like a kid. Maybe let's walk room by room. So let's talk about living rooms and kitchens. What are some of the dangers in those?
So in the living room, aside from anchoring furniture, you should put corner guards on any sharp surfaces like a coffee table. If you have a fireplace, use a heat-resistant gate to keep that covered. Radiators should be covered as well to prevent burns, and always keep an eye out for choking hazards. So small objects like a small toy or button battery that a kid may be tempted to put in their mouth.
Because they put everything in their mouth. Let's be honest.
Exactly. So in terms of the kitchen, many of us keep our cleaning supplies, our dishwasher detergent, and other chemicals under the sink. So put fasteners on those lower cabinets to prevent little hands from getting in there. And then cutlery, keep all sharp objects out of reach of your child, including in the dishwasher. If you're running your dishes, keep that locked, or if you haven't unloaded, definitely lock it. And consider stove knob covers if they're within reach of your baby.
Yeah. What about bedrooms, bathrooms, more private areas?
Yes. In the nursery, don't hang up anything above the crib that could potentially fall on your child. You also want to use finger pinch guards on door hinges so that little hands don't get trapped. And once your kid starts climbing out of that crib, you want to make sure all that area around them is safe. And avoid, if you can, toy boxes with heavy lids that can potentially trap kids. And in terms of the bathroom, medications, keep those way out of reach of kids. Even if a bottle says it's childproof, we know there's nothing like a persistent toddler. Do not take a chance.
Well, to that end, let's talk worst case scenarios. What if your kid ingests something bad, and what should you have in your sort of emergency kit at home?
Well, if your kid has ingested something bad, make sure that they can breathe. If they can't breathe or are having trouble staying awake, call 911 if they're exhibiting some sort of alarming symptom. Otherwise, call poison control. Tell them what your child ingested if you know. Try to have that container ready so that you can read off ingredients.
Totally, and a safety kit?
And a safety kit. You should always have a safety kit in your house. Any medications, have them, and definitely store them safely. But, if you're calling poison control, also know how much your child weighs. All that information is useful.
Super critical.
Bastidas, thank you. Oh, great information. Thank you.
Thanks for watching NBC News Daily.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
NASA is gearing up to make history in space.
That's right. For the first time ever, a black astronaut and a woman astronaut will be part of a mission to the moon.
She's playing a pivotal role in NASA's push to get back to the lunar surface. NBC's Savannah Sellers has her story.
I grew up in a small town in North Carolina. I didn't even see another engineer, much less an astronaut.
And at that time, also probably not really seeing women as astronauts.
Definitely not.
Christina Koch is used to being the only woman in the room, and come next year, she'll be the only woman who's headed to the moon when she embarks on the Artemis II mission planned for November 2024. But that first is just the latest on a long list, going back to when she was named an astronaut a decade ago. A phone call she remembers well.
And I actually started out by telling them, hey, it's okay, I had a great time interviewing. Thanks for considering me. And they actually had to interrupt me and say, actually, we're calling to tell you we want you to join our team to come to Houston.
Since that day, she set records, like the longest single spaceflight by a woman with a total of 328 days in space, and participating in the first all-female spacewalk.
What was that moment like, going out with all women?
Yeah, it was incredible. Hopefully that got people thinking about where we're at. We weren't just out there for a participation ribbon. We wanted to actually be excellent spacewalkers. This isn't very well known, but the coolest thing about that spacewalk was it was unplanned. It was the only spacewalk I did that was not planned prior. I never trained for it. She never trained for it. We actually went out to fix something that had broken. So we designed the entire spacewalk in 1 week with the teams on the ground. And normally a spacewalk is developed for years.
Along the way, she's faced obstacles unique to women in the male-dominated field.
The fleet of suits is actually built for a bigger-bodied astronaut. So I go out and do spacewalks in a suit that's 2 sizes too big for me. There actually are time factors that they add in for how much longer tasks will take in someone who's doing a spacewalk in a suit that's too big for them.
Are there things about your job that you think are changing and will change and will continue to get better as more women do this?
Definitely. In fact, the suit is a perfect example because the next suits that they're making for the moon surface operations are actually going to, by design, fit a very wide range of people.
Among your many accomplishments, adding another one, the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
It was great news. Funny story, we were actually all late. No one was on time to this meeting. We had a meeting put on our calendars under a different pretense, so none of us had any idea how important this meeting was going to be. When we were asked, how would you like to fly on Artemis II? After walking in and seeing the people in the room, I knew that it wasn't a meeting I should have been late to. But after kind of regaining my composure, it took me a second to take it in. I said it would be an honor, and we'll try not to disappoint you in the future by being late.
They'll be on time, and they'll be uber prepared. Cook will be a mission specialist on the 10-day Artemis II mission that will send 4 astronauts around the moon on the Orion spacecraft. The team is currently training on a simulator Cook is seeing for the first time with us.
This is our sim, and it's just getting ramped up. And this is the first time the seats have been installed, and we have software up, and the displays are on. When we're on that far side of the moon is when we will probably be executing something like this. There we go. Oh, there, finally. Yeah, the moon is there. This is the dream come true of any astronaut. It's still exciting every single day that we get to come and do training in this mock-up.
The crew is taking courses in this exact replica of Orion.
This is my seat, so you're going to be sitting in my seat. Okay, that's great. I claimed this spot up here. That's going to be my sleep spot. We'll be laying on our backs, facing up, and when we start to actually accelerate, we'll have that feeling of acceleration like this way, like kind of being pushed back in your chair.
When you think about that moment, nerves? Are you scared? Are you excited? What's that particular moment feel like?
The moment that you actually lift off. Honestly, if I could assign one word to it, it would be the word fulfillment, because you finally realize you are fulfilling the mission that you came here to do.
Savannah Sellers, NBC News.
Wow.
Yeah, fulfillment sounds apt, not just for them, but they're representing so many more.
Right. And imagine working your whole life toward that. I mean, that's what she's done, right? Yeah. And now here she is.
Rooting
at the precipice.
for you.
Yes,
from right
rooting
here
for
on
you.
in.
I'm Kate Snow.
I'm Zinklea Simwa. Thanks for being with us. You're watching NBC News Daily, and you can keep watching us streaming free 24/7 right here on NBC News Now. Watch us wherever you stream live on all those places you see on your screen.
Lots of them.
The news continues after this.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicky Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Simwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for being with us. I'm Zinklea Simwa.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Tuesday, September 19th, 2023, high anxiety. The Marine Corps is grounding all of its aircraft after one of its fighter jets disappeared for hours. The growing concern about how it happened and how to keep it from happening again.
Home sweet home. 5 Americans imprisoned in Iran for years are finally back in the U.S. Their emotional reunions with their families and why their release is still sparking some controversy.
Toxic threat. NBC News investigates one of the nation's largest water contamination cases. Tens of thousands of people on a major Marine base sickened over decades. What the military knew and when.
And higher risk. Why type 2 diabetes poses a greater threat to America's Hispanic population than to other groups. The simple steps anyone can take to fight back.
That'll be an important conversation, especially during this Hispanic Heritage Month.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, thank you so much for being with us. We're going to begin this hour with a military mishap on U.S. soil that's now having worldwide implications.
The Marine Corps has now issued a 2-day pause in operations for all aircraft to discuss safety. That's more than 1,000 planes and helicopters all across the globe. It comes after that lost fighter jet was finally found. It was missing for more than 24 hours. On Sunday, a pilot of the F-35 ejected from the cockpit over South Carolina. The pilot landed safely, but the $100 million plane could not be found.
Yeah, last night, a debris field was discovered in rural South Carolina where the jet apparently crashed, according to the military. It was found about 2 hours northeast from Joint Base Charleston. Someone who lives nearby says he thinks he heard it.
When I heard the plane coming across, I said, that plane is mighty low. And I heard boom.
NBC News correspondent Courtney Cubie has more details for us. So, Courtney, now that they've found the debris, are we any closer to finding out what happened?
Yes. I mean, I think as this investigation will now really kick into gear, now that they have a debris field and that they have identified this wreckage. So, but there's still many more questions than there are answers. Among them, what was this mishap that caused the pilot to eject? Fortunately, the pilot safely ejected and was taken to a local hospital with no major injuries. But what was that initial mishap that caused the pilot to eject? And then exactly where did this aircraft go after the pilot ejected and it continued on autopilot, as you mentioned, flying for some time and landing about 2 hours north of Joint Base Charleston? Another big question remains, exactly why couldn't the U.S. military communicate with this aircraft or track it after the pilot ejected and it continued to fly? Now, all of these questions leading to some local officials, including the Congresswoman Nancy Mace, whose district includes Charleston, to ask questions about whether the U.S. military, particularly the Marine Corps, were transparent enough, especially in the early hours when it wasn't really clear if there could be a danger to the public in the area. Here's what she told us in an interview.
You would think that because of the trajectory, they at least knew until the pilot ejected based on the fuel that the pilot likely had, roughly how much time on autopilot the jet would have, but they didn't even have basic minimum information. Frustrated would be an understatement right now because our community deserves basic minimum answers.
And some air safety and aviation experts have said the same thing. The military should have had a pretty good sense of where this thing was early on.
Courtney, I got to ask, the F-35 program, it's one of the most expensive weapon systems I think ever developed. Estimates are $1.7 trillion it will be over the life of the program. And we said each plane costs $100 million. So what is the Air Force doing or the Marines doing to make sure these planes can operate safely for the pilots and for the people on the ground? Luckily, nobody was hurt.
Well, in part, you mentioned this safety stand down. So the acting commandant of the Marine Corps ordered a 48-hour stand down for all aircraft, not just the F-35s here. And that is to look at whether there's any sort of a link between several recent incidents. Now, fortunately, the F-35 incident, while it's certainly a mystery, there are no reports of any injuries or any deaths because of this aircraft crash. But just last month, there were 2 deadly crashes by U.S. Marine Corps aircraft. An F-18 near San Diego crashed, killing the pilot. And then off the coast of Australia, 3 U.S. Marines were killed when their Osprey crashed, and a number of others were injured, including at least one very seriously. So all of this has led to the Marine Corps saying all aircraft have to stand down for 2 days. The goal here is to see if there is any thread here that may indicate why they've had a string of mishaps in such a short period of time.
Courtney Kube covers the Pentagon for us. Thank you. 5 Americans are back home today after being released in a prisoner swap with Iran. They walked off their plane this morning in Fort Belvoir, Virginia, after a long flight from Qatar. Their families hugging them on the tarmac, emotional reunions there, and then posing for a group photo years in the making.
1, 2, 3, freedom!
NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now from outside Fort Belvoir. Gabe, that's the first time I've said that. Chief White House correspondent. Congratulations. I know you have some new reporting about the trip home for these former prisoners. What have you learned?
Hi there, Kate. Well, as you said, this was a dramatic homecoming here at this Army base early this morning. And you saw that video of those family members basically running to catch up with their loved ones who they hadn't seen in several years. And this prisoner swap came after years of tense negotiations with Iran. Now, according to a source close to one of those relatives' families, the source said that they had lamb and wine on the charter plane ride home. And even though this prisoner he's kind of a wine connoisseur of sorts, didn't like the particular vintage in his previous life, but said that this was one of the best glasses of wine that he had ever had because of these last few years of captivity have just been so difficult and so traumatic. Now, we also heard from the brother of one of those prisoners as well on the tarmac right after the reunion. Take a listen to what he had to say.
The nightmare is finally over. I've dreamt about this moment. We haven't had this moment in over 8 years. It really is. I'm not going to use explicit. It's just unbelievable.
Now, Kate, as you know, this prisoner swap has been controversial. Republicans have argued that the $6 billion in unfrozen Iranian money essentially amounts to a ransom payment, but the Biden administration is pushing back hard on that, saying that taxpayer money was not used, U.S. taxpayer money was not used, and that this money initially belonged to Iran anyway, and there will be strict oversight over any transactions, Kate.
And Gabe, what's next for these families, these folks who've been gone for years?
Well, certainly a very difficult, long process ahead of them. Certainly, these last few years have been very traumatic, and we understand that they're undergoing the typical mental and physical checks that you would expect to see after such a long ordeal. But Kate, these family members right now are so happy to have them back here home on U.S. soil after so many years, Kate.
Our newly named senior White House correspondent, Gabe Gutierrez. Gabe, thank you.
Well, Kate, the United Auto Workers Union is threatening to expand its strike. This is day 5 of the historic strike with nearly 13,000 workers on the picket line. But this is only a small part of the whole union, and we could see more members join in on Friday. Meanwhile, a White House official tells NBC News the Biden administration members who were expected to be in Detroit this week to help coordinate a deal are now not traveling. Instead, they'll sit in on meetings remotely. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster is outside a Stellantis plant in Toledo, Ohio. I can hear the noise behind you still. Of course, the strike continues. So what is this update?
Party almost.
So what does this update from the White House tell us about the current state of negotiations?
There's Zinkley. Well, it's really hard to really dig in or pull out any real nuggets from that note that the White House officials are no longer coming to Detroit. And I say that because when you first heard that they were coming, you had the UAW president, Shawn Fain, essentially say, thanks, but this is our fight. Our teams are at the negotiating table. By the way, you heard him use that similar tone to former President Trump, whose campaign announced yesterday that he will be here, or at least in Detroit, doing a speech. But I think when you talk to the union workers who are still striking, they will take help from wherever they can get it. They acknowledge that this is a hard fight that they're in. But I want you to listen to one of my conversations that I had with someone, and it gives you a sense that they're not ready to leave or to give up anytime soon.
Well, I just think that they have to be a little more easier on negotiations. I mean, I don't think that my union is asking for anything unfair. I think the company needs to bend a little bit and make some sort of agreement, because we're not going to settle for anything less.
Now, as far as the status of these negotiations, we're hearing that they're moving slowly. You hear some people say they're constructive, semi-productive. It's clear that there's no deal or nothing imminent, at least at this point. So you have a lot of people watching and waiting to see what can ultimately be agreed to.
All right. Well, we know you'll stay on this one, Shaq Brewster. Thank you.
Time now for today's CNBC Money Minute. Another big change coming to X, formerly known as Twitter.
And a popular kids show is getting its own video game. CNBC's Pippa Stevens joins us now. Hey, Pippa.
Hi, Kate and Sinclair. Well, social media platform X, formerly known as Twitter, is implementing a monthly subscription fee for users. CEO Elon Musk discussed the move during a conversation with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on Monday. Now, Musk did not detail how much the new plan would cost or what other features would be included at each payment tier, but Musk did share some updated metrics for the platform, saying it now has 550 million monthly users. The hit kids show Bluey will become a video game in November. Outright Games and BBC Studios are bringing Bluey and her buddies to an interactive adventure on Nintendo Switch, PlayStation, Xbox, and PC. And Santa's Workshop is officially open. The U.S. Postal Service is now accepting letters to the North Pole through Operation Santa. The program is over 100 years old and lets children write specific requests that generous strangers can fulfill by sending gifts anonymously. I gotta say, these are some pretty organized kids to be sending those Santa letters 3 months in advance.
Exactly.
Trying to get on their level.
If you're a kid, you've been looking forward to Christmas.
You know what you want.
That's true.
Exactly.
That's true.
That Bluey video game, maybe. All right, Pippa Stevens. Thank you.
Coming up, one of the nation's largest water contamination cases, now tied to a U.S. Marine base. How some of the youngest victims are fighting for justice.
Plus, a black student in Texas is suspended twice over his hair. How his high school is defending its decision and why it could end up in court. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Top Story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Federal health officials say up to 1 million people may have been exposed to toxic water at North Carolina's Camp Lejeune Marine Base over decades.
Now, under a new law, more than 90,000 people have filed claims to sue over that toxic water. But in an alarming NBC News investigation, Cynthia McFadden discovered justice has been hard to find.
It's known as Baby Heaven, across the street from North Carolina's massive marine base, Camp Lejeune. Records indicate hundreds of babies are buried here, many in unmarked graves, and an untold number of them with one thing in common.
Oh, baby girl.
The daughter of Jerry Kozabarich was one of them, buried here 54 years ago.
We think of you every day, and I wish you were here. I love you, sweetie.
In 1969, she was a young bride, 8 months pregnant, with a husband about to deploy to Vietnam.
The doctor said your baby is dead, and it's not my fault.
Looking back now, she says there were warning signs. The first came at a reception for officers' wives.
I saw a woman who was even more pregnant than I was. And I said, when are you due? And she looked at me, she said, my baby's dead. And she turned her back. It turned out all the wives in the squadron, they all had either birth defects or they lost their babies.
What was going on? The federal government now acknowledges that between 1953 and 1987, some of the water wells at Camp Lejeune were contaminated with known carcinogens detected at toxic levels, up to 280 times the safe level for humans.
The barracks water was brown, and it had an awful odor.
In 1980, after 3 miscarriages, Crystal Dickens lost another baby at 6 months pregnant. Were the doctors at the time on the base, were they understanding and compassionate?
No, they were not. Your baby's dead. We're going to take it.
Crystal?
Yes, they don't care.
She now has renal failure, one of the 15 serious conditions the U.S. government recognizes as linked to the contaminants. The CDC now says babies exposed in the womb are up to 4 times more likely to develop serious birth defects, which can lead to death.
When we poison the water, we poison ourselves.
Environmental activist Erin Brockovich told us that as women came forward telling of multiple miscarriages and babies who died in the womb, a pattern began to emerge.
Those voices weren't being heard.
So NBC News interviewed 24 women who lived at Camp Lejeune and brought some of them together. Most now sick themselves. Each of them lost babies.
Why you keep lying? Why you keep stalling?
Documents show that officials at Camp Lejeune were warned about the toxic water at least 4 years before doing anything about it, including at the base hospital, where all the women were treated and the highest levels of contamination were found. Last year, Congress passed the Camp Lejeune Justice Act, which allows those exposed to file for damages. For years, even after the wells were shut, the possible health effects were hidden or minimized, including in this pamphlet produced by the Marines 3 decades after the initial discovery, which sparked a congressional inquiry. Was there a continuing cover-up? General Gray Payne, then at the Pentagon, was called to testify.
I don't think we were factually wrong in the brochure.
He says he no longer stands by its contents.
In the booklet, it says, each and every well that was affected was immediately shut down. That's page 3. Well, we know that wasn't true.
That's correct.
But, General, with true respect, this book shines it all up pretty to try to make what went wrong look better than it was.
I think that it understated, in many cases, the situation. I did not know that that was not the case in 2010. And I can tell you that the commandant did not know, because we had been briefed over and over that those were the facts, or we never would have published that. Absolutely.
What you're saying really is even worse. They were lying to the general at the Pentagon about what the facts on the ground were? That's pretty damning.
It is.
Brockovich argues the lack of transparency by the Marine Corps is sadly common.
Every single time. For 30 years, I've seen this over and over again. It's the secret. It's the cover-up. It's the lie that becomes the silent killer.
The Navy says they remain committed to addressing all claims. Cynthia McFadden, NBC News, Camp Lejeune, North Carolina.
It is so disturbing.
Absolutely. A really sobering report, especially given how much our military gives up for the country.
Right.
And to see
Right.
what they've been dealing with is just incredible.
Yeah, and kudos to Cynthia and her team for that investigation, because that takes a lot of work to uncover things like that. Coming up, a band director is tased and arrested over music at a high school football game. What dramatic new video is revealing about how that may have happened? You're watching NBC News Daily.
We're also streaming free 24/7 right here on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live. The news continues after this.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
The Writers Guild of America and Hollywood's major studios are heading back to the negotiation table. Contract talks expected to resume tomorrow. That's more than 4 months after writers first went on strike. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Melas joins us now. Chloe, good to see you. What can we expect as contract negotiations pick back up tomorrow?
Look, this is a pivotal meeting because this is the first time in over a month that we have seen any sort of movement between the AMPTP that represents the Hollywood studios and the Writers Guild of America that represents over 11,000 writers who are on strike. What are they going to be discussing? Well, I do know from a source close to these negotiations telling NBC News that this could take days, the negotiation. So don't expect some sort of fast resolution here. And even if they do come to terms on AI, on residuals, on pay, and all of the lists of demands that the writers have been coming to the table with, this has still put things on pause for the foreseeable future. This doesn't mean that TV shows and movies just start getting back into production again. We really do believe, based on speaking to experts, that the ramifications of this unprecedented strike, we haven't seen both guilds on strike in decades, we could be feeling this for years to come.
Yeah, and Chloe, several talk shows that originally said they were going to return while the strike continued have now walked back those decisions. I'm thinking of Drew Barrymore, but there are new shows coming out. I'm watching Morning Show right now. I'm obsessed. But what can people expect at home for the fall TV season?
I mean, first of all, we don't have award season, so that's something that we all would always look forward to. The Emmys have been pushed now to the new year, and you do have things like The Morning Show on Apple TV+. You also have Love is Blind, and you have other reality TV content, right? And you can watch reruns of Yellowstone and some of your other favorite shows right now and some movies. But a lot of things have been pushed. And like you said, the Jennifer Hudson Show, Drew Barrymore, Bill Maher, these talk shows, pressing pause for right now to see what happens tomorrow when these negotiations resume. And could we come to some sort of an agreement, maybe as early as next week? But some of my experts say that that's unlikely.
Okay, I actually just started Yellowstone, by the way.
It's so good.
It is good. Chloe, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
In Florida, police are looking for a group of burglars who they say swiped $500,000 worth of jewelry. And there's one crucial piece of evidence that could help them find those suspects. Here's NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra.
A $500,000 heist, all caught on a Ring security camera. 3 suspects are seen ransacking a jewelry store in Hollywood, Florida, when one of them finally spots the camera and takes a startled step backward. When a flashlight illuminates his face, his wide eyes of surprise become clear.
I think they would have done a lot more damage if they didn't catch that Ring camera right at the last second.
The suspects went great lengths to avoid security measures. These are the ladders the store's owner says the thieves used to break in through the roof.
They took their time. They had a ladder. They took the ladder. They duct taped. They covered the cameras. I mean, they knew what the hell they were doing.
The owner tells NBC South Miami he found this black box after the break-in, which may have been used to disable the alarm systems.
This is the device which I think was able to jam the alarm. This was all plugged in. It was all hanging from the ceiling.
But it was game over once they noticed the Ring camera. The 3 suspects then quickly took off with more than $500,000 worth of jewelry and other collectibles.
They stole like a very unique, rare orange Chanel bag. They stole it's empty now, but there was a big bottle of Louis XIII, which was like a $3,500 bottle of liquor. I mean, all kinds of stuff.
Hollywood police telling NBC News they're investigating the incident. As the search continues, the store owner says he's offering a $10,000 reward for any information leading to an arrest, and he has a stern message for the thieves.
We know who you are, we saw your face, and we're gonna find you.
Marissa Parra, NBC News.
Coming up, leave us alone. Why one New England town wants visitors to stay away this fall.
Oh, leave us alone. But first, time for today's Daily Snapshot. This photo out of the United Kingdom. Look at that. It looks like a painting.
Wow.
Wow, that's a good shot.
Yeah.
So parts of England are dealing with heavy rain and flooding this week. Believe it or not, this is all remnants of Hurricane Lee, which we were talking about last week here in New England.
Yes.
Remember? And there it is in England.
Old England.
Wow, that's a beautiful shot, though.
Truly.
Much more NBC News Daily coming right up.
Yeah, we'll be
after this.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight.
Storms keep coming here in California.
The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Ovidio Guzman Lopez, the son of former cartel leader El Chapo, pleaded not guilty to U.S. drug trafficking, money laundering, and other charges. This was his first court appearance since being extradited to the U.S. from Mexico last week. An unsealed indictment saying the goal of Guzman Lopez, his brother, and 26 others was to produce large quantities of fentanyl and sell it at the lowest price.
YouTube is blocking Russell Brand from making money off its platform. The decision comes following rape and sexual assault allegations against the comedian. YouTube said in a statement that Brand's channel violated its, quote, creator responsibility policy. Brand denies the allegations that have been made and said all his relationships have been consensual.
And scientists at the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration say there's a 93% chance this year will be the hottest on record. That is double what the administration predicted earlier this month and 86 points higher than the prediction at the start of the year. The months of June, July, and August were the hottest months ever in 174 years of record keeping.
Today in New York, world leaders are gathering for the United Nations General Assembly meeting addressing issues like climate change, artificial intelligence, and the war in Ukraine. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky delivered a passionate speech earlier this afternoon. It was his first in-person appearance at the UN General Assembly since Russia's invasion of his country last year. In the speech, he accused Russia of weaponizing things like food and energy against all member countries.
This morning, President Biden also addressed Russia, calling on nations to respect Ukraine's sovereignty and protect democracy worldwide.
If you allow Ukraine to be carved up, is the independence of any nation secure? I'd respectfully suggest the answer is no. We have to stand up to this naked aggression today and deter other would-be aggressors tomorrow.
NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memley joins us now from outside the UN right here in New York. So, Mike, President Biden hit on a number of topics, of course, in his roughly half-hour speech. But what stood out to you on what he did and did not mention, and what kind of response is he getting?
Well, Zinkley, you can really think of this speech that a president delivers every year to the UN General Assembly as similar to the speech a president gives to Congress for the State of the Union address. It sometimes has a laundry list quality to it, a lot of topics to cover. You mentioned some of them. The president also talked about the U.S. relationship with China, with North Korea, the need to continue to take action on the climate crisis and to support human rights around the world. But the common theme throughout the president's remarks was about the need for democracies to work together to tackle some of the biggest challenges of the day and to support democracy writ large. And there's no more important example of that than what the president said is the need to stand with Ukraine. You heard the president's dire warning there about what he thinks happens if support wanes for Ukraine. What was also notable was that the president spent less time in this speech talking about Ukraine than he did a year ago. And part of that was because we saw in person this year President Volodymyr Zelensky delivering, as you say, that powerful message warning about Russia weaponizing nuclear power. That was a sort of tag team approach that the White House believes will be successful in continuing to sustain support for Ukraine.
And Mike, President Biden is meeting with President Zelensky at the White House on Thursday, right? And he's also going to meet with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu tomorrow on the sidelines of the UN. What can we expect from those meetings?
Well, that meeting in Washington with President Zelensky is all about trying to really make sure Congress does what the president is hoping they'll continue to do, which is to pass additional funding so that the U.S. can continue to provide military and security assistance for Ukraine. They've seen, as the White House says, Zelensky as the most effective messenger for that cause, and that's going to be an important meeting in Washington. The meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu is going to be very interesting. Now, this is a long-standing relationship. Biden and Netanyahu go back decades, but he has not met with him since he returned to power as prime minister earlier this year. And so there's a busy agenda and a complicated one at that.
All right. Mike Memley, thanks so much. A New York City daycare owner and her roommate are now facing federal drug charges. That announcement today comes after a 1-year-old boy died and 3 other children were hospitalized. Investigators say they were exposed to fentanyl at the daycare center. Police are still searching for a 3rd person in connection with this case. Chris Jose from our NBC station in New York City has the details.
Neighbors paying their respects outside a Bronx daycare where 1-year-old Nicholas Dominici died Friday after police say he was exposed to fentanyl. 3 other children were hospitalized. City leaders confirming those kids also had fentanyl in their system.
That little corner you see here is enough to kill an adult.
The mayor holding up a picture of the fentanyl smaller than a penny. NYPD revealing how 3 of the children, including Dominici, were exposed to the deadly substance at Divino Nino Daycare after they went down for a nap on sleeping mats.
It's just the residue itself. It's like I said, it's that strong. 1 grain, 2 grains of fentanyl can take down a grown man.
Police say they discovered a kilo press along with 1 kilo of fentanyl in a hall closet. Cops arrested the daycare's owner, 36-year-old Gray Mendez, on charges she knowingly exposed 4 children under the age of 2 to lethal amounts of fentanyl. Cops still searching for her husband.
Deseo justicia.
Dominici's father telling News 4 in Spanish he wants justice. Calixto Brito, the cousin of Mendez's husband, also arrested. Police say Brito was renting a room at the daycare. It's there where investigators discovered 2 additional opioid packing tools, and there could be more.
We do have some information that might indicate some items were removed from the location after the 911 call was placed.
The chief of detectives adding the city never received 911 calls or complaints about the business. The daycare had just passed a surprise inspection this month.
We did the inspections, we did the background check, we did the surprise inspections, we did everything we're supposed to do. Who did not do their job are the people who were there to protect the children.
Chris Jose, thanks so much for that report. Well, police in Birmingham, Alabama have newly released body camera video of a confrontation between officers and a high school band director. And a warning, some viewers may find this footage disturbing. In this clip, you can see at least 3 officers surrounding the band director after Thursday night's game. They say they asked that director to get the band to stop playing music, but he refused. That's when the video shows him being hit with what appears to be a stun gun several times by one officer and then placed in handcuffs. That band director was then arrested and charged with disorderly conduct, harassment, and resisting arrest. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander is following this story for us. So, Blaine, what more do we know here about what happened, and what are we hearing from all of the involved parties, the band director, the police, the school?
Well, Zinkley, I just finished speaking with that band director. He said that he has gone to a doctor's appointment to kind of check up on basically his health after the tasing incident. But he says that he's traumatized by what happens. But more importantly, to his point, he says that his students are traumatized by watching all of this happen. So I'll start with what police are saying. Police are saying that it all unfolded after a football game last week where the police told both band directors to stop their bands from playing. They say that this band director, Johnny Mims, who was part of the visiting team, did not stop. They tried to get him to do so, and that's when things escalated, that he resisted putting his hands behind his back, according to police, and so that's what led to the tasing incident. But when I spoke with Mr. Mims, he said that this was part of a planned arrangement between the 2 bands, something that's typically known almost as the 5th quarter. They expect the bands to keep playing for several rounds between the 2 of them as the crowds begin to leave the stadium. He said it was nothing unusual, nothing out of the ordinary from what they typically do. In fact, he had coordinated with the other band director as well. So he says that when officers came up to him, he was on the podium, he was directing, and he said that he told them, this is our last song, we're going to stop after this. But then he told me what happened next. Take a look.
Before I know it, I did see the officer tase me. I went down, and after that point, I was tased additional 2 more times by the same officer and then a different officer. At this point, I can't even remember after that point because I was so stunned and so baffled. All I remember is hearing all of my students screaming, all of the parents crying.
So So there are a number of investigations into this, Clay. The school district is doing its own. Birmingham Police Department also investigating, having an internal investigation there. We understand that Mr. Mims is placed on administrative leave, as is procedure during incidents like this, during investigations like this. And his attorney is asking that the officers involved be placed on leave as well. We're going to hear more from the band director and his supporters tomorrow during a press conference tomorrow morning. Clay.
All right, well, we know you'll stay on this. A really important story. Blaine Alexander, thank you very much.
A school in Texas is defending its decision to suspend a black student for more than 2 weeks over his hair.
That student's name is Daryl George. He's just 17 years old, and as you can see, he has his hair in twisted dreadlocks. The school first suspended Daryl at the end of August and then just suspended him again yesterday.
All of this is despite a new law in Texas that just took effect. It's called the Crown Act. The acronym stands for, quote, create a respectful and open world for natural hair. And the law prohibits racial discrimination based on hairstyles.
NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis covers education for us and joins us now in studio. So, Rahema, first off, how is the school explaining their decision right now?
The school says that they are following the student handbook, and the handbook says that students are not allowed to have hair extending below their eyebrows, their earlobes, or the top of their T-shirt. And it's important to take a look at the picture here. This young man's hair is up. His mother said he has not worn his hair long since he started in school, and therefore they're wondering what the school is doing. We have a statement from the school that says the Barbers Hill ISD, which stands for Independent School District, dress code is not in conflict with the Crown Act, and that's from the Communications Department. The Crown Act, as you were saying, Kate, it says that no one is allowed to discriminate against someone, whether in the workplace or in the school place, based on their hairstyle or the texture of their hair. And that includes, and they specifically say, that includes afros, that includes dreadlocks, and that includes twists. So school is saying one thing, and the law seems to say something else.
And I'm sitting here wondering, does the family have a lawyer at this point or anything? Because when you start talking about laws, you wonder if a family might decide to take some legal action. That hasn't happened.
Well, good thing you're wondering, because they do have an attorney who is speaking for the family and who is saying that this is definitely something that the family is going to fight, that they're going to fight vehemently. As you can see, again, I think it's so important that we keep seeing this young man's picture, because it seems to be in stark contrast to what the school is saying. His hair is not below his earlobes. It is not touching his shoulders, but it is up. And in fact, we have something from the family, a soundbite from the mother, talking about the impact this is having on her child.
I want them to change their policies. I want them to stop being discriminatory against black and brown kids. His grades are failing, like they're going down drastically. He's not getting a proper education. He's not getting the proper instructions.
I'd like to go back to class and do what I need to do to get my education.
And besides that, he hasn't been able to participate in any extracurricular activities, no sports activities, because he is on suspension.
That is so much for one young person to navigate. And I want to just back up Eagle Eye here. What's the significance, walk us through it, of natural hair in the black community, but also in general? I mean, it's no secret. I've worn weaves, I've worn braids, I've worn wigs. Yeah. I'm wearing my natural hair now. There is some power in that.
Absolutely. And I think for this family, one of the things that they're shocked by is that this is happening to them, that a law has to be created in order to make certain that people are not discriminated based on something that they can change if they want to. My hair is straight, yours is not, but it's something that is natural to them. It's also part of the culture. Hair is not just a hairstyle for African Americans. It's been something that's been used traditionally back during slavery. It was a way of braiding roots into the hair that would define escape routes from slavery. And it's also been a political statement in the 70s of black power and people wearing their hair in a natural way. But it has not been an easy road for African Americans to determine how they will wear their hair, because it's been so often blacks have been said, we want you to conform to a white European style of fashion. And when people don't do that, there's tension.
Yeah, and that road certainly continues.
Rahema, please continue to follow this for us, okay?
We'll watch it.
Thank you.
Well, coming up, why type 2 diabetes poses a greater threat to Americans in the Hispanic population, and the simple steps anyone can take today to prevent it. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Good morning,
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
In today's Daily Health, we're continuing our Hispanic Heritage Month coverage with a focus on health issues affecting the community, specifically today, type 2 diabetes.
According to the CDC, Hispanics living in the United States are 17% more likely to develop type 2 diabetes. That's compared to just 8% of non-Hispanic white people. Joining us now to talk about this is Dr. Rocio Salas Wayland. She's an endocrinologist and obesity specialist. Doctor, thank you for joining us. So these numbers simply are just striking because over their lifetime, adult Americans have a 40% chance of developing type 2 diabetes, but for Hispanic or Latino adults, it's more than 50% and likely to develop at a younger age. So why is that? Why is that happening?
Well, definitely has to do our genetic background. In the Latin countries, diabetes is very high. And in countries like Mexico, diabetes is the #1 cause of death. So already 50% of our genes can predispose us to develop diabetes.
And let's distinguish between type 2 diabetes and how is that different from type 1? I guess I've always thought maybe one you're born with and one is later, but is that right?
Very, very true. So type 1 diabetes is an autoimmune disease. You are born with antibodies against your pancreas to the point that it destroys it completely, and you depend on insulin for survival. And usually we see the majority of cases in childhood. Type 2 diabetes happens more long-term after having obesity or being overweight. Your pancreas doesn't make the same amount of insulin, or your body doesn't respond the same way as it did before to insulin.
So walk us through, we see it now, some of the common symptoms, but then what happens if you don't treat some of those complications and symptoms?
So diabetes is a silent killer. It's a chronic disease that with long-term not controlled glucose or diabetes, it can have severe chronic problems such as renal insufficiency. Diabetes is the #1 cause of renal failure worldwide. Blindness, diabetes is the #1 cause of blindness worldwide, and heart disease. So in patients with diabetes, cardiovascular disease is the most common cause of death.
So people who have type 2 diabetes, and let's talk specifically about the Latino community, how important is it to monitor your blood sugar?
It's extremely important, especially if you have a first-degree family member with history of type 2 diabetes. It's important to be very proactive to prevent the development of diabetes, and that's going to be maintaining a healthy weight, a healthy lifestyle, and seeing your doctor at least once a year so they can do a blood test and see if you have pre-diabetes or predisposed to have diabetes.
And you touched on it. Walk us through any other tips for prevention of this from the get-go.
Definitely exercise and a healthy nutrition is key to preventing the development of type 2 diabetes and maintaining a healthy body weight for the patients or for the people height and background.
Such good tips. And, you know, of course, we're focusing on the Hispanic community. Culturally competent care is key, right? Finding providers who represent you and knowing that healthy food exists from your culture, too, right? It doesn't have to be sort of cookie cutter. Dr. Rocio Salas Wayland, thank you so much for your time and your insights.
Yeah, really appreciate it. There is much more news coming ahead.
Yeah, don't go anywhere. You're watching NBC News Daily.
talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
All right, they call them leaf peepers in New England. One Vermont town, though, known for fall foliage, is fed up with them.
That's right. Neighbors say social media influencers are flocking to their streets looking to snap the perfect shot. NBC News correspondent Kristen Dahlgren has more on why this year they're telling visitors to leave them alone.
Hey there. Well, this probably looks familiar. I'm told it's the most photographed spot in Vermont, but in another 4 days, we won't be able to give you this view. Neighbors are closing down the road. They say things have just gotten way out of hand.
You've probably seen Sleepy Hollow Farm on Instagram or TikTok.
From here, we'll stop by the famous Sleepy Hollow Farm, which we've all seen all over social media.
When the leaves change, this quaint little spot rivals Grand Central Station.
This is insane.
Hundreds of cars line the narrow road trying to get that perfect pic.
It's worth dealing with the crowds because this is the most picturesque place in Vermont.
The problem is it's not an actual tourist destination, but somebody's private residence with real-life neighbors.
People showing up and walking all over private property and peeing on the side of the road and on private property.
Neighbors like Mike Doughton and Amy Robb say it's out of control.
We see people in dressing rooms, like they bring dressing rooms to change in different outfits and take pictures.
And it's not just privacy, it's safety too. Emergency vehicles often forced to wait in the traffic. So this year, neighbors petitioned to close the road to outside traffic from September 23rd to October 15th, raising the money themselves to cover most of the costs.
Yes, it's beautiful up here, but please, could you make it so that our everyday stuff can get done? Like, I'm just trying to get home with groceries so I can make it. Okay?
It's not only New England towns pushing back against tourists looking for likes. Across the pond in Europe, Hallstatt, Austria, which resembles Arendelle in the Disney movie Frozen, sees more than 1 million tourists each year. Now, its 750 residents have blocked the only road in. Venice just approved a new €5 tax on day trippers. And also in Italy, Portofino is issuing $300 tickets for lingering in popular selfie spots. Back in Vermont, townspeople say the latest move doesn't mean you won't get a spectacular selfie.
So this is not the only place where you can see beautiful foliage in Vermont.
Absolutely not. You could actually just drive up 89, which is our north-south throughway, and have a beautiful drive.
Vermont's kind of pretty.
It is. We're pretty lucky.
Now, we did try to reach out to the owners of the home and didn't hear back. The neighbor said it was okay for us to be here. It's really just during the peak season that they have this big problem. You know, they've tried to make accommodations. Last year, they made the road one way, but that really didn't solve the problem of the safety for emergency vehicles getting through. And then just the respect that people should have for their private homes. That was the issue. So today, they are putting out signs here that say no parking. The road closes on the 23rd. Back to you.
Wow. Oh, wow. Kristen, thank you. Do you think Kristen took a selfie or not?
I'm going to say, they say take nothing but pictures, leave nothing but footprints, but it sounds like
but
maybe...
sometimes even pictures are too much.
It's a little too much. Do less, do less. All right, well, let's take a look at some of the other stories that are trending right now.
Okay, a Copenhagen court is ordering an artist to pay up after delivering blank canvases to a Dutch museum. In 2021, a Danish museum, not Dutch, Danish museum commissioned 2 paintings by artist Jens Hanning. When curators opened the art titled, "Take the Money and Run," guess what they saw? 2 blank canvases. So now Hanning will have to repay the nearly $76,000 that they had given him up front.
I mean, I'm kind of impressed, though. Bold. Well, speaking of bold, Grammy-winning rapper Wiz Khalifa is launching a new brand, a mushroom-growing kit. Now, to be clear, Mr. Caps are not psychedelic mushrooms, okay? They're just plain old mushrooms. The company says It's to promote healthy living. And according to the brand's website, Khalifa has incorporated mushrooms into his life and wants to share their health benefits, no cap.
Nice. And police in Missouri were involved in a foot chase. This is unusual. A lemur on the run. Body cam footage shows the lemur dodging the officers as they try to wrap it in a towel. The lemur, look at him go, eventually caught, is now in the care of a local wildlife rescue agency. Returned to his owner, but wild animals are prohibited, I guess, inside Springfield City. I love that video.
I love it.
I'm Kate Snow.
I'm Zink Clay, lemur fan. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break?
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so...
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
If it's Tuesday, President Biden issues an urgent call to defend democracy at home and abroad as he pushes world leaders to stand up to Putin and seems to retool his re-election pitch. Plus, a House divided. Talks to avert a government shutdown hit a new roadblock as House Speaker McCarthy is forced to call off a key vote amid quarreling in his conference and with his speakership on the line. And politics and picket lines. Thousands more auto workers could soon go on strike as White House officials stay on the sidelines and former President Trump plans an address to union workers in Detroit instead of attending the next Republican presidential debate. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Garrett Haake reporting in Washington as President Biden tries to frame his presidency and his re-election campaign around the battle for democracy at home and abroad. With the war in Ukraine now in its second year, President Biden addressed world leaders at the United Nations General Assembly in New York, trying to rally UN members to stand up to what he called Russia's naked aggression in Ukraine, as he urged nations to meet the moment and defend democracy in what he called an inflection point in world history.
We will defend democracy, our best tool to meet the challenges we face around the world. And we're working to show how democracy can deliver in ways that matter to people's lives. Russia's price for peace is Ukraine's capitulation, Ukraine's territory, and Ukraine's children. Russia believes that the world will grow weary and allow it to brutalize Ukraine without consequence. But I ask you this. If we abandon the core principles of the United States to appease an aggressor, can any member state in this body feel confident that they are protected? If we allow Ukraine to be carved up, is the independence of any nation secure? I'd respectfully suggest the answer is no.
President Zelensky also addressed the United Nations this year, delivering his remarks in person.
Weaponization must be restrained. War crimes must be punished. Deported people must come back home. And the occupier must return to their own land. We must be united to make it, and we'll do it. Slava Ukraini.
Zelensky will bring that impassioned plea for assistance to Washington later this week when he heads to the Capitol, the White House, and to the Pentagon. It comes as public support for additional aid to Ukraine is fading, particularly among Republicans. While Biden tries to make his pitch for democracy around the world, his democracy here at home faces serious challenges of its own, including a government shutdown in 11 days and an impeachment hearing getting underway right before that. But according to the president, the biggest threat to U.S. democracy is his likely 2024 campaign rival, Donald Trump. Here's what Biden told donors yesterday ahead of today's remarks. Quote, in 2024, democracy is on the ballot once again. And let there be no question, Donald Trump and his MAGA Republicans are determined to destroy American democracy, and I will always defend, protect, and fight for our democracy. That's why I'm running. That message from the president is a return to the messaging from his 2020 presidential campaign and a sharp turn away from his Bidenomics pitch to voters that's dominated his messaging over the past few months, but has also largely failed to boost the president's flagging approval rating and poll numbers. Joining me now is Mike Memoli outside the United Nations, and Richard Engel is with us from Ukraine. And Mike, I'll start with you. As the president makes this pitch for democracy, how was his message received in the room? What were world leaders doing? How were they reacting?
Well, Garrett, there was parts of this long speech from the president today that were, very micro, intended literally for the people in the room. We're talking about career diplomats, things like reforming the UN Charter, expanding the Security Council, new financing for the World Bank. That was an audience that the president was targeting with some of those very specific proposals. There was the broader audience, of course, as we've been covering this president over the last 2.5 years, his foreign policy outlook, that this is a battle between democracies like the U.S. and autocracies like China and Russia. This year in particular, we've seen that battle. It's sort of for the global south, developing countries like in Africa and Southeast Asia. The president beginning his speech by talking about Vietnam. That was very conspicuous. The only applause line, though, and the heart of really the president's message, of course, was about Ukraine. And that really is something that the president is hoping he can sustain. It was not as big a part of his speech this year compared to what we saw last year. He acknowledged in his remarks today that Russia is counting on the world, growing weary of this struggle. But the president nonetheless ending with that refrain, talking about the need to continue to support Ukraine, because if not, then where is it going to move on to next? And that was a point that President Zelensky, who the White House acknowledges is himself the more than the president, effective messenger for this cause, made himself. He said Russia has expanded its horizons every decade. Look at Georgia, look at Belarus, as he said, that is now being swallowed up. He says you have to continue to support Ukraine now because of what could come next. And that's the message that these two men are hoping will continue to resonate, even as support, as you rightly note, is starting to really start to wane.
And Mike, on the domestic front, the president seems to be shifting a little bit away from his Bidenomics message. He's changing things up, sort of leaning back into the defense of democracy message that we saw in 2020 and the midterms. Talk me through the White House strategy on this and how they view that change.
Well, Garrett, there are, as I often invoke the number, 413 days until Election Day, and I promise you, we haven't heard the last of Bidenomics. It will come back. This is obviously a foreign policy heavy part of the calendar, the G20 just last week, the trip to Vietnam, and of course the UN this week. But it is really notable, Garrett. This is probably the first time in 2 decades that we are seeing at least one of the campaigns put foreign policy to the front of the political discussion in the way the Biden campaign is now, as George W. Bush did 20 years ago. Look at the campaign ad that the president launched last week talking about his trip to Ukraine. Look at the president's blunt remarks that you quoted from last night. Look ahead to what he's going to be doing in a battleground state next week in Arizona, giving a speech about democracy. The president does think that this is an important message that will resonate, but you're also going to continue to see him toggle it with that domestic economic message. In October, we will see the president, even potentially during a government shutdown, getting back out to key swing states to talk about that split screen, as the White House is calling it right now, between the president's priorities and what we see among the Republicans in Congress, who you spend a lot of time around, Garrett.
That's right. Mike Memoli outside the United Nations for us. Mike, thank you. I want to turn to Richard now in Ukraine. And Richard, as Mike points out, President Zelensky is such an effective messenger for his cause. What was the goal of the speech today, the specific message that he's hoping to convey in this speech and on this trip?
Don't give up on Ukraine, and I think he wanted to convey a sense of urgency. When you're here in Ukraine, people forget about the war outside the country. You can't forget about the war here in Ukraine. There were just air raid sirens in Kharkiv, where I'm standing right now, a few minutes ago, and then they were ringing a few hours before that, and we heard them last night as well. All throughout the east of this country, and really half of this country, you're living in a constant threat. You're living in a constant war zone where power is scarce. The winter is coming here. It's heavily militarized. We were in a frontline town yesterday. It was largely destroyed. There are only 900 people left. They were completely dependent on the mayor. Every day, the mayor has to bring in hand carry-in supplies on one road in or out. And they're very worried about this nuclear power plant. President Zelensky was talking about it today, how Russia's weaponizing nuclear power. It's because Russia is occupying a nuclear power plant in this country, and there's fighting around it. And not just Ukrainian officials, but many international experts worry that it's a ticking time bomb, that one day this nuclear facility could blow up and contaminate large parts of this country and potentially spread around the world. So there is a serious degree of urgency that I think he's trying to deliver, that frontline communities are getting devastated. Ukraine is sending its troops into battle. It is having to improvise on the battlefield, converting drones and using them to offset where it doesn't have enough artillery. So I think he really wanted to say, this is serious. We're living this every day. Don't give up on us, because we haven't given up on ourselves.
Well, and to me, it seems like not so much even a question of giving up, but I hear it all the time on Capitol Hill, especially from Republicans, almost this idea of Ukraine war fatigue. What's your sense of how widespread that is globally among Ukraine's other allies, and how much of an uphill climb do you think he then faces, not just in Washington, but with all of the countries that have been aiding Ukraine in this war?
It's the numbers. Like I said, here in Ukraine, they're not tired. They're tired physically, but they're not anywhere near giving up. But when you go across Europe and what you're hearing in the United States, it's inflation. People are concerned about the rising costs. They're feeling that they don't have enough money, even though the economic numbers seem to be changing. But for the last several months, we've been going through quite an uncertain economic time, and people are listening to these announcements coming from the White House or coming from the British government or the French government, talking about billions of dollars or billions of euros. And they're wondering, what are they getting in return? And we're talking large numbers. The White House is seeking another $20 billion. The U.S. has already spent $64 billion on this. So the numbers are big. But going back to what Ukrainians would say, they would say, relatively speaking, it's cheap.
Sure.
To be totally cynical, that if the United States is trying to, among other things, defend democracy and blunt one of its rivals that is trying to spread tyranny, then $20 billion is cheap. That when are you going to get a better circumstance than this, where you have a willing ally that is doing all the fighting for you and is still anxious to keep going, otherwise they lose their country.
All right, Richard Engel for us in Kharkiv tonight. Richard, appreciate your reporting. Please stay safe out there. And joining me now is Indiana Republican Congresswoman Victoria Spartz. She's the first Ukrainian-born member of Congress. And Congresswoman, you made some comments this morning suggesting that you believe that the president is playing politics with Ukraine aid, and that some of your Republican colleagues are essentially buying into Russian propaganda. So let me ask you this. Today, going forward, what should Congress, what should the United States be doing now that we aren't when it comes to the war?
Listen, thank you for asking that question. I've been very consistent, and I said, you know, you have to have a strategy. If you want to win, you need to back up with your tactics and actions, not to have a strategy not to lose, because you actually will not win, and if you not plan to win, but you might lose if you try not to lose. And unfortunately, President been very afraid, you know, been very political, and he, you know, been slow walking assistance to Ukraine. And it's a huge fight, and Putin only understands the language of power and weapons. He doesn't care about all of the tweets and talks, and this is a huge problem now because this war will continue now for much longer. And you know, the problem is if our president is not communicated to Congress. In fact, I haven't seen his people for now forever. He's not communicated what's happening there. He's not updating us. It means that he's not communicating to the American people what is in our national interest and why this is important for us to win against Russia and China, not to give them Europe as we already gave them Africa and South America. But that is the job of a president, to get American people on board and deal with domestic issues too, not playing politics and go do a lot of grandstanding, try to put some of these bills just on pure Democrat bills on purpose. He knew that some of these large bills, if you have 98% of things that Republicans don't disagree, people are not going to be voting for it, but he used it as a propaganda tool. And now what's happening, Putin been destabilizing a lot of conservatives here and selling them propaganda, and don't underestimate Russia with their propaganda machine.
So are you making that argument behind the scenes with your Republican colleagues? I mean, right now, House Republicans are basically the largest group in bulk who are less supportive of Ukraine aid. Zelensky's going to be meeting with the Speaker, among others, this week. I mean, what do you hope? What argument do you hope he makes, and what argument are you making to your Republican colleagues to stay the course here, or to speed up the course, if that's what you think is appropriate?
Well, unfortunately, now they got themselves in a very bad situation. When I made that argument over a year ago, and I said, we need to be accountable to the American people. We need to have better oversight. We need to better job to make sure that aid is get faster and know where it's going and show how it benefits the American people. Well, I was attacked by both parties that demanding accountability is somehow being pro-Russian and pro-Putin. I was dragged through mud, which is fine. I'm willing to stand up. Unfortunately, a lot of these issues we haven't dealt. Now, there is a much tougher situation. And unfortunately, lack of leadership on this issue created now opportunities for Russia to take advantage of our base, and they're good on, you know, doing propaganda. Look at what's happening in Russia. They're like machines, like zombies dying there, you know, for invading other country and truly believe in that. You know, they're good at propaganda. Don't underestimate on their hybrid wars. And I think we need to be much better. And what they're doing around the world, it's not just in Ukraine, what they're doing in Africa and how many people are dying and suffering in places like Syria. I mean, it's unfortunate. And I think it takes some leadership, strong leadership.
Let's talk a little bit about strong leadership, because you were very critical of the Speaker this week. You called him weak during this funding process. He's just pulled the CR, procedural vote, from the floor. This defense vote just failed on the floor. What do you want to see from Speaker McCarthy that he's not been doing?
Well, listen, you know, we got into these issues. We have a serious fiscal catastrophe looming. We didn't get here overnight. We will not get out of here overnight. But if we abandon our duties, Congress, and not doing our job and doing politics, and we will never get out until it's going to hurt the American people significantly.
Isn't shutting down the government the peak of abandoning that job?
Listen, but the challenge is we should have not been in a position now where we couldn't even pass appropriations bills out of the committee. We're increasing the amount of unauthorized spending. We knew, like, September 30th didn't change on the calendar. We knew about it. I talked to him about this issue starting last November. We had this discussion. I said, we need to have a plan. We need to have to deal with that ceiling increase. We need to have a plan that is meaningful to move the needle. And he didn't want to deal with this issue. Now we get into a position like people try to do things under pressure. Well, that's not the way to govern. So I think it is a problem because fiscal issue, which is #1 issue that Congress should be dealing with, is being abandoned. So what are we doing here?
So what now? I mean, if not Kevin McCarthy, is there someone in your conference who you think would be a better leader for this party right now?
Listen, I think actually the Speaker of the House doesn't even be a member of Congress. A lot of people don't realize it. I think a lot of people learn it. I'm sure with country over 200 million people, we have choices, right? But ultimately, I mean, Kevin is a symptom of the system. And I think we have to stand up as Republicans and put pressure and have this conversation. But ultimately, leaders have to hold accountability, hold them accountable too. And unfortunately, he didn't deliver on a lot of major issues. Now we're again in the crisis mode.
So what do you say to the voters who put Republicans in power? You guys then voted for McCarthy as your speaker, and you're staring down the barrel of this potential shutdown here that you've just suggested is because you guys weren't doing your jobs. What do you say to people who look at all that and say, this is not a party that can govern?
Well, listen, other party failed us, and we can make a difference and show the American people we can lead, or will be another failure. And I know that Senate is corrupt and is not controlled by Republicans, but Republicans and Democrats are not willing to govern this country. And the House has an opportunity under my leadership to make a difference. Otherwise we're all failing.
Can I ask, how is the Senate corrupt?
Well, because the Senate is so afraid. I'll tell you how corrupt. Why do we not have they don't want to put any serious cuts to fraud, even fraud in this appropriations, because the number 1, 2, and 3 lobbies, big pharma, big hospitals, and big insurance that destroying Medicare. We're talking billions of dollars. 5 items that Obama and Trump agreed on, 1.8 trillion. I stand it. This is going to make a difference. Bipartisan support. It will help with saving Medicare for seniors. Well, but it will have to shake up status quo here. They're afraid because they put this money in super PACs and they collect enormous amount of money and do nothing in the Senate. What are they moving? How they determine long-term policies for this country? They're supposed to do it. It's much harder for the House. So I told them the House can have to push to them and win this for the people.
I can assure you it's harder definitely to pass things in the Senate when you need 60 than a majority in the House, usually. But I want to ask you one other question on another topic before I have to let you go, Congresswoman. The other big story in the House right now is impeachment. And back in 2021, when you first started in the House, you said the following of the push to impeach Donald Trump over his actions on the 6th. You said, Congress should stop playing divisive politics and start working on delivering good policies for the American people. You've got an impeachment hearing coming up just a couple days before the government's supposed to shut down. Do you feel the same way now?
I truly agree with that, but we have to go through serious investigations before we move anything forward. This, I think, majority members on Judiciary Committee actually supporting to have a proper processes, including impeachment inquiry, before we decide. Because to go into proceedings, it's a serious business. And I think most people underestimate my Republican colleagues on Judiciary Committee. Most of us are constitutionalists. Listen, I vote some issues, we made some tough votes because I truly believe my oath into Constitution. We're actually not a pure democracy. We're the rule of law, and we're a constitutional republic. So I'm willing to take tough votes, and we have to have proper investigations before we move with anything forward. So I think it's a proper step. Where Speaker Pelosi was just playing politics, and we know with a stroke of the pen decide to go through impeachment of a sitting president. This is totally ridiculous and irresponsible and reckless.
Congresswoman, really quick then, do you believe that there should be a vote right now to authorize this impeachment inquiry? You said you're willing to take a tough vote.
Listen, I think we should have a vote. I don't think there should be an objection because inquiry is a proper process. It's actually a proper procedural step that the House to do. And I think that vote probably should be taken. People shouldn't be afraid to take the vote because that is a proper thing to do.
I'm glad to get you on the record on that. Congresswoman Spartz, thank you for spanning the globe with us in this segment. We really appreciate you coming on.
Thank you. Thank you.
And coming up, more on this Capitol chaos. We are live on the Hill where tempers are flaring right now after a group of House conservatives just blocked an effort to advance the defense spending bill. This was a procedural vote. Plus, meet the pushback. Former President Trump is facing new criticism from a Republican primary rival after comments he made on the issue of abortion during his exclusive interview with Kristen Welker. You're watching Meet the Press now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. Nice to see you tonight.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand. And officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We're following some developing news right now in the House. It comes after Arkansas Republican Congressman Steve Womack told me yesterday that the situation inside the House Republican Conference was, and I quote, an unmitigated disaster. Well, things appear to have gotten worse today. This morning, Speaker McCarthy was forced to pull a procedural vote on the short-term spending deal backed by leadership as they struggle to sway holdouts inside the conference. After huddling with members this morning, the Speaker said discussions were still ongoing.
And you know what? Getting there is never easy, but we're willing to listen to all voices, something much different. We're willing to build up from the bottom up. And the one thing that we found is members got together over the weekend. They came up with solutions. We aired the solutions right here. I thought we had a very good discussion, and we'll continue that discussion today with those that have some more questions. America's too great to give up just because you have a tough discussion.
And while the Speaker tries to put on a happy face here, the sniping between warring factions inside his conference is intensifying, and a government shutdown is looking all the more likely at month's end. Here's just a bit of that sniping between Florida Congressman Byron Donalds, who helped cut the imperiled deal on spending, and Matt Gaetz, who's one of several members trying to kill it.
I'm doing everything I can to assemble a coalition to defeat the Donalds CR. I believe that it is really kind of frivolous in the cuts because they only occur for 30 days.
I would challenge my colleague from Florida to create a coalition that tries to actually get a victory for the American people. If he wants to have a personal thing with me going back and forth, he's entitled to, but I don't care about that foolishness. I want to win.
We can't blame Joe Biden and the Democrats for why the Republican-controlled House of Representatives hasn't passed single-subject spending bills. That's our fault. So we have to deal with that. We will likely have to endure some degree of a shutdown.
Adding insult to insult, in the past few minutes, Republicans didn't even have the votes to advance what, for them, is a non-controversial bill to fund the military. That vote was torpedoed by some of the very same holdouts on government funding. Moments ago, some Republicans from more moderate districts voiced their displeasure on the steps of the Capitol. Listen to this.
What we just witnessed was a conservative Republican Party, frankly, look and behave like the minority instead of the majority. What we just saw were 5 individuals vote against a rule to bring to the floor for a vote the most conservative DOD bill in modern history.
Joining me now with the latest on all this from Capitol Hill is my colleague Ryan Nobles. Ryan, where are we right now in the Republican conference? Did we move any closer to keeping the lights on today, or just take more hops and leaps backwards?
Well, I think Congressman Womack's description to you yesterday was pretty apt and continues. It remains an unmitigated disaster, I think, by any measure. But I think maybe the difference between what we saw yesterday and what we're seeing today is this new kind of public frustration from the moderates in the caucus. You know, behind the scenes, we know the moderates have quite a bit of influence with the House Speaker, Kevin McCarthy. But publicly, it seems as though it's the conservatives that run the day, because they're the ones that get in the way of this progress and the deals that the Speaker and his leadership team make behind closed doors. Listen to how the Speaker himself seems to starting to get even more frustrated with this group of breakaway conservatives.
I go ask the file. Going backwards, please. Why are they voting against being? Think about what they're voting against. They're voting against even bringing the bill up to have a discussion about it, to vote on it. If you're opposed to the bill, vote against the bill at the end. You've got more than 170 amendments. You could change it if you don't like it. But the idea that you vote against a rule to even bring it up doesn't make sense to me. What about the CR? Especially when you're talking about defense.
How bad is the CR at this point in terms of getting to the floor?
You'd have to ask the whip about that, but I think that we're making progress.
And it's important for our viewers to understand this, Garrett, that this is a change from McCarthy. You know, it's basically since he took the Speaker's gavel, he's allowed the Freedom Caucus to continue to poke him in the eye, and he just kind of accepts it and says this is just part of the process. This is what happens in a family. We'll figure it out at the end of the day. But we just witnessed 2 different groups of Republican members come to the House steps and really go after this conservative faction. There is a level of frustration that we haven't seen before in the past. They've always directed it at Democrats. Now the fighting is happening within their own conference, and it'll be interesting to see how this plays out going forward.
When I interviewed Dusty Johnson yesterday, he made that point that, you know, the 210 could start really throwing their weight around against the 8 that you would need to get to a minority, whatever it is, the 210 versus the 10, and he thought that would change. I was struck by something that Mike Garcia just told you, the idea that these Republicans are still running things like they are in the minority. Do you think that's a factor here at all? You've got a whole bunch of folks who've never been in a House majority before, a lot of new members in this conference with a new speaker, and they just functionally, and I don't mean this disparagingly, don't know how to do this when they're responsible for carrying votes on the basic stuff that keeps the government functioning.
Listen, Garrett, you and I have done this a long time, and we know that there's a big difference between being in the minority and being in the majority. And the biggest thing, the biggest advantage, I should say, that you have in being in the minority is that you can be as pure as you want on any particular topic, because you're never forced to get anything over the finish line. And what we see with these Freedom Caucus members in particular is that they've taken this stance of purity that's now put them in a box where they claim they're going to get all this, you know, accomplished for the American people. But at the end of the day, it's not going to pass the Senate, and it's not going to be signed by the president into law. And so you've got to figure out some way forward. And what we saw with these 2 different groups of moderates, a group of veterans and then a group of moderates that were in districts that were won by President Biden, was was this sense that they're getting sick and tired of it. And the only option they have here, and they kind of talked about it in broad strokes, about the different leverage points that they have with these members of the majority that aren't acting like it. One of the big options they have is to partner with a small group of moderate Democrats to get things moving. And this group, they were specifically asked about that. We asked about a discharge petition. We asked about other things, and they said everything is on the table, Garrett.
Yeah, look, the mechanism is still a mystery, but a bipartisan agreement is probably how we get out of this. But how and when we get there is a whole other set of questions. Ryan Nobles, thank you for your reporting. And up next, auto workers are warning of additional strikes in the coming days as President Biden faces growing pressure to keep union members in his corner, while former President Trump is planning a rally in Detroit. You're watching Meet the Press now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just me too.
Welcome back. Striking auto workers have set a new deadline for negotiations with the big three automakers, promising additional strikes if, quote, serious progress isn't made by noon Friday. This comes as the White House now says it will not be sending a team to Detroit this week to help the UAW and automakers reach an agreement. This despite earlier plans to send White House advisor Gene Sperling and acting Labor Secretary Julie Su to participate in strike talks, quote, early in the week. Well, meanwhile, the strike is getting increased attention on the campaign trail. Sources tell NBC News that former president and current Republican frontrunner Donald Trump plans to deliver a primetime address to union workers in Detroit next Wednesday. Just so happens to be at the same time the GOP field takes the stage in California for the second Republican primary debate without him. We should note that the UAW says neither Trump nor his team have reached out to them directly. The former president criticized UAW leadership during his interview with our own Kristen Welker, but he refrained from criticizing union members. Meanwhile, Mr. Trump's 2024 rival Tim Scott is now suggesting that striking workers should be fired. Listen to this.
Ronald Reagan gave us a great example when federal employees decided they were going to strike. He said, you strike, you're fired. Simple concept to me. To the extent that we could use that once again, absolutely. They want more money, working fewer hours. They want more benefits, working fewer days. In America, also known as America, that doesn't make sense.
NBC News correspondent Shaq Brewster is on the ground as UAW workers are striking in Toledo, Ohio. And Shaq, these UAW workers announced this new deadline for negotiations. What's the union threatening here in terms of this sort of staggered strike if these companies don't meet the deadline?
Well, Garrett, you can see an expanded strike. Right now, you have about 13,000 union workers on strike of a 140,000 union membership. So about 3 plants of well over 20. So they're saying that they could target additional plants in the coming days, or Friday at noon if they don't see progress. What that progress looks like or how much progress that could be, that remains to be seen. But the union membership and union leadership is being very clear that this strike could expand very quickly if they're not seeing enough progress, Garrett.
Shaq, what's your sense of the Trump part of this, with him going to Detroit? Obviously, you're in Ohio, but what do we expect from that visit, and how do you think it'll play with union members and union leadership with him injecting himself into their negotiations in this way?
Yeah, Garrett, it's a very interesting dynamic because both with dealing with the Biden administration and former President Trump, you've heard the union leadership kind of say, thank you, but we got it. We can handle our own negotiations. We're the one at the table. You even saw this statement from Shawn Fain, we'll put it up, pushing back against the existence of Donald Trump, at least in Detroit, talking to union workers. You see him saying that every fiber in the union being is poured into fighting the billionaire class and an economy that enriches people like Donald Trump. Again, Shawn Fain and UAW saying that they haven't gotten any comment from, or that President Trump, former President Trump, hasn't reached out to the UAW at all. But Garrett, I want to play a piece of sound, a piece of a conversation I had with the union member when I asked her about this potential visit from former President Trump. Listen to what she said, not just about Trump, but also about President Biden.
It would be nice if they were actually out here doing it for real instead of just for votes.
Who are you thinking about when you say that?
Trump.
You think he's just doing this for the campaign?
He didn't support us before, back when he was president. And neither did Biden. Biden's the one with electrification and basically forcing the big three to go electrified. So I think it's just for votes.
The push for electric vehicles. Yeah. That makes you critical of the president.
Yes, it does.
That gives you a sense of why Donald Trump feels that there is an opening, there is concern, legitimate concern among union membership that the transition to electric vehicles could mean fewer jobs or at least less job security for them, Garrett.
Yeah, look, that's certainly the space that Donald Trump is trying to exploit here. Shaq Brewster, appreciate your reporting out there. And I'm joined now in the studio by today's panel. Peter Baker, chief White House correspondent for the New York Times. He's also an NBC News political analyst and the co-author of The Divider, which is out in paperback today. I got the hardback copy on my nightstand. Also with me is Democratic strategist Amisha Cross and Republican strategist Brad Todd. So, Peter, I'll start with you. I mean, what do you make of this counter-programming strategy from Donald Trump? To me, it seems less about the primary debate and more about the general election, the way he is trying to go about this next week.
Yeah, he doesn't need to be in a primary debate. He's winning, or in his view, almost already won, in effect, the Republican nomination. Why bother to get down on the stage with these guys who have no chance, in his view, of winning? That's the image he wants to present, at least, and in appealing to the union workers, if not the union leadership, he's trying to peel off people, of course, who will be otherwise more sympathetic to President Biden. So you're right. I think it's a general election strategy in a primary election night.
Brad, how central is that strategy if he wants to crack the blue wall again, to peel off these union members and say, these folks don't represent you, I do?
Well, Republican Party's undergone a realignment in the last 10 years. Donald Trump's a part of it, but he certainly didn't cause it. And that realignment is a working class party of work realignment. That's a thing Republicans have in common. So you're going to consistently see Republicans move toward trade unions. That doesn't include government unions. If you work in air conditioning and sit at a desk and you're in a union, that's not the Republican constituency there. But if you're someone who works in a factory, works with your hands, you saw this on the Keystone Pipeline, and I think this is a repeat on a bigger scale.
Misha, should the White House be worried about this, the possibility that the former president can peel off support from voters who feel like that woman who Shaq talked to, that the Biden administration's gone too far on electrification or what have you, and that Trump might appeal to some of these folks?
Absolutely. Historically, Trump and the Republican Party has not been friendly towards unions, be it whether it's teachers unions, auto unions, you name it. They are not union strong in any way. But I do think there's something to be said about the change in tempo. Part of it is because, the road to the election goes through the Midwest. The Midwest is union-centric. So I do think that this is a president or former president who understands that, and he's also trying to at least become a little bit more to the center, but making fun of something that, quite frankly, a lot of people are afraid of, changes in innovation. When we talk about electric vehicles, the same way we talk about AI, there are a lot of people who are afraid that they're going to lose their jobs, and I think that there may be a certain quakes there.
And even if it is a stunt to have Trump go, I think about when he went to East Palestine and then tried to make that same argument that, you know, President Biden is being president for Ukraine and I'm being president for Ohio. Does the White House, should they be participating in some of these stunts on their own, perhaps, to try to counteract this, or are they taking the high road? Is that the right way to play it?
They're taking the high road, but I would argue they also need to get in the fight, because President Biden has been a union person for a very long time, throughout the entirety of his political career, but also before that. He has been one of the forebearers when it comes to being vocal about unions over time. And I think that this is a time where he needs to be full frontal as well. Do not mistake that historical understanding that all of us around this table have for your average American voter. He needs to be out there.
But Joe Biden's never been willing to pick trade union members over the environmental lobby. He doesn't do that. And so that's why you see him backing off right now. I think what you saw the interviewer, the person Shaq interviewed, that's what the UAW members are going to want to see. Is Joe Biden willing to back off his EV commitment for workers, or is he going to pick environmental liberals?
Well, Brad, what did you make of the Tim Scott bite we played there, too? Because I feel like that's the much more traditional Republican play on this, is like, screw these guys, you know, we're going to have a hard line on it. That'll play at the Reagan Library. Is that a misreading of where the electorate is now?
I think it is, even of the capitalist side of the Republican Party, because if you think of who are the most strongly skeptical of unions in the Republican Party, they're people who own medium-sized businesses and small businesses, and they're on the same side as the UAW worker is when it comes to electric vehicles.
And Peter, I mean, what do you think? What do you make of this? If you've got Trump's rivals basically talking to a 1980s version, perhaps, of what they think the base wants to hear on one side, and Trump talking to a different side, is that a space the White House can exploit? Or does it mean something in the Republican primary that these two are on? Trump is over here and everybody else is on the other side?
Look, Trump has successfully redrawn the map to some extent. You're right, it didn't start with Trump, obviously, but he had appealed to working-class Democrats in a way that previous Republican candidates really didn't. And the question for Biden is, how can he get back into that? And he's tried. He's gone to Scranton, Pennsylvania, any number of times. He does position himself as Union Joe. The EV thing is a challenge for that. How do you balance that? And if he manages to find a way to settle this strike soon, it probably doesn't have that much of an impact. But if it drags on for a while, it both erodes his support probably among those people, and of course endangers the economy that he needs to be strong going into next year.
Well, I want to get to another topic here really quick, because the other thing that where we're seeing this kind of split between Trump and the base, Trump and the rest of the field, is on abortion, and we've seen some strong reaction from the other Republican candidates to Trump's comments on abortion on this Sunday version of this program over the last couple of days. I want to play some of that now.
President Trump said he would negotiate with the Democrats and walk back away from what I believe where we need to be, which is a 15-week limit on the federal level.
I think all pro-lifers should know that he's preparing to sell you out. And so I don't think that what he's saying would work, and I don't think he would be able to generate a quote, deal that would be acceptable to pro-lifers.
So, Brad, we're a week away from the next Republican debate or thereabouts. Is abortion and unions the ground that Republicans want to be having this conversation?
Well, there are going to be some. And, you know, Donald Trump is not a native conservative. And so his gut reaction on a lot of cultural issues is not where the party is. He usually gets there, but he doesn't often start there. And I think the president was off, the former president was off on that on Sunday. I would be surprised if he doesn't correct a little bit in the next few weeks.
This is a bit of a best-case scenario for Democrats if Republicans are fighting amongst themselves about who can be furthest to the right on abortion?
Absolutely. And I think part of it is because they're also being attentive to the national polling. At the end of the day, we know that the majority of the American public does not support highly restrictive abortion at all. So I think that you see in former President Trump somebody who actually wants to win, and to a point that Peter made earlier, he's pivoted to the general election. He is talking to general election voters. He's not talking to Republican primaries because he feels like he's got that locked up anyway.
But Tim Scott's not talking about anything extreme. He's talking about where the American people mostly are. It's something latent pregnancy, restrictions having latent pregnancy. And so,
but those have already existed. At the end of the day, there are very few pregnancies that end in late-term abortions. Very few. We're talking about less than 3%. And those are emergency medical situations. situations. That has been proven time and time again. He is arguing a mute point to drive up fear.
And who gets to legislate that and how, I think, is at the core of this debate, whether it's a national or a state level, or Donald Trump says everybody's going to sit down and talk about it. We're going to come to a negotiated settlement. I'm not sure. I think that's how it's going to go. Peter, Trump's not the only one who's changing his messaging. The Biden campaign has been kind of bouncing back and forth. We talked about this a little earlier in the program, from Bidenomics to now back to the defense of democracy argument. Why do you think we're seeing the pivot now? And do we think this set of messaging from the current president will be more effective than what he's done before in terms of burnishing his own image and bringing down Trump?
I think you'll still see Bidenomics out there. I don't think they're
not going to abandon
right,
it, clearly.
Exactly. But so far, after 2-3 months, it hasn't moved the needle, right? And so they're trying to, of course, hit at the issue that will bring people back to him who may be disappointed in him, right? Their view is Trump's votes are at a ceiling. There's only so many people who will vote for him. And the question is, can the Biden will win back the disaffected Democrats and the independents who won't vote for Trump, but might stay home if they don't find Biden appealing enough. And he's trying to remind them that the choice is not, as he likes to say, between him and the Almighty, it's between him and the alternative.
Amisha, would it have been impossible for Biden to touch these sort of threats to democracy arguments during the summer of indictments, right? I mean, Biden tried so hard to stay out of the fray on that. If he's coming out every day and saying Trump's a danger to democracy, and oh, by the way, here's another indictment, that gets really messy, does it not?
It absolutely does. And quite frankly, the American public is tired of hearing about it. So there's this issue of Bidenomics did not settle well with people because student loans are going to start kicking up again in the next few weeks, and people are still having a hard time paying their rent and paying their utilities. On top of that, you also have a situation where many people in America don't feel as though we're spending too much in trying to, in our protection of Ukraine. They don't understand it. It is a very, I would argue, an isolationist posture, but one that is driven by economic woes here in the United States.
All right, that's going to have to be the last word on this for now. Amisha Cross, Brad Todd, Peter Baker, thank you all for coming in. And home at last, how these 5 Americans reacted after touching down on U.S. soil for the first time after years of imprisonment in Iran, and the White House's emotional call with their families. That's after the break. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top Story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The 5 Americans released from Iran after being wrongly imprisoned are back on U.S. soil. A plane carrying the 5, along with 2 of their relatives, landed early this morning at Fort Belvoir in Virginia, not far from us here in D.C. The Americans were released as part of a prisoner exchange that also allowed Iran to access $6 billion in oil revenue that had been frozen under U.S. sanctions. 5 Iranians were also released from U.S. custody. Among the Americans now free, Siamak Namazi, a businessman who'd been held in Iran since 2015.
It's amazing, unfreaking believable. We're so grateful to be together after 8 years. It's unbelievable. Almost 8 years to the day. It's unbelievable. We're so grateful. It's just, you feel like it's a dream. The nightmare is finally over.
It's great stuff. Gabe Gutierrez, a White House correspondent, joins us now from Fort Belvoir in Virginia. So, Gabe, what additional details have you learned about this trip back to the U.S. for these folks?
Well, Garrett, as you mentioned, it was a dramatic homecoming, and during this trip, we understand that those 5 prisoners, took part in a meal on the plane. That they were, having lamb and wine, and basically enjoying something that they had not been able to have access to for the last several years. These prisoner exchange happened after years of tense negotiations with the Iranians, and now we're also hearing from senior administration officials that they're taking part in what's known as the PISA program. And that's a program meant to kind of bring back or help these prisoners transition back to normal life here in the U.S. It had previously been used for other prisoners of war, but this is all part of the psychological counseling that they will have, and they will get the tools needed to deal with the incredible stress, the trauma that they've been under over the next several years. So we understand it's been a very emotional reunion, as you just saw in that video, several family members walking up to these Americans with small American flags, embracing them here on this tarmac here at this Army base. And again, this will be a very long process as they recover, not just physically. We understand they are in good health, physically at least, but it'll be the mental scars that they'll have to deal with for months and years to come, Garrett.
I'm sure airline food never tasted quite so good. Gabe, what about kind of on the macro part of this, right? I mean, this is a prisoner exchange. This is a big deal for these families, but it's also meant to change relations to some degree between the U.S. and Iran. Is the American relationship with Tehran any better this week than it was last week? Like, where does this fit in that part of the puzzle?
Well, Garrett, there are a lot of questions about whether this will lead to any thaw in relations. At this point, some analysts have been saying that it could be a first step, but at the same time, the U.S. and U.S. administration officials say that there are no plans to have any direct talks with Iran at this point. They're leaving the door open to diplomacy. But just today at the UN General Assembly, President Biden made it a point to say that Iran must not have a nuclear weapon. So at this point, things seem to be up in the air when it comes to relations between the U.S. and Iran, but there doesn't appear to be any direct engagement with the Americans and Iran. And just yesterday, the U.S. announced new sanctions against the Iranian Ministry of Intelligence and former President Mahmoud Ahmadinejad because the U.S. is still asking for information regarding the presumed death of a former FBI agent, Bob Levinson, who disappeared in 2007 on an island off the coast of Iran. The U.S. still has not accounted for how he died. Iran still has not even acknowledged that arrest. So the U.S. is urging Americans not to travel to Iran, and they are urging answers. They're demanding answers when it comes to the death of that American and any others who have been wrongfully detained, Garrett.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you for that reporting. And still to come, on the rise again, the number of illegal migrant crossings at the southern border is going back up, threatening to aggravate an already intense migrant crisis in some of America's largest cities. We have the latest on that story and the fallout next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break?
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The number of illegal crossings at the southern border are on the rise this month. Two Department of Homeland Security officials tell NBC News that not only have border officers steadily encountered more migrants over the course of September, but agents apprehended more than 7,500 migrants on Sunday alone. That's a drastic increase from the last official border numbers released back in July, where apprehensions averaged around 4,300 a day. The number of encounters dropped off in May after the Biden administration lifted the pandemic-era border policy known as Title 42 and replaced it with new policies aimed at making it harder for migrants to seek asylum at the U.S.-Mexico border and encouraging lawful entry applications filed from migrants' home countries. The new rise in encounters could overload a system that's already stretched beyond its capacity. And a new legal filing in L.A. revealed that migrant parents and children were temporarily separated in Texas border facilities this summer due to overcrowding. NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley joins me now with more on her new reporting. So, Julia, what are we learning here about this, and why do officials think it's happening now?
Well, typically the numbers do go up in the fall. Those really high temperatures that you see in Arizona and Texas start to come down a bit, and so you will see an increase. But this increase is a little more drastic than even they had expected. And another thing that really worries them is the number of children coming with their parents and children coming alone. They think this is because of pent-up tension, frustration, where people are having a hard time entering legally. They're being told by smugglers, take matters into your own hands, cross the border. And they're even seeing places like in Arizona where migrants have learned, or at least cartels have learned, how to cut holes in border fencing to come through. Basically, this is a real test of these border policies, whether it be Trump's wall or Biden's asylum policies. Will they hold? Because they've really tried a lot here, but now the system's being tested.
There were predictions of doom when Title 42 was removed and these new policies were put in place. They seem to have been very effective for a while. Did something change about how the policies are being enforced or how they're being understood in the countries these folks are coming from? Like, I'm trying to figure out what changed on the policy front here.
Well, really, they're able to look at migrants, whether they be relatives or friends or anyone they talk to through word of mouth, who have been able to come in. They're looking at the 60,000 migrants who are in New York City right now with the right to shelter. They're looking at people who have been success stories. And that often happens after a policy that might seem like it's going to be 100%, no one comes in, these are the rules of zero tolerance. Instead, they are able to see that some people are able to come in, they get processed, they get released, they get the ability to wait for their court date. And so other people start thinking, maybe my chances are better than I previously thought.
And we only have about 30 seconds left, but tell me about these family separations that you found happening.
Yeah, this is from a court monitor who interviewed families in a Donna, Texas detention facility this summer and found that in some cases they were separating children even as young as 8 from their parents. Now, CBP says they did this because of safety due to overcrowding. They didn't have enough room in those family pods. And it's important to point out this is not like what the Trump administration did. They were separated for a few days and then brought back together. Not like Trump, where they were separated with no way of getting back in touch. But the court monitor did point out that when they were separated, the mothers and the children had no way to communicate or talk to each other.
It's good stuff, good reporting here, Julia. Thank you for staying on top of this story for us. And thank you for being with us this hour. I'm back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. NBC News Now coverage continues with Yasmin Vasugian in for Hallie Jackson right now.
Tonight, the highest stakes for Ukraine as world leaders meet at the UN General Assembly to discuss the path forward for helping the war-torn country. The message and the plea from Presidents Biden and Zelensky to stick by Ukraine's side, no matter how long it takes. And a breakthrough for allergy sufferers. The new nasal spray on the verge of approval that promises to change the way that we stop life-threatening allergic reactions. Then, in the original, Tranq. the dangerous drug that is finding its way into the hands of addicts across this country, how businesses and activists are dealing with the crisis overtaking one American neighborhood. In our backstory, the food and beverage industry's efforts to get you hooked on processed foods. We're going to talk to the reporter exposing who's behind the push, from big tobacco to online influencers. And then olive oil. It's getting hugely more expensive. We're going to tell you why and how it's enticing daring heists of the so-called liquid gold later on in the show. Hey, everybody, I'm Yasmin. I'm in for Hallie tonight. We start with the UN General Assembly here in New York, with Presidents Biden and Zelensky making urgent pleas to stay the course in supporting Ukraine's war efforts. Both men speaking earlier today with a clear message, as leaders at home and abroad are starting to get tired of pouring money into the fight against Russia.
Russia believes that the world will grow weary if we abandon the core principles of the United States to appease an aggressor. Can any member state in this body feel confident that they are protected?
We must act united to defeat the aggressor and focus all our capabilities and energy on addressing these challenges.
So the United States has already spent, get this, $43 billion on the battlefield, even as Ukraine's crucial counteroffensive. It's struggling to really make some serious gains there. The president's speech was the real centerpiece of a week of meetings with world leaders, with Ukraine, climate change, a push for countries to work together at the top of this agenda. But the calls of the UN are coming as House Republicans in Washington are hinting they're going to leave out any additional money for Ukraine in their short-term funding bill to keep this government running. Speaker McCarthy unveiling a bill on Sunday containing spending cuts, conservative border policies. No mention, though, of any money for Ukraine or disaster relief, for that matter, as well. I want to bring in NBC's Mike Memoli, who's been following all this for us here in New York. Memoli, as always, it's great to see you, especially in person here. Strong words there, right, from President Biden and Zelensky. Kind of the plea, the call for more funding when it comes to Ukraine. Who knows how long this war is going to last? Putin does not seem to be backing down. The question is, will it get what they want, which is long-term support? So far from Washington, it's looking like no.
That's right. And it was interesting. I was talking to a senior administration official last night who talked about the way today was being choreographed.
Yeah.
And originally, the president's speech was going to lead with Ukraine. We saw this in his speech to the General Assembly last year. It was a major focus, the biggest chunk of his speech about Ukraine. Today, from the president, important, strong words, but it was towards the end, less of the speech. Why is that? Because Volodymyr Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, was also there today, was going to be speaking directly in person. He hadn't done that before. Also going to be speaking tomorrow to the Security Council. So why is this important? There's a tag team approach here, and the White House sees Zelensky as the most effective messenger for it. But they're dealing with the reality here, which is that this was supposed to be a year of progress, a year of action for Ukraine. They needed to see significant progress on the battlefield to sustain support back home for this in all the countries. It's not just the U.S. where there are elections next year. Some of our other key allies are seeing elections next year, and the domestic populations are turning against it. So we haven't quite seen the progress in terms of that counteroffensive that we wanted to see. And so that's why these speeches are so important, and that's why it's going to be so important what Zelensky is able to do when he gets to Washington later this week.
Okay, I want to talk about Washington for a moment, not just from Zelensky's perspective, from Biden's perspective as well, because you're looking at a full plate for President Biden, right? He's looking at a 2024 re-election campaign. That aside, and that's already a lot, right? He's got this impeachment inquiry launched by the Republican Party, announced by McCarthy, Speaker McCarthy. They got a hearing next week, I believe. 9 days left in a possible government shutdown. A lot to get done there, and it's looking more and more like they can't get it done. How much actual leverage right now does the president have in Washington, especially when it comes to getting funding for Ukraine?
Well, this is a real test for a president who has said he can work with Republicans, he can work with the other party to get things done. Yeah. This is the first test of a divided Congress for President Biden in asking for funding for Ukraine. He's been able to get significant amounts of money from a Democratic Congress. They passed enough in the last CR last year to get them to this point, but now that money is running out. We remember Speaker McCarthy early in his speakership saying no more blank checks for Ukraine. And so when you look at public opinion here in the U.S. alone, we went from over 60% of Americans saying that they support doing more for Ukraine to now less than half. Listen, now some Republicans still support Ukraine, but not all of them. And I want you to listen to some of what we've been hearing from Republicans on Capitol Hill.
It's going to be, hand out more requests for money, and my position on that's clear. My mind on that is made up.
I have questions for him. Where's the accountability on the money we already spent? What is the plan for victory? I think that's what the American public wants to know.
And so we're going to see Zelensky at the White House first on Thursday, then up to Capitol Hill, also to the Pentagon, an important series of meetings there.
I want to look to tomorrow, a really big meeting for the president tomorrow with Israeli Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu, who has been certainly under the microscope over the last couple of months, wanting this kind of judicial overhaul domestically for him. Major protests, obviously, on the ground in Israel with regards to that. The president being pretty outspoken in being against this judicial overhaul. How is the White House framing this meeting? What are they looking to achieve when it comes to their relationship?
Well, President Biden always likes to say all politics is personal, including foreign policy. And now he and Prime Minister Netanyahu, they go back decades. They have a long-time relationship. But the policy areas are some of the most complicated parts of the relationship right now. We saw how close Prime Minister Netanyahu was to the former president. We saw the Iran nuclear deal, the ways in which Netanyahu, when Biden was vice president, was really at odds with the Obama administration. President Biden wants to see some new version of an Iran nuclear deal that he's going to be standing in the way of that. There's a reason President Biden has stiff-armed Netanyahu since he came back into office because of some of these conflicts. So we're going to be looking as much at the body language between these two men, the sort of nature of their discussions publicly, as well as what comes out of it privately as well.
We're going to have to get People Magazine's body language expert hired for tomorrow's meeting. Mike Memoli for us. Thank you, Mike. Good to see you. All right, so right now the military is investigating how that missing F-35 fighter jet basically disappeared for 24 hours, right? Before this wreckage and debris was discovered in South Carolina, it was this pretty bizarre saga that is getting a lot of attention, and it's also raising a lot of safety questions because we still don't know what actually went wrong here in this mishap that led to the pilot to eject from this F-35. How the military also lost such a high-tech and expensive jet, and then why that technology that they have to find it seemed to fail. The White House is committing today to find those answers. Here's John Kirby with Andrea Mitchell.
How does the U.S. military lose a $100 million plane?
That will be something that they will investigate. And as the Defense Department always does, they'll be transparent about it when they find the answers.
All right, want to bring in Sam Brock to talk more about this. So the big questions here, I just mentioned some of them, right? How this actually happened, why it took so long to actually find this jet, and really how close we are to getting any of those answers, Sam.
If anything, Yasmin, we have more questions now than we did 24 hours ago. No doubt, the idea that a military aircraft, one of the most sophisticated, if not the most, in the armed services, that cost $75 to $100 million, would somehow just be lost and not tracked is question number one. Number two, as you aligned there a second ago, the pilot ejecting. Why did he eject in the first place, especially since he was on a mission with a second pilot who made it in safely? But third now, you can add this to the list. I'm out here talking to neighbors, and they're describing the fact that at about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, just after on Sunday, they heard something. In some cases, their homes were physically shaking. One woman said a picture frame fell off the wall and hit her in the head. And they all went outside to look at what's going on around here. And they didn't see anything, and they didn't report it, right? So 24 hours went by after people had actually experienced the effects of a fighter jet crashing in their backyard, and some of that information apparently did not get conveyed. So there's that. Also, this is a very sparse area, and it's important to stress that because of where this jet could have landed. It's not a population center. I'm in Indiantown right now in Williamsburg County. Population officially about 1,000. The people here say it's likely less than that. It's a bunch of woods and fields over my shoulder with a few homes back there. So while we're not exactly getting great eyes on what's going on the ground, we do have new aerials tonight of crews that are out there going through the debris. The Marine Corps is leading this investigation. They have provided zero information in terms of these key questions. Also, very little about what they're actually doing on the ground. We did, however, Yasmin, speak to an eyewitness, a couple actually, Adrian and Stephen. They are living out here for their families for generations, and they had been about a couple of miles away from the crash site, saw actually the plane coming down more slowly than you might expect. Here's what they told me about their observations.
It's so low, and it was kind of probably 100 feet above the treetops, and almost going inverted.
The jet itself was inverted.
It was like this when it went over the treetops, and when we heard the boom thud afterwards, we were thinking it couldn't be a sonic boom, and we were thinking it was rolling thunder in the distance.
Yasmin, they see military exercises here all the time, so they did not think anything of it. But when Stephen did call at 4 o'clock on Monday, by 6 o'clock, the Marine Corps had confirmed the debris field.
I tell you, the Marine Corps is lucky that aircraft did not land on a house, considering some of what we're hearing, right? They're grounding amidst all this, all their aircraft for at least one more day to avoid this in the future. The thing is, this is not the only mishap that we have seen recently. So how is this kind of 2-day pause on their aircraft being up in the air, how is that going to accomplish anything?
Yeah, that's an interesting question, and it's my understanding anytime there is any sort of significant crash, and certainly this would qualify, there is a 2-day stand down. But on top of that, the backstory, Yasmin, and the fact that the military, and specifically the Marine Corps, have been involved in multiple exercises within the last month where people died, one in San Diego where 1 Marine died, and then another in Australia where 3 died and another was injured, does give you a fuller picture of why it would be time to reassess some of these standards and protocols and perhaps make some changes. I don't know, but it's certainly concerning to hear. And as you just said a second ago, the reality is if this jet had landed 2 miles in a different direction, it might not have been a grass field. It could have been someone's house. And then we'd be having a very different conversation today.
Sam Brock for us. Thank you, Sam. Appreciate it. All right, 5 Americans freed from detention in Iran, back on American soil tonight, arriving near D.C. after flying halfway around the world, met with an emotional reunion with friends, family, and supporters on the tarmac.
3, 2, 3, freedom!
I just can't believe it. It's too long. 5.5 years.
The Americans' trip home saw them fly from Tehran to Qatar. American officials saying the Qataris played a key role in securing the prisoners' freedom before boarding another plane back to the U.S. American officials are making it clear this does not symbolize a lowering of tensions between Iran and the United States. With President Biden, Iranian leader President Raisi in New York for the UN General Assembly this week. Not expected, though, to meet face-to-face. NBC's Gabe Gutierrez is in Virginia for us, where the freed prisoners arrived earlier this morning. Gabe, as always, my friend, great to talk to you. Give us first what is next for these freed Americans now that they're back on American soil.
Oh, hi there, Yasmin. Well, those Americans are undergoing mental and physical evaluations right now, and they're going to be getting a lot of help from the military, obviously after undergoing years of significant trauma. And they will be helped by counselors and really trying to get them back into their daily lives as some sort of normalcy. Easier said than done at this point. We understand from administration officials that physically they're doing okay, but it's that psychological trauma. Now, I can tell you, Yasmin, I spoke with a source close to the family of one of those prisoners, said not only was it an emotional reunion, it was an emotional plane flight, that the group had a lamb and wine, and it never tasted so good after so many years in captivity. And you saw the images, you're watching them, of that emotional reunion on the tarmac here at this Army base. Let's take a listen at what one of the prisoners had to say.
The nightmare is finally over. I've dreamt about this moment, and each time I've woken up and just been in disbelief, like, why am I dreaming these dreams and not happening? And today and tonight it happened. We're grateful for this moment, really, and we're gonna start building our lives again.
Again, family members so happy to have those prisoners back after years of tense negotiations. Yes.
Yeah, so I mentioned how this plays into kind of the relationship between the United States and Iran. Secretary Blinken saying yesterday that this deal, it doesn't speak to anything else in this relationship. When you think about, the domestic turmoil inside Iran, the sanctions recently leveled against Iran as well, what is next for these two countries?
Well, Yasmin, don't expect a sea change here. The Biden administration is very quick to point out that while they're not closing the door on diplomacy at this point, there are no plans to directly engage with Iran, no direct talks scheduled. And this is because the Iranian government, the Biden administration says, continues to wrongfully detain Americans. And they have no indication that it plans to stop doing that. Actually, the Biden administration announced new sanctions yesterday on Iran's Ministry Ministry of Intelligence, as well as former President Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, for the disappearance back in 2007 of a former FBI agent who is presumed dead. He's presumed to have died in Iranian custody, although the Iranian government has never acknowledged his arrest. That American's family is still demanding answers, and so is the Biden administration at this point. So, Yasmin, there's that. There's those implications. There's also the controversy here in the United States about whether this was a good deal, whether that $6 billion in unlocked funds should have been unfrozen for the Iranian government. Republicans arguing that it amounted to a ransom payment and could encourage more bad behavior in the future by Iran. But certainly the Biden administration pushing back on that, saying that the payments will be, that the humanitarian aid will be monitored here, that the transactions will be monitored. But the question remains, will this thaw relations with Iran in the near or long term? At this point, it doesn't believe to be the case. Yes.
Gabe Gutierrez for us. Thank you, Gabe. Appreciate it. All right, millions of Americans who suffer life-threatening allergies could soon be able to use a nasal spray to treat severe allergic reactions because the FDA is preparing to approve a product called Neffy. It is a needle-free alternative to an EpiPen, this self-injectable device that contains epinephrine, a drug that stops life-threatening allergic reactions, anaphylactic, to be specific to things like food, medications, or insect stings. Advocates are saying the new nasal spray, it's easy to use and it's easier and more accessible for people that fear injections or have a hard time giving themselves a shot from this EpiPen. I want to bring in Dr. Akshay Syal to talk more about this. Talk to me first about how exactly Neffy works.
So you know, like you mentioned, we have EpiPens, Yasmin. So you have, a lot of people see this in popular culture where you sort of stab yourself if you're having an allergic reaction and you get better. What they did was they took that concept of the EpiPen and they took what we commonly see of allergy medicines like Flonase or even Narcan, this little nasal device you spray right here, and they kind of merged the two together because what we're finding is that a lot of people are afraid of needles, right? I had colleagues in med school who were afraid of needles. They would pass out at the sight of blood or needles.
That's not great for a doctor.
Yeah, unfortunately they got over it, but yeah.
Maybe psychiatry? Sorry, please go ahead.
It's easy to use. It can reverse those symptoms. It works just as well as the EpiPen version. So when the FDA is meeting today to decide whether or not to approve this, a lot of people are anxiously looking forward to it, especially those who are afraid of the needles.
So tell me, though, how it works. I mean, are you just doing one spray into each nostril if, in fact, you're having an anaphylactic reaction because of your allergies? How exactly does it work?
Yeah, you spray it into your nostril if you suspect an allergic reaction. And to go over those signs, it could be your throat closing. You could have a weak heart rate or a fast heart rate. You could feel nauseous. You could even pass out. You could actually faint if you're having a severe allergic reaction. So if you see any of those, you would grab this little nasal device, almost looks like a Flonase, and you would spray it in, and it would fix it.
Who is the best type of candidate for this? Who does this benefit the most?
So they're looking at people over 30 kilos or 66 pounds when looking at whether or not to approve this. But who is this best for? Really anyone who's afraid of needles. It's a lot easier to carry. You can carry it in a purse, in a pocket, compared to an EpiPen, which is a little bit bigger. But really any people who are maybe deathly allergic to peanuts or shellfish and who are always kind of walking around in fear that they could become exposed, this is something that's really easy for them to carry in their bag.
So for now, probably not for kids because of who they're looking at.
Because of the weight requirements, yeah.
Exactly. All right, Dr. Akshay Syal, thank you so much.
Anytime.
Appreciate it. All right, so we're hearing tonight from a high school band director who was tased by police officers who wanted him to stop the music after a football game in Alabama.
I'm having a hard time sleeping. It's just one of those experiences that you, as an educator or as a person, that you never think that you would be involved with.
So we are about to show you video of the altercation, and we have to warn you, you may find it disturbing. The text on the screen was added by the Birmingham Police Department. So police are saying the band director, Johnny Mims, refused to stop his band from playing after the game ended on Thursday. The police officers approached Mims, trying to handcuff and arrest him. Mims has been charged with disorderly conduct, harassment, and resisting arrest. His lawyer says police used excessive force and wrongfully arrested him. I want to bring in Blaine Alexander to help kind of clear things up and figure out what's going on here. I know that you spoke to Johnny Mims. Walk us through what happened here and what he is saying tonight.
So, Yasmin, all of this started after the game was over. It's kind of what's typically known as the fifth quarter, as some people have told me, basically where the bands kind of keep playing a few songs back and forth as people leave the stadium. Director Mims told me that this is a very typical thing that they typically see after their games. So he'd been in conversation with the other band director, he says, and they were wrapping up their kind of back and forth kind of battle, if you will. Now, according to police, they say that they tried to ask both band directors to stop their students from playing, saying that they were trying to quickly get everybody out of the stadium. They say that the other band director complied, but said that Johnny Mims did not. That's when things escalated. Now, when you saw that kind of video, one thing that Mims told me kind of added to the chaos in all of this is that the stadium lights went out. So at some point they were in the dark, and he was confused as to what was going on. Here's a little bit of what he told me. Take a look.
I do remember asking officers, like, why you grabbing me? You know, what did I do? And before I know it, I did see the officer tase me. I went down, and after that point, I was tased additional 2 more times by the same officer and then a different officer.
So the video shows what happened, but both of them have very different stories as to exactly how it got to that point. Police say that he wasn't complying, that he wouldn't put his hands behind his back, but Director Mims says that he told them that they were getting ready to stop and that it just escalated out of control. Yasmin.
It's really perplexing as to how something like this leads to a tasing of a high school band leader. Talk more about what we're officially hearing from this police department amidst all this, the school district as well.
There are a number of investigations going on right now, Yasmin. There's an internal investigation with the Birmingham Police Department to determine exactly what happened. They say that that's typical anytime that there's force used during an arrest, and in this case, we're talking about the taser. The band director himself, Johnny Mims, is placed on leave, as is typical when there's an investigation going on within the school department. Now, his attorney is asking for those officers who were involved in this incident to also be placed on leave as well, pending the outcome of an investigation. She says she's making that formal request as well. Now, meanwhile, we know that there's going to be a news conference tomorrow, and they're going to be speaking more there. But she says in her statement, you see right there, this incident is an alarming abuse of power and a clear violation of our clients' civil rights. Yasmin.
Blaine Alexander, thank you for being on this for us. We appreciate you. Coming up, everybody, some breaking news on Hunter Biden, how his attorney says he'll plead to the firearm charges against him. New warnings tonight in California as well, after a woman says she got a flesh-eating bacteria from undercooked fish. What we are learning about her condition, plus more controversy around college rankings. Why some schools say the new formula used by U.S. News is not reliable. We'll be back.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Or following that breaking news just into us, Hunter Biden saying he will not plead not guilty to the 3 federal firearm charges against him in a first court appearance that has not yet been scheduled. He's also asking to appear in court virtually, with our team just getting our hands on the court filing in the last few minutes. Want to go right to legal analyst Dana Cevallos to talk more about this. This is obviously about, Danny, those federal firearm charges. What more are we learning in this new court filing that we're getting in? And what does this say really about what's next?
It says that Hunter Biden's attorneys are just notifying the court that he's planning on pleading not guilty, and that services their second request, which is for Hunter Biden to appear remotely. And the argument is this is not something that is traditionally or ordinarily done, but in modern times, post-COVID, courts, including this court, have given permission for defendants to have their initial appearance by video instead of coming in. And the real reason is obvious. Hunter Biden doesn't want to go through the chaos of having to appear personally in court with the press outside and the cameras and everything else. This is something he would rather do by video. To me, I'm surprised that defendants in the Trump cases haven't pushed harder to have their arraignments handled this way. But this appears to be a reasonable-ish request, and that's why you see the signaling that he's going to plead not guilty.
So listen, David Weiss, appointed special counsel here by AG Merrick Garland, right? You had Hunter Biden's attorneys a few weeks ago essentially saying they think this is going to get resolved before it actually goes to trial. We know this all blew up because the plea deal that went left 2 or so months ago. How do you see this thing actually playing out?
Consider this. Most federal cases end in guilty pleas. The vast majority, something like 90%. So just off the bat, this case will probably end in a non-trial resolution. But then you add to the fact that this is the very rare case where the parties, at least the defense, thought they were going to resolve it with a non-trial disposition, specifically pretrial diversion, which you'll remember broke up about a month ago. The parties walked into court. The defense thought, hey, we'll be here half an hour, and we're going to be out of here with a really good outcome, which is pretrial diversion. In federal court, that is so fantastic an outcome, it scarcely ever happens, because federal court is where most defendants go to lose.
All right, Danny Cevallos for us. Thank you, Danny, for jumping on this. Appreciate it. And there goes your phone, so you're a busy man. Thanks, Danny. All right. U.S. News and World Report released its undergraduate college rankings with some of its biggest change in decades and its new formula for how it ranks. And it caused a bit of a shakeup. The top 10 stayed relatively unchanged, but it is further down the list where things get a little bit more interesting. Here you see some schools that jumped in the rankings, and then others that dropped in some of those rankings. Many schools that rose are public, and a lot of ones that fell are private. So you got a lot of folks paying money for those. These rankings have been scrutinized after complaints that they're unreliable, unfair, or that they disincentivize, or de-incentivize, I should say, diversity efforts. It's something that we've covered in the past year or so when more than a dozen elite colleges dropped out of graduate school rankings. I want to bring in Emily Ikeda for this to talk more about it. What is different about how these schools were ranked this year?
Yeah, a number of things. And it's really a response to some of that criticism that you have been alluding to, suggesting that these rankings were kind of outsized, having this outsized influence, that they're not equitable. So U.S. News, what they did, they tried to put more of an emphasis on outcome, put more of an emphasis on social mobility. We have a couple of the exact changes that they implemented in terms of protocol. Some of the factors they've actually removed from the ranking, so they're no longer considering class size, faculty with terminal degrees, essentially faculty who have the highest level of degree in their field of study. study, alumni giving high school class standings. That's no longer taken into consideration. Also, the proportion of graduates who borrow federal loans. So what are they putting more of an emphasis on? Well, they're going to put more of an emphasis on manageable debt, how much debt students have, postgraduate success, Pell recipient graduation rates, and this one's a new one, first-generation graduation rate. So as a result, what we're seeing, as you had mentioned, is a good chunk of public schools improving their ranking, and private schools actually falling back.
What is the reason for changing the way they're ranking these schools, A? And B, who is the most angry about this right now?
I think there are a lot of opinions on this. I think Americans are a competitive people, and we look to rankings a lot. But I think put yourself back in your shoes as a high schooler. Selecting a college can be a very overwhelming process. There are so many different things to consider, areas of expertise, location, where your friends are going to school. And so actually recent polls show that the majority of high schoolers, they do look to things like rankings, at least to consider when they're making that decision-making process. And so because we're seeing this significant shakeup in where schools are landing, sometimes it's 10 or 20 points improvement or backwards. Other times it's schools are falling 50, 60 plus.
Wow, that's a lot.
Yeah, we're seeing a significant, that some schools are saying, okay, how reliable is this ranking? Wake Forest University, I spoke with their president. They point out, look, 17 out of the 18 schools that fell in rankings in the top 50 are private universities. So she's expressing some concern. Take a listen here.
I do not feel this ranking is reliable at all. Wake Forest University is no different today than it was a week ago. So these rankings really, I think, are a disservice to families who are trying to make decisions about which college or university is best.
So on the flip side of things, I also spoke with the president of Fresno State University, which improved their rankings significantly by more than 60 points. And that's a school that has actually a majority, the president points out, population that is first-generation students. So he's applauding the fact that they are putting more of an emphasis, this ranking, on social mobility, while also, pointing out that you have to take any kind of ranking with a grain of salt. Take a listen.
I think it reflects better the impact that we have on the individual, the everyday person who comes to Fresno State, usually from a low, social economic background.
So we talked about how prominent law schools, medical schools, some people have been removing themselves from participating in these kinds of rankings. Columbia University actually followed suit, one of the only major schools, undergraduate programs to do so. But we haven't really seen a big wave come across the other undergraduate schools. Will we? I mean, that's a question that I think a lot of schools are pondering, Vanderbilt University among them. But I think the other thing to think about is the fact that even without these schools filling out these surveys for U.S. News's rankings, they still can pull from public data. So there's only so much that schools can control.
It's actually a really interesting conversation because when you think about it, I mean, Wake Forest has got a lot of money, right, in its back pocket. So it could easily kind of use that money to promote its school more, to get more students to come on board, when Fresno State is not necessarily a school that has a lot of money, especially from alumni. And so this would actually work in their favor when it comes to getting more student body on board. It's really interesting. And you made me think about when I was applying to schools, and this is definitely something that I looked at, the rankings of all of these schools and how that could actually affect enrollment as well.
I do think that one thing that everyone can get on board with is that you have to consider a myriad of things. It's not just the rankings. It's not just the location. There's a whole a list of things that people need to consider.
There's the catalog to look at.
Absolutely. Yes.
Thank you, Emily. Appreciate it. Thanks. All right, want to get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, 2 people are now facing federal charges after 4 children overdosed at a New York City daycare. One of them was a 1-year-old boy, died last week. Law enforcement saying 1 kilogram of fentanyl was found next to mats that the children slept on. Investigators claim the daycare operator did not call 911 right away. Instead, she allegedly called a fellow drug dealer to try and hide the evidence. All right, number 2. A San Jose, California woman contracted a flesh-eating bacteria, and now Laura Barajas is a quadruple amputee. We're told she got sick after eating tilapia that she undercooked. According to a GoFundMe page for the mother of 1, she spent more than a month in the hospital with all her limbs removed in order to save her life. Number 3, India has kicked out a top Canadian diplomat. It comes after Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau suggested India may have been involved in the killing of a Sikh leader in the Vancouver area. India says that's crazy and is accusing Canada of interfering with its internal affairs. Canada has not presented any evidence of India being involved. This gets us over to number 4. Does this drink look like it has fruit? Well, a federal judge says Starbucks has to face a lawsuit claiming that some of its fruity refreshers don't actually have the advertised fruit in them. Mango, dragon fruit, lemonade, strawberry, acai, and pineapple passion fruit. They're all among the items named. Starbucks says in a statement, the allegations just aren't accurate. And then number 5, to round it out, a new study finding that a key to losing weight may be when you work out. Researchers found that people who exercised in the morning had lower body mass indexes than people who hit the gym later in the day. There are a couple of reasons researchers think the morning might be best, like exercising before eating could actually help you burn the body fat. All right, when we come back, shocking new video out of Arizona. What happened when a boat carrying dozens of people caught on fire? Plus, officials say there's a new drug in a new city at the center of overdose deaths. What a reporter found when he went there, next in tonight's Original.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We want to bring you today's Original with in-depth reporting on a topic that we've been keeping an eye on. State lawmakers in Pennsylvania, they're getting ready to introduce a bunch of legislation aimed at fighting the rising threat of a deadly drug called Tranq. It's an animal tranquilizer that has found its way into heroin and fentanyl supplies in Philadelphia, and it's now spreading throughout the country. NBC's George Solis traveled to Ground Zero for the dangerous new substance, Philly's Kensington neighborhood, where he spoke with business owners and volunteers on the front lines of this crisis. And we do want to warn you, the topics that are covered here and the imagery as well, it's graphic.
This is an anti-drug ad running in Mexico. It's not warning about places like Tijuana or Juarez, but instead the city of Philadelphia, specifically the Kensington neighborhood, home to one of the nation's largest open-air drug markets, where drug overdose deaths are skyrocketing, in large part because of a new substance in the drug supply, the powerful animal sedative xylazine, aka Tranq. Store owner Elvis Amancio knows the devastation all too well. He's been cleaning up garbage, human waste, and discarded needles from his storefront every day for more than a decade.
How exhausting is it to have to clean up every single day?
It's a little bit frustrating, you know, that you got to keep doing it.
But he has nowhere to go.
Could there be a point where it becomes too much for you and your family to do this day in and day out?
I would say if any of my family or my employees get harmed, I think I'll think about it.
Tranq first appeared in Philly more than a decade ago, mixed in with heroin and fentanyl, but by 2021, it was found in 90% of all street opioid samples, and it's quickly spread throughout the country, increasing in some regions almost 200%. Tranq overdoses can't be reversed by Narcan, and many users develop flesh-eating infections that can lead to amputation if left untreated. In Kensington, limb-saving care takes place at street level on tables like this.
Have you saved lives on this table?
Yes, we absolutely have. Our team constantly saves lives.
Sarah Laurel runs Savage Sisters Recovery, providing care and housing for addicts and cleanups for the neighborhood. She draws on her own near-death experience with addiction to help those in need.
Seeing my friends on the street with their limbs exposed does not make me want to get high. It does not make me want to use. It makes me want to bring change. And I don't think that anybody could walk out there and see what we deal with on a daily basis and say, I want what they have.
Laurel says the city is ignoring its responsibility to both residents and the unhoused.
They're not coming through for the business owners that have been here. And this us against them mentality is exactly what the city wants. The infighting keeps the focus off of them.
Business owners and nonprofits in Kensington are fighting to promote positive change in the neighborhood with demands for basic needs like housing and funding for health resources. When we reached out, the city pointed to a number of programs and services it's launched to help address the community's needs, including crime prevention tips, storefront improvements, and a security camera program. But many here say it's not making enough of a difference.
The city treats this neighborhood is like the trash can.
Moving these people from one block to the other, it's not a solution. We cannot continue ignoring this because these are human beings.
Husband and wife, Dionisio and Mariangeli, must ask addicts to move away from their award-winning restaurant, Cantina La Martina, nearly every day.
These people have feelings, like they're human beings. They'll understand, they'll apologize, they'll pick up their things, and they'll leave, and they're sorry. Even
though Cantina was named a James Beard Award finalist, they say some food vendors won't even come to the restaurant because of the scene outside. Instead of being frustrated, Dio and Mariangeli feel that advocating for their community and those struggling with addiction has become part of the restaurant's mission.
We are here because we are business owners, but we're also here because we have a social responsibility.
With or without the restaurant, we'll stay.
The Cantina, a pop of color amidst the dark depths of addiction.
George Solis joining us now. Really, really devastating stuff, but such an important topic to be covering right now, George. So we are thankful for you for that. I'm just wondering what businesses really have to do now to survive in a place like that with these drugs all around them and the devastation that they're dealing with every day.
Yeah, Yasmin, it's the cost of doing business in that Kensington section of Philadelphia. A lot of them call it the Kensington tax. Now, a lot of those businesses do get insurance, but they have to pay a higher premium. And to work things out with vendors, they have to go to different locations to pick up some of those items. And of course, no one is going to pay them to do this. They have to do this out of pocket to go to a different street, a different neighborhood to pick up some of these supplies. A lot of the issues that some of these business owners have are the encampments that are set up outside of their storefronts. Now, they move. The city does come eventually let these people know that they have to move, but it depends on how long these encampments have been there. So they struggle a lot with this daily, but they say, you know what, they're not going to resolve this any other way. They're not going to be hostile to the people that are setting up in their stores. They want to do this respectfully, and hopefully this community returns the favor in kind, Yasmin.
All right, George Solis for us. Thank you, George. Appreciate it. So NBC covers hundreds of stories every day. And because it's tough to read, to watch, to listen to all of them, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in the segment that we call the local. So out of our Midwest Bureau, a neighborhood outside of Chicago, it's in shock after a family of 4 was killed inside of their home. The 2 adults and 2 children were shot sometime over the weekend. Their 3 dogs were also killed. Police believe the shootings were not random, but they're, quote, not actively looking for suspects in the area. Neighbors saying the family moved there in April and mostly kept to themselves. From our Western Bureau, a 63-year-old man is recovering after being injured and left alone in the Grand Canyon. The local county sheriff's office says the hiker, quote, traumatically injured his shoulder after a fall, but a call for help did not come until 4 hours after the incident. The man told rescuers he was with 4 friends, but they left him after calling for help. The hiker is expected to be okay. And also from our Western Bureau, a houseboat erupts in flames, forcing more than 24 people to jump to safety. This happened on Arizona's Lake Powell. Group members say they were on board for about 45 minutes when they heard this loud boom. They claim the motor exploded. Everyone, including at least 1 infant, made it to safety somehow. Nobody was hurt. All right, a lot more coming up. A new investigation tonight into where the food that you eat may really come from. We are talking to the reporters behind this story next in tonight's Backstory. Plus, it's not jewelry or art. Why officials say hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of olive oil is being stolen in Spain. We'll be right back.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the big conditions
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
An exciting and a long night.
news for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
All right, let's talk olive oil. The price of olive oil, it's way up this year. 130% higher last month than in the year before. The heat in countries like Spain hurting olive and olive oil production, and the high cost is driving some people to extreme measures to get their hands on this hot commodity. NBC's Claudio Lavanga has more.
At this mill in Spain, a liquid gold heist.
When we saw the capacity of the tanks, we saw that they had stolen 2 trucks worth of the oil system.
Local reports say thieves stole 13,000 gallons of olive oil, worth almost $500,000. And it comes after a string of messy olive oil-related crimes across the country. Earlier this year, police caught someone transporting stolen olives, which led them to this illicit oil mill. Officials seized tanks and arrested more than a dozen people. And just weeks ago, local media reporting yet another incident, with olive oil spilled all over the floor, about $50,000 slipping away. So why is olive oil such a sizzling hot target now? Because prices are burning up. Spain is the world's biggest olive oil producer and exporter. With rising heat, its orchards are parched.
The olive tree is very sad, very dry, and with a great lack of water.
Mariluz Robio Romero owns an olive orchard in Granada, Spain. She says production's gotten worse and worse with years of drought.
I'm going to show you how the olive tree is. The lower twigs have no olives, just 4 olives in the top, and the olive tree is dry, as you can see.
And not enough olives means not enough olive oil. Spain's olive oil production so far this season is about half of what it was last year. And you can see global prices of olive oil shot up, reaching $8,900 a ton this year, according to the U.S. Department of Agriculture.
This is not normal, the oil at this point, because of the prices we have. When they are normal, like how they always are, it doesn't interest anyone to come and steal it.
And it's not just Spain. Dry weather across the Mediterranean is driving higher prices, with production expected to take a spill in places like Italy and Greece, according to industry analysts. Plus, Turkey is suspending bulk olive oil exports until November the 1st to keep up its own supply. Experts are already worried about next year's crop, with more hot and dry weather to come. There's no end in sight.
And Claudio Lavanga is joining us now. Fascinating stuff, Claudio, I have to say. Already kind of this diminished supply of olives and then subsequently olive oil, right? You're looking at the new harvest, I believe, in October. How do they make up the gap?
Hey, Yasmin. Well, a couple of ways. Let me just give you a couple of examples. For instance, farmers in Spain are trying to resolve these relatively modern issues caused by climate change and long droughts we experienced here in Italy and Spain and Greece, of course, by readopting ancient techniques. They are readopting the technique of cover crops. That means they are planting grasses and legumes in the rows between the olive trees. That's for a couple of reasons. Well, first of all, to prevent water from draining too fast, and also to prevent flash floods, because of course long droughts followed by heavy rain bring flash floods. Well, in Italy, cover crops are more common. Well, they are adopting more new age digital techniques. They are using sensors to evaluate the factors of the air, the soil, but also the temperature and the evaporation of, for instance, the leaves of the olive oils, of the olive trees. As you can see, a combination of old and new techniques, Yasmin.
Claudia Lavanga, no better backdrop than the low murmur of people enjoying themselves on a nice Italian night. Thanks for making us jealous. Thank you so much, Claudia. Appreciate it. All right, it's time to get the backstory, or behind-the-scenes look at how a story comes together and how it fits into our bigger picture. Tonight, 2 stories on how big companies may be shaping what we eat and drink. The Washington Post highlighting a new report out today that is published in the journal Addiction that found major tobacco companies use some of the same strategies they use to market cigarettes to get people hooked on processed foods. It happened back in the late 80s until the early 2000s when Big Tobacco owned some of the companies making these foods. They're tactics that still, by the way, have lasting impact today. Another way big companies are getting you to buy their products by paying influencers, dietitian influencers, to post videos promoting things like diet sodas, sweets, and supplements to millions of people on social media. The Post, partnering with The Examination in a joint investigation, found at least 35 posts like this one from health professionals in a campaign to promote an artificial sweetener that the WHO has been raising concerns about. We reached out to the influencer in this video for a comment. No surprise, have not heard back. The report says they're part of a coordinated campaign paid for by American Beverage, a lobbying group representing a lot of big soda companies. In a statement to NBC News, American Beverage says the artificial sweetener is safe and that the FDA and other food regulators have said that. They also told us that the dietitians they worked with were upfront about being paid for their posts and followed all federal and local guidelines. Anahad O'Connor is a columnist for The Washington Post who worked on both these stories and is joining us now. Anahad, thanks for joining us on this. Appreciate it. So our first instinct is to believe what someone who is licensed is telling you when it comes to health. But here you have this lobbying group representing the multi-billion-dollar food industry using this tactic that a lot of people might not even realize. At what point did you think this was something that warranted a deep dive?
Yeah, so we decided to analyze the social media pages of some of the most influential registered dietitians on TikTok and Instagram. And we found that of dietitians who had at least 10,000 followers or more, some of them had hundreds of thousands and millions of followers. We found that about half were promoting or paid to promote foods and products and beverages. But we were really surprised to find that some of the industries that were paying registered dietitians to post ads promoting their foods and products were, as you pointed out, the soda industry and also the sugar industry. We found, at least a dozen dietitians were paid by a sugar group to post videos on Instagram encouraging people to eat candy and ice cream and telling parents not to be too overly restrictive when it came to giving their kids sweets and encouraging parents to, in some cases have unlimited access to sweets. And we were pretty surprised by these findings.
So you mentioned, right, you analyzed thousands of posts, found that this sort of thing is happening all over the food industry, as you talked about, right, drink, dietary supplement industries as well. Talk about the process that you and your team had to go through to get all this data together.
Yeah, so we started by focusing on registered dietitians with at least 10,000 followers on TikTok and Instagram who were promoting themselves as RDs or dietitians and dispensing health advice. And we came across a number of them and we analyzed their posts. We found that in many cases, dietitians were promoting healthy foods, things like trail mix, fruits and vegetables, things you might, anticipate or expect a dietitian to be promoting. But there were many posts that we discovered were paid for by, like I said, the soda industry, the sugar industry. In the case of aspartame,